The man is a time traveler from the Blue Planet, and most importantly, he possesses a golden finger that no one else can see. 3 days ago, he had just finished handling the funeral of his father Ryan Luica and buried the last gold coin in his father's pocket. The dilapidated barony was like a puddle of mud, the land was barren, bandits were rampant, and food was almost exhausted. Who could believe that this was still the life of a noble? Lin Wei sighed, put down his quill, and looked at the mountain of documents. He felt very upset and began to wonder if he had chosen the wrong difficulty for the time travel. Master, have some tea. The personal maid, Elialu, greeted softly while holding a cup of black tea. Her voice was gentle and her skirt swayed. Lin Wei almost froze. He subconsciously glanced at the maid's body, and suddenly a virtual panel appeared in front of him. Only he could see it. Elialu, bravery 10, strategy 73, loyalty 100, special talent, none, rating, C+. Her IQ is okay, but her combat ability is weak. This panel, like a game system, can reveal a person's strength and loyalty. It is the only thing Lin Wei can rely on at the moment. There was no sadness on Lin Wei's face, but he was wondering in his heart whether there was any way to get through this. He suddenly thought of his next-door relative and future father-in-law, Baron Fedra. Perhaps he could get something out of this rich, sweet-mouthed, but cruel old fox. But Lin Wei is not a fool. After his father died, the so-called, if you have any problems, go to your uncle, was just a warm promise. What could really save their lives might be finding something in the warehouse that could be exchanged for money. We couldn't just stand by and watch the guards run out of food and disband, could we? The warehouse was dusty and full of cobwebs, filled with all kinds of art junk that seemed valuable but couldn't be sold at all. Just when he was feeling discouraged, a dusty little box caught his eye. The silver-gray carvings faintly revealed a sense of nobility. He opened the box and found inside a golden emblem with an eagle carved on it. It was so exquisite that it was unbelievable that it had been abandoned in a corner and collected dust. Isn't this the gladiator emblem? Lin Wei's eyes widened, and he almost threw the box away in surprise. This coat of arms represents supreme honor. Its holder can not only enjoy various privileges in the kingdom, but also make reasonable requests to the king. Unfortunately, this coat of arms was left by my grandfather Edward, who died in battle many years ago. The privilege is only valid for the holder, and exchanging it for money depends on luck. But even if I couldn't exchange it for money, it would be worth it to exchange it for some military pay. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Butler, prepare the car. Enter the city. Lin Wei looked at the emblem in his hand, hope lighting up his eyes. Perhaps, this dilapidated life has finally reached a turning point. Chapter 2. Before leaving for the royal city, Elialu had been preparing Lin Wei's formal attire. She carefully adjusted every wrinkle until she was sure there was nothing missing. Finally, she nodded with satisfaction, approached him, and gently placed the noble's top hat on his head. Lin Wei's appearance was handsome, although not angular, but still attractive. The maid Elialu had a faint fragrance on her body, and her soft body occasionally touched Lin Wei gently, which made him feel inexplicably happy. Before leaving, Lin Wei gave his steward some instructions, as this trip to the royal city would take at least 2 to 3 weeks. The royal city was quite a distance away. Lin Wei boarded the carriage with the look of family crest, accompanied by Elialu. As his personal maid, she was supposed to take care of Lin Wei at all times. This journey would take them through Fedra territory, one of Lin Wei's destinations. Lin Wei figured that if he could get some help from Fedra territory, he might not need to use his grandfather's gladiator emblem. Lin Wei wasn't wedded to the concept of heirlooms. If he could keep his grandfather's belongings, he would certainly prefer to keep them. The kingdom of Norlands is vast, but arable land is extremely scarce. Most of the land is barren, but rich in various minerals. This also forced the nearby kingdoms of Yade and Rema to import minerals from Nolans, of course, provided that there was no war between the two countries. Upon entering Fedra County, Lin Wei immediately sensed the vast gap between him and Luiska County. Although the land in Fedra County was equally barren, he owned a patch of dry farmland and an orchard, making him considered quite wealthy among the barons. The carriage moved slowly along the country road. Lin Wei saw farmers in groups of 3 or 4, and occasionally saw merchants carrying cloth bags. Merchants who could ride on donkeys or slow horses were considered very successful. After a long journey, the carriage finally stopped in front of Baron Fedra's residence. Lin Wei asked the coachman, Osho, to announce that this was a sudden visit. Although he was not particularly familiar with Baron Fedra, his father Ryan had a lot of friendship with Baron Fedra during his lifetime. Lin Wei thought that even if he did not notify him in advance, he would not be turned away. However, Osho came back soon. His face looked bad and his eyes were evasive, as if he didn't know how to explain to Lin Wei. Osho, what happened? Lin Wei's heart sank, and he had some guesses. Master, the butler kicked me out, saying I was pretending to be a noble's groom, Osho stammered. Elialu, standing by, showed an angry expression. She retorted, how could the steward of Phedra's territory not know Osho? He used to drive the carriage for the master. Lin Wei was unusually calm at this moment. He immediately understood that Baron Phedra clearly didn't want to see him. He had underestimated how quickly people would become distant. After his father's death, their former relationship had become so fragile. Osho, let's go to the royal city, Lin Wei said calmly, without further ado. Although Lin Wei felt embarrassed at being turned away, he knew that Butler Phedra's attitude must have been instructed by the Baron. Otherwise, how could a butler dare to refuse the Baron's visit even if he was Lin Wei's groom? He represented the face of Louis Cardinal. Elialu remained silent throughout the journey, clearly dissatisfied with Lord Phedra's attitude. In her view, Baron Phedra's daughter was engaged to Lin Wei, and being rejected for a simple visit was undoubtedly a great insult to Lin Wei. As they approached the royal city, the prosperity of the villages and territories gradually increased. After entering the royal city, the scene before Lin Wei immediately changed. The tall and solid stone walls and the wide bluestone roads clearly showed that the prosperity of the royal city could not be compared with the territories of ordinary nobles. Inside the royal city, buildings of varying heights rose from the ground, and the urban atmosphere became even thicker. As they passed through the city gate, they were questioned by the guards, but eventually they successfully reached the side hall of the royal city. The registration clerk glanced at Lin Wei and immediately recognized the baron's insignia. If a baron came to the royal city to request an audience with the king, he would usually be given various excuses unless it was an extremely urgent matter. Name? The clerk asked. Lin Wei Luca, Lin Wei replied. What are you doing in the royal city? To see His Majesty, Lin Wei replied calmly. Reason? The clerk's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Wei took out the gladiator badge left by his grandfather. The golden eagle badge caught the clerk's attention. His original contemptuous attitude disappeared instantly, replaced by extreme respect. Gladiator badge? The clerk asked in surprise, a hint of awe in his eyes. Your Excellency, may I ask what is the matter? Lin Wei remained calm. I would like to see His Majesty. The clerk's attitude changed completely. Instead of a cold inquiry, he said respectfully, Okay, I'll inform you right away. Please wait. The clerk's efficiency was surprisingly fast. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Wei received the message. Respected Baron, His Majesty is waiting for you in the side hall. Lin Wei nodded to express his gratitude. This time he did not bring Elialu with him to see the king. After all, it was extremely impolite to bring a maid to see the king. This was Lin Wei's first close observation of the ruler of Norlands. Unlike the young king he had imagined, Zeluk XIII was already a majestic middle-aged king, his golden hair faintly visible beneath his crown. Zeluk XIII glanced at Lin Wei with sharp eyes and spoke slowly. So, Baron Luiska, you came to me with this golden eagle gladiator badge. Is there something you want? The golden eagle gladiator badge represented supreme honor, with only a few hundred in the kingdom's history. Those held by barons were even rarer, with many held in the royal collection. Lin Wei's badge had clearly been issued during the reign of the king's father and was extremely valuable. Lin Wei knelt on one knee, performed a standard noble salute, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I hope to exchange this emblem for an outstanding talent and a small amount of gold coins. King Zeluk Xii's eyes flashed with surprise, but he nodded. You can go to the kingdom's reserve knights and choose a reserve royal knight. Also, I will pay you 1,000 Norlands gold coins in exchange for this eagle. Chapter 3. In the Kingdom of Norlands, the Knights are an elite force directly managed by the king. This Knights Order brings together super elites selected from all over the country, including some of the second sons of nobles. Because in aristocratic families, only the eldest son can inherit the family title and wealth, and other second sons can often only find their own position by becoming a knight or starting a business outside. Most of the noble children who did not have the right of inheritance would choose to join the Knights Templar or bring glory to their family in other ways. Lin Wei is the only heir in the family. His father Ryan has no other children, so it is easy for him to inherit the barony of the Luiska family. Although the territory was barren, at least he had hereditary status, which was far better than those nobles without territories. As for his mother, Lin Wei had never seen her, and her existence had almost no impact on him. When the knight commander brought Lin Wei to the training ground, the surrounding knights couldn't help but stop their movements. They were puzzled by the young noble in front of them. Lin Wei looked too young, and he was just a baron? According to common sense, nobles must obtain the king's permission to join the Knights Templar, and the status of the nobles determines the status difference of the knights. The difference in status between a knight who could become a baron and a knight who could become a duke was immense. Many knights looked at Lin Wei with hostility and disdain, and some knights from other families even hid behind their colleagues. However, Lin Wei did not care about these. He had obtained authorization from King Ziluk XIII, which made his position here legally guaranteed. He had the right to select talents from these outstanding knights. Even taking away the second son of an earl would not be a problem, although Lin Wei did not intend to do so. At this point, the knight commander began to introduce the knights who were eligible for selection. Each knight was very capable, and there were some warriors with great potential. First up is Rambo, whose bravery is 74, strategy is 40, loyalty is 0, and rating is A-. He is proficient with spears and one-handed swords. His talents are very prominent in combat, making him an excellent melee knight. Next up is Ake, with 68 bravery, 56 strategy, 0 loyalty, and AB+ rating. His special talent is Eagle Eyes, and he's skilled with the longbow and possesses immense arm strength. He has a significant advantage in ranged attacks, making him an excellent archer. However, Lin Wei finally stopped in front of Noller. This knight had a valor rating of 96, a strategy rating of 80, an A+ rating, and possessed several special talents, including horse training, eagle vision, and weapon mastery. Noller stood out from the other knights in both combat and strategy. Noller's face remained calm, but when he met Lin Wei's gaze, ambition flickered in his eyes. Although he was born in a humble family, he did not want to be looked down upon by the children of the nobility. In order to avoid conflict with the limelight of the family knights, he behaved in a proper manner in his previous training. However, he knew that following Lin Wei would give him a greater chance of standing out. Although Lin Wei's barony was poor, it held an extremely important strategic position and was constantly threatened by bandits and war. The knight commander looked at Noller and said in a deep voice, "Noller, from today on, you will graduate from the Knight's Order and become Baron Lin Wei's knight." Noller's expression didn't change at all. He just placed his fist on his chest and saluted respectfully. "Yes, Captain." Lin Wei didn't notice the change in Noller's heart. He simply felt he had gained a powerful helper. The next mission would be even more difficult, and Noller was clearly a knight with great potential. Sitting in the carriage, Lin Wei began to think about how to use the gold coins he had just obtained. He needed to pay the salaries of the newly established guards and buy some basic iron weapons. Although ironware was expensive, Lin Wei knew it was essential for building a competent army. Elialu suddenly interrupted his thoughts and said, "Master, should we use these gold coins to hire some blacksmiths?" Lin Wei suddenly realized that if he could train a blacksmith of his own, he could save a lot of money. Nolan's ironware is expensive. An ordinary iron sword costs 1 gold coin, and the price of a fully armed soldier is even more outrageous. If we can train blacksmiths and make our own weapons, we can not only save money, but also have better control over the equipment of the army. However, blacksmithing is not an easy task. To acquire a skilled blacksmith requires tremendous effort, and Lin Wei's gold coins are clearly not enough to support the salary of an excellent blacksmith. As for the special forces, although they are powerful, under the current circumstances, Lin Wei's funds are far from enough to support him in training such high-end forces. At the same time, the news about Lin Wei selling the gladiator emblem quickly spread throughout the kingdom and even reached the ears of Baron Fedra. After hearing this, Baron Fedra smiled slightly, gently picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and reached out to touch his thick mustache. He clearly remembered that Ryan had used the gladiator crest to help him resolve the crisis in Fedra territory, so he established a good relationship with Ryan. Ryan's strength and fighting ability made him hold a high position in Baron Federla's heart. Although Lin Wei inherited the Baron title of the Luiska family, in Baron Federla's eyes, Lin Wei's value was far less than Ryan's. Ryan not only has a large army, but also has sufficient resources to support the battle. Compared with Ryan, Lin Wei's territory and family resources are obviously poorer, and Lin Wei's existence does not have much investment value. Baron Fedra knew clearly that although Lin Wei now seemed to have inherited his father's wealth and territory, as a businessman, he would not continue to maintain this relationship that had lost its value. Chapter 4. Su, Bravery, 20, Strategy, 18, Rating, E-, Loyalty, 40, Special Talent, None. Hansen, Bravery, 23, Strategy, 10, Rating, E-, Loyalty, 45, Special Talent, None. These soldiers had almost no significant advantages. Lin Wei knew that such combat power was completely useless on the battlefield. If a real battle were to occur, these people would not only have low loyalty, but also worrying morale, making them completely unreliable. Noller stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and Lin Wei could see a slight frown on his face. It was clear that he wasn't optimistic about these soldiers either. After all, the quality of these soldiers was truly worrying, and the equipment they were using was even more worn out. The city defense facilities had been in disrepair for a long time. The swords and spears had long been rusted, and the soldiers did not even have enough metal armor. It was impossible to see whether these soldiers could withstand a tough battle on the battlefield. If we just take them to fight the bandits like this, I'm afraid they won't even have the strength to retreat. Noller thought to himself. As a former elite knight, he knew that a strong team cannot be separated from the support of equipment. However, Lin Wei also understood that this team was not created by him alone. Although he inherited his father's territory, he was the only one responsible for all the difficulties now. Although he felt somewhat unwilling, he still decided to hand over the responsibility to Norl and assign him to train these soldiers. Noller, I know what you want to say. Lin Wei looked at Noller and said firmly, this team is the last of our territory's troops. From now on, all training will be handed over to you. No matter what, the soldiers must be trained to the fullest and cannot slack off. Although Norl was a little surprised that Lin Wei made the decision so quickly, he also knew that since the Baron trusted him so much, he could not refuse. However, he knew deep down that it would take at least a month to train these soldiers properly. As for equipment, Lin Wei probably didn't have enough gold coins to buy new weapons and armor. I'll do my best, Noller said, bowing his head in greeting. However, Lin Wei still felt a little worried. After all, these soldiers' foundations were too weak, and the funds required for training were far beyond his current budget. He looked at the soldiers with a heavy heart. The poverty of the territory was beyond his expectations, and most of the people in the territory had no formal education and only made a living by mining and hunting. Elialu noticed Lin Wei's change of mood. She walked over to him with a cup of black tea and gently placed it on the table. Master, are you unhappy? She asked attentively. Lin Wei looked back at her and sighed slightly. Elialu, although I just got the gold coins and a good talent, the current situation really makes me feel helpless. Elialu seemed to understand Lin Wei's mood swings. She tilted her head and said with a smile, Master, I heard today that a group of slave traders arrived in the territory. Perhaps among the slaves they brought, there are exactly the talents you need. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. Lulu, how do you know I need talents? He was immediately attracted by Elialu's words. Elialu chuckled, because if we can have our own blacksmith, hiring an outside blacksmith is too expensive. Besides, we are short of such talents for the equipment we need for our soldiers. Lin Wei suddenly realized that Elialu was indeed intelligent and could not be underestimated. She had already thought of this when he was worried about the equipment. You're right. Hiring a blacksmith will not only save us money, but also solve the problem of soldiers' equipment. Lin Wei took a deep breath, and his mind suddenly became clear. After all, Nolan's ironware is expensive. An ordinary iron sword costs 1 gold coin, and a complete set of equipment can even cost up to 10 gold coins. If you want to build a qualified team, you will have to spend several thousand gold coins, but if you can train a blacksmith, the cost will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Lin Wei decided to consider buying a slave with blacksmith talent from a slave trader. Such traders often appeared near the territory, and many slaves came from the kingdom of Yade or Rema. This was also an opportunity for Lin Wei. After all, buying some suitable slaves would not only help him reduce military spending, but also build a sustainable army for him. Lin Wei and Elialu went to the merchant's camp to inspect the quality of the slaves. They were greeted by a middle-aged slave trader dressed in a smart suit with a flattering smile. As soon as he saw Lin Wei and Elialu, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, clearly showing his deep respect for their status. Your Excellency the Baron, is there anything I can do for you? Lin Wei wasn't too impressed with the slave trader. He glanced at the several prisoner carts behind him. The interiors of the carts were covered in black cloth, clearly containing the merchant's goods. Let me take a look at your goods. The merchant sensed the dissatisfaction in Lin Wei's eyes and immediately put away his flattering expression, respectfully leading them towards a carriage. Lin Wei scanned the carriage, a group of mixed-race slaves, feeling somewhat disappointed. While these slaves weren't particularly brave or strategic, some had talents that caught his attention. One of them was a mixed-race girl named Xiona, who possessed a talent for taming animals. Her eyes were filled with wildness, and as she stared at Lin Wei, there was a suppressed anger in them. Even so, the slave collar on her bound her forever. Lin Wei frowned. He didn't particularly need this kind of slave. After all, what he needed was a practical person who could help him break the predicament. Suddenly, he noticed a figure huddled in the corner of the cage. Her name was Zaluka. Her valor was only 5, but her strategy was a whopping 99, which surprised Lin Wei. While her combat abilities weren't outstanding, her strategic abilities were clearly astonishing, far surpassing those of other slaves. Her talents of magic affinity and wisdom blessing also hinted at her exceptional intelligence. Lin Wei looked at the cat girls in front of him and became interested in one of the slaves named Zaluka. However, he did not show any abnormality on the outside, still pretending to be nonchalant, and asked, "What's the price of these slaves?" Chapter 5. Seeing Lin Wei's interest, the skinny slave trader showed a flattering expression. "My lord Baron, the price of these cat girls is 10 Norlands gold coins each. If you buy more than one at a time, I can give you a proper discount." Lin Wei was secretly delighted. The merchant's words were full of temptation. He even held up 3 fingers and made a heartbroken expression. "If you buy 3 at a time, I can give you a 20% discount." Lin Wei feigned hesitation, but in reality, he was beaming with joy. Although these cat girls were in poor health, most of them were underage girls with pale complexions and thin bodies. The merchant seemed unaware that Lin Wei didn't value these ordinary slaves. Lin Wei calmly spread his hands and pretended to refuse. "No, forget it." The businessman's expression froze, and then changed to a more eager face. "Baron, how about this? You buy one, and I'll give you another. We'll be friends." Lin Wei felt even more proud, but still put on a reluctant expression. "All right then." He casually pointed at the cat girl named Xiona, who was the most outstanding among them. Seeing Lin Wei's choice, the businessman smiled with satisfaction. However, Lin Wei pointed his finger at Zaluka, who was huddled in the corner. The businessman's smile suddenly disappeared, and the wrinkles on his face twisted deeply together again. Zaluka's health was clearly worse, and the merchant even suspected she might not be able to hold on any longer. In fact, if Lin Wei hadn't purchased this cat girl, she would have been disposed of by the merchant quickly. The merchant knew that such a deal would make him a fortune no matter what, as he would spend very little to bring the slaves to this barren territory and then resell them at a high price. One hand for the money, the other for the goods. The merchant was delighted, and the transaction was quickly completed. Lin Wei handed him 10 gold coins, and the merchant was ecstatic, his opinion of the young baron rising. He took the initiative and spoke in a more attentive tone. "Baron, do you need anything else? I swear to the goddess of light that these slaves are absolutely loyal and will never rebel." Lin Wei sneered inwardly, but he didn't show it. Since the merchant was exaggerating so much, Lin Wei couldn't help but think that rebellious slaves were often controlled by their collars, and if they rebelled, the collars would cause fatal damage. He responded coldly, "Are there any dwarves?" As everyone knows, dwarves are the race on this continent that is best at smelting ore, and Lin Wei is in urgent need of a qualified blacksmith at this moment. The merchant could see Lin Wei's need for the dwarf, nodded, and then walked towards another carriage. Inside the carriage, several dwarves lay in groups of 3 or 4, clearly living in difficult conditions. Compared to the cat girls, the dwarves were more robust, but equally sallow and thin. Lin Wei took a closer look and found that most of the dwarves possessed a talent for blacksmithing. His eyes finally stopped on a dwarf named Biglin. Biglin's bravery value is 30 and his strategy value is 50. Although the overall value is not high, the system still gives him an A rating. Lin Wei understood that this was related to Biglin's special talent, inheritor of the Forge of Courage, as well as craftsmanship and blacksmithing. He's the one. Lin Wei made his decision without hesitation. The merchant smiled approvingly at this. "Baron, this dwarf is priced at 10 gold coins. Is that acceptable to you?" Lin Wei didn't say much and directly paid 10 gold coins. The merchant quickly accepted it, and the smile on his face became even brighter. He even took the initiative to ask, "Baron, may I know your name if you have any special needs? I will definitely pay attention to them for you." Lin Wei briefly introduced himself, Louis Kalen Wei. He handed the merchant a gold coin as a token of his gratitude. "If there's any special news, please keep it on my radar." The merchant took the gold coin and smiled even more satisfiedly. "Of course, respected Baron Lin Wei, Aaron will always be at your service." Lin Wei and Elialu then left the slave trader, and the escort of the slaves was handed over to the groom Osho. According to the etiquette of the nobility, he could not ride in the carriage with the slaves, but he did not let them go back on foot. He still had a little kindness of the Blue Star people in his heart. On the way back, Lin Wei fell into deep thought. The territory before him was so barren that it could barely support any development. He began to think about how to change this situation. But he soon realized that as an ordinary Blue Star, he had no special abilities. He was neither an engineering expert nor a genius in mathematics, physics, or chemistry. Apart from his ability to see through others, he had almost no fighting ability. Elialu noticed Lin Wei's expression and said softly, "Master, you are becoming more and more mature." Lin Wei was slightly stunned and turned to look at her. What I mean is, you're becoming more and more like a qualified baron, Elialu continued. You just bought these insignificant slaves, and yet you've earned the friendship of a well-traveled slave trader. Your father, Master Ryan, used to never interact with merchants. Lin Wei smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. He did not tell Elialu that he had actually long realized the importance of establishing relationships with businessmen. Although this was not his ideal method, it could at least pave the way for future development. Then, Lin Wei suddenly asked, Elialu, do you want to become a political official? Elialu widened her eyes, seeming to find it a little unbelievable. Master, do you think Elialu did not do well? Her eyes were slightly moist and her voice was trembling. Lin Wei looked at her in confusion and quickly comforted her. Of course not. I just thought you might have a talent for this, so I wanted you to give it a try. Elialu lowered her head and was silent for a moment before she said softly, Elialu doesn't want to be a government official. She just wants to stay by the young master's side. Lin Wei said nothing more. He understood Elialu's feelings. If she didn't want to serve as a political officer, he certainly wouldn't force her. Although he felt a little regretful, he also knew that some things couldn't be forced. Chapter 6. Lin Wei had bought the slaves back several days ago. Today he placed the slaves at one table, while he sat at a separate table. Night Noller also had a separate table, and they were ready to enjoy lunch together. Lin Wei's dining table was quite spacious. Despite the poverty of his territory, he still tried his best to maintain the standards expected of a noble. Although the territory rarely received noble visits, Lin Wei never dared to neglect them. After all, if a noble suddenly arrived, if the food and environment were unsatisfactory, it would inevitably affect his reputation. Today's dish was stir-fried rapeseed flowers, served with simple white bread and a large bowl of potato soup. Lin Wei took a sip and found it a bit bland. In fact, it's not that the chef made the food bland on purpose, but salt and pepper are considered luxuries here, and they have to be used carefully on a daily basis. The food on the table might seem ordinary to Blue Star, but in this place, for Lin Wei, this meal was considered luxurious. As a baron, such a meal was considered quite respectable. Night Noller could only eat wheat cakes or bran cakes, while the food of civilians and even slaves was even simpler, hard and cold black bread, or some unknown wild vegetables. Black bread, so hard that it could not be cut with a knife and even difficult to swallow without water, could be used as a weapon in the summer. Eat, why aren't you eating? Lin Wei looked at the people at the table, looking at each other in confusion, and urged them. He took a few bites himself, his expression indifferent. There were 3 tables. Lin Wei sat at the largest one, with Night Noller and maid Elialu sitting next to him. The slaves, including Enkiuna, Biglin, and Zaluka, sat at the smallest table. Norrell and Elialu were fine, but the slaves who had just been bought by Lin Wei were obviously uneasy, with confusion and worry written all over their faces. The lunch at this moment looked like the last meal. Many people couldn't help but worry that Lin Wei was so kind and wanted to give them a full meal before sending them on their way. Night Noller didn't understand Lin Wei's thoughts at the moment. As a noble, it was already rude to eat with a maid and a knight, let alone share a table with a slave. But Lin Wei had already done so, and as a knight, he couldn't say much, so he could only silently pick up the cutlery. Rather than being rude, it was more like Elialu felt that this was a very natural thing to do. She has lived with Lin Wei for many years. To her, Lin Wei is not only her master, but also her childhood sweetheart. In her heart, there is no longer any boundary between nobles and servants. Among them, the dwarf, Bigrim, was the first to react. After all, if everything was destined to be the last meal, he didn't mind eating a few more bites. So he quickly finished the white bread and rapeseed flowers in front of him, and drank the potato soup in one gulp. After wiping the oil from the corners of his mouth, his sparkling eyes swept towards Zaluka and Enkiuna, as if to say, if you don't want to eat, I'll eat it for you. And Shiona didn't hesitate. After all, she still needed to fill her stomach. Only Zaluka seemed particularly timid. Only after the others started eating did she carefully pick up her cutlery and begin to eat slowly and carefully. Seeing this, Lin Wei nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand to signal the chef to bring another meal to the dwarf. Zaluka's condition has improved a lot. When Lin Wei first bought her, the little cat girl was so weak that she was almost unconscious. After Lin Wei spent several gold coins on a priest's treatment, Zaluka finally recovered somewhat. Although Lin Wei felt bad about the expense, he was determined to make a contribution to the territory in the future. After dinner, Lin Wei left the restaurant. He had many chores waiting to be attended to in the territory. He asked his butler to contact the iron ore merchant, but the merchant was unsuccessful. However, he unexpectedly discovered that the people of Luiska territory had a lot of iron ore resources. Lin Wei had previously contracted most of the iron ore resources in the territory, but due to insufficient funds, he had been unable to carry out effective mineral development. The cost of purchasing the iron ore has already cost Lin Wei 600 gold coins, plus more than 100 gold coins to buy smelting tools. These expenses had already put a strain on Lin Wei's finances, and almost all of the remaining gold coins were used to maintain the daily operations and repairs of the territory. Sitting in his chair, Lin Wei sighed deeply. He began to realize the challenges of being the head of a household. Every gold coin was hard-earned, and he gradually understood the hardships of daily life. He decided he had to find a way to earn more gold coins to alleviate his current predicament. For Zaluka, this kind of life was something she had never dared to dream of. In the past, she and Enkiuna had lived together in hardship and poverty. Coming from the same tribe, their original trajectory should have been to marry and live an ordinary life. But Rema's army destroyed their homeland, killed the cat people who resisted, and many soldiers treated their people shamelessly in front of them. If they were not young and considered insignificant at the time, they might have fallen into a worse situation. Their fate seemed to have changed overnight. The sudden change left them at a loss, but at this moment, Zaluka gradually realized that all this might not be as she thought. Although they were slave collars and faced the control of their masters at any time, a little warmth in life can at least make them temporarily forget the terrible experience. And Xiuna, who was lying in bed, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Zaluka, I actually hated you in the village. You were always quiet and pretty, and the boys in the village liked you, while we wild girls were always chasing after boys and learning to hunt. I used to think you had it better than us, until today, when we were caught by the same fate and even became slaves. She continued, those human soldiers killed my parents. I hate all humans, but perhaps it is these humans who have given us the warm life we have now. Although I cannot understand the thoughts of this nobleman, Lin Wei, he has given us the peace we need at this moment. Zaluka didn't respond. She simply curled up silently in a corner of the bed, hugging the warm quilt tightly, lost in her own thoughts. She understood that her fate and Enkiuna's were not much different. Both of them were teased by fate, just at different times and in different ways. Chapter 7. In the spacious blacksmith's workshop, Lin Wei sat at the table, his eyes fixed on the dwarf with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He already knew that Biglin was grateful for the delicious meal. After all, a week of delicious food had made Biglin realize that this nobleman before him was special. Unlike the cold, mean nobles Biglin had encountered before, Lin Wei was clearly much more tolerant. Biglin said respectfully, Respected master, Biglin is here. Biglin's words came from the heart. He genuinely respected Lin Wei. Since arriving in Lin Wei's territory, his life had become 100 times better than it had been with the slave traders. Even his freedom was not restricted too much. The food and wine provided by Lin Wei were even more comfortable than his life in the dwarven village. Therefore, Bai Green did not feel any psychological burden in response to Lin Wei's request. As a dwarf, almost all dwarves are excellent blacksmiths, and Biglin even possesses the Forge of Courage inheritance. Forging weapons is naturally no problem for him, and he is more proficient than most blacksmiths. What do you think of this blacksmith shop? Lin Wei asked. It's fine, Biglin answered truthfully. Lin Wei sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. You know, Louisgaland isn't a wealthy place. He paused, looking at Biglin. You don't want to never have white bread and fruit bars again after Louisgaland goes bankrupt? Hearing this, Biglin's expression grew heavy. Honestly, after all this time, he'd grown accustomed to this luxurious treatment. Lin Wei treated him far better than many blacksmiths, or even civilians. As a slave, he'd never been forced to do anything, and the freedom Lin Wei afforded him even touched him deeply. Master, I also want to help you, Biglin said seriously. However, the weapons I forge may have some flaws. He continued to explain. When Lin Wei heard this, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. What do you mean? Biglin explained. What I mean is that the weapons I forge might not be something most people are used to. Lin Wei didn't fully understand what he meant. After all, the description was too abstract. How about this, master? I'll forge a weapon for you first, and you can see it for yourself, Biglin suggested. Lin Wei nodded and signaled Biglin to start working. While waiting for Biglin to forge the weapon, Lin Wei opened Biglin's panel and observed his attributes. Biglin's bravery, 30, strategy, 50, rating, A, loyalty, 70, special talents. Successor of the Forge of Courage, ingenuity, blacksmith. Lin Wei noticed that Biglin's loyalty had risen to 70, indicating that he could begin to trust the dwarf. Furthermore, Biglin's talent, inheritor of the Forge of Courage, was very interesting to Lin Wei, as it might bring unexpected benefits to his territory. As Biglin hammered away, Lin Wei watched intently as he expertly refined the glowing iron ore and forged it into shape. After a long period of hammering, a heavy iron sword finally took shape. When Biglin completed the final step of quenching and picked up the sword, he looked at Lin Wei and said, "Master, it's done." The iron sword looked quite heavy. Lin Wei tried to lift it, but soon found that he couldn't lift it at all. Although a little embarrassed, he had to admit that the weight of the sword was indeed beyond his ability. Perhaps only a stronger person could wield it. Lin Wei summoned Elialu and asked her to fetch Knight Noller. Noller lifted the iron sword with ease, appearing to be quite skilled in it. Seeing Noller's movements, Lin Wei finally understood what Biglin had meant by the flaw. The sword was designed to be too heavy, making it impossible for an ordinary soldier to wield it. "Master, can I use this weapon?" Norrell asked, a hint of anticipation in his tone. Lin Wei didn't hesitate, answering, "Of course." Norrell was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. His loyalty, originally at 70, instantly rose to 80. Ever since Noller decided to serve Lin Wei, his loyalty had remained at 70, until now, when it had finally seen a significant improvement. "That's fine, let's continue crafting to this standard," Lin Wei said. Biglin sighed. "All right, master, I understand. However, your knight possesses great strength, but not all soldiers can easily wield the weapons I craft." Lin Wei smiled. "Of course I know, just continue to forge this heavy sword, and I will pay you according to the agreement. How about this? For every sword of the same quality you forge, I will pay you 1 silver coin as a reward," Lin Wei said. Biglin was stunned for a moment, hardly believing his ears. Silver coins, he had never imagined he would be paid so much. Forging 20 swords in a day and earning 2 gold coins was undoubtedly a very generous reward for a slave of no status. "Praise you, great master." Biglin bowed deeply, speaking with gratitude. As they chatted, Biglin's loyalty increased by another 10 points. Now, Biglin even felt that even if Lin Wei removed his slave collar, he would no longer have any intention of escaping. After the work began, Lin Wei decided to leave the blacksmith shop. On the way back to the Lord's mansion, Noller excitedly said, "Master, the weapons forged by this dwarf blacksmith you hired are truly amazing." Lin Wei smiled and replied, "Noller, do you think the soldiers you trained can lift such weapons?" Norrell said excitedly, "It may not be possible now, but it will definitely be possible after I finish my training. If my 100-man guards can be equipped with this kind of weapon, we will be more confident when facing bandits." Lin Wei patted him on the shoulder. "I am very optimistic about you. Master, I will not let you down," Norrell said firmly. Initially, Noller hadn't held high hopes for Lin Wei. Upon learning that Lin Wei had traded his allegiance for a Golden Eagle Gladiator badge and 1,000 gold coins, he was quite disappointed, believing that Lin Wei had abandoned the family's honor. However, today's change gave him a new perspective on Lin Wei. Seeing Lin Wei's wise decisions and far-sighted vision, Norrell began to realize that perhaps he had a brighter future with him. If Lin Wei could maintain this wise leadership style and become a great noble, Norrell even began to imagine that he could realize his own ideals under Lin Wei's protection. Chapter 8. Lin Wei used 600 Norland's gold coins to purchase the iron ore, and after careful forging by Biglin, he finally completed a total of 200 heavy swords. Biglin only took a short week to polish these weapons into shape. When the weapons were packed and neatly wrapped in cowhide and shipped away, Lin Wei couldn't believe that he had done all this with his own hands. Although he had promised Biglin a reward, he knew that he would have to wait until the extra swords were sold before he could fulfill his promise. Lin Wei's guard consisted of only 100 men, and the number of longswords they were equipped with was just enough. It was possible that even fewer than 100 would be used, as not every soldier could wield these weapons easily. After observing them for a few days, Lin Wei discovered that at least 30 bravery points were required to barely wield these longswords. And to master them, a bravery score of 40 was required. When Lin Wei saw the soldiers again, he almost wondered if he was hallucinating. The soldiers were performing much better than before. The bravery scores of soldiers Su and Hansen had risen to 35 and 38, respectively, and their ratings had also risen from E to E+. Their loyalty had also improved significantly, and their previously lax appearance had changed considerably. Standing nearby, Lin Wei saw that almost all the soldiers had a bravery score exceeding 30, meaning they were all capable of wielding the longswords crafted by Biglin. Lin Wei couldn't help but admire Noller's training abilities. Although armor was somewhat scarce, the soldiers' combat effectiveness had greatly improved after acquiring weapons. Bandits were no longer their only threat, and they felt more confident in facing the enemy. After the weapons were distributed, Norrell encouraged the soldiers. He had promised them that the Baron would solve their weapons problem, and now he had done so. Although Norrell hoped that Lin Wei could personally address the soldiers, Lin Wei declined. He believed that the soldiers already understood their responsibilities, and Norrell's encouragement was sufficient. Next, Lin Wei decided to sell these weapons. An ordinary longsword, unless crafted by a master craftsman, would typically fetch no more than 5 Norlands gold coins. However, these longswords were far from ordinary. Although not crafted by a master craftsman, their quality was undeniable. Lin Wei calculated that these longswords would have to fetch at least 30 gold coins to be considered fair. If he sold them all, he could earn at least 3,000 gold coins. He didn't consider selling these weapons to the Baron of Fedra County. He knew that if the old Baron knew he had such a large collection of high-quality weapons, he would definitely try to get a piece of the action. Therefore, Lin Wei decided to sell these weapons directly in the royal city, avoiding the Fedora territory. In this rural area, there weren't many people who appreciated the weapons, and even if someone did, they wouldn't necessarily be able to meet Lin Wei's desired price. The Chamber of Commerce in the royal city would be more able to meet his needs. Although he had only recently left the royal city, Lin Wei decided to return. He needed to sell these weapons quickly to earn back the money and then purchase some armor suitable for his team. As for why Biglin wasn't allowed to forge the armor, it was because Biglin wasn't skilled at forging armor. The wrapped swords were quickly loaded onto the carriages by Lin Wei's guards. To expedite the process, Lin Wei decided to personally go to the royal city to contact the Grand Chamber of Commerce. This time, Eliala didn't accompany them. Due to the significant temperature difference between day and night, she caught a cold and felt unwell, too exhausted to even see them off. "Master, do you really not want me to go with you?" Eliala asked weakly. "No need," Lin Wei replied calmly. Norrell wanted to follow and protect Lin Wei, but Lin Wei said that only 2 soldiers were enough on the road. After all, the road to the royal city was relatively safe, and the safety of Luiska was a more pressing issue. Although bandits hadn't appeared in Luiska territory recently, if they reappeared, without a commander capable of commanding the guards, it would still be difficult to stop them. The journey had been relatively smooth, and Lin Wei, despite no longer having Eliala by his side, was still able to make smooth progress. However, without her attentive service, Lin Wei began to feel a little unaccustomed. As he sorted his clothes, he subconsciously reached for his tea, only to discover that Eliala wasn't there. Lin Wei couldn't help but smile, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Gradually, as the road widened, Lin Wei knew he was nearing the royal city. Returning to the royal city, Lin Wei's mindset had changed significantly. The royal city was home to many chambers of commerce, the Far East Chamber of Commerce being one of the most renowned. Not only did the Far East Chamber of Commerce have a vast commercial network in Norlands, it also held extensive influence in the kingdoms of Yade and Rema. The Chamber of Commerce was founded by Duke Simon, a powerful nobleman known for his plunder and occupation. Many were surprised that a left-wing noble like Duke Simon could have such a successful Chamber of Commerce. Business and warfare were not mutually exclusive, and the Chamber of Commerce's reputation was thus guaranteed. Since the Chamber of Commerce was so renowned, Lin Wei decided to hand these weapons over to the Far East Chamber of Commerce for sale. In a world where war could break out at any moment, weapons were always hot commodities. If Lin Wei hadn't lacked the funds to expand his territory, he wouldn't have sold these weapons. Lin Wei, relying on his status as Baron Nolans, easily secured a spot to park his carriage. Placing a long sword in front of the Chamber of Commerce president, Lin Wei said, "Respected Baron Luiska, is this what you wish to sell?" The Chamber of Commerce president picked up the leather-wrapped longsword, the thick blade reflecting a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. Lin Wei was somewhat surprised by the president's action. Although he hadn't checked the president's attributes, this move showed that the frail Chamber of Commerce president had a bravery value of at least 40 points. "Oh, this is indeed a weapon of good quality." The president of the Chamber of Commerce nodded and said, "However, this is not a magic weapon. Baron, do you understand what I mean?" In the eyes of the president of the Chamber of Commerce, many nobles exaggerate their ancestral weapons as magic weapons in exchange for more benefits. The Chamber of Commerce president was no longer surprised by this. Lin Wei smiled slightly and replied, "As you can see, this is just an ordinary, excellent weapon." The president pondered for a moment and finally said, "For this weapon, I can give you 30 Norlands gold coins." This price was relatively fair and in line with Lin Wei's expectations. "Can't the price be higher? I still have a lot of these weapons," Lin Wei continued. The Chamber of Commerce president frowned, looking embarrassed. "If you can provide 100 of these weapons, I can give you 40 gold coins." When Lin Wei heard this, he thought about it and decided to make the deal. "Deal. It's a pleasure to work with you, your honorable Baron," the president of the Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. Chapter 9. Lin Wei gave Osho, the groom, and 2 accompanying guards 3 silver coins and told them to have some fun in the royal city. The soldiers were obviously very happy. They would naturally go to the tavern, the gambling house, and maybe even find some homeless women to help supplement their family income. Mafu Osho said he would rather stay with Lin Wei and continue to help, and seemed not very interested in leaving Lin Wei. These silver and gold coins, plus the long sword made by Biglin, filled 4 boxes. Lin Wei temporarily deposited the boxes at the Far East Chamber of Commerce, while he continued to attend to other matters. He then went to an armor shop and spent about 1,000 gold coins on 100 pieces of iron chain mail and dozens of shields. This equipment would help improve the combat effectiveness of his guards and even gave him the idea of forming a cavalry unit. But Lin Wei quickly abandoned this plan. A fine steed was worth 300 gold coins, and his current gold could only afford 10 horses, which was clearly insufficient for developing a cavalry force. After a brief tour of the royal city, Lin Wei decided to prepare some gifts for his maid, Elialu, before returning home. Although Ankiyuna and Zaluka had only recently arrived and were currently learning basic maid etiquette from the head maid, Lin Wei, as a shrewd noble, never forgot to win people over and didn't favor one over the other. He bought some small trinkets that the noble girls would like and stopped by a magic bookstore. Magic had always been unfamiliar to Lin Wei. Although he came from Blue Star and knew that magic played an important role in many anime and books, he had never seen any magicians during his time in the northern continent. Generally speaking, only nobles above the rank of Viscount could afford to keep a magician. However, as a baron of the Luiska family, Lin Wei was immediately warmly received by the librarian. He bought 3 books: Introduction to Magic for 130 gold coins, Application of Magical Attributes for 300 gold coins, and The Romance of a Magician for 100 gold coins. As a major customer, the bookstore also thoughtfully gave Lin Wei 2 practice wands. For Lin Wei, some of the content in these books, especially the application of magical attributes, was very helpful to Zaluka. Zaluka was born with a talent for affinity with magic and was obviously a potential mage. Lin Wei only needed to increase her loyalty to the maximum so that he could train her with confidence and even use it to increase his own strength in the territory. By the time they left the bookstore, it was already dark. 2 crimson moons hung high in the sky beneath a starry sky. Lin Wei missed the tea Elialu had brewed for him, so he decided to return home as soon as possible. Elialu was already waiting at the door. When she saw Lin Wei disembark from the carriage, she immediately ran over and hugged him tightly. As if realizing that the surrounding gazes were a little strange, Elialu reluctantly let go of Lin Wei's arm. Lin Wei looked at her smile, gently scratched her nose, and then took out a pink bow from his arms and handed it to her. Elialu held the bow in her hands, her eyes gleaming with an emotion called love, as if this small gift could melt all the softness in her heart. Although Lin Wei always brought her gifts when he went out, Elialu still felt extremely warm and happy every time she received a gift. And Shiona and Zaluka were also standing nearby. They were dressed in maid outfits, and, though a little shy, their hearts fluttered when they saw Elialu throw herself freely into Lin Wei's arms and receive the gift. Zaluka's ears twitched slightly, and her tail wagged restlessly. Even though Elialu had been taking care of their diet and daily life while Lin Wei was away, the 2 girls' moods had subtly changed when they saw how much Lin Wei doted on Elialu. Seeing Zaluka and Ankiyuna staring at him, Lin Wei realized he needed to do something. He coughed lightly, then took out bows of different colors from his pocket and gave them to them. And Shiona and Zaluka seemed a little flattered. They didn't expect that Lin Wei also prepared gifts for them. Although they had already grown accustomed to their lives as maids in Luiska, Lin Wei's small surprise brightened their moods and made them jump for joy. While they were enjoying themselves, Lin Wei quietly checked their loyalty. While their bravery and strategy remained unchanged, their loyalty had significantly increased. Ankiyuna's loyalty had increased to 60, while Zaluka's had reached 80. Lin Wei nodded with satisfaction, thinking it was time to consider removing their slave collars. Although Ankiyuna's loyalty was not as high as Zaluka's, Lin Wei felt that this did not affect his willingness to provide them with freedom. After dinner, Lin Wei gently wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "I have something to tell you." Elialu, Ankiyuna, Zaluka, and Noller, who were sitting at the table, all looked at Lin Wei quietly. "Starting tomorrow, you won't have to wear slave collars anymore," Lin Wei said calmly. "This thing is pretty heavy, isn't it?" he teased, a hint of relief in his tone. "If you want to leave, just tell me, and I'll give you the travel expenses." Elialu seemed to want to say something, but seeing Lin Wei's firm attitude, she ultimately said nothing. Lin Wei placed the contract given to him by the slave trader in front of Zaluka and Ankiyuna and explained, "As long as you tear up this contract, the slave collars around your necks will become invalid. and you will be truly free." Zaluka and Ankiuna were stunned, their eyes gleaming with shock. They had never imagined the freedom they longed for would be so close. Zaluka whispered, "Master, Zaluka doesn't want to leave." She pushed the contract toward Lin Wei, her tone gentle but firm. And Shiona's eyes flickered, and she eventually did the same, indicating she didn't want to leave. Regardless of whether Lin Wei was sincere or not, he obviously wouldn't force them without their consent. Seeing their actions, Lin Wei smiled slightly and tore the contract into pieces without hesitation. As the flying scraps of paper fell to the ground, the slave collars of Zaluka and Ankiuna also became invalid, and they became truly free people. Lin Wei shrugged and said with a smile, "I'm not kidding. If you want to leave, go ahead. I give you freedom. You can choose to leave. The reason is not important. You are free, and that's all that matters." Chapter 10. When Lin Wei began distributing armor to the guards, it was not until they put on the uniform equipment that he felt his team had some of the appearance of a regular army. The previous equipment looked more like that of a militia. Although Lin Wei's 100-man guard had yet to experience actual combat, his soldiers already possessed considerable combat effectiveness. The equipment Lin Wei had purchased for his soldiers was something that ordinary barons could not afford, not even the relatively wealthy barony of Fedra. Although Fedra County had hundreds of light cavalry, their equipment, whether weapons, shields, or armor, was far inferior to Lin Wei's guards. These soldiers wore iron armor, not leather armor. Soldiers who could wear iron armor were at least guards of viscounts. Lin Wei was confident that, as long as they didn't encounter mages, heavy cavalry, or griffin cavalry, their guards would be more than enough to handle most battles. So, he ordered Noller to lead the troops to eliminate the nearby bandits. The bandits active near Luiska were called Blood Pigs. These bandit leaders had previously run rampant against Lin Wei's guards, and even when Baron Ryan was still around, they were unable to completely eliminate this cunning gang. The Blood Pig bandits were well-versed in the terrain and adept at hiding in the mountains and forests. They numbered around 200 men, and while they outnumbered Lin Wei's guards, their equipment was vastly inferior, and the quality of their weapons was far inferior to those of Lin Wei's soldiers. Although the enemy was outnumbered, their arrows and crude weapons could not cause any substantial damage to the guards, who wore armor, wielded shields, and carried long swords. Lin Wei's guards had undergone rigorous training, and their bravery values had increased rapidly, making their combat effectiveness far superior to that of ordinary soldiers. At the start of the battle, the guards' long swords pierced through the enemy's bodies like cutting melons and vegetables, quickly destroying the bandits' weapons and defenses. In the end, the 100-man team under Noller's command wiped out the Blood Pig bandits with 0 casualties and only 3 injuries. The victory in this battle further proved the combat effectiveness of Lin Wei's guards. Although their strength could not be compared with the knights of the royal city for the time being, it definitely surpassed the guards of most baronies and might even be stronger than the guards of some viscounties. During this bandit suppression campaign, the royal guards captured a large number of weapons and several horses, particularly a dozen high-quality northern continent steeds. Bandits often plundered merchant caravans, and most of these horses were stolen from traveling merchants. Now that Lin Wei possessed these horses, he could finally begin to form a cavalry unit. But he soon realized that, apart from the old groom with a leg injury, he had no one suitable to take care of these grumpy, northern continent horses. The old groom was already very old, having served the Louisa family since the time of Lin Wei's grandfather Edward, and was now too old to continue working. Lin Wei could only put this question aside for the time being and wait to see if he could find a suitable groom. After removing her slave collar, Shona felt that everything was a little unreal. She often wondered if Lin Wei was intentionally letting her go, or if he was just pretending. She even considered that Lin Wei might have someone secretly monitoring her, and if she even thought of escaping, she would be caught immediately. But as time passed, Shona gradually put aside these doubts. She realized that although she had lost the slave collar, her life was still free. She could freely enter and exit Luiska territory. She even walked out one morning to the edge of the territory and remained unmolested all day. Yet, despite her freedom, Ankiuna still felt lost. She had no home. Her former home had long since been destroyed by Rema's soldiers, and her parents had died in that massacre. Even if she could return to the Nez tribe, she would be homeless. The Rema soldiers had taken everything from her, while Lin Wei had given her a warm home. While she still longed for revenge, she no longer harbored much resentment. Instead, she felt that staying in Luiska might be the best option. When Lin Wei realized he lacked a suitable groom, Shona volunteered to take on the role. With a natural affinity for animals, taming these fierce horses was no problem for her. She thought, perhaps this was the one thing she could do for Lin Wei. She stopped dwelling on the pain of the past, and decided to work hard for the life ahead. One afternoon, Zaluka walked to the door of Lin Wei's study. Through the window, the last rays of sunlight filtered through the glass and cast a golden halo on Lin Wei. Zaluka quietly pushed the door open and saw Lin Wei intently reading. She couldn't help but wonder what Lin Wei had called her for. "Master, what do you want to talk to me about?" Zaluka's voice was gentle and a little nervous. Lin Wei was pulled back from the world of books by her voice. He casually placed The Magician's Romance on the table. He smiled and said, "Zaluka is here. Please sit down." He noticed that Zaluka's loyalty had reached 85 points. This slowly rising loyalty surprised Lin Wei somewhat. It was clear that Zaluka's trust in him was deepening. Lin Wei pulled a copy of Introduction to Magic from the bookshelf and handed it to Zaluka. "Zaluka, are you interested in magic?" Zaluka was startled, subconsciously glancing at the book in Lin Wei's hand, A Magician's Romance. Her pretty face flushed red, and she was filled with confusion and unease. Was Lin Wei hinting at something? Seeing Zaluka's reaction, Lin Wei realized he had taken the wrong book. With an awkward smile, he retrieved the correct one, Introduction to Magic, from the shelf. "I took the wrong one. This is it." Despite his thick skin, Lin Wei still felt a bit awkward in this situation. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued, "I think you might have a talent for magic. If you could become a powerful mage, it would be very beneficial to Luiska territory. Since you've chosen to stay in Luiska territory, I hope you can contribute to the territory." Zaluka took the book, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. "But master, I don't know if I have a talent for magic." Lin Wei smiled and encouraged, "I believe in you, Zaluka. Come on, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it. Luiska territory will always be your home." Chapter 11. With Lin Wei's encouragement, Noril began to devote herself to learning magic, practicing it almost every day after dinner. Lin Wei specifically told her that she no longer needed to work as a maid, which allowed her to devote her time entirely to magic, and she felt a sense of fulfillment she had never felt before. Meanwhile, Lin Wei purchased 2,000 gold coins worth of iron ore, further spurring Biglin's work. To ease Biglin's burden, Lin Wei recruited 2 locals from his territory to assist. These new miners and craftsmen swiftly advanced the work, and soon, Lin Wei received his first shipment of newly forged equipment, 500 brand new iron swords. The value of these weapons was considerable. If sold at the previous market price, Lin Wei could earn 25,000 gold coins. This figure far exceeded the monthly tax revenue of Luiska County and would require decades of taxation to reach that amount. Such a vast fortune would make even the neighboring Feder County jealous. Looking at these brand new iron swords, Lin Wei couldn't help but think of the immense wealth behind them, rather than simply viewing them as weapons. After paying Biglin and the craftsman, the dwarf Biglin happily went to the territory tavern to celebrate. Biglin lived a simple life. As long as he had meat to eat and wine to drink, he was content. Meanwhile, Noller successfully eliminated the nearby bandits, bringing a rare peace to the territory. Many miners and hunters who had previously lived in the villages, having been forced to flee their homes due to the constant harassment from the bandits, also decided to return to Luka. Just then, the Chamber of Commerce president suddenly approached Lin Wei. He greeted him with a smile, praising the high quality of the longsword he had previously sold to the Chamber of Commerce, which had been well received by the nobles. The longsword, which Lin Wei had previously sold to the president for 50 gold coins, was now being sold for 70, with demand exceeding supply. Lin Wei didn't explain too much. He simply asked, "If I'm willing to sell you another batch of these weapons, would you be willing to take them?" The Chamber of Commerce president immediately smiled and quickly replied, "Of course, Baron Luiska, I'll take whatever you have. The Far East Chamber of Commerce is always open to you." The president's smile was sincere, but a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. He didn't understand why Lin Wei possessed such a powerful weapon. After all, such weapons were uncommon in a Baron-level territory. Although he didn't delve into the reason, as long as he could make money, he was content. After the pleasant transaction, the Chamber of Commerce president generously gifted Lin Wei some gifts: a purebred Northern Continent horse, a set of gorgeous armor, and a sharp noble sword. The total value of these gifts was approximately 5,000 gold coins. Lin Wei naturally accepted them with pleasure and expressed his willingness to continue collaborating with the Far East Chamber of Commerce in the future. After a few drinks, the president of the Chamber of Commerce whispered, "Baron Lin Wei, since we get along so well, I have some inside information to tell you." He mentioned that the third autumn expedition would begin soon, and if Lin Wei was interested in participating, he could join Count Aegean's team. The guild leader said that, based on their friendship, he could help Lin Wei secure the position of Centurion. The autumn expedition was a tradition of the Norlands, primarily involving a combined army to plunder the borders of Rima and Yade. Although Lin Wei was aware of this tradition, his lack of strength had prevented him from participating. Now, with the formation of the Royal Guards, Lin Wei had the strength to participate in the autumn expedition. The surrounding bandits had been eliminated by Noller, and his interest in joining the expedition gradually grew. Count Aegeon, Duke Simon's son-in-law, wielded considerable influence within the kingdom's left-wing faction. Although Lin Wei maintained a neutral stance, he did not wish to directly antagonize Duke Simon's faction. Since the Chamber of Commerce president had offered such an invitation, Lin Wei didn't immediately refuse. After all, participating in the autumn expedition would bring him many benefits. However, Lin Wei wasn't ready to rush into accepting the offer. While Centurion was a position, it was merely a title to him, with little actual influence. If he could secure the rank of 1,000 captain, perhaps he would seriously consider it. To avoid directly rejecting the president, Lin Wei pretended to be slightly drunk and replied vaguely, "Are there any elf slaves nearby?" "I don't see any." The president patted his thigh and said with a smile, "You're drunk, Baron Luiska. We don't offer such services here. But if you're interested, I can help you keep an eye out for any elf slaves." As the Chamber of Commerce president, Weiss certainly wouldn't dwell on this topic any further. He knew Lin Wei's neutral stance wouldn't hinder business dealings. Regardless, as long as they could continue doing business, he didn't care about Lin Wei's political stance. Lin Wei stood up, ready to say goodbye. "President Weiss, I'll be leaving now." The guild president also staggered to his feet, appearing somewhat tipsy. "You're so polite, Baron Louisa. No need to see me off." Neither of them continued the conversation. Although the two might have established a deeper friendship if Lin Wei had accepted the guild president's invitation, Lin Wei was in no rush to express his feelings. As Lin Wei left the tavern, Guild President Weiss's gaze cleared, as if his previous drunken state hadn't even occurred. Chapter 12. The past was God's test of me. Lin Wei felt a little drunk when he returned to the carriage. I took a deep breath and let the dizziness in my brain gradually subside. "Go back, Osho." "Yes, sir." As the bumpy carriage began to shake, Lin Wei suddenly felt his stomach churning. Although it took the maids some effort to clean up the vomit from the carriage. But these maids naturally did their best to serve Lin Wei. Fortunately, Elialu didn't see it. Otherwise, Lin Wei was afraid that he would not be able to withstand Elialu's distressed and blaming look. "I have been in this world for so many years. Lin Wei's relatives are all gone. And when it comes to Lin Wei, the lineage of Louisa, Lin Wei is the only direct descendant left. My father did have several brothers, but since they had no right to inherit the title, no one knew where they could become knights. Or perhaps he died heroically in battle. Anyway, Lin Wei had never heard of anyone with the surname Luiska Rising. Elialu can be considered as his last family member. Lin Wei had different opinions about Zaluka and Ankiuna, whom he bought. And Shiona has been helping him train horses recently, and the desire to escape is no longer in her eyes. Zaluka is much more honest, and has been busy practicing magic recently. Although Lin Wei could see Zaluka's panel, he had confidence in Zaluka. But Zaluka didn't think so. She was afraid of disappointing Lin Wei's expectations. So he practiced magic every day without sleep or food. "Master, I have finished studying these 2 books." Zaluka timidly placed the 2 books on Lin Wei's desk. These 2 books cost Lin Wei more than 400 gold coins, but in less than a week, Zaluka had finished studying them all. Although he knew that Zaluka was very talented, this was still far beyond Lin Wei's expectations. So soon. Zaluka, who has a soft personality, doesn't seem like the type to lie. So Lin Wei trusted her very much. Looking at Zaluka's panel, the panel has indeed been significantly improved. West Luca. Bravery, 5. Strategy, 108. Rating, A+. Loyalty, 87. Special talents, Magic Affinity, Wisdom Blessing, Knowledgeable, Junior Magician. Her strategy value increased by 9 points, and an affix called Junior Magician was added to her talent, which means she has indeed learned something. However, while learning is successful, it also means huge expenses in the future. Because even the magic bookstore in the Royal City only sells entry-level magic books. Intermediate and even advanced magic must be learned at the Magic Academy in the Royal City. And it would be very expensive to train a magician. To start training as an intermediate magician, Lin Wei would have to spend at least 5,000 gold coins. The cost of studying for a high-level magician is even higher, requiring at least 20,000 gold coins. Therefore, when talented civilians come into contact with magic, they usually learn basic magic on their own and then take the exam to qualify as an intermediate magician. While studying, you can go to the Adventure Guild to take on some tasks or simply become a guest magician of a lord. Although Lin Wei had just made some money, he still couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought about the terrible expenses in the future. No matter how hard it is, we can't let our cat girl suffer. Lin Wei hardened his heart and said directly, "In a few days, you should go to the Magician Academy in the royal city for further studies. I will grant you the title of knight, and I will also pay for all your expenses at the academy." A knighthood is necessary. Although there are some extremely talented commoners in the Magic Academy in the royal city, the majority are descendants of nobles. In addition, Elialu is not even a human. If it weren't for Luca's knight title, it is hard to imagine what kind of bullying she would suffer in such a place. However, the Magic Academy treats all races equally, as long as you can pay enough tuition. At least in school, they give you proper protection. Zaluka was stunned. The light gray cat's tail twitched uneasily. The little ears also moved slightly. The amount of information in Lin Wei's words just now was a bit too much, and she hadn't reacted yet. Not only was she not a slave, she even became Lin Wei's knight. Lin Wei even covered all her future education expenses. Master, Zaluka's eyes turned red. She was an orphan since childhood and was raised by the old village chief. After the old village chief passed away a few years ago, she has been surviving by picking wild vegetables. Later, she was captured by Rima's soldiers and became a slave. She thought her life was over. Lin Wei gave her everything, from dignity to gold coins. No one in the world treated her so well except the old village chief. What's wrong? Lin Wei was a little confused, wondering if the little cat girl was still homesick. The loyalty level is here, as high as 87. No, it's already 100 now. I don't know why, but my loyalty level is suddenly full. Given this loyalty, Lin Wei felt that no matter how much he invested in Zaluka, it would be worth it. Silka suddenly threw herself into his arms, the cat girl's warm body trembling slightly. She hugged Lin Wei tightly, as if she wanted to rub herself into Lin Wei's body. To be honest, Lin Wei didn't expect that such thin arms would give him a slight feeling of suffocation. Master, Zaluka will definitely not let you down. Zaluka's light blue eyes reflected Lin Wei's handsome face. She remembered Lin Wei's appearance deeply in her heart. It was the man in front of her who gave her new life and a new life. She will live the rest of her life for Lin Wei. It's late at night. The moonlight, like mercury pouring down from the ground, sprinkled on Lin Wei's windowsill. There was a sound of light footsteps in the corridor. Then there was a knock on the door. "Master, are you asleep?" It was Zaluka's voice. Lin Wei put down the study materials in his hand and walked towards the door. "What's wrong?" I saw Zaluka holding a white pillow and looking at him with longing eyes. "What's this for? Are you offering yourself for bed?" As an experienced driver with rich theoretical experience, but zero practical experience, Lin Wei thought he could remain calm in such a situation. "But can't you resist the cat girl giving it away for free?" "I can't sleep. I want to sleep with my master." Lin Wei's bed was very wide, more than enough for 4 more Zalukas to sleep on it. It turned out to be the anxiety before leaving home. Lin Wei understood. Erase that trace of distracting thoughts from your heart. Lying on a bed, Zaluka could feel Lin Wei's breathing gradually becoming even. After confirming that Lin Wei was asleep, through the moonlight on the windowsill, she could see that Lin Wei's handsome profile seemed to be shining in the moonlight. Her heart suddenly became calm. The anxiety before leaving home gradually disappeared. Sure enough, all the sufferings she had encountered before were tests from God. Because she met such a good person like Lin Wei. If there really is a God, please bless my master and keep him safe forever. Chapter 13, Where did the stealing kitten come from? And Xiona thought she didn't like Zaluka very much. But when he learned that Zaluka was going to study at the Magic Academy in the royal city, the first emotion that came to my mind was not jealousy. But I am reluctant to leave. And Xiona understood that she had no talent for magic. Because when Zaluka was studying, he also showed her the book. Because I don't have much talent, I felt drowsy after watching for a few seconds. And Xiona, I'm leaving. Zaluka's tone was gentle, and her soft words were just like her gentle temperament. Although they usually get along, Zaluka can feel that Xiona doesn't like her that much. But Xiona is not a bad person by nature. When she was in the village before, she actually wanted to be friends with the other party for a long time. When everyone first didn't know Zaluka, many children wanted to bully her. It was Xiona who stepped forward to protect Zaluka. Zaluka actually always knew this, even after she became an obedient child that everyone welcomed. She will always remember those first days. Later, when the old village chief passed away, and Xiona had actually been hiding behind a tree and secretly watching her. She had always known it. And Xiona was silent for a while. Zaluka was not discouraged and just waved to her. She walked towards Lin Wei with a smile. Because Elialu was there today, Zaluka didn't dare to act too intimately. She already felt very guilty for sneaking into Lin Wei's bed last night. In fact, when I thought about it the next day, all I felt was shyness. And I admire the courage that suddenly appeared in my heart. Poor Elialu probably doesn't even know that her home has been robbed. He just held the little cat girl's hand and comforted her. Zaluka, take care of yourself when you go to the royal city. Zaluka nodded, his heart beating faster, feeling like he had really become a kitten stealing fish. The last one is Lin Wei. Lin Wei simply nodded encouragingly to Zaluka. When the loyalty reaches 100, Zaluka is already worthy of Lin Wei's training. Wait until Mafu Osho takes Zaluka away. And Xiona, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly came to her senses. She shouted in the direction the carriage was leaving, "Bon voyage. I'll wait for you to come back." The last bit of summer heat finally dissipated in the first autumn breeze. The day of the autumn expedition is getting closer. Lin Wei received an invitation from the Kingdom of Nolans. This was somewhat beyond Lin Wei's expectations. The letter was very official. Perhaps it was only because Lin Wei sold a badge to the royal family that he received this letter. Otherwise, Lin Wei would not know what kind of magic could make Zaluk 13 remember him, a marginal figure with little presence. He will definitely participate in the autumn expedition. This is the best way to gain military merit. Only if he has achieved enough military merits can he upgrade his title. The higher his title, the more say he has in the Kingdom of Nolans, and he can protect what he wants to protect. As for the possibility of obtaining territory after the rank is raised, Lin Wei had never thought about it. All the territories of the Kingdom of Nolans have now been divided by the king. Unless a massive battle really takes place in the East Continent, severely damaging the Kingdom of Rima or the Kingdom of Yade, forcing them to cede land and pay compensation, or simply swallow up the other party. This will make it possible to create new unowned territories that can be granted to nobles who have performed well in battle. Obviously, despite Nolan's ambitions, this is unlikely to happen in the short term. As for the southern continent, there are tribes of beastmen. These beastmen have strong combat capabilities, but scarce resources. The western continent is close to the sea, and there are sea creatures there. But the sea has never been the home turf of humankind. But launching a war against the orcs is obviously not worth the cost. Excluding 5,000 gold coins as the tuition for Zaluka's enrollment, Lin Wei used the remaining 20,000 gold coins for two purposes. 10,000 gold coins are used to purchase a large amount of iron ore, which will be used as resources for Lin Wei to make a fortune. The good news is that there are many mines in Luiska County, and even if they are mined continuously, they will not be exhausted within 100 years. Also, because Lin Wei brought a large amount of gold coins into Lewiscard County, the residents of Lewiscard County began to be keen on mining. Even some hunters gave up hunting and joined the mining industry. As a result, the number of small vendors increased, and tax revenue also increased significantly. This is good news. Because the Luiska territory was so barren before because the minerals mined were difficult to digest and there was no way to farm. Of the remaining 10,000 gold coins, Lin Wei used 5,000 to repair the dilapidated city walls, and then built wells and roads to benefit the people. The final 5,000 were used to recruit 200 strong subjects, all of whom were trained by Noller. These tests of weapons are made directly by Biglin, so the soldiers don't have to worry about their weapons. In order to gain more military merits in this autumn expedition, soldier training is very necessary. In battles like the autumn expedition, you rarely see heavy cavalry charging or magicians fighting each other. Only when the battle is large enough will these troops, which are regarded as the noble's trump card, be brought onto the battlefield. Lin Wei looked at the handsome face in the mirror, his long eyelashes and fluffy blonde hair, and his brown eyes seemed to sparkle in the sunlight. Although he can see the talents of others, he cannot see his own talents. Although he couldn't see it, Lin Wei had a rough assessment of his own strength. He was probably just a weak nobleman. But he has a good figure, with slender curves and faintly visible muscles showing the advantages of his youth. Elialu, who was standing by, was choosing a suitable coat for Lin Wei. Because Lin Wei is going to the training ground today to see how the soldiers' training is progressing. "Master, someone is here to visit." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was the old butler's voice. "Who?" Lin Wei stretched out a hand lazily, and Elialu quickly put a white shirt on Lin Wei. "He's the steward of Fedra County. He said Baron Fedra invited you to dinner tonight." "Fedra Collar?" That smiling face appeared in Lin Wei's mind. Now that I think about it, Uncle Fedra is really well informed. Luiska territory has been developing very well recently, and in just a few months, it even has a tendency to surpass Fedra territory. It was probably some traveling merchants who brought this news to Fedra County. That's why Baron Fedra, who had once rejected him, came to him again with a flattering face. Of course, Lin Wei couldn't give the other party a good look. Not see. Lin Wei's voice was cold, without any emotion in it. The butler quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Elialu, who was standing by, finally tidied up Lin Wei's clothes during the conversation. Lin Wei looks very handsome in his white shirt. There is a natural air of nobility between his eyebrows and eyes. Come on, Elialu, let's go to the training ground. Chapter 14 Learn to Reject Temptation. The training ground is very wide, and was specially widened by Noril. As the number of trainees increases, the number of training spaces will naturally increase as well. Lin Wei looked at the soldiers who were training with their swords in hand and nodded with satisfaction. Compared to how weak they looked when we first met, the soldiers have made great progress now. The two groups of soldiers on the field were clearly separated. One group is elite soldiers whose bravery value has basically reached 40, probably the first batch of soldiers trained by Noril. The second batch is composed of new recruits with an average weight of around 20 or 30. These newly recruited soldiers have not had time to receive systematic training, being trained in sword swinging by Noller. The first 100 soldiers were fighting with real swords and guns using iron swords. Even though he was wearing armor, injuries were inevitable. The battlefield is ever-changing, and getting injured here is better than losing your life on the battlefield. If you really want to go on the autumn expedition, don't expect those soldiers on the Ruema border to be easily dealt with like bandits. There are less than 2 months left until the autumn expedition. By then, Lin Wei was going to form a heavy cavalry of 50 riders, intending to show their prowess in this autumn expedition. These 50 riders were almost all captured from bandits. Under Inshiona's continuous training, these already tall northern horses have become more muscular and full of vigor. The full-body vest that covers it was made by the dwarf Biglin. With the blueprints that Lin Wei bought for him from the market, Biglin, who was already proficient in forging, quickly made a batch of vests. These vests looked silver and shiny, and required a strong soldier to drag them. Once those tall northern horses put on these armors, they will become real battlefield-killing machines. However, during this autumn expedition, Lin Wei did not plan to show these horse armors at the beginning. He would let the accompanying militia guard the boxes containing the horse armors. The box was pulled by a slow horse along the way. There is no way. Although heavy cavalry is powerful, its mobility is still much less than that of light cavalry. This isn't a siege, so I'm wearing horse armor just in case. Besides, wealth should not be shown off. Lin Wei's ability to afford heavy cavalry will definitely attract the attention of many nobles. Before he becomes strong enough, Lin Wei must protect himself. In the vast garden, several light red butterflies are dancing. The fountain flowing in the courtyard could not stop the students from talking enthusiastically. Through the dots of sunlight between the branches of the tall trees, there are students from the Magic Academy in groups of 3 or 4. In addition to learning the theoretical knowledge of magic indoors, practicing magic outdoors is also a very necessary course. Zaluka, come up and demonstrate how to cast the fireball technique. When the instructor called Zaluka's name, Zaluka stood up and bowed. She walked slowly to the platform, raised her practice wand, and pointed it at the huge stone not far away. As a long spell sounded, a blazing flame instantly pierced through the stubborn stone. Behind the flying dirt and smoke came the applause of classmates and instructors. The instructor nodded slowly. Zaluka was really talented. She had never imagined that such a gifted magician would come from an unknown barony. She also seemed to understand why Zaluka of the Catman tribe was able to receive the full training of a baron. After just over a month of study, Zaluka had already mastered the release of all intermediate magics, and they were extremely powerful. After the magician assessment in 2 months, Zaluka will be able to successfully obtain the intermediate magician degree. She may even be able to challenge the youngest senior magician. If he succeeds, Zaluka will become a hot commodity in the eyes of all nobles and someone they will compete to recruit. The small barony certainly couldn't afford the tuition for Zaluka's advanced magician. I'm afraid that many nobles will secretly contact Zaluka. This will be a great test of Zaluka's loyalty. The mentor thought this in his heart, but he didn't know that someone had already wanted to go home. For Zaluka, studying here is a gift from Lin Wei. She remembered how many gold coins Lin Wei had spent since entering here. Even if Lin Wei could no longer support her to obtain the advanced magician degree, she will also work hard on her own without having any thoughts of betrayal. During the break, Zaluka had already packed up his books. Today she also has a tutoring job. A noble lady was impressed by her abilities and invited her to teach magic to her little daughter. The reward is 100 gold coins per class. Zaluka was grateful to the countess for giving her the job. In the evening, she knocked on the big iron gate of the earl's house and followed the butler through the magnificent hall. When she was about to go to the study, the countess suddenly called her. Zaluka, The countess, dressed elegantly and modestly, was wearing a burgundy evening gown today. She was about to go out with a fat middle-aged man on her arm. This middle-aged man was none other than Earl Pharos. Your Excellency, Countess Faroth, best wishes to you. She had never seen the Earl, so she didn't know that the person in front of her was Earl Pharos. This gentleman is... Oh, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Earl Pharos, my husband. Greetings, respected Earl Pharos. Zaluka's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, which made the Count somewhat appreciative. At his age, he is almost no longer interested in women. Rather, he had no idea how many cat girls he had played with when he was young. However, I often heard my wife whisper that Zaluka was a very talented magician. In just over a month, he passed the intermediate magician degree. There is even a possibility of becoming the youngest senior magician. This made Pharos feel fond of talented people. Are you a knight? Which family's knight? In reply to the Earl, he is a knight appointed by Baron Luiska. Oh, Louis Cardinal. Pharos thought for a long time, but could not find the Baron Louisa among the factions of the kingdom. He's probably just a marginal baron who doesn't even have a faction. Zaluka, I invite you to join the Pharos family. Are you willing? Based on your original salary, the Pharos family is willing to give you double. The Pharos family will also pay for your future advanced magician tuition. After you graduate, the Pharos family will also collect magic wands and rare magic books for you. It is necessary to use wealth to attract a very talented magician. And if you can get a mid-level magician in exchange for double the reward. And with the 100% loyalty of becoming a high-level magician in the future, this is even more of a good deal. Zaluka was stunned for a moment, but he quickly bowed and said, Thank you for your kindness, Earl Pharos. But I am already a knight of Luiska. I have no plans to join other families for the time being. Earl Pharos was somewhat surprised at being rejected, but he didn't care too much. If Zaluka quickly accepted the olive branch he extended, it would mean that this magician was a person of poor character. The fact that he would refuse other people's benefits shows that Zaluka is really a talent worth recruiting. Thinking of this, Earl Pharos smiled slightly. Okay, then if you change your mind, you can always come to me. Pharaoh was confident. As an earl, he is one of the powerful nobles of Duke Simon's faction. Compared to the poor and unknown Louis Cardinal, the little cat girl should know what to choose. Chapter 15 starts the heroine template. There is only 1 month left until the autumn expedition. With Norrell's unremitting training, these 300 guards were finally trained. Linway took a quick look and saw that the bravery values of these soldiers were all above 40 points. Many even reached 50. The rating has gone from E+ to C. Directly skipped the level of D. Among them, the 50 guards with the highest bravery values were selected by Linway. After learning that they would have their own war horses, these guard soldiers all showed an expression of disbelief. Owning iron armor and a long sword is already a luxury. Didn't I expect Louis Cardinal to be so extravagant as to be able to keep horses? However, horse riding also requires a certain amount of time to train. These 50 soldiers were singled out and began to receive horse riding training. At least you should be able to drive horses skillfully during the autumn expedition. Otherwise, the heavy cavalry charge that Linway longed for would become empty talk. The most excited person would have to be Norrell. Although he had known for a long time that Linway had captive war horses, he did not expect that Linway would be willing to use the war horses in battle so quickly. He selected the strongest war horse and began to engage in intensive training. And Shiona looked at the northern horses being taken away one by one, feeling indescribable melancholy in her heart. In the end, only the horse that President Weiss gave to Linway remained in the stable. Master, please be careful when you have them trained. And Shiona gave a somewhat worried instruction. She has a talent for animal taming and has developed a close relationship with these northern horses. She no longer had any objection to calling Linway master. Looking at Inshiona's wagging tail, Linway actually wanted to touch her ears and tail. But considering that the little cat girl in front of him is a rather wild little cat girl, Linway quickly gave up this tempting idea in his mind. Inshiona is not the soft and cute Zaluka, and he doesn't want to be bitten. Just as Linway was about to leave, Inshiona suddenly said, Master, is there any news about Zaluka? Linway shook his head. He didn't receive the letter from Zaluka. I did receive a fee letter from the Magic Academy, as well as some praise for Zaluka. For example, obtaining an intermediate magician degree. Linway had no idea about the intermediate magician degree, but it should be awesome. There was a flash of disappointment in Inshiona's eyes, but she quickly cheered up. Her pretty face flushed red before she said, Can I write to Zaluka? Linway smiled slightly. Of course, Anki Yuna. If you write a letter, you can ask the old housekeeper to mail it for you. Thank you, master. After saying this, Inshiona ran away in shame and anger. Lin Wei found it somewhat novel. It was the first time he saw Xiona with such an expression. Congratulations, Zaluka. You successfully released a high-level magic. The instructor standing by was filled with disbelief. Today, on a whim, she taught Zaluka an advanced magic. I didn't expect that after just one afternoon of practice, Zaluka could be released. Zaluka's theoretical knowledge as a senior magician has already passed the test, and his tutor has never worried about his academics. Now, Zaluka can cast advanced magic even after only 3 months of schooling. This made the instructor feel a little unbelievable. The history of the Royal City Magic Academy is almost the same as that of the Kingdom of Nolens. This mentor has been in the job for over 30 years and has seen many geniuses. But this was the first time she had seen a genius as talented as Zaluka. It's all thanks to the good guidance of the instructor. Zaluka is very good at pleasing her teacher, and even though she has such an impressive talent, her personality is soft and cute. The female tutor obviously benefited greatly from it. However, being able to release advanced magic is not entirely good news, because this also means high tuition fees. Although Viscounts and Earl had shown goodwill to Zaluka constantly during his studies, Zaluka rejected them all. She seems to be very loyal to her Baron. Although the mentor did not understand Zaluka's behavior, I'll ask the dean if I can waive some of your tuition and fees. Students with excellent academic performance can be exempted from some fees, but there are no completely free examples. Therefore, the tutor needs to consult the dean. Excuse me, mentor. The instructor nodded and left. Even Zaluka hadn't had time to enjoy the tranquility of the afternoon sun. She left and returned quickly. Zaluka, the dean wants to see you. As the best student in this year's Magic Academy, Zaluka attracted the interest of the dean. Zaluka stood up from the lawn and bowed to his mentor. You'll see the dean later, so be mindful of etiquette. On the way there, the instructor briefly told Zaluka about some of the current dean's affixes. For example, there is the Grand Mage who is currently ranked 13th in the entire continent, and she is the honorary Duchess of the Kingdom of Nolens. These are not the most amazing things. The most amazing thing is that the dean is an elf with a long life. She has been the dean of the college since its establishment. She has trained countless powerful magicians. There are countless powerful magicians who came out of her school. In addition to most of the mages who work for the Kingdom of Nolens, there are also some who even hold a good status in Rema and Yade. It is a real thigh. Pushing open the heavy and ancient door, Zaluka finally met the legendary dean. The beautiful white-haired elf with light red eyes was staring straight at the timid Zaluka. Her soft, close-fitting light gray wizard robe could not hide her enchanting figure. Seeing that Zaluka was a little timid, she couldn't help but smile. But this smile was really a bit cold. Dean, hello. Zaluka bowed slightly. She originally wanted to call the dean, Your Excellency the Duke. But remembering her mentor's advice, the dean didn't like being called the Duke. Silka, come to me. Faced with the beautiful elf dean, Zaluka still obediently came to her. Faced with the dean's scrutiny, Zaluka felt a little embarrassed. Very talented. After observing for a long time, the dean finally gave her evaluation. Do you know who I am? The inexplicable question made Zaluka a little stunned. You are the dean. The dean suddenly laughed. This faint smile made the light pink flowers blooming outside the window lose their color. Didn't Landine tell you my identity? Landine is Zaluka's female mentor. After hearing what the dean said, Zaluka could only nod obediently. Then I, Alia, would like to take you as my student. Are you willing? Perhaps it was this news that made Zaluka dizzy. After a while, she nodded woodenly. Teacher Alia. She bowed deeply to Arya. Even someone as simple as Zaluka understood this. How outrageous it is to be able to become a disciple of Arya, the legendary great magician. This means that no one can coerce her in an improper way. She can fully display her talents. Chapter 16. Please stop your weird imagination, Mr. Earl. The news that Zaluka became Alia's disciple quickly spread throughout the royal city. Many nobles, and even the king, were alarmed. Arya is the true pillar of the empire, an honorary duke personally certified by the founding emperor of Nolens. Even when meeting Ziluk 13, there is no need to greet. During the hundreds of years that Arya has been in the Kingdom of Nolens, she has trained countless outstanding talents. But Zaluka was the third one to become her disciple. Arya's first disciple, a legendary great magician of the human race. He made great contributions to the founding Emperor Zalukai. He single-handedly fought off the siege of 3 great magicians and even slayed a dragon alone. He was once recognized as the most powerful magician in the entire continent. The second disciple was an elven wizard who was recruited 100 years ago, the current queen of the White Elves in the southern continent. His record includes defeating a chimera alone and defeating a skull dragon together with another great magician. The current ranking is the 5th greatest magician. You ask why Arya's disciples are ranked so high, but Arya herself is only ranked 13th. That's because no one has ever seen Arya take action. However, all the people who praised Arya still brought her to the height of 13th place. Although Alia ranked 13th, no one expressed any objection. With the excellence of the first 2 disciples, countless people are full of expectations for Zaluka, the newly rising magician. What followed were countless olive branches. Zaluka felt a bit of a headache at this moment and threw all the letters into the trash can. The sheer volume of mail has filled up the trash can. Before becoming Arya's disciple, she would never have dared to do this. But things are different now. She now has someone to rely on. Arya also asked about her background. When she learned that Arya was just a little knight from a remote territory, Arya just smiled and touched her head, and told her never to tell anyone about her background. She also stated that anyone who knew her identity would keep it secret from now on. Until she becomes strong enough, she must never reveal any information about Lewis Cardinal. Zaluka certainly understood that this was a protection for Lewiska territory. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lewis Cardinal is still too weak now. Such a brilliant identity will not help Lewis Cardinal's development. Instead, it will harm Lewis Cardinal. As for Arya herself, she is a neutral Duke of Nolans, and it is impossible for her to openly defend Lord Lewis, even for Zaluka's sake. Otherwise, her neutrality over the years would become a joke. Perhaps he will become the target of hatred from both the left and the right. Alia is not afraid of the so-called left and right. It's just that she feels that this is a life of entitlement. It doesn't suit her casual nature. Lord Faroth received a letter with Arya's seal. To be honest, he was a little confused when he first received the letter. When he learned that Zaluka, who came to his house as a tutor every day, became the disciple of this legendary great magician, he felt his brain pause for a brief moment. All right. Although Zaluka is indeed very talented, his wife always mentions it to him. But after Zaluka rejected his olive branch that day, he had almost forgotten about it. So when faced with the cordial greetings from a legendary grand magician, Pharaoh said that he was really innocent. The letter didn't say much, just told him not to reveal Zaluka's origins. Although Zaluka had performed very well before, only this Earl and several of Zaluka's mentors knew that Zaluka was from the territory of Lewiska. The mentors naturally kept their mouths shut. The Earl naturally didn't know. So Alia sent a warm greeting. Alia is a true behemoth. After receiving the warning from Alia, Earl Pharaohs regretted not recruiting Zaluka, and he would never say a word to Lord Louisa behind him. Being targeted by a great magician is a very scary thing. He stretched out his fat fingers and tapped the table rhythmically. There must be some hidden reason why Zaluka could become Alia's disciple. Could it be that this Baron of Lewiska actually has some secret affair with this legendary great magician? Is he her illegitimate child? You can't blame Earl Pharaohs for thinking this way, because things are weird everywhere. Could it be that this Duchess, who hadn't had a child for hundreds of years, had secretly found a man and had an illegitimate child in Lewiska? In Nolans, the left and the right are fiercely competitive. But everyone has a consensus, that is, don't provoke the neutral Alia. This elf who has lived for hundreds of years has plenty of means and connections. Therefore, after being warned, Pharaohs would only secretly learn about Lewis Cardinal. If possible, he will establish a good relationship with the other party. This will definitely be of great benefit to the family. Today, Zaluka received a letter from Lewiska, and she was very happy. It wasn't until today that she suddenly realized that she could write letters back to the territory. Before, I had been immersed in the joy of learning magic. Although I often missed Lin Wei, I still kept this concern deep in my heart. The person who wrote to her was Xiona. The questions asked to her in the letter were all very common questions. She happily wrote back to Xiona, but was caught by her teacher Alia. You are writing to your little baron? After spending these days with Zaluka, she has gained a certain understanding of her student. Is a very hard-working kid with a tragic past. She met a good baron who not only gave her a home, but also the opportunity to learn magic. If it weren't for Lin Wei, she wouldn't have been able to receive such an outstanding student like Zaluka. Naturally, Alia also noticed the little cat girl's intentions. I just think it's great to be young, with her as a backer, let alone becoming a baron's wife. Even if she wanted to be the legal wife of a duke, those unmarried dukes would probably be vying for her. To exaggerate a little more, the son of that kid Zaluk 13 might also have feelings for her. No. Teacher, it's my good friend Xiona. Oh, I see. You'd better not write to her until you become a mage. Alia's words made Zaluka a little confused. Seeing that the other party didn't understand, Alia shook her head gently. You have to become strong enough to return to him openly. Being a high-level magician isn't enough. You have to become a mage. Only Zaluka himself is strong enough. when others want to deal with Louis Cardinal. Only then will you consider whether you have achieved enough. It's not enough to be a high-level magician, but it's definitely enough to be a mage. But I miss them so much. The pitiful Zaluka is somewhat lovable. Alia comforted him. When you become a senior magician, come home and visit. I'll grant you a week's vacation. Hearing Alia's words, Zaluka's eyes suddenly became bright. Go back to Lin Wei. She must work harder. Chapter 17. You understand the sense of disparity. Sprint. The cavalrymen, holding spears in their hands, began to sprint back and forth. The horses galloped, raising dust. In order to familiarize themselves with the newly forged spear, they practiced tirelessly for a month. In order to encourage the cavalry's training, Lin Wei also specially improved their food. The original porridge and bran cakes were changed to wheat cakes. Therefore, the soldiers worked extra hard. Looking at the 300 well-trained soldiers in front of him, Lin Wei nodded with satisfaction. When the autumn expedition comes, as long as he doesn't encounter special troops or the royal elite of Rema, Lin Wei feels that he can show his skills. Train your troops for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. There is less than a week left until the autumn expedition. He must reach Luqiao Fort within 7 days and reunite with the main force. Because the autumn expedition must be registered, otherwise the military merits cannot be calculated. Although I haven't received a reply from Zaluka yet, but Lin Wei still received some advice from the Magic Academy. For example, Zaluka lives a good life and is already the dean's student. In fact, when Lin Wei saw Zaluka become the dean's student, he still felt a little unbelievable. Even though he lived in such a remote area, he understood how valuable this dean was. He soon figured out why Zaluka didn't reply. Luiska territory is too weak, and now West Luca is attracting too much attention. The dean was protecting him. I understood it, but also felt it was a little outrageous. Fortunately, Zaluka's loyalty points were fully replenished before he left home. Otherwise, all these sugar-coated bullets would really steal his girlfriend away. But who would have thought that the little cat girl was so unknown back then? How could he be so accomplished in magic? Except for Lin Wei's wall hanging. Tell the news to the worried Inshona. Although Inshona was a little disappointed that she didn't receive a reply, she felt much better after Lin Wei's comfort and persuasion. She was beginning to like her time at Luiska more and more. There's nothing wrong with such a stable and quiet life. The seeds of revenge no longer seemed to sprout. Lin Wei made some mobilization before the war. 300 passionate guards were looking at him with sharp eyes. Fortunately, Lin Wei, with some knowledge from Blue Star, made a good pre-war mobilization. Even Norrell was shocked by some of Lin Wei's words. I didn't expect the master to be so knowledgeable. Except for these 300 absolute main forces and elites. Lin Wei also recruited a group of militiamen to transport the baggage. There are about 800 farmers and militiamen in total, 500 more than the main force. Before leaving, Elialu thoughtfully tidied Lin Wei's clothes. Her eyes were red, with grievance and worry in them. The battlefield is not a joke, so it is naturally impossible to bring women to the battlefield. Lin Wei, wearing gorgeous armor, gave Elialu a hug. Master, you must come back safely. Lin Wei smiled and said, I will definitely come back. But don't put a flag on me. The strange words made Elialu look puzzled. Lin Wei simply patted her shoulder gently, then turned over and mounted his horse. This horse, presented by President Weiss of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, has been trained to be quite well behaved. All the equipment was also a gift from President Weiss. The mighty team moved forward, with 2 light cavalrymen acting as scouts to lead the way for Lin Wei and his team. Hearthbridge Castle is already filled with the flags of the nobles. This is the last pass bordering the Kingdom of Rema, and there are usually more than 5,000 soldiers stationed here. Passing through the vast unowned land ahead, the fertile fields of the Rema Kingdom can be seen in the distance. Lin Wei came before the registrar. 300 elite soldiers and 500 baggage trains. Elite. The registrar showed a puzzled expression. Could the Baron in gorgeous armor afford to support 300 elite soldiers? Those who can be called elite are not those soldiers wearing leather armor or half armor. He looked at the soldiers behind Lin Wei who were on full alert, looked at their shining armor and weapons, and nodded. There were even dozens of light cavalry, who were also wearing full body armor. This even made the registrar wonder if these horses could be used as heavy cavalry if they were covered in full body armor. Because these horses are all tall northern horses and look strong and powerful. They are indeed elite. The registrar confirmed Lin Wei's statement. Even the Viscount couldn't muster such a strong team. You said Lin Weiroa is an earl. That's possible. Judging from the strength of his followers and soldiers alone, Lin Wei's 300 soldiers can indeed be called elite. After the registrar registered, Lin Wei led the team into the castle. Although Lin Wei's team is powerful, it is only of medium level among many nobles. Many people cast their eyes over, but quickly looked away, because Lin Wei's Baron badge was really eye-catching. This made some viscounts and earls who wanted to come up and establish good relations stop in their tracks. What the hell? A team of this level only has one Baron. Many barons also noticed Lin Wei, including Baron Fedra. Looking at the powerful team behind Lin Wei, he suddenly showed a strange expression. Although I have heard that Louis Cardinal has developed very well and is much stronger than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the butler to invite Lin Wei to dinner. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be rejected, after all, I didn't come in person, so no one would know as long as I didn't say anything. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with him, she was the one who rejected him first. But after seeing how strong and capable Lin Wei's soldiers were, he was almost 100% certain that Lin Wei would be able to achieve good military exploits in this autumn expedition. Baron Fedra was greatly surprised that Lin Wei could manage the dilapidated barony to such an extent. When he thought about how he should have been half his son, he felt that he had made a mistake. Brother Lin Wei, if you have this ability, why didn't you show it earlier? If I had taken it out earlier, could I have maintained that attitude? Although the team has only 300 people, the combat effectiveness of these 300 people will definitely crush the thousands of guards behind him. He knew that Lin Wei had sold the Eagle Gladiator badge. Fedra didn't expect that Lin Wei could actually expand his family business with the 1,000 gold coins given by Ziluk 13. Look at the fine horses from the north and the shining armor. He looked back at his own rather thin light cavalry and suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. The armor and weapons are not even on the same level. However, it's no use regretting it now. The relationship between the two territories had already deteriorated due to Baron Fedra's choice. Lin Wei didn't rush up and hit him twice, which was already a consideration of their old friendship. After all, he came in person and was turned away. Chapter 18. A small trap, ridiculous. Rest for the night, and set off for the kingdom of Rema early tomorrow morning. On the night before departure, many barons of Nolans came to try to get close to Lin Wei. There are even 1 or 2 viscounts of lesser reputation. Lin Wei answered the nobles' questions somewhat perfunctorily. It was simply because Lin Wei looked young and asked him if he already had a wife. Some even proposed to give concubines as gifts. Of course, Lin Wei rejected all of these. The excuse was simple. Baron Ryan had not been dead for long and did not want to marry for the time being. It can be considered as saving some face for these nobles. Of course, there were also some people who asked Lin Wei indirectly how he had armed such a powerful team. Lin Wei just brushed it off with a smile. But it would be useless to tell them. After all, they can't see the panel. The team leaving the city was decided by drawing lots. Lin Wei was lucky enough to be among the first group to leave the city. He only had to follow the king and the dukes. There are many risks in leaving the city first, but the benefits will also be higher. Otherwise, if you follow the team, there will be no casualties, but I guess not even soup will be left for the people behind. The autumn expedition was not actually a just act, because this is an unprovoked war. This is especially true for the people of Rema and the kingdom of Yad. Every time the Nolans launched a major attack, a large number of civilians were abducted and enslaved. Therefore, the people of Rema and Yade have no good feelings towards the bandit state like Nolans. But even if these people gritted their teeth, there was no way to change the current situation. Maybe if Yade and Rema join forces, they still have a chance to compete with Nolans. But if you take them one by one, none of them can fight. And Nolans does this every year. Maybe in spring, maybe in autumn. It can happen in winter and summer, and it is impossible to prevent it. In fact, Rema had thought about resisting. For example, the Fort Lumber Bridge, where Nolan's soldiers are now stationed, was actually a fortress built by the Kingdom of Rema to defend against Nolans. But in the end, it became a fortress given to Nolans for free, and it gave them a place to be stationed. Then the Kingdom of Rema simply gave up, knowing that these bandits would leave after they had robbed everything. Qiuzheng was more boring than Lin Wei had imagined. Behind this vast plain is a large area of undeveloped forest. There are many villages and Rema's outposts in the forest, which contain supplies and military exploits. But searching such a large forest is obviously extremely difficult. The herdsmen on the plains were also targeted by the Duke and the King early on. Instead of wasting time here competing with them for the cattle and sheep, it would be better to go directly into the forest. Look at what the king and the nobles do. Lin Wei thought of a word, bandit. Yes, how come this behavior is so similar to the bandits that used to be active near the territory? Norl, tell your men to only kill Rema soldiers and not attack civilians. Norl was a little confused, as they had fought against the Rema kingdom more than once. These are all old traditions. Obviously, he couldn't understand why Lin Wei didn't allow the soldiers to attack civilians. Civilians can be captured and brought back to the territory and are also good labor. Even if it is sold to slave traders, it will still be a considerable income. But as a knight, he naturally could not refute the Baron's orders. So he ordered his adjutant to pass on the news. The soldiers were somewhat dissatisfied, but Lin Wei was very kind to them, so they didn't dare to say anything. No matter what, there are always military achievements to be gained. Although it is a pity that I can't taste the taste of a Rima woman. Soon, Lin Wei, who entered the forest, encountered the first outpost of Rima soldiers. There were about 20 people in the outpost. The tall trees did not provide them with any shelter, and they were soon caught up and killed by the guards riding on northern horses. Faced with these fully armed Luiska soldiers, the Rima sentinels lost all will to fight. The equipment of these killed Rima soldiers was really bad. The now fully armed Luiska soldiers looked down upon him completely. After looting their belongings, they cut off their heads as proof of their military achievements. The eyes of the people in the kingdom of Rima are all blue, so there is no need to worry about anyone claiming military merit. As Lin Wei went deeper and deeper into the forest, they soon lost sight of the grassland behind them. We cleared a few more outposts along the way, but didn't see any villages. It was already noon, and the long march had put a lot of pressure on the soldiers and horses. Lin Wei ordered them to set up camp on the spot. In the tent, Lin Wei took off the armor he had been wearing. I have to say that this armor is really heavy. After only wearing it for one morning, Lin Wei felt severe pain in his shoulders. I could see that my shoulder was a little red and swollen. He smiled contemptuously, not realizing he was mocking the fragility of his own body. Or he was still mocking his own robber-like behavior. While Lin Wei was resting in the tent, Norrell sent 2 scouts to investigate the surrounding situation. By the way, see where there are large outposts or villages. This area should be the territory of a certain Earl, and you should be able to find a lot of Earl Rima's troops here. If there are more of them and they are well equipped, spare them. If they are outnumbered or poorly equipped, let them know what Nolan's bravery is. Master. Norrell's voice suddenly rang out from outside the tent. Lin Wei put on his heavy iron armor again and then walked out of the tent. What's wrong? The scouts just found out that there is a small town nearby. Although it's a stone wall, there aren't many defenders, and they don't have any heavy weapons. It is not uncommon to have towns in the forest. After all, compared to Nolan's, which is famous for its mineral resources, Rima is famous for its rich forests. Many towns are located in this forest. Go and have a look. Lin Wei didn't bring any heavy weapons, so relying on only 300 guards to attack the city by force would be a bit beyond his capabilities. Although war horses can charge while wearing armor, heavy cavalry cannot break down enemy city walls. Following the scout's route, he could feel the surrounding trees becoming increasingly sparse. As his vision widened, a road emerged in front of Lin Wei. This is indeed a town that looks even poorer than the former Luisgar territory. If he hadn't seen soldiers patrolling the city walls occasionally, Lin Wei would have thought that this city, without even a gate, was a deserted city. Why does it always feel a little weird? Lin Wei smelled a trap. He looked towards the soldiers on the wall, examining their panels. Divin. Bravery, 60. Strategy, 40. Loyalty, 0. Rating, C+. Special talents. Enhanced perception, one-handed sword mastery. Noah. Bravery, 64. Strategy, 35. Loyalty, 0. Rating, C+. Special talent, spear mastery. The numbers of the soldiers on the city wall are all exaggerated. In terms of numbers, it is only slightly lower than the Knights of the Kingdom, but it is definitely better than most ordinary nobles. Can such powerful numbers lead to such loose discipline? Even the city gates are wide open. If this isn't a trap, what is? I'm afraid that if Lin Wei really rushes forward, it will become someone else's military achievement. Chapter 19. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Farrer followed Lin Wei all the time. As a baron who made his fortune in business, he knew very well that he could not compete with those powerful nobles with his own military force. So when he saw Lin Wei heading into the forest, he followed him. I thought that by following Lin Wei, I should be able to gain some military merits. But Farrer clearly underestimated the density of the forest. After following Lin Wei for a short distance, he soon lost track of him. They robbed 2 deserted villages along the way, but didn't even see a checkpoint. Supplies are even more pitifully scarce. The empty outpost had long been cleared out, leaving only some headless corpses lying on the ground. These fallen Rima sentinels even had their leather armor still intact. Although I know that Lin Wei must have become rich, otherwise he would not be able to train such a strong team. But are they already that wealthy? You even disdain the leather armor and weapons of the Rima soldiers? Even if it is not used by the elite, it can be used for reserve training. There was another thing that puzzled Farrer even more. All the outposts along the way had been cleared, but the villages were still intact. Yes, because Lin Wei passed by the village and cleared the outpost. Because of Lin Wei's appearance, the people in the village had already hidden in the vast forest. This made Baron Fedra, who thought he could make a fortune, feel unlucky. My Lord Baron. Just as Farrer was considering whether to change direction, the scout suddenly brought news. The scout in leather armor leaped from his horse and knelt on one knee in front of Farrer. What's wrong? We have important intelligence. We discovered Baron Louise's garrison not far ahead, and also discovered a town with weak defenses. Lin Wei, go and have a look. Fedra set off with his team in a mighty procession. Soon, he saw Lin Wei stationed not far from the town from a distance. Lin Wei's team is well trained, with several guards taking turns on guard duty. Seeing Fedra's team, someone quickly returned to Lin Wei's team to report. Although they were all Nolans' troops, they were still very wary of each other. And Fedra finally saw this so-called weakly defended town. Although the town had a moat, the wide drawbridge had long been lowered, and there wasn't even a city gate. Fedra had reason to believe that as long as his light cavalry rushed fast enough, the enemy would not even have a chance to pull up the drawbridge. The town's defense force consisted of only a few dozen soldiers, with one or two even fast asleep on the city walls. This was truly a godsend. Through the wide-open doors, one could even see some civilians walking on the streets. He seemed to see the white-clad woman and the bread waving at him. The soldiers were also unable to contain themselves. But, if that's the case, why didn't Lin Wei attack yet? Judging from the number of troops on the city wall, even if there are still 100 or so in Chengli, Lin Wei can easily handle these soldiers. Moreover, the soldiers on the city walls were all wearing leather armor, so they were definitely not elite. Things have a weird atmosphere. Although Fedra made his fortune through business, he was not as good as the war nobles in marching and fighting. But this doesn't mean that Fedra has no brains. On the contrary, Fedra is not only very smart, but also rarely makes mistakes. Apart from misjudging Lin Wei's situation, Baron Fedra rarely makes wrong decisions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated such a huge fortune. My Lord Baron, when do we attack? The knight on the side was already eager to try. Once they capture the town, what awaits them are a large amount of military merits, resources, and women. It had been a long time since he had tasted the taste of a Rima woman. These Rima women, who have no shortage of food all year round, are obviously more plump than the thin Nolans women. No hurry. Fedra, on the other hand, was now calmer. Logically speaking, with so many herdsmen grazing on the grassland along the way, it is impossible that no one would escape from the grassland and bring back the news. Even if he and Lin Wei were the first troops to enter the forest, they could not be faster than the sentries and scouts who delivered the message. Fedra set up camp not far from Lin Wei. He ordered his men not to use fire to avoid exposing their position. Anyway, Lin Wei was there, and as long as he didn't move, Fedra wasn't in a hurry. After 2 days of observation, the town was exceptionally quiet. Lin Wei was 100% certain that this was a trap. Even if the soldiers acted lazy, there should be civilians walking around in and outside the city. Neither the hunter nor the farmer saw it. There are obviously large tracts of farmland outside the city that need to be cultivated. There is also a hunter's cabin in the forest that has been empty for many days. Lin Wei was ready to leave. There were no fires for 2 days, and the soldiers had to live on black bread. If there were not enough water, survival would be a problem. After clearing the traces, Lin Wei planned to search the periphery and then leave. Because if we go deeper, we will enter the attack range of the city wall of the Kingdom of Rema. The George Fortress in Rema is known as the largest fortress in the northern continent. It is said that there are more than 20,000 elite soldiers stationed there all year round, and various heavy weapons and magicians are guarding the city. Lin Wei's troops are not enough to fill the gaps in the enemy's teeth. I originally stayed here to see if there would be any suckers who fell into the trap so that I could reap the benefits. Fedra did come, but this old guy was very cunning and also set up camp not far away. This put Lin Wei in a difficult position. Just as Lin Wei was about to leave, changes occurred in the city. A scout rushed in from outside the forest and entered the city. Soon, there was movement in the city. The fully armed heavy cavalry came out first. These heavy cavalrymen in iron armor formed 5 into a row and began to gallop out of the forest. Lin Wei counted and found that there were at least 3,000 heavy cavalry coming out of the city. Following behind him was a mighty corps of guards, all of whom were covered in iron armor. This is definitely the elite among the elite. Noila suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If I had rushed forward in a fit of rage, I would have been completely defeated. No matter how you look at it, these are royal elites. Thanks to Master Lin Wei's foresight, we didn't go up and die in vain. In fact, Fedra, who was not far away, also saw it, and he was also scared at this moment. I thought to myself that it was a good thing I didn't act impulsively. This is indeed a trap. With his sharp eyes, he quickly recognized that these troops were all from the royal family of Rima. And now he is heading out of the forest, probably heading towards Ziluk 13. Only the big fish Ziluk can mobilize all the royal knights of Rima. The knight entered the forest and startled a flock of birds, and birds were also startled in the distance of the forest. It seems there is more than one team. This might be a trap for Ziluk. Although Ziluk has 5,000 guards and 2,000 knights, Rima has obviously sent more troops. But it was too late to report the news. Chapter 20. You guys know how to work together from the inside and outside. Your Majesty didn't bring too many guards with him, so I'm afraid it might be dangerous. Norrell quickly thought of His Majesty the King. Because although Nolan's overall strength is stronger than Rima's, it is obvious that Rima has come out in full force. However, Ziluk 13 treated it as an ordinary autumn expedition and did not bring too many guards with him. The sound of startled birds kept coming from the forest, and it was obvious that Rima was making a big move. Although that's what he said, Norrell also understood it. The more than 200 guards and 50 heavy cavalrymen of our own were not enough to defeat the enemy with one hand. Those are the real elite of the Rima kingdom. Their strength is definitely not inferior to Lin Wei's soldiers, and they are even better in physical fitness. However, Ziluk was surrounded by many dukes and earls' troops. Even if you are defeated, it is more than enough to escape unscathed. Unless there is a mole. This is what Lin Wei thought. However, the timing of each of Nolan's attacks is uncertain. This time there was an ambush in advance. Maybe there really is a traitor. However, the opportunity was fleeting, and Lin Wei no longer had time to think so much. When Rima's elite troops left, the city became a real deserted city. Master, this is a good opportunity. While Baron Fedra on the opposite side hasn't reacted yet, Lin Wei and the others can still eat the meat first. If the other side takes action first, they will not be able to gain any benefits. However, Lin Wei frowned but did not answer. How far is it from here to Fort George? Noller was a little confused, but still said, it's about less than half a day's journey. If it weren't for the forest trees blocking their view, I'm afraid they can already see the outline of Fort George. Keep going. Lin Wei made a bold decision. Norrell. Okay, Master, I will have my brothers prepare to charge. Lin Wei shook his head. Head towards Fort George. Norrell, huh? The first thought in the knight's mind was that Lin Wei was crazy. But he was soon convinced by Lin Wei's crazy ideas. Fort George must be empty now. Judging from the appearance of the Rima army, I'm afraid the elite troops have gone to cause trouble for Ziluk 13. When Ziluk 13 was attacked, the Rima side certainly never dreamed that someone would dare to march alone into their base camp. But even if the elite troops went to Ziluk, could Fort George really be breached with only 300 men? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? They didn't even have siege equipment. But for some reason, Norrell subconsciously agreed with Lin Wei's opinion in his heart. You can't get a tiger cub without diving into the tiger's den. Baron Fedra's troops were already rushing towards the town. Noller then gave the order. Everyone in the army, abandon all baggage except horse armor and spears, and rush to attack Fort George with all your strength. There were indeed no defenders in this town. The few remaining soldiers were no match for Baron Fedra, who commanded thousands of troops. Soon, he had surrounded all the civilians in the town in a wide area. This trip was very fruitful. Not only did they seize a large amount of food, but they also obtained a large amount of labor. There are more than 1,000 civilians here. Even if he can sell one of them for a few silver coins, he will make a lot of money. However, what puzzled him was that Lin Wei, who had been outside the city, had disappeared. But Baron Fedra, who had eaten the meat, didn't want to think so much. He had to bring all the captured spoils back to his territory. Only then could this battle be considered a complete success. The Rima heavy cavalry corps galloped, raising a cloud of yellow sand. When the forest birds were startled, Ziluk 13 had actually already discovered that something was wrong. But he had enough confidence in his guards. As a king who had never lost a battle since he ascended the throne, he did not have enough respect for his two opponents, Rima and Yade. So, when the two dukes and earls on the right suddenly rose up in rebellion, Ziluk's mind was dizzy. The nobles rebelled? The loyal royal legion surrounded Ziluk, holding high their steel shields coated with anti-magic. But the good news is that there is no magician in the team, and the archers can't exert much strength in such a close and chaotic situation. The grievances accumulated over the years between the right and the left finally broke out at this moment. All this happened so suddenly that Ziluk 13 himself was unaware of the rebellion. Your Majesty, please retreat. The voice of the commander of the Royal Cavalry Regiment startled Ziluk awake, and he finally woke up from his dream. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed, That was the steel torrent of the Rima heavy cavalry. Even with the Royal Guard's gun formation, it would be difficult to withstand such a charge. As for the accompanying cavalry, they were now fighting with the traitors on the right. The king fled towards the passage guarded by soldiers and headed towards the territory of Nolans. Fortunately, this time it was only the right-wing aristocrats who turned the tables. Although the left is usually radical, it is still loyal at this moment. In fact, even if Zeluk 13 really died here, his adult son would inherit the throne. There are also a full 200,000 royal knights ready to go. He secretly swore in his heart that if he could escape back, he would hang all these rebellious nobles. The nobles of Simon's faction are also working very hard to protect the king at this moment. Although I don't know what's wrong with the brains of these right-wing aristocrats. He knew that even if he killed Zeluk 13 here, it would not change the situation of Nolans. Because the eldest prince has already reached adulthood and is eligible to succeed to the throne, not to mention that most of the elite troops are still in the imperial city. Doing so will only trigger a war between the two countries. Although many thoughts emerged in his mind, Simon still commanded the army to stop these right-wing nobles who had suddenly gone crazy. The army for the autumn expedition numbered over 100,000, and among them, 30,000 to 40,000 rebelled. That's a pretty scary word count. With the Rima heavy cavalry constantly appearing in the distance, it's time to take drastic measures. After confirming that Zeluk 13 had escaped, Duke Simon also fled with his confidants. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the leftists left their troops behind and escaped. The mighty cavalry raised a cloud of dust, and the abandoned soldiers had no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. Although the superiors have already fled, if they drop their weapons now, they will only be crushed into meat paste by the heavy cavalry. This time, Rima really put in a lot of effort. The charge of more than 50,000 heavy cavalry was so terrifying that it shook the heavens and the earth. There was a roar from the earth, and the rebels were chilled to the core. Those rebellious right-wing nobles did not expect that even though they had agreed to provide internal and external support, the other side would attack indiscriminately. Some great nobles never understood what had happened until their death. Chapter 21 Buy one get one free. The fisherman will never go home empty-handed. The long march put a heavy physical strain on Lin Wei's team. They were already wearing iron armor, and if it weren't for their regular training and good food, an ordinary team would probably not be able to march such a long distance. Finally arriving in front of Fort George, Lin Wei waved his hand for the team to stop and rest. The magnificent George Fort is even larger than Lubricant Fort, and you can see some flags of the Rema nobles planted on the city walls. Fort George has perfect defenses, and its walls are extremely strong. One of the enlarged royal flags caught Lin Wei's attention. This is the flag that represents the royal status of the Rima family. This means that if the royal family here did not follow to encircle and suppress Zeluk 13, there might really be a big fish here. The gates of Fort George were now open, but the walls were filled with soldiers. Their attributes are as powerful as those of the soldiers stationed in the previous town. Lin Wei frowned. In fact, he was already thinking about this problem on the way. Will there be a lot of soldiers stationed there? Now his premonition has come true, and his heart sinks. He gave up the benefits that were previously within his reach in the town and gained nothing. In order to ensure the speed of the march, even the heads of the Rima soldiers that were cut off and prepared to be counted as military merits were thrown away. If he returns empty-handed, Lin Wei will probably become a laughingstock in this autumn expedition. With such an elite team, not only did he not gain any military merit, he didn't even plunder any resources. A stormy attack was obviously impossible. Not to mention those strong soldiers, there are also rows of crossbows ready to fire. Lin Wei had reason to believe that if he dared to show his face, he would be dead. And you can't stay in this forest for too long, although it is hidden enough. However, a team of several hundred people can still be easily discovered by the enemy's scouts or patrols. Once discovered, it is estimated that Louis Cardinal can be reassigned to a lord by the kingdom. Just as Lin Wei was about to give the order to leave, a team of light cavalry came out. This light cavalry team was wearing luxurious leather armor, and the leader was holding the flag of the Rema royal family. But there are only 5 of them. A young man in golden armor was riding a horse and walking towards Lin Wei in the center of the crowd. A noble spoke to the young man with a flattering look. I'm Peter. Bravery, 30. Strategy, 60. Special talents, imperial coercion, royal etiquette. Rating, C. It was the first time that Lin Wei saw a person without loyalty. This young man named Ein Peter has royal skills. And for some unknown reason, this Ein Peter was walking towards the ambush location of Lin Wei. This is a great opportunity. Lin Wei's heartbeat quickened. If we can capture this prince and successfully escape back to Lucky Card, this is a great military achievement. Although I don't know whether those people succeeded in attacking Ziluk 13, but Lin Wei felt that they would definitely not succeed. Even if Ziluk 13 was successfully killed and the eldest prince succeeded to the throne, capturing Prince Rima would definitely be a great achievement. If Lin Weirua caught him, he could at least become a viscount. Norrell looked at Lin Wei, as if asking Lin Wei what to do. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Wei made a few gestures, indicating that they should get closer and attack directly. Then he whispered to Noller, "We must capture him alive. This is very likely a prince of the Rima kingdom. There are only 2 adult princes in the kingdom of Rima. Both of these princes are favorites to compete for the throne. No matter which one is captured, it will be a great achievement." Hearing this, Noller's blood boiled, and he wanted to worship Lin Wei immediately. The master is really amazing, although he was not able to enter Fort George to explore it. But if we can really capture a prince alive, he now had enough to brag about in the pub for the rest of his life. It is even possible to become a commoner noble. He clenched the sword in his hand, ready to ride out and capture the prince. "Your Highness, let me tell you, there are very rare deer species in this forest. I guarantee you won't return empty-handed." A handsome knight beside Ein said, "Count Wayne, there's a war going on up ahead. If we come out like this, will there be any trouble?" The knight looked thin, and Earl Wayne glanced at him. Seeing that Ein Peter didn't say anything and actually condoned the knight's behavior, he already had a plan in mind. He must be the absolute confidant of the second prince of Rima. Otherwise, how dare you speak to the Earl like this? "Mr. Knight, you can rest assured. That old fellow, Ziluk 13, is now surrounded by our army. Perhaps a victory has already been won up ahead. The scouts are on their way back with good news. Besides, the nearest battlefield is more than half a day's journey from here. Could those Nolans' lackeys suddenly appear?" Count Wayne smiled, as if he was talking about something that could not be more relaxing. Several knights successfully entered the forest. They also rode in on horseback. However, just as they entered the forest, a thin rope was suddenly pulled up. The knights in front fell to the ground instantly. Luiska, who had been waiting for a long time, led his soldiers to draw their swords and kill the knights in one stroke. Afterwards, Count Wayne, Prince Ein Peter, and the knight who was still talking fell to bump, and then the scenery in front of them began to spin. Along with the pain from contact with the ground, the sharp blade was already against their necks. Be honest, the killing of the accompanying cavalrymen didn't even cause any big commotion. They were all elite knights of the royal family, but they did not expect that there would be an ambush here. Although he was wearing leather armor, he was still killed quickly and efficiently. Norrell looked at the 3 people who were captured alive, among whom was the Rema man who was suspected to be the prince. The Earl's bloated figure shows that he enjoys a lot of luxury in his daily life. However, this handsome knight made him feel a little strange. Logically speaking, no matter how thin a knight is, he shouldn't be so thin. Before he started questioning, Lin Wei came over. The 3 people's panels caught his eye. In addition to the prince we saw before, the other one is a fat nobleman with no special abilities. But it was this thin knight who stunned him. Ein Levine. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 80. Special talents, Royal Etiquette, Alchemy Mastery. Rating, A. Einville. This is a princess dressed as a man, right? Unexpectedly, I caught 2 big fish at once. Lin Wei said directly. Take these 3 with you and retreat to the territory immediately. Yes, sir. The Earl and the prince were worth taking away, but this thin knight didn't seem to be worth taking away. Noller pointed at Ein Weir and said, "Master, does this knight want?" He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Lying on the ground, Einwell looked at the man who had captured her with eyes full of humiliation and unwillingness. The sharp eyes seemed to want to pierce Lin Wei to the core. Although she might be ruthlessly killed in the next second, the princess of the Rima kingdom had no intention of surrendering. Lin Wei's mouth curled up in a charming way. "This is a big fish. How can he kill it? Don't kill them. Tie them up and take them away. This night, let go of my horse. My horse is stronger. I'll leave this prince to you." "Yes, sir." But Norrell tied her up roughly and threw her onto Lin Wei's horse. Even Ein Peter was dumbfounded. How did this person know that he was the prince? However, at this moment he no longer dared to make any sound. Although the gates of Fort George not far away were wide open, it became a paradise that the prince could never return to. Chapter 22 Ainwire, you don't wanna. The defeat in the autumn expedition made Ziluk 13 very angry. This was the first time he had suffered a defeat in the 23 years since he ascended the throne. He even suffered a loss at the hands of his old rival, the Rima kingdom. This battle resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of soldiers from the kingdom of Nolans. As a king, he almost became someone else's military achievement. If a soldier from the kingdom of Rema got his head, he would at least become a hereditary earl. After Zeluk escaped, many defeated soldiers also escaped back. What followed was a great purge of the right. The two dukes who suddenly launched the attack had no idea what was wrong with their brains. You are already the Duke of Norlands. Can Remus still promise you an independent throne? The two dukes, their families, and the rebellious earls were all ruthlessly suppressed by the royal guards. The right wing originally advocated peace, which was inconsistent with the doctrine of Nolan's kingdom. If the archbishop had not taught him to maintain a balance among the nobles, he would not have turned a blind eye to the development of the right wing. But he never dreamed that this so-called imperial technique would almost cost him his life. All the right-wingers were brutally massacred, and the left-wingers became the most powerful for a while. Correspondingly, because of this purge, Nolan's had a lot of undivided territories. If it weren't for the fact that Zeluk 13 was still angry, I'm afraid these left-wingers would have come out to ask for fiefdoms. Your Majesty, the Rema kingdom clearly doesn't take us seriously. I suggest a national war and a severe defeat. I agree with Count Aegeon. His Majesty, because the right wing is gone, the left wing now has the final say under the throne. The assassination attempt failed, although Zeluk was angry. But it's not completely irrational, because the rebellion of the two right-wing dukes still made him feel a little strange. We must fight. However, it remains unknown to what extent the battle will go and whether Fort George can be captured. The Kingdom of Yade and the Kingdom of Rema have a good relationship. If the Nolan's army approaches, they will probably not sit idly by. The most important thing is that if Yad steals the house during the fierce battle with the Kingdom of Rema, that would be a real joke. Assemble the troops. Zeluk finally made a judgment. Of the 200,000 guards in the imperial city, only 100,000 would be needed. Together with the armies of the nobles on the left, there are at least 300,000 men in total. An army of 300,000 is enough to teach the Kingdom of Rema a profound lesson. However, at this moment, in Rema's palace, King Charles of Rema, who had won a great victory, did not look happy at all. Although this was a big blow to the opponent, for a giant like Nolan's, this little loss was not enough to cause any damage. He originally just wanted to teach these robbers a profound lesson. Charles also understood that even if Zeluk was really killed, the Prince of Nolan's would immediately succeed to the throne. That resourceful eldest prince is no pushover either. But now, his subordinates actually told him, the second prince and the most beloved little princess are missing? Don't you have eyes? Or have your eyes been stuffed with black bread? Even the princess and the prince were lost. This is fucking unbelievable. I'm gonna kick your asses with my boot. I swear I will. Shameful. This was Charlie's first thought. The king of the family he had just defeated had to flee in panic, and before he had time to celebrate, his house was robbed. You said that if Fort George was captured and the two royals died heroically, he would be able to accept it. Why is he missing? Which audacious nobleman in Norlands dared to approach Fort George and kidnap a princess and a prince? Beneath the throne, the nobles were all silent. Where's Wayne? Isn't Fort George his territory? Charlie was a little annoyed. Since the prince and princess could not be found, the person in charge of this territory would definitely pay the price. However, after he roared for a long time, an earl below finally spoke up. Earl Wayne also disappeared. The slain guard knight was found in the forest not far from Fort George. The count fell silent at this point. It was obvious that the prince and princess had been abducted. Charlie was furious, and even the direct beneficiary, the crown prince Charlie Ruiz, did not say a word. Because it has damaged the reputation of the royal family. Isn't that a slap in his face? Moreover, after this incident, even if Peter could come back, there would be absolutely no possibility for him to compete with him for the throne. Charlie took a deep breath. He doesn't care what happens to his stupid son, but he must get back his daughter who has such great talents. What's ridiculous is that they are sending envoys to negotiate after just finishing a battle with the other side. Lin Wei, the instigator, was now looking at Princess Rima in front of him with great interest. The Rima princess, Einweir, had light gray hair and sapphire-like eyes that were filled with hatred for Lin Wei. After being jolted all the way by Lin Wei's northern steed, she now felt a dull pain in her abdomen. The most important thing is that he hit her on the buttocks many times along the way. Such humiliation made Einweir, who had never been treated like this, want to eat him alive. He must have figured out she was a man dressed as a woman a long time ago. What is your name, heroic female knight? A smile appeared on Lin Wei's lips. It was obvious that teasing a princess of a kingdom could satisfy some evil tastes in his heart. Wire. Ainvril answered Lin Wei's question honestly, because she was still feeling a slight pain in her buttocks. The handsome young man in front of me really doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. Lin Wei stretched out his hand, and she subconsciously moved back. The body has reacted on its own. Don't be nervous, Einville. When she heard Lin Wei calling out her full name, her eyes suddenly widened, and the last bit of hope in her heart finally disappeared. Unexpectedly, the man in front of her not only knew her brother's name, but even her name. But Einweir soon felt relieved. That's right. How could this person who dared to penetrate deep into the heart of the Rema kingdom with only a few hundred men not have any intelligence at all? Since they can make the nobles of Nolan's rebel, there must be a traitor on their side. What do you want? Cold words and a charming face. Lin Wei raised her white chin. Not very good. I heard that Ein Charlie has a genius daughter. She's already an intermediate magician at the age of 16. It's the pride of the Ein family. Oh, stop struggling. The hemp rope that binds you is high-end stuff bought from the royal city. It can block out magic. I forgot that a magician can't cast spells without a wand. Einweir's tone softened. Let my brother and I go back. The kingdom of Rema will not treat you unfairly. Lin Wei suddenly laughed. You mean, if I hand you over to the angry King Norlands, I won't get what I want? You know, he's very angry now. Einville, you don't want the king to know that you were captured, do you? Chapter 23. Oh, interesting man. King Ziluk 13, who was already angry, had no intention of listening to the messenger from Rema finish his words. But even the kingdom of Nolans, which has been a bandit for many years and is extremely warlike, would not kill envoys from the enemy country. At first, Ziluk was confused and didn't understand what was going on, just as he was about to tell the messenger that he was planning a large-scale attack. But I heard the other party ask, what conditions are needed to redeem the prince and princess? Your Majesty Ziluk, since you have captured our royal family, please treat our prince and princess with royal standards. They are also nobles, and this is the respect they deserve. The king sitting on the throne said with a strange expression, Of course. I promise to treat you as a distinguished guest. Although I don't know exactly what happened. But it seems that if you just keep talking, you can get some benefits? If we can get enough benefits, this battle is not necessary. Then we are willing to exchange the Begla grassland for the safety of the two royal families. The Begla grassland is the large plain past Luqiao Fort. It is not a very fertile land. Because it is too close to Luqiao Fort, only a few herdsmen live on the grassland. It is always the first choice of the Nolan's army. That won't work. All the land outside Fort George must belong to us. If you ask for Fort George directly, the kingdom of Rema will definitely not give it to you. But once the rich forest was handed over, nearly 1/10 of Rema's territory would be taken away at once. The messenger's face looked extremely ugly. I will inform His Majesty King Charles of your needs. Guards, escort the messenger. With the departure of the Rema messenger, Ziluk 13 began to gather his thoughts. The kingdom of Rema lost its prince and princess, but still sent envoys to negotiate, and was even willing to cede land in exchange for peace. If a war really breaks out, it would be considered good enough to be able to take over that grassland. Unexpectedly, the other party was even willing to accept more stringent conditions. But the problem is that their princess and prince are not in his hands at all. Could it be that some daring Norlands nobles had sneaked up on Fort George and kidnapped their princess and prince? The king felt as if his brain was not enough. Even if the Rema kingdom sent out all its forces to ambush him, there's no way George Fortress wouldn't have at least 1,000 guards, right? Because the Earl and the Duke were with him at the time. Is there any Viscount who has such courage? Ziluk was stunned. But if it was really done by one of our nobles, they would probably come to the royal city to claim credit soon. You say no? You have to give me the land, right? We're fighting. The kingdom of Nolans is the best at it. The victory of the kingdom of Rema over the kingdom of Nolans directly turned into the victory of Nolans over the kingdom of Rema, capturing 2 royal family members alive. The nobles' exaggerated descriptions made the people of the kingdom of Norlands believe that their country had won another great victory. Baron Feder was also shocked when he received the news. He was in the forest at the time, and no army had penetrated deeper into the heart of the Rema kingdom than he and Lin Wei. He was originally feeling proud of what he had gained on this trip, thinking that Lin Wei was such a fool that he didn't even know how to take advantage of the situation. The thought of Lin Wei suddenly disappearing without even taking the benefits he had obtained, and suddenly disappearing. Then the news that the prince and princess were captured alive caused a sensation. After making this connection, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. You must say who might have captured the princess and prince of the Rema kingdom. Then it's only Lin Wei, right? But could Lin Wei really break through Fort George and capture the 2 royal family members alive with only 300 soldiers? Feder's mind was spinning, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. If it was really Lin Wei who captured these 2 royal family members, then Lin Wei would be able to rise to great heights. Fedra has been a businessman all his life. I really missed the most important deal. He actually missed this promising son-in-law who possessed extraordinary management skills and great courage. Just as Ziluk 13 had expected, Lin Wei took Ein and his sister directly on a carriage to the royal city. There were also 50 knights and Norl accompanying them. Lin Wei's team attracted a lot of people's attention. These tall northern horses were really too eye-catching. There is a lot of discussion in the royal city now. They were all discussing which noble had captured the 2 royal family members of Rima. However, no one dared to claim such an achievement. When Lin Wei met the registrar again, he obviously remembered the baron who held the golden eagle gladiator emblem. But he also knew that His Majesty had taken the coat of arms back from him. Despite this, there was no sign of disrespect on his face, because he saw the tall northern horses and fully armed knights outside the door. These are not belongings that can be purchased by spending thousands of gold coins. A northern horse with excellent bloodline is worth at least 300 Norlands gold coins. Respected Baron Lin Wei, what can I do for you? Lin Wei smiled slightly and threw him a gold coin. Mr. Registrar, please inform me that I would like to see His Majesty the King. I brought him a great gift. Looking at the 2 young men and women behind Lin Wei who had unfriendly expressions but dared not speak out, the registrar's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the noble hero that has been talked about so much in the royal city these days is the one in front of me? Baron Lin Wei, please wait a moment. He did not dare to delay and quickly went to pass on the message. Lin Wei didn't have to wait long before he got the chance to meet the king. Lin Wei knelt on one knee in front of Ziluk 13. Only then did Ziluk 13 begin to look again at the baron who had once exchanged his family's glory for 1,000 gold coins. Lord Louisa Lin Wei, look up. Lin Wei raised his head, revealing a handsome, yet somewhat childish face. Ziluk 13 looked at the 2 men and 1 woman standing behind Lin Wei. One is a pot-bellied Rima nobleman, and the other 2 are probably the prince and princess of the Ein family. Ziluk 13 was already beaming with joy. As long as he had these 2 as hostages, that vast territory would almost be in his pocket. But what he found somewhat incredible was how Lin Wei could get to Fort George and abduct 2 royal family members intact. Could this guy be some great magician? Ziluk 13 subconsciously looked at Duke Alia, who was sitting beside him. I don't know why, but Arya, who never appears in the throne room, suddenly appears here today. Alia also looked at Lin Wei with scrutiny. Because when Lin Wei appeared in the royal city, students from the Magic Academy had already told her about this matter. She naturally knew what had happened in the royal city in the past few days. The fully armed Baron Lin Wei came all the way from the Luiska territory and headed straight for the royal city. Doesn't this mean that the heroic deeds were most likely done by this baron? Alia is really interested in this one. Chapter 24, Rewards, the Earldom in Need of Reconstruction. What Ziluk 13 did not expect was that the Rima royal family actually agreed to his somewhat unreasonable request. Even if a war really breaks out, it will not be easy to occupy that vast forest, because there are many Rima sentinels hiding there who have built tree houses or dug holes. Even if Nolans had extremely strong military force, it would still take a long time to occupy the forest. The 2 sides are bound to engage in repeated tug-of-war. Over time, the cost of war may be greater than the benefits gained. It was thanks to Lin Wei that we were able to take over this forest so easily. After receiving a positive response from the Kingdom of Rima, King Ziluk 13 was very considerate and asked Lin Wei to see the 2 royal family members off. The 2 royal family members riding on the tall northern horses both looked unhappy at the moment. Ein Peter was fine, but Ein Weiler wanted to eat Lin Wei alive at this moment. Her light blue eyes revealed a deep murderous intent. When she saw Lin Wei raising his hand, she seemed to remember the feeling of being slapped on the buttocks and subconsciously drove the horse away from Lin Wei. After escorting them all the way to the edge of Luqiao Fort, Lin Wei smiled and said, I'll take you here, you 2. Not far away, there were about 100 heavy cavalrymen in iron armor waiting to pick up the 2 men. These heavy cavalrymen were wearing heavy armor, and many of them looked at Lin Wei with hatred. Lin Wei had reason to suspect that if he had gone a little further, he would have been the one captured. The pot-bellied Earl Wayne was not treated so well. He had been tied up and not loosened even at this moment, and was thrown to the ground roughly by the guards. However, this fat pig-like Earl did not dare to make even a sound. Luiska Lin Wei. Ainwire suddenly called Lin Wei's name, and Lin Wei looked at him with a smile. But beneath this calm smile, there seemed to be some malicious intentions. I'll remember you. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, let me catch you, and I will treat you well. There was a hint of gnashing of teeth in the last few words. Lin Wei actually wanted to say that the feel was pretty good. At least it's very elastic. Peter looked at Lin Wei silently, without saying a word. Putting aside his stance, although luck was a factor, he actually admired Lin Wei's methods and courage. Lin Wei must have achieved considerable merit this time. When he returns, he must at least be a viscount or even an earl. At the same time, he also understood the price of being caught by Lin Wei due to his carelessness. This means that after returning to the country, it will be difficult for him to compete with the eldest prince for the throne. But he didn't care. Peter felt that it didn't matter if the throne was occupied by his eldest brother. He was only following his mother's wishes to fight for the throne. Now I can live a little easier. Lin Wei, I hope we can meet again. Peter and his group rode their horses towards the supporting heavy cavalry. Lin Wei also turned around happily, leaving them with a dashing back view. Zeluk's reward was a large and rich earldom and the title of viscount. Compared with the huge benefits Lin Wei gained, this benefit to Lin Wei was nothing. Moreover, that earldom was originally the territory of a certain right-winger. It was not close to Luiska's territory, but closer to the Orc tribe in the southern continent. Although Lin Wei is only a viscount, everyone with a discerning eye knows that he is already the designated earl. As long as he performs well in the future, such as achieving such an amazing result in a battle, or winning a gladiator match, he will gain glory. But if it is just a flash in the pan, Lin Wei's large earldom may slowly shrink over time. Maybe it was cannibalized by the surrounding nobles, or maybe it could not resist the attack of the orcs and fell. Who can say for sure what the future holds? Lin Wei is having a headache now. To be honest, this reward is really too outrageous. He thought it would be good enough to get a viscountship. But I didn't expect the king to be so generous. Although this generosity also requires some consideration. There are 2 territories, separating the 2 places. But there is only one Lin Wei, and he cannot handle so many complicated matters. Although he had not yet visited the earldom, Lin Wei could already foresee that it would definitely not be an easy job. He doesn't even have a civil servant now, let alone anyone who can help him manage the territory. It takes a lot of effort just to develop Luisgar, let alone an earldom that is several times larger than a baronial domain. The little bit of weapons sales that Biglin created could not fill the huge holes in these 2 territories that needed to be rebuilt. Unfortunately, apart from these rewards, the king did not give him any gold coins as starting capital. It was as if he expected Lin Wei to develop the earldom like he developed Luiska's earldom. Lin Wei temporarily handed over the affairs within the territory to the old butler and Norrell for management. In addition to training soldiers on a daily basis, Noller also has to take charge of government affairs. Although he is still a knight in name, he actually has the power of a baron. He gladly accepted this. Lin Wei has made a fortune now and has a bright future that is visible to the naked eye. If Lin Wei really became a nobleman, as Lin Wei's original shareholder, he would definitely have a high status. He can see the current situation clearly, and now the left is the only one in power. The king will certainly not sit idly by. Although the left is still loyal enough now, when the power of a faction is even greater than that of the emperor, will Zeluk still sit idly by? Who knows whether today's leftists will become the next rightists? Now that the right wing has been cleared out, a completely new force needs to be cultivated. Who is the most suitable candidate? Duke Alia, who has always remained neutral, is definitely the most suitable candidate. But if Arya remains neutral, then Zeluk 13 will definitely have to cultivate a completely new faction. Lin Wei is most likely the first noble of this faction. Why do you say that? Just because His Majesty the King gave Lin Wei a piece of land comparable to an earldom, but only gave him the title of viscount, we can guess something. At least Zeluk 13 will definitely train Lin Wei. Lin Wei had a clean background and did not belong to any faction before he made military achievements. The news that Lin Wei became a viscount spread like wildfire. Even Zaluka, who lived deep in the Magic Academy, heard the news about Lin Wei. When she thought about Lin Wei's outstanding military achievements, how he became a viscount, and how he got a large piece of territory, she felt happy for Lin Wei. But while feeling happy, he was also a little worried about Lin Wei's condition. Lin Wei definitely cannot manage 2 territories. Should she also learn some knowledge about being a civil servant so that she can help Lin Wei in the future? The thought arose but was quickly dismissed by Zaluka. Her primary goal now is to become a magician. Now that Lin Wei's status has risen, if you want to stay by Lin Wei's side, you must become outstanding enough. But now, she is ready to find her dear teacher. See if the teacher can give Lin Wei some help. The teacher is one of the most powerful magicians on this continent. Whether it's gold coins or talents, I think there is a way. Thinking of this, Zaluka couldn't help but feel a little excited. Chapter 25 Welcome Mr. Lin Wei home. In fact, when Zaluka came to show his courtesy, Alia had already guessed what her student was thinking. Today she went to the throne room to meet Lin Wei. Although nothing was said, but some signals have already been released. For example, Earl Farroth, whom she had warned. As a smart Earl from the left, he could probably guess why Arya suddenly appeared today. Zealot 13 would also have some ideas. Pharaoh certainly got the message, but she probably didn't expect that although Pharaoh's understood it, he mistakenly thought that she had a relationship with Lin Wei. Zaluka brought Alia a cup of black tea. "Teacher, please have some tea." Alia closed her eyes and enjoyed this rare afternoon moment. Every ray of sunlight that falls on her beautiful silver hair adds a bit of brilliance. Even Zaluka had to admit that her teacher's stunning beauty alone could make countless men fight for her. Although Arya was wearing a wizard robe, her charming curves could still be seen through some slight movements. Lin Wei, very good. This time, Alia did not continue to call Lin Wei the little baron. This is a nobleman with courage and ability. He was already very capable, and his student was obviously completely fascinated by him. Not to mention becoming a world-famous noble, it is not impossible for you to split the land and be crowned king. After just one encounter, Alia's evaluation of Lin Wei was raised to a higher level. It's a pity that this baron has no magical talent. But with Zaluka, this doesn't seem to be a shortcoming. Looking at Zaluka's expectant eyes, Alia added, "I will make some of the magicians in the wild loyal to him. Consider this my early congratulations on your marriage." Zaluka blushed immediately. Although she did have this idea in her mind, it was a different feeling to hear the teacher say it out loud like this. "Teacher, please don't say that in front of Lord Viscount Lin Wei." The wild mage mentioned by Alia, Zaluka, is definitely not a simple character even without thinking too much. As for the issue of gold coins, Zaluka believes in the ability of his baron. If Lin Wei really had no talent, how could he possibly afford to pay 5,000 gold coins for her to study at the Magic Academy? Although Professor Landnay said that some tuition and miscellaneous fees could be waived. However, Lin Wei paid the entire 20,000 gold coins tuition fee for the senior mage to the academy. This is also the reason why Alia thinks highly of Lin Wei. He was able to make such a poor territory like Luiska so prosperous. I believe she just needs to give some help. Lin Wei will be able to create more miracles. For some reason, even Alia felt a little bit of anticipation. After all, being able to witness the birth of a legend is an interesting pastime in a long life. Lin Wei has recently been relying on exporting weapons to the Far East Chamber of Commerce, and after paying Zaluka's tuition, he still has quite a bit of money left over. With an assistant, Biglin is much more efficient. Now it has become a ruthless gold-making machine. That being said, although he still had 30,000 gold coins in his pocket, Lin Wei knew that these gold coins were far from enough. There are many things imminent. When he arrived at the earldom, the first thing he had to do was to establish a guard. I heard that there is no guard left in the earl's castle, only a few maids. So when Lin Wei set out this time, he took with him all of Luiska's cavalry and 50 of the most elite guards. When making your first appearance, you naturally cannot have a shabby image. Lin Wei wanted to leave the new subjects with the impression that he was powerful. So when he was about to enter this new Luiska territory, he ordered his cavalry to put on horse armor. This territory, originally named St. Martin, was now renamed New Luiskar. Entering the territory was a worse environment than expected. Along the way, you can see abandoned farmland and mines covered with green grass. Compared to the poverty of Luisgard County, this new Luisgard County is obviously much richer. In addition to seeing a large number of dry fields, Lin Wei could even see some fertile fields planted with crops and fruit trees. This means that the territory can be self-sufficient in food without having to import any. This is good news. After all, this place is close to the rich Orc tribe, so it was within Lin Wei's expectations that there were so many fertile fields. However, the previous earl did not seem to care much about his own property, and so much high-quality land was wasted. Lin Wei will naturally make good use of these lands. Upon entering the town, many residents looked at the new lord with curiosity. Lin Wei has become famous recently. His record of capturing 2 members of the Rima royal family alive is enough to make him the proudest of all barons and viscounts. The martial-minded people of Norlands naturally prefer to praise the achievements of the new viscount. There would often be bards playing the violin on the roadside or in taverns, turning Lin Wei's stories into little songs. Although the subjects looked a little thin, they were still much better than the subjects of the original Luiska territory. You can see many vendors making a living on the roadside, and there are many businessmen walking around. The infrastructure is also almost complete, except for necessary buildings such as taverns and churches. Lin Wei also discovered that there was a branch for adventurers to rest here. This means that there will be many adventurers in this territory, and the stats of these independent adventurers must be quite strong. Lin Wei has the ability to discover other people's talents, and this place is like heaven to him. Elialu, who was sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but look around. She has always lived with Lin Wei, although she has been to more affluent places like the royal city. But this will be Lin Wei's territory in the future. Although it is not as prosperous as the royal city, the feeling is completely different. While feeling happy for Lin Wei, he was also a little worried about his future. The better Lin Wei performs, the better his future partner will definitely be. Although she had already prepared herself to serve Mrs. Lin Weiha, the little girl still couldn't help but feel sad. This is the jealousy of childhood sweethearts. Because there was no way she could become Lin Wei's wife. She couldn't even become a concubine. While Lin Wei was looking at his surroundings, many merchants and residents in New Luiska were also looking at him. It has to be said that when Lin Wei led this fully armed army into the territory, all the forces, big and small, put away their contempt for Lin Wei. There are guilds of commerce and adventurers. This lord who was able to capture 2 members of the Rima royal family alive is definitely not a soft persimmon. This can be seen from the well-trained heavy cavalry and guards behind him. Whether it's the shiny full body armor or the long sword that looks thick and strong, it looks like an existence that cannot be easily provoked. These soldiers have been trained by Norrell and are now even more well-trained. After walking for a while, we could see St. Martin Castle in the distance. This castle, which looks quite magnificent, appears to be quite old and has 2 floors. In front of me was a vast and terrifying manor and courtyard. Pushing open the iron gate, Lin Wei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Damn the nobles. This luxurious forest art looks like it cost a lot of money, and there are also rockery and fountain pools in the manor. The maids stood in 2 rows, more than 50 in total. When they saw Lin Wei coming, they all said in unison, "Welcome home, Master Lin Wei." Chapter 26 Succubus. The first thing to do when arriving in New Luiska is to take over the city defense here. Although Lin Wei brought about 100 people, compared with the wide city wall, these 100 people were obviously not enough. So what Lin Wei has to do is recruit more new soldiers and militia, and the farmers who transported the baggage. He subconsciously wanted to call Norrell to do these things for him, but found that Norrell was not by his side. It seems that I have to do it myself. He still has too few subordinates who can be used. Apart from Norrell, he has no other talented people under his command. Although I want to select one from those guards. However, although the stats of these guards have been greatly improved, they still have many limitations in their talents. So far, Lin Wei has not seen any of these guards have special talents that can only be acquired through learning. The highest bravery value did not exceed 60, not to mention strategy, which hardly increased. This seems to have destined that the upper limit of these guards will not be too high. Maybe we could go to the slave traders? There is a slave trade guild in the New Luiskar territory. After all, it is a countship. What is supposed to be there will still be there. It is impossible for a viscount to receive such treatment. This time, Lin Wei did not call Elialu, but only brought 2 guards. Because Elialu has been appointed by Lin Wei as the head maid of the New Luiska territory and is currently teaching the remaining maids. Of course, after finishing her work, Elialu can still return to Lin Wei, but the corresponding time will be reduced. This situation may continue until the maids get used to the new master's habits. Only after a new head maid is elected can Elialu be relieved of her responsibilities. Lin Wei, who had just stepped out of the manor, met a man wrapped in a black cloak. Lin Wei paused. The man in front of him also took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. She has slightly curly brown hair, parted in the middle, and her eyes are not the blue-purple color unique to elves, but brown like most ordinary people in Nolans. But his ears are slightly longer than those of humans, so he looks like an elf half-blood. Respected Viscount Lin Wei, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Narancel. As you can see, I am a half-elf and half-human. I am also a wandering wizard. I heard that you are known for your bravery, so I came to seek refuge with you. Lin Wei looked him up and down, but Narancel didn't care at all. Just respond with a peaceful smile. Narancel. Bravery, 20. Strategy, 103. Loyalty, 80. Special talents, a little elemental affinity, advanced magician. Rating, A+. If an ordinary person encountered such a sudden surrender, he would definitely suspect whether the other party had other intentions. After all, a wandering high-level wizard would be treated as a guest of honor by the Duke, or even the King. Although Lin Wei has become famous recently, it is difficult to attract junior mages to join him, let alone senior mages. However, the initial loyalty of this mage, who had not yet joined Lin Wei's sect, was already 80. This loyalty is even higher than when Enki Yuna and Zaluka first arrived. This made Lin Wei a little confused. Am I really that attractive? Since the other party is loyal, Lin Wei is naturally not worried at all. Welcome, respected mage. Narancel was a little surprised, and he was even prepared to be questioned by Lin Wei. There is even a possibility of being rejected by Lin Wei. But Lin Wei welcomed him to join without asking any questions. Although it was the great magician Alia who asked him to be loyal to Lin Wei. But as far as he knew, Lin Wei didn't know about this. Arya also specifically told him to pretend to be a wandering wizard. Lin Wei, who played completely out of the ordinary, even stunned Nell and Cell. Housekeeper. Following Lin Wei's call, the steward of the new Lewis Card territory also appeared in front of Lin Wei. This is a middle-aged man, thin, but with a gentle temperament. Master, what do you want? Take this wizard to the manor to rest. He can choose his own residence. Yes, sir. The butler made a gesture of invitation. Nell and Cell didn't care. Maybe Lin Wei just regarded him as a junior mage. But it doesn't matter. He will show his abilities to Lin Wei later. Now that he has joined Lin Wei's team, he naturally has to show his value. Lin Wei was in a good mood as he had picked up a high-level mage for free just after going out. Lin Wei was relatively low-key on this solo trip, but he was still accompanied by 2 guards. So when Lin Wei arrived at the Slave Chamber of Commerce, a manager quickly came out to greet him. Respected Viscount Lin Wei, welcome to our Chamber of Commerce. The fat man's face was full of smiles. This legendary Viscount was much younger than he had imagined. I didn't expect that such a young man would have the courage to lead hundreds of people deep into Fort George. What slaves do you have here? It depends on what type you want, companion or combat type. We have both here. We also have some rare slaves, such as dragon people or lizard people. There are many races in the continent, and even many races that have not developed much wisdom. For example, there are subhumans like dragon people and lizard people who have only a few human-like features. This type of subhuman often has greater power and is more difficult to tame. Each one is sold at a high price. Lin Wei listened and thought for a moment. Now he has no other generals to use except Norrell, but talents like Norrell are even rarer. You can only try your luck. Show me the human slaves. Please follow me, Lord Viscount. Follow the fat man through the hall and down a long corridor. As the heavy wooden door opened, Lin Wei saw many human slaves. These slaves looked pretty good. Compared to the sickly appearance of Zaluka and the others when I first saw them, it was obvious that they were not living too badly. There are very few Nolans here. Most of them are Rema people or Yad people. Lin Wei was deeply impressed by the blue eyes and gray hair of the Rema people. The main reason is that it is too elastic and I can't forget it even if I want to. Most of the Yad people have black hair, but their skin is slightly brown, a bit like the Indians on Blue Star. At first glance, they were all slaves with mediocre attributes. Both the bravery and strategy values are pitifully low. Lin Wei couldn't help but shake his head. Although it can be improved through acquired efforts, there is always a limit. The higher the initial value, the more valuable it is to cultivate. Lin Wei values special talents more. Seeing that Lin Wei showed no interest, the fat man rubbed his hands and said, Your Excellency, Viscount, are you not interested? Almost. Lin Wei's answer was concise and to the point. The fat man looked thoughtful and whispered, Viscount Lin Wei, I actually have a rare item that I was going to send to the auction house. But since you're here, why don't you go and take a look? I promise you won't be disappointed. Lin Wei became interested. What race? The fat man gave an expression that every man understood. Succubus. Chapter 27, A Time Traveler. Lin Wei swore that he had not followed the fat man just because he was greedy for the succubus's body. Mainly because of my interest in this race that once appeared in large numbers in Blue Star Entertainment Works. Following the fat man's footsteps, Lin Wei soon arrived at the room where the succubus was imprisoned. There are 5 succubi locked up here, each in a separate cage. For female succubi and 1 male succubus. These races have small wings and a round black tail on their backs and live in the eastern continent far away from Nolans. In fact, there are quite a few succubi, and they have their own country and system in the east continent. However, there are very few interactions with Nolans, so Nolans, which are relatively rare in the northern continent, have become a luxury. The average stats of these succubi are not low. The bravery and strategy values are both around 40 or 50, but there is no special talent. At first glance, Lin Wei was a little disappointed. Until his eyes fell on the last succubus, his pupils contracted. But he quickly adjusted his mood and avoided losing his composure. Betty. Bravery, 23, abnormal. Strategy, 182, abnormal. Favorability, 0. Special talents, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Slayer, Queen, Traveler. Rating S. Lin Wei's first reaction was that there was something wrong with his eyes. The stats of this comatose succubus are too abnormal. Even if it falls into an abnormal state, the evaluation is still S level. It was the first time that Lin Wei saw an S level. And what is that terrifying special talent? These 4 special talents are a bit too exaggerated, right? especially the last one, which made Lin Wei's heart tremble. The time traveler. Is she also from Blue Star? Such an absurd thought suddenly arose in Lin Wei's mind. He suppressed the surging waves in his heart. Pretending to be calm, he asked, "What's the price of these succubi?" When the fat man heard Lin Wei asking about the price, he immediately smiled. A female succubus is sold for 10,000 Norlands gold coins, while a male succubus is sold for 12,000. You know, the succubus is in the faraway East Continent, and these ones look great, so they'll be very expensive. Especially the succubus in the 5th cage. You can see she's really beautiful. But she often falls into this coma. I don't know if she has some disease, so I recommend buying the other 3. The fat man told Lin Wei the reason very sincerely. He didn't want Lin Wei to come back and cause trouble for him after buying it. That's her. Lin Wei pointed at the unconscious Bai Di. Only Bai Di is worth so many gold coins. No other succubus is qualified. Okay, Your Excellency, I will have her sent to your manor right away. The fat man was not worried that Lin Wei would default on his debt. This newly promoted viscount, whose reputation is at its peak, will certainly cherish his reputation more than anyone else. Of course, Lin Wei had no intention of defaulting on his debt, although it was a bit painful to spend tens of thousands of gold coins. He thought the fat guy might give him a discount, but in the end he got nothing less. Lin Wei stretched out after walking out of the slave chamber of commerce. This trip actually yielded nothing except Betty. It seems that it is not easy to find subordinates with high stats among the slaves. Lin Wei no longer cares much about those with mediocre numbers. If the value is not high enough, it still depends on whether the special talent is attractive enough to Lin Wei. Perhaps I should take another look around His Majesty's Knights of the Reserve? Apart from anything else, those in His Majesty's Knights are all young talents for basic officers and are absolutely elite. However, it is not easy to obtain rewards from His Majesty the King. Lin Wei did not return to the manor directly, but went to the church to find a pastor. Although I don't know what's going on with Betty's abnormality, but what the priest is best at is dispelling and healing. Lin Wei has actually always wanted to recruit a pastor, but no pastor has been willing to recommend himself. These special soldiers, who can heal soldiers with magic essence, are as rare as magicians. It is also something that can be encountered but not sought after. Of course, there is a way to gain the loyalty of a pastor. For example, if you give the archbishop some financial support and help build a church, the archbishop will definitely be happy to send some lovely priestesses to help Baron Lin Wei. However, building a church would cost at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins, which was beyond Lin Wei's ability to afford at the moment. Apart from the priests under the archbishop, only some wild priests can be found in the Adventurers Guild. But Lin Wei plans to find time to go again. Now I have to go back and start recruiting territory militia. Recruiting militia is also an opportunity. Maybe Lin Wei can find a suitable talent to train among them. The news that Lin Wei was recruiting militia spread quickly. After hearing that Lin Wei would give each person a silver coin as enlistment fee, many young and strong men were eager to try. There was no way around it. Lin Wei was already very famous. Seeing the fully armed soldiers under Lin Wei, isn't this much better than being cannon fodder in leather armor under other lords? Lin Wei also said that anyone who became a militiaman would at least have bran cakes to eat. For the poor who have to deal with black bread all year round, bran bread is a luxury. Not to mention that Lin Wei also promised enlistment fees. In just one afternoon, Lin Wei recruited about 1,000 subjects. These strong and energetic young people will be a great help to Lin Wei in the future. Among them, there were 2 people with good stats who were specially noted by him. Action. Bravery, 67. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 70. Special talents, Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery. Anklo. Bravery, 65. Strategy, 70. Loyalty, 70. Special talents, Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery. The 2 brothers were both from farming and hunting backgrounds. They were famous sharpshooters in the village and always returned with a full load after hunting. In fact, hunters can live a good life as long as they can hunt prey. The 2 brothers working together can hunt medium-sized creatures such as deer. The reason why he joined Lin Wei's guards was because he had heard of Lin Wei's reputation. Nolands is a martial country. Since Lin Wei has such a reputation, naturally more subjects are willing to serve him. In addition, after close contact, they discovered that this viscount was very generous and provided military pay and rations far more than other nobles. They became even more certain that they would have a bright future following Lin Wei. Lin Wei arranged these new recruits in the large open space behind the manor. That was the place where the Earl used to train new soldiers, and there were many built houses that could accommodate more than 3,000 soldiers. Lin Wei directly promoted Uxin and Ank Luo to team leaders and asked them to get up and run in the morning every day. Of course, Lin Wei doesn't know how to train soldiers, so Lin Wei will ask Norrell to come and help with training for 2 days. However, Norrell's coming here means that there is no one in charge in Luiska County. But for now, there is still peace and there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 28, I have to accept it if it's a free gift. Betty still had a terrible headache when she woke up. The surroundings are unfamiliar with the decoration. Several unknown calligraphy and paintings are hung on the wall as decoration. There is a table with a pot of green plants at the head of the bed. It seemed that she had come to the home of a nobleman in Norlands. It was probably this noble who bought her from the slave trader. The severe side effects of the curse still affected her body. The rebellion of the Elders' Council and her confidants nearly cost her life. She was displaced all the way and barely escaped to the northern continent. After escaping from the royal city, Baidi no longer had the demeanor of a queen. She used some magic that could cause a person's cognitive state to be distorted so that she wouldn't be deprived of her innocence while she was unconscious. This little magic can make anyone below the rank of Grand Magister suffer from temporary amnesia when he wants to harm her and forget what he just wanted to do. Are you awake? Elialu placed the tea on the table and smiled gently. Betty looked around with an expressionless face. As the queen of the Succubus clan, she has been in a high position for a long time, and she unconsciously reveals this kind of coldness that keeps people at a distance. Where is this? New Lewis card collar. Elialu was called by Lin Wei. The new head maid has been selected, and Elialu has more free time. The little succubus that Lin Wei bought was in a coma for a whole week. Even the priests we invited were helpless. Fortunately, although Betty has been in a coma, her physical condition is gradually improving. Of course, Baidi understood why her body was slowly getting better. She had signed a symbiotic contract with a powerful frost dragon. The dragon's powerful recovery ability will help her slowly eliminate the curse in her body. Once she has removed the curse, she will personally send those traitors to the gallows. Are you hungry? Elialu's kind words made Betty nod subconsciously. After lying down for so long, I really need to eat to replenish some energy. Soon, another maid brought up food. A large bowl of potato soup, a bowl of stew with meat and vegetables, and a few pieces of white bread. It's luxurious and very much like Nolan's. This was specially prepared by Lin Wei for Baidi, even though they couldn't usually eat such good food. There's no way around it. A mix of meat and vegetables is a luxury. Now Lin Wei can't bear to eat it every day. However, in order to help the queen replenish her body and improve her favorability, Lin Wei was not stingy. Even the knowledgeable Baidi knew that the food in front of her was of super standard configuration. Even with her experience of living in this world for more than 300 years, she still couldn't understand it. At least in the eyes of this nobleman whom he had never met, she was probably just a bought slave. What are the human race like, and what are the nobles like? Baidi, who has lived on this land for more than 300 years, feels that no one knows their ugliness better than her. But no one can resist food. She was not afraid that the noble had added something strange to the food, as the magic that hindered cognition was still in effect. Norrell handed over the training methods to Uxin and Ankro. These two new recruits promoted by Lin Wei do have strong learning abilities. This made Norrell admire Lin Wei's vision. Lin Wei can always find promising talents among the vast crowd. After completing the task, he must quickly return to Luka. The training of thousands of soldiers soon got on track. In addition to basic chopping and stabbing movements, Lin Wei also encouraged them to practice fighting each other with wooden swords, which could greatly improve their ability to respond on the battlefield. Noller also brought 1,000 brand new swords, all of which were made by Biglin. As for the armor, Lin Wei planned to buy it directly from the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Although Biglin can also make iron armor, it is very time-consuming to create a full-body armor. It is better to use this time to create 2 more long swords and sell them. But gold coins are becoming scarce again right now. After all, Biglin's power alone is limited. If he wants to arm a strong team, that little income is not enough. The tax revenue in the territory is not high, and after maintaining basic expenses, only a few hundred gold coins are left each month. This amount of gold coins is just a drop in the bucket for Lin Wei. He had to find some other way to make money. He wanted a heavy cavalry regiment, a magician guard, and if possible, he also wanted to train a Griffin cavalry regiment. But even Zeluk 13 only had a few thousand Griffin cavalry regiments besides the Royal Knights. This is definitely Nolan's trump card. If it weren't for an important battle, we wouldn't even see them appear. Master, the succubus lady has woken up. There was a sound of footsteps, and Elialu was already behind him. Take good care of her. Lin Wei nodded, although he was very interested in this time traveler. But it was obvious that he had more important things to deal with right now. Earl of Faros had just come to visit, and he had not yet received him. Although Lin Wei had only met Earl Pharaohs twice during the autumn expedition, he didn't know why the other party came to visit him. Lin Wei couldn't neglect him either. After all, the other party is an earl, and he is only a viscount now. Respected Earl Pharaohs, it's a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, His Excellency Viscount Lin Wei. Pharaohs greeted Lin Wei with a smile, not showing any anger at all for having to wait for Lin Wei for half an hour longer. Pharaohs looked at Lin Wei quietly, as if trying to find out whether Lin Wei and Alia really had any relationship. But Lin Wei doesn't seem to have elven blood. Although his blonde hair is different from Nolan's mainstream hair color, blonde hair is not uncommon. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Earl Pharaohs said directly, "It is like this, Viscount Lin Wei. I do have something to cooperate with you on this occasion." When Lin Wei heard about cooperation, he immediately became interested. This should be the purpose of the other party's visit. I hope to establish good trade relations with the new Lewis territory. Please allow my caravan to come here to do business. Open up trade routes. Although it is understandable, there is no need to visit in person. Earl Pharaohs' territory is close to the royal city. Isn't the market there better? Although New Lewiska territory is relatively rich, it is close to the orcs after all, and there will be more accidents at such a long distance. What on earth does this Earl of Pharaohs want? Before Lin Wei could figure out the key point, Earl Pharaohs said, "If you agree, the 300 northern horses I brought with me will serve as a testimony of our friendship." 300 northern horses. 300 gold coins per horse means 90,000 gold coins. Such a generous gift made Lin Wei almost think that he was the other party's illegitimate child. This is totally unreasonable, isn't it? Does it always feel like the other party is rushing to give him a gift? Seeing that Lin Wei was a little confused, he added, "Miss Siluka has been tutoring my daughter in magic. It's also a way of thanking Miss Silka for her help lately. Please don't refuse, Viscount Lin Wei." I didn't want to say it, but Pharaohs felt that if he didn't say it, these 300 northern horses might not be delivered. Hearing Zaluka, Lin Wei suddenly understood. It turned out that the person in front of him knew about his relationship with Zaluka, rushing here to bring benefits. Giving it to him would be like pleasing Silka and Alia. That's what I said. How could these nobles give me benefits for no reason? Lin Wei understood. Chapter 29 Winter. After seeing off Earl Pharaohs, the two had a pleasant conversation. In fact, logically speaking, Lin Wei should not get too close to the left-wing aristocrats. After all, although the left is the only dominant force now, once you have any connection with the left, everyone will prosper. This rebellion by the two right-wing dukes directly led to a right-wing purge. Even the rightists who did not participate in the rebellion were implicated or marginalized. If one day the leftists become too desperate and join them, Lin Wei would be in big trouble. However, it seemed that Pharaohs came here simply to make friends with Lin Wei. He did not extend an invitation to Lin Wei like Weiss, the president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, did. Rather than representing the left, it would be more accurate to say that Pharaohs is doing it for himself. But now that these 300 northern horses were in his hands, there was naturally no possibility of returning them. It is not excessive at all for a guard corps of 1,000 men to form a heavy cavalry of 300 men. Even a team of 1,000 people is still too small for earldom. At least 5,000 soldiers must be stationed to barely meet the standards of an earl. There is still a shortage of soldiers, but Lin Wei is not in a hurry. The main reason is that he hasn't figured out how to earn gold coins. Bai Di seemed to be more beautiful than Lin Wei had imagined. When Lin Wei walked into the room, Bai Di was browsing Lin Wei's collection of books. The sunlight shines through the windowsill onto her flaxen hair, and through the sunlight you can see some of the fine hairs on the girl's face. She had two small black wings about the size of two palms growing on her back. She had no horns, but her round black tail was shaking in a strange rhythm. Occasionally it curls up, and occasionally it swings from side to side, as if indicating the mood of the owner of the tail. She wore a slave collar around her neck, but she could actually take it off at any time and it wouldn't affect her at all. A slave collar is simply not capable of restraining a person whose strength has reached that of a grand mage. However, if she didn't wear the slave collar, it might cause unnecessary trouble, so Betty didn't care about this tiny decoration. Hello. In fact, Bai Di had already noticed Lin Wei coming in, but she pretended not to notice, wanting to see how Lin Wei would react. She was holding Lin Wei's Lance of the Grey Forest in her hand, but Lin Wei pretended not to see it. Hello, Viscount Lin Wei. Bai Di didn't call him master, and Lin Wei didn't care. Although he could see Bai Di's panel, Lin Wei found it a bit strange that Bai Di had no loyalty, but only favorability. I think of a girl with a very elastic touch, but she doesn't even have any favorability. This is my favorite book. What do you think? Lin Wei talked to her normally, which surprised Bai Di. She thought that this noble would teach her a lesson when he heard that she didn't call Lin Wei master. I didn't expect the other party to not care at all. I find it very interesting that although human lifespan is short, we can always create works that will amaze people. Betty casually put the book back in its place and stretched lightly. Being a slave, she has no awareness of being a slave. Although Bai Di has traveled to this world for more than 300 years, she still retains many habits of Blue Star. Bai Di's every word and action reveals a sense of laziness and nobility. Lin Wei didn't say anything either. He knew clearly in his heart that the person in front of him was the queen. There are also talents such as dragon tamers and dragon slayers. Of course, Lin Wei would not choose to offend the other party. As long as you like it, you can make this your home. Lin Wei smiled, waved, and left. He didn't say anything more to Betty. A proper chat was enough. The main thing is to have a sense of presence, and then slowly uncover the secrets of the other person. He hasn't figured out how to improve the panel's favorability yet, and it's not a big deal after all. Bai Di didn't smile until Lin Wei left. This nobleman did seem a bit eccentric, as he could actually have such a peaceful conversation with a slave. Bai Di thought that if Lin Wei had any thoughts about her, he should just leave. But Lin Wei just chatted with her normally, and won a lot of her favor. So when Lin Wei left, he didn't notice that Bai Di's favorability towards him had increased by 5 points. In that case, just rest assured and wait until the curse disappears completely. Winter is coming. The gloomy sky was already filled with snowflakes the size of salt grains. Lin Wei must store more food before the heavy snow covers the ground. New Orleans is hot in the summer, but also very cold in the winter, with heavy snow often blocking all roads for months. The nobles were fine, but ordinary farmers would probably not survive the winter if they did not store enough food in the autumn. Hunters became the most popular profession at this time, because there was never a shortage of small mammals such as hares and rats in the snow-covered jungle. A lucky hunter could hunt a deer, which could be sold for 3 gold coins. If the deerskin is intact, the price will be higher. When he was in Luisca, Lin Wei had never considered the life of a farmer because there were no orchards or dry fields. But since he has become the new owner of this territory, he must of course do his bit for those people who cannot survive the winter. He asked the housekeeper to post a notice that anyone willing to work on the farm in winter would receive food and wages. The daily reward was 3 copper coins and 3 full meals. This is enough to attract all farmers. Of course, there was work to do on the manor, such as feeding horses, clearing snow, and helping the manor's cooks prepare food for thousands of new soldiers. These things should have been done by the maid. Even if more than 50 maids worked from morning till night, it would be difficult to finish these tasks. But Lin Wei didn't. He only let the maids be responsible for cleaning within the castle. Compared to Count St. Martin, who used to let them do everything, Lin Wei was like an angel. The maids were grateful and naturally more loyal to Lin Wei. In fact, it is not impossible to ask a few serfs to help with these things. But Lin Wei didn't want any of his subjects to starve to death in his jurisdiction this winter. However, he didn't want the farmers who received assistance to think that the food was provided by Lin Wei for free, so he came up with a compromise. I want to expand my territory and recruit more soldiers next year. In addition to a reputation for bravery, a reputation for benevolence is naturally also important. Almost no nobles would pity the lower-class peasants. Most nobles would exploit them to get the last bit of value out of them. Influenced by Blue Star education, even if you become a person of a higher class, Lin Wei is definitely still very different from those native-born nobles. Chapter 30, Some Ordinary Daily Life. The heavy snow that arrived as expected covered the new Louis Cardinal in white. Outside the manor, the sounds of children playing mixed with the smoke from cooking fires was the homely atmosphere that Lin Wei had been looking forward to. The snow is quite thick, but not so thick that we can't travel. This is just the first snowfall overnight. In another month or 2, the accumulated snow will make it difficult for the people to travel. The long winter lasts for more than 4 months. Lin Wei's long boots made a crunching sound as he stepped on the snow. Leaving a mark on this pure white snow made Lin Wei feel happy. The maids had already started clearing the snow in front of the door, and Lin Wei walked out of the castle. "Master, your cloak." Elialu, whose pretty face was slightly red due to the cold, tied a dark gray cloak for Lin Wei. In such weather, Elialu was obviously still wearing a maid's clothes, but the heavy coat had already covered Elialu's enchanting figure. Lin Wei felt a little lost when he couldn't see her shiny calves and flat belly. Although winter has just begun, farmers have already come to work on Lin Wei's estate. After arriving at the manor where the new recruits were training, Lin Wei looked at the soldiers who were training hard with some satisfaction. The basic values of these soldiers are actually not too low, because most of them are young and middle-aged, and their combat power values are generally around 30. After training, These soldiers can reach at least 50. After all, many of Lin Wei's guards were middle-aged, so their numbers were definitely worse than these strong young men. Uxin and Ankro worked particularly hard. Because he was promoted to team leader by Lin Wei, as long as he performs well enough in the future, it is almost certain that he will become a knight. Many soldiers also saw Lin Wei coming over for inspection. Everyone has a rosy face and trains hard. Lin Wei got all the silver coins and bran cakes he promised. These good guys can only eat black bread made from wheat at home. You can actually enjoy better food here. So they were very satisfied and did not slack off in training. Climbing up the city wall, several guards saluted Lin Wei. Master, these guards are the first batch of veterans trained by Noller. Most of them are middle-aged, but they do not have the slickness of veterans. Instead, they are full of energy. They followed Lin Wei to participate in the battle to capture the royal family, and admired the master's decision-making ability from the bottom of their hearts. This admiration was even more than a deification, making them feel that they would definitely win if they followed Lin Wei. If it weren't for Lin Wei, how could they have obtained such good weapons and equipment? Are you enjoying the admiring looks from the new recruits? Especially when they changed shifts and went to the tavern to rest and drink, the people's eyes that listened with relish satisfied their vanity. Outside the city wall was a vast expanse of white snow. In the distance, in a patch of low jungle, were the huts of some of the territory's hunters. Beyond that is a wide river. The river is fast-flowing and there are piranhas, which form a natural barrier. Across the river is the territory of the Orc tribe. The Orcs have not moved for a long time. In the past, the Achuo tribe would often use their canoes to cross the turbulent river to cause trouble for the new Louisa territory. But in the past 10 years, these Orcs seem to have disappeared. This gave Lin Wei a bad feeling. The calmer the sea surface, the more likely it is that there is a violent storm hidden beneath it. Congratulations, Zaluka. You are now officially a high-level magician. Instead, Landini smiled and handed the badge symbolizing a high-level magician to Zaluka. Zaluka was the one who got the snow at the end of summer, and not long after winter came. He had already obtained the high-level magician badge. Should I say that she is worthy of being a student favored by Lady Alia? Zaluka achieved a height that an ordinary person could not reach in his entire life in such a short time. Even the most powerful magician in the legend does not have such a fast speed. Countless people with some talent can only linger as intermediate magicians throughout their lives. Thank you, Teacher Lanne. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to meet the teacher. Zaluka was sincerely grateful to Landini for giving her this opportunity. Of course, there are many benefits to being Alia's student. For example, she can browse the books in the Magic Academy at will, and she can also learn many almost lost magics from Alia. Zaluka, you are really talented. I think you will definitely become the youngest Grand Mage on this continent. Zaluka just smiled, compared to the distant Great Magician. After becoming a senior magician, she also had the opportunity to return to Lin Wei. The teacher promised her a week's vacation, but I can't go back until next spring. Now Nolan's is covered with snow and carriages can no longer pass through. I have also privately asked the teacher if he has teleportation magic. Alia just knocked her head and told her not to be curious about these forbidden magics. Just as Zaluka was about to return to her room to continue reading the magic book, a voice that made her feel unpleasant rang out. Miss Zaluka, I finally see you. You are as beautiful as a rose blooming in a garden. Just one look and I was hooked. A young man with golden hair and dressed in royal clothes was madly expressing his love to Zaluka. He is also a student at the Magic Academy. After Zaluka's rise to power, he became madly infatuated with Zaluka. Confess your love to Zaluka in front of all the students in the school. Then I was ruthlessly rejected. Although it is actually a shame for the royal family for a royal family member to propose to a cat girl. But considering Zaluka's unparalleled talent and Alia behind her, Ziluk 13 turned a blind eye to this matter. He's just a little prince anyway. Zaluka showed a look of disgust. She had been harassed by this suddenly appearing prince for some time. She had rejected him many times. But he was like a sticky candy that couldn't be shaken off, always finding ways to create an accidental encounter with Zaluka. Your Highness Michelle, I think I've already told you that I only want to study magic seriously right now. I don't have any other thoughts for the time being. Of course, Zaluka did have some thoughts in this regard. I have no such thoughts about Marshall. Who among these greasy nobles and royals would even give her a second glance before she showed her talent? Only Lin Wei gave her a ray of light when she was at her lowest and most helpless. She has made up her mind to stay with Lin Wei forever. Oh, Miss Zaluka, your voice is still so beautiful. It doesn't matter. You don't accept me because you don't know me well enough. I will come again next time. Please give my regards to Duke Alia. Michelle didn't continue to pester him. He could only impress Zaluka and would never dare to use any tough measures. Because his father, King Zeluk XIII, has warned him more than once that he must never offend Duke Alia. Of course, Michel would not touch this bad luck. In addition, he is quite confident about his appearance and family background. For a girl like Zaluka who has not yet fallen in love, as long as he pursues it persistently, sooner or later, Zaluka will be moved by his sincerity. In order to take over his brother's position, Zaluka is an indispensable force. Chapter 31, Let's go find the master together. Greetings, Viscount Lin Wei. Lin Wei, who had just come down from the city wall, was originally preparing to go back to handle government affairs. The political officer is already looking for a new candidate. However, Lin Wei must choose someone with high loyalty. So when Nelancel came to find him, he was still a little surprised. Perhaps the magician Narancel is also a good choice? What's wrong? Narancel has been in the territory for some time. He usually studies magic in his room. Oh, nothing, just a little too boring. There were no magic books for Lin Wei to study in his territory, and apart from daily meditation, there seemed to be nothing else to do. He did feel a little bored. But this is exactly what Lin Wei wants. Nelancel, are you interested in being a political official? Of course, the reward will definitely not be small. Nelancel was a little surprised to hear that Lin Wei wanted to give him the job of political officer. But he still shook his head. I'm just studying magic, and I really don't have much interest in government affairs. Master, I can also train a magician apprentice for you. If there's a suitable person, Lin Wei suddenly realized. However, if you want to learn magic, your strategy value must not be low, and it is best to have special talents. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make significant progress in the field of magic, and more resources and time would naturally be spent. Lin Wei nodded, agreeing. It is true that a magician can be trained better by oneself, but it will cost more gold coins and time accordingly. There is no better way to make money at the moment, which gives Lin Wei a headache. He was not so lucky to recruit another blacksmith as good as Biglin. Biglin is the successor of the Forge of Courage and is a blacksmith with special affixes. The ironware made by ordinary dwarves is naturally much inferior to that of Biglin. Winter is more difficult to endure than Lin Wei had imagined. Lin Wei thought that providing work to the farmers would be enough for them to survive the cold winter, but what he didn't expect was that the food in the castle was running out. It is getting colder now, and it will take more than a month before the ice and snow show signs of melting. This is not good news. So the loyal steward suggested to Lin Wei that they should let the farmers fend for themselves. If it weren't for these farmers, the food in the Lord's mansion would be enough for Lin Wei to survive for dozens more winters. When the family of Count St. Martin was massacred, almost everything in the castle was taken away by the guards sent by the king. Even the warehouse was in a mess. Only some worthless works of art were left. Of course, he could ignore the lives of these farmers at any time. However, he has already established himself as a brave and benevolent person, and being so capricious will only reduce the confidence of his subjects in him. Either don't do it in the beginning, or do it to the end. Quitting halfway through is the worst possible outcome. Lin Wei frowned. But he soon came up with a solution. Hunting. There are many animals in the snow-covered jungle, including many hares, long-eared mice, and reindeer. Letting soldiers equipped with longbows go hunting in the woods is also a way to train them. Normally, there are only dozens of hunters in the village. With the addition of Lin Wei's 1,000 soldiers, I'm afraid the prey in the jungle will be greatly reduced. For a long time to come, hunters who rely on the jungle for their livelihood will probably have a relatively difficult time. Of course, Lin Wei would not compensate the hunters for this, because hunters have always been a group of people in the territory that is richer than farmers and miners. This year is the first winter in New Luiska territory. Lin Wei will be well prepared next year, and such a thing will definitely not happen again. After this winter, a spring breeze blows away the melted snow. Lin Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Only when all the prey in the forest was almost hunted did he barely keep his promise. Looks like I need to plant or buy more wheat. Wheat is the main raw material for making bread. Also great for bulk storage. After a long winter of training, the two young men, Ukshin and Ankro, have both made considerable progress. Ukshin, bravery, 79. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 80. Special talents, eagle eyes, bow mastery. Anklo, bravery, 75. Strategy, 70. Loyalty, 80. Special talents, eagle eyes, bow mastery. The bravery that was originally only in its 60s has now reached over 70. Although there is still a certain gap between him and Norrell, compared with the reserve knights of the Kingdom Knights, it is also an upper-middle level. The guards, who had been training intensively throughout the winter, were now about 40 years old. He is now able to freely swing the long sword made by Biglin. 300 of them received equestrian training, and 300 of the 1,000 soldiers were trained as cavalry. It's a pity that there are no bandits nearby, otherwise Lin Wei could have let them conduct practical training. Only soldiers who have seen blood can be considered qualified soldiers. Zaluka was obviously very happy when he returned to Luca's territory. As soon as the ice and snow melted, she got on the carriage led by Lu Yika. She is already a high-level magician and has her own wizard robe and wand. These were gifts given to her by Alia. She was accompanied by several guards, elite troops specially arranged by Arya for her. However, if there are really some ignorant bandits who want to cause trouble for Zaluka, they will probably be greeted by Zaluka's fireball technique. A high-level magician is enough to replace hundreds of well-armored elite soldiers on the front battlefield. Of course, this is assuming there are no anti-magic weapons. However, Zaluka's carriage did not carry Lin Wei's family emblem. This was also specially arranged by Alia. Even if Zaluka returned home, he could not let others know that he was a magician of the Lin Wei family, because this would bring unnecessary trouble to Lin Wei. Once you enter Lewis Cardinal, you will naturally be subject to inspection and questioning. Facing the soldiers led by Luiska, Zaluka could take out his knight badge. This was given to her by Lin Wei. Seeing that it was Lewis Cardinal's family emblem, the soldiers quickly let him pass. In Shiona, when Zaluka returned home, he gave Ankiyuna a big surprise. The long-awaited reunion of the two cat girls made Shiona's eyes a little sore. Zaluka, you've changed a lot. During the time he studied in the royal city, Zaluka's temperament did change a lot. Although she is still that gentle and soft girl. But there was no trace of inferiority and cowardice between his brows. This made Shiona happy for Zaluka from the bottom of her heart. Where's the master? Zaluka looked towards the place where Lin Wei used to live. At this time, Noril also walked in from the door. Don't you know that the master is a new Luisgar? Zaluka suddenly realized. Yes, Lin Wei is no longer that little baron. As a viscount, it was normal for him to be in a new territory. But it took more than a day to get here from the royal city. If I go to New Luisgard again, I won't have much time left to spend with Lin Wei. Thinking of this, she took in Shiona's hand and said, let's go find the master together. Chapter 32. Is this the wealth a viscount should have? Your Highness Michelle, Miss Zaluka has left the royal city. A guard is reporting Zaluka's itinerary to Michelle. Zaluka left the royal city? Michelle suddenly perked up. Zaluka actually left the royal city? Where did she go? Your Highness, I don't know. They went south. You know, Miss Silka is a high-level magician. If we follow her, we will definitely be discovered. Michelle scowled. But it doesn't matter. Since we know that Zaluka went south, we can just ask the nobles living in the south whether Zaluka passed by their place. I understand. You go down first. The guards bowed and then retreated. A dog-headed orc who had been in Marshall's palace finally spoke up. Your Highness Michelle, who is Zaluka? Michelle said indifferently. Who is Zaluka? He has nothing to do with the Monled priest. Monred grinned, revealing several sharp fangs, and said, of course, dear Prince Michel. As long as you open the gate of Blackstone Castle in the south, I promise that this will be a pleasant cooperation. By then, all the dog-headed men who have entered the royal city will become your strongest force. When you become the king of Norlands, will you still be afraid of not having women? By then, Miss Zaluka will also obediently become your woman, right? Monard's tone was not very good. Even though he used honorifics, Michelle could still sense the contempt in his tone. Monred put on his cloak and walked towards the door. Next April, we will cross the Rema River and capture Fort St. Martin in one fell swoop. Michelle didn't say anything, but just watched the orcs leave silently. As the third prince, it was impossible for him to compete with his elder brother for the throne. His father, King Zeluk XIII, had already determined his future king status. If you want to reshuffle the cards, you can only create greater chaos. It was he who instigated the rebellion of the right-wing nobles in the past and helped the kingdom of Rema. But I didn't expect that Zeluk XIII was so lucky and didn't die. The Orc Kingdom can only wait until next year to have another chance. Not only that, the two uncles who were originally loyal to him were also purged by Zeluk XIII this time. The voice of his mother, who had originally supported him, also changed. Fortunately, his greedy father asked for the forest and plains of the Rema Kingdom. In order to completely occupy the plain and forest, Zeluk XIII would have to send out at least 100,000 guards. He only needs to become the lord of that territory by inheriting the title of Blackrock Castle, show weakness to the enemy, and then cooperate with the orcs from inside and outside. The Achuo tribe can reach the royal city in an instant. I'm afraid that his incompetent elder brother and damn father will not be able to react in time. Blackstone Castle is the largest fortress in Lin Weishin's territory. It was originally built as a solid city defense to fight against the orcs. Blackrock Keep is comparable in size to Fort George and Rima, and as long as Blackrock Keep exists, the orcs will find it impossible to come to the royal city. Although many viscounts and barons have been granted outside Blackrock Castle due to development in recent years, the royal city will never be in any danger as long as this hinterland is not lost. Of course, he did not take those fiefdoms and barons seriously. He didn't think that apart from Blackrock Castle, there were other nobles who could stop the orc army. Bai Di enjoyed a very comfortable life in Lin Wei's territory. Quiet and comfortable. It even made Bai Di feel a little obsessed. Lin Wei rarely appeared in front of her. He focused more on training soldiers and handling government affairs, to the point that Bai Di wondered if she had been forgotten by Lin Wei. But Lin Wei would ask the chef to remember what he liked to eat. For example, don't add salt to potato soup. White bread is toasted to be fluffier. In fact, the food in Luisco was really ordinary, and Betty, as the queen, had enjoyed more delicious food. There are even many rare monsters that are often placed on her dining table. But no matter what, Lin Wei always gave her a relatively comfortable place. She will accept Lin Wei's kindness. Although she didn't say anything now, when Lin Wei is really in danger, she will help Lin Wei through the difficulties. After living here for a long time, I naturally became familiar with some people. For example, Elialu, who always wants to drag her to cook delicious food together. Brother Akshin stuttered and was speechless when he saw her. There is also a reclusive half-elf wizard named Narancel. And the two little cat girls I met for the first time today. She was deeply impressed by the powerful magic of one of the cat girls. This young-looking little cat girl is actually a high-level magician? I always thought that Lin Wei was just an ordinary viscount. It was quite good for a viscount to have a junior magician serving him. But he not only has a senior magician stationed in the territory, he even made friends with a genius magician. Does that seem like a pretty good relationship? Zaluka was hugging Lin Wei's arm at this moment, and from time to time, he touched her plump breasts that had not yet fully developed. But Zaluka didn't seem to care at all, and Lin Wei even had reason to suspect that she did it on purpose. Elialu, who was standing by, didn't notice it. She hadn't seen Incheona for a whole winter, so she naturally missed her very much. As for Zaluka, it had been an even longer time since they last saw each other, so much so that Elialu felt a little strange. Zaluka, are you happy at the Magic Academy? In fact, Lin Wei wanted to ask her if she had been bullied. But when she remembered that Duke Alia was her teacher, she changed the way she asked. Happy. But I'm not as happy as staying with my master. Zaluka's little tail would unconsciously wrap around Lin Wei's calf, and then gently let go, as if expressing his longing for Lin Wei after a long separation. And Zaluka's panel also caught Lin Wei's eyes at this moment. West Luca. Bravery, 10. Strategy, 168. Rating S. Favorability, 100. Special talents, Magic Affinity, Wisdom Blessing, Knowledgeable, Advanced Magician. Compared with the previous strategy of just over 100, it has now reached a rather exaggerated level. The evaluation even became S. But why did this loyalty become favorability? Lin Wei was a little confused. The favorability level of 100 made him understand why Zaluka acted so close to him. He was apparently quite normal when he left, so what strange knowledge did he learn in the capital? Lin Wei had no idea about Zaluka. Letting her go to the royal city to study, paying her tuition, and winning people's hearts were all his means to make Zaluka loyal to him. But for some reason, things always develop in strange directions. To be honest, Lin Wei doesn't think he is a good person. On the contrary, he is selfish. He bought Zaluka from the slave trader with the intention of taking advantage of him. If Zaluka didn't have such a good talent, he would probably live in darkness forever. Just as many chaotic thoughts were running through his mind, Zaluka suddenly said, "Master, this is..." Betty, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't expect that she would be called out suddenly. But she wasn't nervous at all. Instead, she said calmly, "Ms. Zaluka, my name is Bai Di." He was a slave bought by Viscount Lin Wei. "Hello, Miss Betty." Zaluka called Lin Wei master, and she already had some guesses in her mind. It is very likely that this little cat girl was also bought by Lin Wei. A purchased slave actually possessed such extraordinary talent? Betty's mind became more active. Speaking of which, these people around Lin Wei are all very extraordinary. It doesn't quite fit in with Bai Di's understanding of human nobility. Is this the wealth a Viscount should have? Chapter 33 Night Attack on Lin Wei's Soft Bed. Lin Wei had also considered the possibility of being attacked at night. After all, Xiao Zaluka has a criminal record. But it's okay for Zaluka. I don't know why Elialu also came to join in the fun today. The two of them held pillows and stood timidly in front of Lin Wei's door, looking pitiful. It seemed as if Lin Wei would become an unforgivable sinner if he refused their request. "Master, owner, Lin Wei rubbed his brows and said helplessly, "Can't sleep?" Zaluka nodded. "The wind is so strong outside." Zaluka is scared. A senior magician said the wind is strong, right? Isn't this excuse a bit too lame? How about we find a more reasonable reason? Lin Wei looked at Elialu, obviously wanting to see what excuse his little maid would come up with. I just want to relive the feeling of eating and sleeping with Master Lin Wei. Elialu and Lin Wei were born on the same day. The two grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Before the age of 5, Lin Wei even thought that this little maid was his older sister. It wasn't until she was 6 years old and Elialu put on a maid outfit that Lin Wei understood. It turned out that she was a personal maid that Baron Ryan had found for him since he was a child. However, Elialu hasn't slept with him since she was 10 years old. As Elialu gets older, her figure is getting better and better. Even Lin Wei, who was used to seeing beautiful women, had to admit it. Elialu and Silka are both super beauties who are in his strike zone. Okay, just this once. Lin Wei opened the door a crack. The girls immediately rushed into Lin Wei's room holding pillows. The wide bed was more than enough to accommodate the girls, but Lin Wei didn't like the feeling of sleeping in the same bed with others, because he doesn't know whether his sleeping posture is good or not. Of course, except for the beautiful girl's request. I sighed softly in my heart, but still fell asleep with a heavy heart. After Lin Wei's breathing became even, Zaluka quietly moved to Lin Wei's left side, stretched out her tender white hand, and interlocked her fingers with his. This cautious feeling, like a thief, made Zaluka's pretty face blush. Fortunately, Elialu seemed to have fallen asleep as well. This made the little cat girl feel a lot more relaxed. Although she wanted to do something else secretly, it would be difficult for her to do so with Elialu around. The familiar smell of Lin Wei made her feel at ease. Before I knew it, I fell asleep in a deep sleep. When Zaluka's breathing became even, the thief-like Elialu secretly gave Lin Wei a light kiss on the cheek. As if he felt it was not enough, he kissed her a few more times. Lin Wei had a nightmare last night. In the dream, my hands, feet, and neck were tied by a hairy demon, and it became difficult for me to breathe. Then it was as if I had fallen into the water, with my cheeks being rubbed by slippery little fish. So when the sunlight shone through the windowsill onto his face, he felt like he had survived a disaster. Neither Elialu nor Silka woke up. The sleeping postures of the two girls are really not very flattering. Lin Wei carefully moved the calves and hands that were resting on him away, and then stood up. The head maid was already waiting in the hall. She had prepared breakfast for Lin Wei, Zaluka, and the others. Breakfast was a large loaf of toasted white bread with jam. Baidi and Ankiyuna were already at the table. And Shiona was fine. She was just eating by herself. Baidi looked at Lin Wei with a rather strange look, as if she was meeting her for the first time. Until everyone saw Zaluka and Elialu coming out of Lin Wei's room. The head maid didn't say a word, and Shiona widened her eyes. But Betty was much calmer at this moment, as if this was the appearance of the human nobles she was familiar with. Lin Wei smiled awkwardly and pulled out a chair for himself and sat down. He also didn't want to explain that nothing happened last night. Even if it really happened, so what? I'm a noble. What's wrong with sleeping with my own maid? Is that okay? After staying in New Luiska for 2 days, West Luiska had to go back. Because the vacation granted to her by the teacher has already expired, even if she takes it back from New Luiska now, she may still be 1 day late. Although I am very reluctant to leave, I can only wait until the next time we meet. When she returns, she must learn the magic of the mage as soon as possible and become a mage recognized by even her teacher. This way she could return to Lin Wei openly without having to worry about anyone else's feelings. Perhaps by that time, she might have the courage to express her feelings. Master, I'm leaving. Waving to Lin Wei, Zaluka and her guards set out on their journey back to the royal city. And Shiona was originally planning to go back to Louis Card to collect it, but Lin Wei asked her to stay. Because the 300 northern horses sent by Pharaohs are not obedient enough yet, they need someone who is good at animal training to teach them. And Shiona naturally would not refuse. Being able to help Lin Wei become stronger is also the prerequisite for her stable life. Master, the annual Eagle Gladiator Tournament is about to begin in a month. The loyal butler kindly reminded Lin Wei of this matter. Although he actually didn't think Lin Wei could get the Golden Eagle Gladiator badge. Because there will be a lot of people attending the event, it is a great honor to receive the Eagle badge. In addition to enjoying free shop services, you can also get discounts from most chambers of commerce. If someone holding a badge comes to Lin Wei's territory, those pubs and restaurants will be open to the badge holder for free. But people with badges rarely eat or drink for free. I see. Participants in the gladiatorial games could not be magicians and could only rely on their physical strength to gain glory. If we have to say who in Lin Wei has the best chance of participating, it would only be Noril. The badge that Lin Wei had traded to Zaluk 13 belonged to Edward, known as the kingdom's sword saint. His grandfather possessed great martial arts skills, but he still died in a battle. Therefore, it does not mean that if you are powerful enough, you can do whatever you want in this world. Even a great magician would be helpless in the face of a sufficiently large army. In addition to magic immune equipment, the magic power of the Grand Magister is also limited, and they cannot cast magic all the time. The only way to increase your magical power is to meditate every day to broaden your spiritual strength. The event is held once a year, so it doesn't matter if you don't attend. Anyway, the value of getting a badge is not as good as training a few more powerful soldiers. Only in this way can we have the possibility of survival in this era when war may break out at any time. Advocating personal force is probably not feasible in this era. After all, isn't even the most powerful creature on this continent, the dragon, often killed for glory? Although on the way to challenge the dragon, countless people who wanted to gain glory also died. Chapter 34. Things a noblewoman will never understand. When Federico saw Saluka's carriage coming out of New Louisa, he thought his eyes were blurring. After repeated confirmation, it was confirmed that the emblem on the carriage was indeed Duke Arias. Alia actually went to New Louis Cardinal? Is there any connection between the two? Considering that Lin Wei's originally shabby Louis card collar had developed to such a level, Fedra didn't believe that there was no one's help. But he never figured out who was helping Lin Wei. If it was this person, then all of Lin Wei's actions seem to make sense. With the support of a great mage duke, even if he is a pig, he will be able to take off. He secretly sighed at Lin Wei's good luck and felt deep regret for what he had done before. How come he didn't hear anything when he was on good terms with Baron Ryan? Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to sever his relationship with Lin Wei after Baron Ryan's death. However, he came to New Louis Card this time not to repair his relationship with Lin Wei by himself. Instead, he planned to let his daughter Lena do it. Lena can be considered as Lin Wei's childhood sweetheart. Because they had been engaged in the past, the daughter always wanted to marry Lin Wei when she was young and ignorant. Later, for some reason, he became much more restrained. When his daughter Lena heard that the engagement with Lin Wei did not need to be continued, she did not say a word. She just remained silent for a long time. Lena, when you get to New Louisca territory, you must build a good relationship with Viscount Lin Wei. After all, you two are childhood sweethearts. Viscount Lin Wei will definitely not miss you. No matter what, you were once his fiancée. Fedra added. After seeing the carriage with Arya's emblem coming out of Lin Wei's territory, he became more determined in his thoughts. We must find a way to make Lena Lin Wei's legal wife. Although Lin Wei is still a viscount, he owns an earldom. As long as he doesn't perform too badly, it is only a matter of time before he becomes an earl. If the Fedra family can get close to the earl and his daughter becomes a countess, then the Fedra family can be considered to have grown and prospered from under his own hands. When recording family history, his name must be mentioned prominently. Apart from anything else, he was confident enough about his daughter's pretty appearance. Lena didn't say anything. She looked out the window with a somewhat empty look in her eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to remember the afternoon many years ago when she played with Lin Wei. He protected Elialu behind him, and he felt like an unforgivable sinner. As a lady, isn't it natural for her to teach the maid a lesson? Actually, when I think about it now, it was probably because of the feeling of love deep in my heart. She couldn't understand why she was the fiancée. But Elialu can be closer to Lin Wei. She hasn't seen Lin Wei for a long time. When she learned that she didn't have to continue her engagement with Lin Wei, she felt relieved, but also felt like she was forever bound by an unbreakable shackle. Now that things have come to this, she has to rebuild her relationship with Lin Wei. She actually didn't want to take on the responsibility of the Fedra family. I understand, father. Lena opened the carriage door and walked towards Louisca. She didn't say much. There's nothing much to say. Anyway, she was just a bargaining chip in her father's hand that might have some weight. Lin Wei was handling government affairs in the territory, and his feather pen kept drawing beautiful lines as his wrist shook. A cup of black tea was placed on Lin Wei's table. Lin Wei put down his pen and looked at Elialu, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. So he asked with concern, "What's wrong, Elialu?" There was a rare hint of panic in Elialu's eyes. Before Elialu could answer, Lena's voice was heard at the door. "It's me, Lin Wei. Haven't seen you for a long time." Lena bowed and lifted her noble long skirt to ensure that she did not lose her composure at all. The light golden hair and familiar and handsome face made Lin Wei feel dazed. It's been a long time indeed. Lin Wei thought he would never see Lena again. "Why are you here?" Lin Wei's tone was cold, lacking the warmth of a childhood sweetheart reuniting. This attitude is even worse than treating strangers. "I just came to see my childhood sweetheart, okay?" After all, you are still my fiancé in name only. Neither the engagement between the two nor the subsequent unilateral cancellation of it by Baron Fedra was made public. After all, this is something that is quite hurtful to the noble's reputation. No, it hasn't been that long. Your father unilaterally destroyed the relationship between our two families. I don't think you knew that, right? Engagement? Seriously, Lena, if you're talking about childhood sweethearts, I can still talk to you. But if you're talking about fiancé, I'll have to ask you to leave. Lin Wei made a gesture for Lena to leave. If Lena dared to mention the word fiancé again, several guards would definitely come and ask her to leave Lin Wei's study. I'm sorry for my father's snobbery, Lin Wei. Lin Wei shook his head. You don't need to apologize. After all, you are just a tool for Baron Fedra's marriage. Didn't you dislike me when I was still the Baron's son? Lin Wei gave a self-deprecating smile. He will always remember that afternoon when Lena wanted to teach Elialu a lesson. He protected Elialu behind him, and the image of Elialu's panic-stricken look still lingers in his mind. In his heart, Elialu is not just a maid, but also a family member. In this world where he has nothing, Elialu is the only family member he recognizes. Whenever someone wants to hurt his family, that was his enemy. Lena noticed Elialu standing behind Lin Wei. Even Lena had to admit that Elialu was indeed a beauty. Even though she is the daughter of a baron, apart from this identity, she seems to have nothing that can compare to Elialu. She is not as beautiful as Elialu, nor as gentle as Elialu. That's great. You still dote on your maid. Lin Wei said coldly. If that's all you have to say, then you can leave now. Lena felt deeply disappointed. Even after so many years, Lin Wei hasn't changed at all. She is obviously Lin Wei's fiancée. Why is it that maid who is being protected behind him? Lena stopped talking and just looked at Lin Wei in silence. Head maid, send Miss Lena down to rest. Don't neglect her. The head maid who had been standing outside the door finally came in and gestured for them to come in. After all, Lena is also the Baron's daughter. Even though Lin Wei is a viscount, directly driving Lena away will affect his reputation. He didn't want to be described as a petty-minded aristocrat. He will have to trade with more chambers of commerce in the future, so reputation is very important. Of course, if he really had to choose between fame and Elialu, he would choose Elialu without hesitation. Only after Lena left did he reach out and hold Elialu's little hand. Feel the warmth and comfort from Lin Wei. Elialu's mood calmed down a lot. No matter what time, the young master always stands in front of her. Be her sun that never sets. What if Lena appears again? She will no longer be her nightmare. Chapter 35 Dragon Lady. 10 large boxes were neatly stacked in the yard of the manor. These wooden boxes have the emblem of the Far East Chamber of Commerce on the outside, and each box is neatly packed with 10,000 Nolan's gold coins. This is the gold coins earned from the equipment that Biglin recently built. Relying on the rich mineral output, it became Lin Wei's endless cash cow. There are 100,000 gold coins here, which is enough to double the size of the soldiers. Heavy cavalry can also be quickly put on the agenda. Lin Wei has had enough of living without gold coins. He stood in the manor and watched the guards carry the gold coins into the castle. These 100,000 gold coins seemed like a lot, but if they were used on a new team, for example, to expand 1,000 soldiers, he would need to spend 1 silver coin per person. 1,000 people would be 100 gold coins. These are all small heads. The real big heads are the full body armor on them. To purchase a set of shiny iron armor, even with the discount from the Far East Chamber of Commerce, it would cost 10,000 to arm 1,000 people. Horse armor is even more expensive, considering the pension after death in battle, daily expenses, and the cost of purchasing raw materials such as iron ore. Lin Wei felt that these 100,000 gold coins would not last long in his pocket. Although the development speed is already very fast, Lin Wei is not satisfied. 2,000 soldiers sounds like a lot, but it is not enough. Moreover, these are just basic arms. If you want those special arms, you will have to spend a lot of money. He must have more gold coins. Last year, Zeluk suffered a great loss in the autumn expedition. I don't know if there will be any new moves this year. However, Lin Wei estimated that even if there was, it would be to cause trouble for Yade. Because the plains and forests used for plunder in previous years have been occupied by Nolans and have become Nolan's legal territory. Many left-wing nobles have even been granted fiefs. It will not be long before there will be many new territories and Norland's people immigrating to that vacant land. But it has nothing to do with Lin Wei for the time being. It was already afternoon when we finished dealing with today's government affairs. Lin Wei stretched. He was quite wealthy and planned to visit the Slave Merchants Association. This morning, I received a message from the fat president. He told Lin Wei that a new batch of goods had arrived. Of course, Lin Wei would not refuse. This is a good opportunity to discover talents. When Lin Wei and AI Lilu appeared at the door of his chamber of commerce, the fat man with a smile on his face was already waiting for Lin Wei. Respected Viscount Lin Wei, you are finally here. The fat man was well informed and knew that Lin Wei had been doing business with the Far East Chamber of Commerce and would definitely not be short of money. He saw with his own eyes that the carriages of the Far East Chamber of Commerce were filled with boxes of gold coins. Now the way he looked at Lin Wei was not like looking at a noble, but rather like looking at a moving gold coin. Lin Wei nodded. In fact, he was quite interested in the new stuff that the fat man mentioned. Elialu followed behind obediently. The guards were two elite soldiers specially selected by Action for Lin Wei. When he arrived in the yard, Lin Wei could see that the carriage loaded with slaves seemed to have not been unloaded yet. However, the black cloth covering the body was removed. It is indeed a rare species. Most of them are subhumans with many gray and black scales on their bodies. Their limbs are about the same size as ordinary people, but they have a long, thin, scaly tail. This was the first time Lin Wei had seen this race. It can be vaguely identified that these are lizard men. In addition to the slave collars around their necks, they also had heavy shackles on their hands and feet. Antiquity. Bravery, 89. Strategy, 10. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. Scale hardening. A small amount of magic immunity. Rating, Lin. Bravery, 70. Strategy, 10. Loyalty, 0. Special talent. Scale hardening. Rating, B+. It is obvious that male lizard men have higher numerical values than female lizard men, which is normal. But what Lin Wei couldn't understand was why he had to wear heavy shackles and handcuffs when he had already been put on a slave collar. As if noticing Lin Wei's confusion, the fat man beside him explained, Your Excellency, some of these lizard men have varying degrees of magic immunity. They're wearing magically restraining shackles and handcuffs for safety reasons. Lin Wei nodded. He finally understood what a small amount of magic immunity meant. If these lizard men can be trained, they can indeed become a help to Lin Wei. However, there are more than 200 lizard men here, so it will not be cheap to buy them. What's the price of these lizard men? When Lin Wei asked about the price, the fat man's face lit up and he said, Viscount Lin Wei, if you buy them individually, each lizard man will cost 3,000 gold coins. If you buy them all, I'll only charge you 50,000 gold coins. These lizard men come from a tribe in the southern continent, on the edge of the orcs. It took a lot of effort to capture them, and it cost at least 20,000 gold coins. Although it was still a 50% profit, the price given to Lin Wei was indeed a big discount. The reason why the fat man showed such goodwill was, of course, because he saw Lin Wei's bright future and gave such a favorable price. It is almost certain that Lin Wei will become an earl. Judging from the ability Lin Wei has shown now, the title of Viscount may not stay with him for too long. By then, won't Lin Wei have the final say on the level of commercial taxes in the entire new Lewis Card territory? Therefore, it is necessary to please Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't respond, as if he was considering whether it was worth spending 50,000 gold coins. He looked at these lizard men one by one. Most of these subhumans with obvious lizard features were indifferent to his visit. Many lizard men had flames of hatred flickering in their eyes, and they growled in an attempt to threaten Lin Wei. Lin Wei's guard immediately drew out the long sword in his hand, and the growling lizard man was instantly silenced. Lin Wei didn't care. Most of these lizard men had single-word names, and their bravery values were indeed worth the many gold coins Lin Wei paid to buy them. He was not at all afraid of not being able to tame the animal. With slave collars, these lizard men can't cause any big trouble. Soon, his eyes fell on a female lizard man lying in the corner. This female lizard man has bright scales on her body. Unlike those scales which are mostly gray and black, this strange white has a unique beauty. However, the female lizard men around her seemed to keep their distance from her. Even though this white lizard man was curled up in the corner, everyone still made room for her. Reina. Bravery, 108. Strategy, 40. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. White dragon blood, dragon scale hardening, dragon spirit blessing. Rating S. Dragon. Lin Wei thought there was something wrong with his eyesight. Among this group of lizard men, there is actually one with the blood of a white dragon. The most powerful creatures on this continent are dragons. In addition to their great strength, they also have an extremely wide range of mates. Even dragons that are powerful enough can change their size at will. Therefore, there are often many creatures with dragon blood. The person in front of me, probably the father or mother, is a giant white dragon. Lin Wei suppressed the throbbing in his heart and made the decision on the spot. I'll buy them all. Would you like to have someone go to the castle to get the gold coins, or should I have someone bring them to you later? The wrinkles on the fat man's face were all stretched out by his smile. He rubbed his hands and said, Of course, I trust Viscount Lin Wei's credibility. This isn't the first time we've done business. When you're free, you can just send the gold coins over, or just let me know and let me pick them up. Lin Wei's spending was even more generous than he had imagined. So many slaves were bought at will. Now the fat man can make a lot of money again. He called out to the guards. Quick, transport all the slaves in these carriages to Viscount Lin Wei's manor. Chapter 36. The Fighting Dragon Lady. Reina is an abandoned baby. According to the grandmother who picked her up, her white scales represent nobility and beauty. Grandma was once the most powerful lizard man wizard in the village. 3 years ago, on an ordinary afternoon, he went out and never came back. It was not until her grandmother left that Reina realized that white scales were not a symbol of nobility and beauty at all. This meant something ominous. When she finally understood what the distant look meant, it was already too late. Without the protection of her grandmother, she became an isolated child in the village. They can only survive by catching rabbits and digging wild vegetables. She also became the target of bullying by the children in the village, and countless lizard men would beat and kick her when they had nothing to do. 3 years passed like this, and when Nolan's soldiers trampled on their peaceful home, Reina felt no sadness. Instead, it is a relief. Reina suddenly felt balanced, as she could allow these villagers who had made her live in hell to live a similar life. Her eyes remained dull as the two maids washed her body. Compared to her fellow lizards who have more lizard-like features, she looks more like a human, except for the white scales on her abdomen and arms. They are not like ordinary lizard men, whose faces are covered with scales. And there wasn't a single scale on Reina's body from her thighs to her ankles. This is very different from the lizard men. Cull. After cleaning Reina, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, when it came to putting Reina in the maid costume, she became troubled again. Reina has a thick tail. Although it is very beautiful, a hole must be cut at the back of her waist with scissors to let the tail out. After Inshona quickly cut a hole of the right size on the back of the maid costume, Reina finally put on the maid costume. Before, the dirty little face obscured Reina's beauty, but now her fair and tender skin made Elialu unable to help but gently touch it. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, and her light red hair fell vertically to her waist like a waterfall. The pupils are red, and there are some shiny white scales on the ears. Elialu also discovered 2 small bumps on her forehead, which looked a bit like horns were about to grow. The maid's white stockings on her tender white calves highlighted the beauty of her flesh, which was so stunning that even Elialu, who was also a woman, felt dazed. Nice. It looks really good. If I had known this earlier, I would have read more books. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a single word to praise someone. When bringing Lina to Lin Wei's study, the little maid Elialu kept paying attention to Lin Wei's expression. Fortunately, Lin Wei just nodded calmly without any extra expressions or movements. This made Elialu feel relieved again. It seems that the master is not the kind of person who likes everyone he meets. You can't blame Elialu for thinking too much. After all, among all the lizard men that were bought back, why was Reina the only one that received preferential treatment? Lin Wei settled the lizard people in an uncultivated wasteland outside the manor. There used to be an orchard here, but it was later abandoned. The lizard people didn't expect that not only did they get land to survive, but Lin Wei also called on the guards to help build wooden houses. When the lizard people heard that the house was being built for themselves, they worked extra hard. In just a day and a half, more than 200 wooden houses were built. Although it is much worse than the house built with red bricks, it is not worse than their previous living environment. The ratio of male to female lizard men is almost 1-to-1. Lin Wei's idea is very simple. That is to train the male lizard men and let the female lizard men work freely. These male lizard men have undergone systematic training and are equipped with iron armor, so they can exert a more powerful force than the human guards on the front battlefield. When the lizard men heard that they could get silver coins and food by joining Lin Wei's army, they agreed without hesitation. They had slave collars around their necks, so even if they resisted, it was useless. If Lin Wei can really do what he promised, then willing loyalty does not seem to be something unacceptable. However, Lin Wei's behavior puzzled many people in the territory. The Nolans hate most subhumans and are inherently xenophobic. Even the Rema people and the Yad people would be despised by them, not to mention the lizard men, who are subhumans with only a few human characteristics. If they were just slaves bought by Lin Wei and used as cannon fodder, the people would not say anything. But Lin Wei gave them land and a good living environment. They can even enjoy the same rights and interests as the subjects, and can get a silver coin for joining the army. This made the people very puzzled. After a period of peace, the people in the territory began to complain. The housekeeper also hinted to Lin Wei about this matter, which gave Lin Wei a headache. Although he wanted to do as he pleased, If someone with ulterior motives reported this matter to His Majesty the King, some people would inevitably think that he was an eccentric nobleman. Here, being unique is not a compliment. Before he becomes strong enough, Lin Wei will be ostracized. By then, he would most likely go from being the most promising viscount to a notorious viscount. Even if his territory is not deprived, it will become very difficult for Lin Wei to do business in the future. Lin Wei couldn't do business, and relying on the tax revenue from this little bit of land, he had no way to expand his territory, let alone expand his army. In order to avoid further expansion of the impact, he had people spread the word that these lizard men were his property and that they did not enjoy the same rights as the subjects. Lin Wei promised that the lizard men would not settle in New Louisa territory, nor would they get the land he gave them. They are only given a brief period of peaceful life due to training needs. With Lin Wei's assurance, the people stopped making trouble. Of course they believed in their lord, because Lin Wei had done everything he promised. In the hearts of his subjects, Lin Wei is a nobleman with considerable prestige who values his reputation. This is the result of his previous efforts. This sudden disturbance was quickly quelled. He didn't expect that the world's rejection of other races was more serious than he imagined. Of course, he wanted these lizard men to reproduce, preferably to form a city-state loyal to him. But it's clear that can't be done in Nolans. This is all we can do for now. Master, please have some tea. It was not Elialu who brought black tea to Lin Wei today. It's the little dragon girl Reina. From the mouths of those lizard men, Lin Wei learned the origin of the little dragon girl Lina. Because her scales are white, she has always been regarded as an ominous creature. In order to prove that what they said was right, the lizard people even used the inexplicable disappearance of the powerful lizard wizard who raised her as evidence. You know, lizard men are naturally inferior in strategy. It is unknown how many generations of mutations it would take for 1 or 2 wizards to appear. This is also the reason why Lina's grandmother has a high status in the tribe. Her grandmother's sudden disappearance naturally caused the rumors in the tribe to fall on Lina. One can imagine what kind of life Reina had experienced before. However, although the lizard men often bullied her before, they did not go to the extent of killing her. We still gave Grandma Reina some face and allowed her to continue living in the tribe. After spending so much time together, Reina has actually adapted quite well to her current life. In addition to cleaning the castle every day, she would occasionally deliver tea or desserts to Master Lin Wei when Elialu was not around. Lin Wei was a good lord who treated all lizard men well. Although during the time when her grandmother disappeared, she was often bullied by the lizard people. But the little thin and pitiful love she received was truly felt from the lizard man. So she has quite complicated feelings towards the lizard men. Reina, seeing Lina standing obediently aside, seemingly in a daze, Lin Wei gently called her name. Master, I'm here. Reina, you must be quite strong, right? Lin Wei asked casually. In fact, with a bravery value of up to 108 points, it is clear that the little dragon girl in front of you must be quite capable of fighting. Even Noral's bravery value does not exceed 100. It's not small. When she first became a maid, Reina broke several plates because she couldn't control her strength. She originally thought she would be blamed. But for some reason, the head maid was extremely tolerant of her and did not blame her. Lin Wei stood up and said, "Let's go to the training ground." Although Lina was a little confused, she still followed Lin Wei. Following Lin Wei to the place where the guards were training, Uxin immediately came over. He showed a simple expression and secretly glanced at Lina behind Lin Wei. After finding out that it wasn't Bai Di, he showed a disappointed expression. Master, why are you here? Ever since the guards got on track, Lin Wei rarely came to watch them train. Lin Wei did not answer Uxin's question. Looking at Uxin's bravery panel, which was now at level 79, he suddenly came up with a good idea. Uxin, have you been slacking off in your training lately? In reply to your words, Master, I have been training very hard. I am ready to fight for you on the battlefield at any time. Lin Wei nodded. Very good. Then I will test the results of your training now. Uxin asked doubtfully, how do you test me? Lin Wei made half a body of space and pointed at Reina, saying, how about this? You fight my mate. If you win, I will immediately make you a knight. How about that? Uxin was overjoyed to hear that Lin Wei was willing to make him a knight. Then please don't regret it. Your little maid looks very fragile. I will try to be lenient with her. I'm about to become the second knight to be knighted in Luiska County. Uxin licked his lips. Lina was not tall, only reaching his chin, and her figure was even thinner. Uxin just thought that Lin Wei wanted to make him a knight, and it was just an excuse. He would win beautifully and try not to hurt the beautiful maid. Lin Wei patted Reina's shoulder and asked, how about it? Are you interested in fighting him? Of course, if you don't want to forget it. I won't force you. Lina nodded. Although the human in front of her looked powerful, he was only on the same level as the lizard villagers. If you pull them out individually, none of them can fight. Master, do you wish me to win? Although Lena's strategy is not very low, she cannot understand Lin Wei's true thoughts. Of course I want you to win. If you win, you won't have to be a maid anymore. I mean, whatever you want to do, I'll let you do it. Although being a maid is very stable, but the white dragon blood in her bones actually makes her more interested in becoming stronger. After hearing Lin Wei's answer, she also became a little excited. The two were already standing in the center of the training ground, and many guards came up to join in the fun. Some guards shouted, Captain Akshin, you are really going backwards. You actually want to fight with the master's maid. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. If you ask me, Captain Akshin, you should give her both hands. Otherwise, as a man, it will be embarrassing even if you win. Ankro was also watching with great interest. This little maid of Master Lin Wei should be a variant of the lizard man. Although lizard men are naturally much stronger than humans. But Lena is not an adult lizard man. Not only has her strength not developed at all, but Akshin, who has undergone long-term training, cannot be defeated by an underage girl. Reina didn't take these friendly jokes seriously. Akshin also put away his cheerful expression and said, Are you ready, beautiful maid? I'm going to do it. Reina nodded. Then, Akshin rushed towards Lena at an extremely fast speed. He was ready to hit the maid on the back of the neck with a sharp knife and quickly end this farce. Facing Akshin's sudden action, Lena stood there in a daze. As if he was scared silly. Akshin smiled, and it was obvious that he was sure to win the competition. However, the moment he approached Lena, a tender white arm suddenly stretched out, and he felt as if his left arm was instantly fixed. Then I felt the world spinning in front of me. The body had an intimate contact with the earth. A beautiful, over-the-shoulder throw. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Akshin didn't even understand how he lost. How could this seemingly frail body possess such powerful strength? Are lizard men really that powerful? Just when Akshin fell into self-doubt, Lin Wei spoke. Akshin, you have lost your chance to be knighted. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. When you go to the battlefield in the future, you must perform well. Yes, sir. Akshin was willing to admit defeat. He stood up and bowed to the maid Lena and Lin Wei. Nolans, who advocates the use of force, respects every strong person. I didn't expect that a maid who looked weak beside Lin Wei could have such powerful strength. It seems that I need to work harder in my training. This way I will live up to the master's expectations. This attack just now made Reina's blood boil. The white scales on her arms seemed to open and close, and steam was faintly coming out. She always looks like this whenever she gets excited. Seeing that Lin Wei noticed it, Lena felt a little embarrassed. She immediately stood behind Lin Wei. Chapter 37. Creamy Sauce with a Different World Flavor. Lin Wei gave Lena a platform to show herself. Since the day she defeated Akshin, she has been able to train individually. In Lin Wei's words, if Lena trains for a while, she might be able to shine in the gladiator arena. After all, she is a maid with considerable fighting talent. Bai Di watched with great interest as outstanding talents appeared one after another around Lin Wei. To be honest, as a Blue Star person, she could tell at a glance that Lin Wei was not that simple. A down-and-out baron can gain fame by expanding his territory. Even every time, we can get outstanding talents from slave traders. Could this be the legendary Destiny Child? She didn't think of Lin Wei as a time traveler. Although Lin Wei is usually gentle to others, we can learn from the people in his territory that he has been so outstanding since he was a child. His personality did not change drastically in the short term, and he usually spoke with the accent of a Nolan's noble, without any Blue Star vocabulary. So Betty just thought he was a man with great luck. It's a pity that Lin Wei did not say nothing, but he deliberately restrained himself a lot after Bai Di came. It just doesn't show up normally. After spending some time together, Lin Wei discovered that Bai Di's favorability level had reached 30. Although it is not high, the favorability and loyalty are completely different. If this thing is of full value, then I like it. Around 30 is just the limit for being friends, and Lin Wei has achieved what he wanted. Make friends with Betty, and when Lewis Card County encounters an unstoppable disaster in the future, Betty can provide appropriate assistance. That's what Lin Wei was looking forward to. In his spare time, after handling government affairs, Lin Wei would figure out how to make money. As an ordinary Blue Star person, he actually did not master any skills of time travel. Just an ordinary otaku. He knew nothing about refining salt or inventing water wheels. Don't ask, I just don't know. It's not that distilled liquor has not been considered, but because of the existence of alchemy in this world, distillation has already been developed. Especially in Yade, where the alchemy industry is well developed, this technology has already been passed on to Rima and Nolans. They usually drink low-alcohol fruit wine, but alchemy often requires things like alcohol, So Lin Wei felt helpless. Because there is nothing left for him to do. There are relatively few desserts in this world, mostly sweet jams and puddings. Butter existed, but cream had not yet been invented. Lin Wei felt that if he could make butter bread, he would be able to make a lot of money. However, eggs and milk can be considered luxuries in this world. Even if it was produced, it could only be food enjoyed by the nobles. Just do it. Lin Wei called Elialu over. Elialu, are there any eggs and milk left in the manor? Elialu nodded. There are several dairy cows and a dozen long-tailed chickens roaming freely on the estate. So Elialu asked, Master, do you want fried eggs or boiled eggs for dinner today? Lin Wei shook his head. Go to the kitchen and get some eggs and milk. I need them. Yes, master. Add the butter and start beating. The cream was harder to shape than Lin Wei had imagined. The cream gradually took shape until my arms became numb. After adding a little honey, a bowl of cream with an otherworldly flavor is born. Looking at the fluffy cream, Elialu's face was full of confusion. I call this thing Louisa cream. Cream, Lin Wei said as he dipped his finger in some cream and gave it to Elialu to taste. Elialu was a little shy at first, but still stretched out her small tongue and licked the cream. A strange fragrance and the sweetness of honey permeate the taste buds. Her eyes suddenly became bright. Master, is this cream? It's really delicious. Elialu began to express her thoughts. This is a brand new dessert that has never been recorded in a recipe. The production method is not difficult. The only thing that is a little difficult is the raw materials. He put a little more butter on the bread and handed it to Elialu. The flavor of cream bread is a delicacy that every girl with a sweet tooth cannot refuse. After the two of them had a hearty meal, Lin Wei said, Ai Lulu, you can only tell the maids in the manor and in Shona about this method of churning the cream and ask them to keep it strictly confidential. Elialu nodded. She also understood what such a sweet treat that was sure to be a hit represented. The reason why Lin Wei trusted the maids in the manor was that he could see the panel and found that the minimum loyalty of these maids was 80. This means that there is almost no chance of them defecting. Second, apart from Lin Wei, the maids in the castle are almost inaccessible to outsiders. Lin Wei would never treat them unfairly, so he felt relieved. In addition, there are Elialu and Inchiona, two confidants whom he absolutely trusts. This thing is almost foolproof. Lin Wei planned to produce some cream first, and then organize a banquet among the nobles. The reason was that it was his 17th birthday, and any noble who wanted to befriend him would definitely come to attend. He only needs to introduce cream at the banquet, and he believes that many nobles will be willing to cooperate with him. Lin Wei will also send invitations to the Far East Chamber of Commerce and other large chambers of commerce. The news that Lin Wei was going to hold a birthday party spread quickly. In the castle of New Luiska, Lin Wei invited all the nobles to attend his birthday party. He would receive all the nobles who were willing to come. He sent invitations to all the nobles around him, and also to all the major chambers of commerce. Except for Federcaller, of course. After releasing the news, Lin Wei continued to handle government affairs at home with peace of mind, and occasionally checked on the progress of cream production. The reactions of many nobles who received the news varied. Faced with this legendary viscount, most of the nobles chose to make friends with him, including some earls and even marquises. The dukes did not react much. Unless Lin Wei really became an earl and issued an invitation, they would accept the invitation. Not to mention the king. He would not come just because a small viscount is throwing a birthday party. Even though Lin Wei performed well in this autumn expedition, Earl Faros was a little surprised when he received the news. Although 300 northern horses were given to Lin Wei before. But since then, the relationship between the two has not become much closer. Occasionally, there would be correspondence, which was also normal communication. Now that Lin Wei is planning to hold a birthday party, is Duke Alia also behind this? This inevitably led Faros to speculate. No matter what Lin Wei's purpose is, he will definitely go. He would even prepare a substantial gift for Lin Wei to further deepen the relationship between them. Judging from the current rumors, most of the nobles still don't know that Lin Wei has a relationship with Duke Alia. So I still win at the starting line. Chapter 38. What a wonderful Lewis Carter specialty. Welcome, respected Baron Weiss. The banquet will begin soon. Please come in. Whenever a noble presented gifts and visiting cards, the dedicated butler would always bow down to welcome every noble lord who came. One noble after another was welcomed into his manor. To be honest, even though I have seen many nobles' butlers, this is the first time I have seen so many nobles. The various gifts sent by the nobles alone filled up half of the warehouse. Among them, barons and viscounts have the highest proportion, but there are also many earls. Even a few marquises who were at the peak of their powers on the left came. This shocked the butler. My master is only a viscount. even though there is a high probability that he will become an earl in the future. But when he was still a viscount, so many nobles gave him face. It is conceivable how great Lin Wei's reputation is outside. That's true. After all, in the last autumn expedition, most of the nobles were defeated, and only Lin Wei shined. If Lin Wei really became an earl, I'm afraid the dukes, and even the king would come. In fact, several marquises came because they gained a lot of benefits when King Ziluk XIII divided the territory this time. Because he was closer to Lin Wei, he gave him some face. Then try to see if you can bring this legendary viscount into the left-wing camp. Otherwise, how could these left-wing dignitaries possibly give Lin Wei this face? Many housekeepers or servants who led their masters showed him envy. When he thought about becoming the steward of a nobleman with a promising future like Lin Wei, his chest lifted a little higher and his brows showed a little more confidence. The glory from the Luca family also fell on him bit by bit at this moment. Baron Fedra did not receive Lin Wei's invitation, but he came anyway. He secretly cursed his daughter Lina for being useless, then put on a smile and looked at Lin Wei's housekeeper. Our master is Baron Fedra. Please tell your master that. All the nobles nearby should have received invitations. Baron Fedra was not invited for some reason. It's a pity that he was not the old butler of Luiska. Otherwise, he would have recognized at a glance that the person in front of him had a big conflict with Lin Wei. With a serious attitude, the butler decided to let his servant ask Elyulu. Elyulu has been following Lin Wei all the time. She must know what happened. As for why he didn't go directly to Lin Wei, it was because Lin Wei was entertaining those nobles at the moment. To be honest, Elyulu had never thought that such a humble and flattering expression would appear on the face of the once high and mighty Baron Fedra. Even though he was not invited by Lin Wei, he still had the audacity to take the initiative to make friends with Lin Wei. Suddenly, Elyulu seemed to remember how Ma Fu Osho was turned away. I'm going to ask the master for instructions. Soon, she came back. She looked at Baron Fedra and said, Baron Fedra, our master said he forgot to send you an invitation. He is deeply sorry for neglecting the Fedra family. And he said he would personally apologize to you after the banquet. Elyulu's tone was very formal and impeccable, and she even deliberately changed the address to master. Fedra's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Lin Wei had really become a mature noble. Lin Wei actually saw through his simple aristocratic scheme. Federac couldn't find any fault with these flawless words. With so many nobles around him, what could he say if he was deliberately left out? The master did not turn him away. He smiled and nodded to Elyulu, then entered the manor and walked towards the castle. The reason why Lin Wei was so generous in inviting Fedra in was, of course, because nearly 1/3 of the nobles of the entire kingdom of Nolans gathered here. If Baron Fedra was embarrassed here, other nobles would have the impression that Lin Wei was domineering. Lin Wei wants to do business. Whether it is the trade of weapons or cream, he cannot do without this group of nobles. Therefore, he must be perfect to the outside world. If he had rejected Baron Fedra today according to his own inner thoughts, he would have given people the impression of being petty. Once this label is ingrained in the minds of the nobility, it is difficult to erase. Because everyone wants to find fault with this legendary viscount. Even if Baron Fedra was wrong first, the preconceived impression would make Lin Wei fall into an inferior position. Lin Wei certainly wouldn't give Fedra this opportunity. Only after all the nobles had entered did Lin Wei walk up the stairs with a smile. The nobles also looked at this upstart viscount who was too young, but extremely handsome. First of all, thank you all very much for attending my birthday party. The long and meaningless speech was relatively brief, and many nobles smiled knowingly after hearing it. The viscount did not show the slightest fear in the face of so many nobles. Should we say he is a man who has the courage to go deep into Fort George? Elyulu listened with great interest. After all, this was her young master's moment to shine, and she must not miss it. Finally, after Lin Wei finished speaking, he invited the nobles to take their seats. Lin Wei said he had prepared an unexpected surprise for them. First up is the meat of deer from near Luiska territory. The meat is cooked to a bright golden color and looks very appetizing. But there's nothing special about this. Perhaps a good dinner for the Baron. But it is not good enough for the viscounts and earls. Afterwards, Lin Wei ordered someone to bring out the cream bread. Many people looked at the strange white foam on the white bread with puzzled expressions. What's this? The first person to ask Lin Wei questions was naturally President Weiss of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. He and Lin Wei were old acquaintances. Even though he was knowledgeable, it was the first time he saw the white substance smeared on bread. Please allow me to introduce this to everyone. This is Louis Cardinal cream, a specialty of our Louis Cardinal. It tastes sweet, and please have a taste. After hearing Lin Wei introduce it as a specialty of Luiska territory, some nobles looked at each other. Louis Cardinal's specialty? This place was previously called St. Martin, but I've never heard of such a specialty. It should be brought from the previous Lewis card collar. Weiss, who had dealt with Lin Wei many times, was very respectful to Lin Wei. He took a bite of the buttered bread and showed an expression of enjoyment. After the first person tried it, the nobles also began to taste it. It must be said that the sweet taste of cream is enough to please most nobles. This fresh and sweet taste paired with the fluffy texture of white bread is truly a perfect match. Viscount Lin Wei, your Luiska territory specialty is truly wonderful. This is a compliment from a left-wing marquis. With the marquis taking the lead, many people followed suit. Only the merchant guild presidents, led by Weiss, remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Such a wonderful dessert. It would be a pity if it could not be extended to the entire Nolans. Chapter 39. Happy Cooperation, President Weiss. After the banquet, many nobles received cream in glass jars from Lin Wei as a parting gift. The nobles naturally accepted it with pleasure. They were certainly impressed by the delicious cream. I have to say that Lin Wei is quite a good person. Many nobles were impressed by him. Even Baron Fedra received a can of cream from Lin Wei. Although he always gave at least 2 cans to others, Fedra didn't say anything. Rather, he was very surprised that Lin Wei was willing to give him something. Only after sending away the last noble who was not a member of the Chamber of Commerce did Weiss come to Lin Wei's side. With a friendly smile on his face, he said, "Lord Lin Wei, your cream is really good. It's no less impressive than the long sword you bought me before." Lin Wei shook his head. "President Weiss, you are too kind. These are just some small things that are not presentable. If you like them, I can ask the maid to give you more." As he spoke, he waved at Elyulu. Elyulu understood and hurried to Lin Wei's side. "Master, what do you want?" "Go get me 2 more cans of cream for Baron Weiss." "Yes, sir." When there are outsiders around, Elyulu always calls Lin Wei master. Weiss accepted the 2 cans of cream given by Lin Wei and asked as if nothing had happened. "Viscount Lin Wei, you are now of marriageable age. Do you have any noble ladies you like?" Without waiting for Lin Wei to answer, he lowered his voice and said, "As far as I know, both Count Aegean and Count Ozer still have unmarried daughters. If you are willing to work for Duke Simon with me, I can ask the 2 earls for your opinion." Lin Wei smiled and said, "We all serve the Kingdom of Norlands and obey His Majesty. Even in this distant borderland, I can protect the peace, right?" Weiss was not surprised to be rejected by Lin Wei again. Last time he pretended to be drunk and tried to get Lin Wei to join him, but this time he failed again without a doubt. But he hadn't held out much hope. The main purpose of getting closer to Lin Wei is to discuss the business that will come next. "Lord Lin Wei, is it difficult to make this cream?" "It's not that difficult, but it's not easy either. If you want to sell the cream and make it a new favorite on the nobles' tables, you naturally have to cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce. But if the other party cannot offer a price that satisfies him, even if it was the Far East Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wei would not consider it. I used to sell long swords to the Far East Chamber of Commerce, and we had a regular cooperation because the prices they offered were fair. Viscount Lin Wei, I'd like to offer you 10,000 Norlands gold coins for your formula. Are you willing?" 10,000 Norlands gold coins was a test. Weiss wanted to see if Lin Wei understood the business opportunities hidden under this cream. "Elyulu, go get 2 more cans of cream for President Weiss." Lin Wei answered the question irrelevantly. "Lord Lin Wei, what are you doing?" Lin Wei eagerly shook the other person's hand and said, "What kind of friendship do we have? If you want cream, why do you have to pay for it? From now on, as long as President Weiss asks, I will immediately have my servants bring it to you." Weiss said somewhat embarrassedly, "Viscount Lin Wei, please stop joking." Lin Wei spread his hands and signaled Elyulu to stop. "You were the one who joked with me first, weren't you?" Weiss sighed. "So what price do you hope to sell it for?" Weiss said this, looking at the other members of the Chamber of Commerce who were eyeing the business covetously. It was obvious that they also saw the business opportunity of cream. If he couldn't offer a suitable price to satisfy Lin Wei here, he would probably see cream being served on the nobles' tables in a few days. By then, he will have no chance of getting this huge cake. Lin Wei slowly extended a finger. 100,000. Weiss frowned. Although butter is indeed a promising market that can be seen with the naked eye, if the cost is too high to be circulated among ordinary people, relying solely on the nobles' spending power, he doubted whether he would lose money. Lin Wei shook his head. 1 million Norlands gold coins. Weiss's eyes widened suddenly. He said in disbelief, "Viscount Lin Wei, are you crazy? Unless this Lookaling's special ability becomes popular even among Yade and Rima, how could it be so valuable?" Lin Wei patted Weiss's shoulder. "President Weiss, you have to believe that cream has this ability. How about this? I'll just lend you the formula. You just have to make sure it's never leaked." Then I'll split the profit from the cream's 60% and you 40%. Want a 60-40th split? Weiss thought about the feasibility of this matter. It doesn't seem that hard to accept. No, it has to be a 50-50 split. Since you didn't pay for the raw materials, you have to take a smaller share. Besides, you have to ensure that the raw materials are not too expensive so that I don't lose money. Lin Wei added, don't worry, the cost of making a jar of cream will not exceed 1 Norland silver coin, but I will announce to the public that the raw materials are expensive, and it will cost at least 5 gold coins to make it. Then a can of cream will be sold for 10 gold coins. By then, for every can Weiss sold, Lin Wei would make a net profit of 5 gold coins. Apart from the nobles, only some knights or adventurers in the tavern could afford it. Ordinary farmers and serfs certainly could not afford such luxurious items. However, before the formula was leaked, Lin Wei decided to make a lot of money from the nobles. Hearing that the cost was so low, West immediately smelled the scent of gold coins. If it is true as Lin Wei said, then this is indeed an opportunity to make a lot of money. As a qualified businessman, he certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. Then let's sign a magic contract. Good. The magic contract can guarantee the interests of both parties. Once one party violates the terms of the contract, it will be retaliated by the magic granted above. Magic contracts are extremely rare, made using lost technology from ancient times. No magic above can be broken even by a great magician. A single contract was sold on the market for a whopping price of 1,000 gold coins. Unless it is a very important occasion, such luxurious things will never be used. The regulations stated that Lin Wei would give the cream formula to Weiss free of charge, and the profits would be split 50-50. Weiss has an obligation to keep the secret. If the formula is leaked, he will have to compensate Lin Wei with 1 million Nolan's gold coins. Soon, the magic contract flickered for a while after absorbing the blood of the two people, and then returned to calm. In this way, the magic contract is officially signed. Weiss smiled and extended his hand towards Lin Wei. Viscount Lin Wei, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. Chapter 40 Happy birthday, my little maid. Eliula's life is always monotonous. For example, at the beginning, I followed the old head maid to learn how to serve my master. Since childhood, she has been instilled with the idea that Lin Wei is everything to her. She accepted it all in ignorance. Later, when I grew up, I gradually learned everything about the nobility. The private lives of the aristocrats are always difficult to describe. Some nobles around the age of 15 had even gotten their maids pregnant. The old nobles played even more extravagantly, and some indescribable scenes were talked about with relish by the maids. Fortunately, Lin Wei, to whom she served, seemed to be very different from most of the nobles. When he was happy, he would affectionately call her Lulu and always speak in a soft voice. Her eyes are always filled with tenderness like moonlight. What Eliulu will always remember is the time when Lin Wei protected her behind his back. As the daughter of a baron, Lina was unhappy that she was too close to Lin Wei and always found various reasons to bully her. Lin Wei was willing to destroy his relatively good relationship with Lina in order to protect himself. From that time on, Eliulu swore that she would stay with Lin Wei forever. Eliulu's mother had a tragic life. She was toyed with by a drunken noble, and then Eliulu was born. After waking up, the noble turned against Eliulu's mother and drove her out of the manor. Through her mother's few words, Eliulu could learn that her father might be a big figure on the left. But Eliulu didn't care. Later, Eliulu's mother wandered to Luiska territory with Eliulu in her pregnancy and was taken in by the kind-hearted Baron Ryan. Now both my mother and Baron Ryan are gone. Eliulu only has Lin Wei left. But I don't know why. Although Lin Wei had successfully negotiated a big deal today, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. She shook her head to get rid of this strange idea. As usual, she came to Lin Wei's room with a cup of tea and knocked on the door gently, but got no response from Lin Wei. Through the crack in the door, I could see that the room was quite dark. Thinking that Lin Wei had been busy all day, he might have fallen asleep due to exhaustion. She tiptoed to open the study door and prepared to bring a blanket for Lin Wei. Lin Wei cannot be disturbed anywhere when he is sleeping. But Eliulu was worried that Lin Wei would catch a cold if he slept in the study. When she put down the tea, came back with the blanket and fumbled to light the oil lamp, the candlelight on Lin Wei's desk suddenly lit up. The flickering candlelight emits a faint but bright light. Lin Wei whispered, "Eliulu, come here quickly." Eliulu placed the blanket on the leather sofa and came to Lin Wei obediently. There was only a pink candle stuck on a piece of butter bread. "Happy birthday, Eliulu." Eliulu was stunned, but soon his eyes began to turn red. "Happy birthday to you too, master." Both of them were born on the same day. In fact, when Lin Wei was busy all day today, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. I thought Lin Wei had forgotten her birthday. In her heart, she always told herself not to expect too much. But emotions are always hard to control. She obviously didn't want this. Why are you crying? You must be exhausted today. It's your birthday, but you're still busy with this and that. No, it's Eliulu's honor to be able to help the young master solve his problems. Lin Wei said, blow out the candles and make a wish. Lin Wei has been secretly celebrating Eliulu's birthday like this since he was 6 years old. Now he is 17 years old. In the past 11 years, Eliulu has made 11 wishes. What wish do you make this year? Eliulu closed her eyes. In previous years, people always hoped that the young master would be healthy, happy every day, and be able to successfully carry forward the Lewis Cardinal. It seemed as if there really was a God blessing her, making every one of her wishes come true. In that case, I'm 17 years old this year, so I'll make a selfish wish. I hope Lin Wei can look at her more and have a place for her in his heart. After making a wish, Eliulu's pretty face flushed red. She looked at Lin Wei with some guilt, as if she was afraid that Lin Wei would see through her thoughts. Seeing that Lin Wei was the same as usual, he felt relieved. Reina's training intensity is higher than that of any other soldier. She not only learned the basic movements of stabbing and slashing from action, he even starts jogging in the morning before daybreak. My appetite has increased a lot because of this. The white dragon blood flowing in her bones makes her eager to fight. However, even with such hard training, Reina felt that the power in her body seemed to have not been fully tapped. Neither the training methods of Lin Wei's guards nor the training methods of the lizardmen seemed to be suitable for him. Reina. Just as she was about to continue training, Betty suddenly called her. The young girl, a fellow slave like her, had been observing her for some time. But Reina didn't take it to heart. Today was the first time Betty spoke to Reina. Hello, Miss Bitey. Looking at Betty, for some reason, Lena felt her scales become a little restless. She is obviously of lizardman blood, and Betty is a succubus, so the two should have no relationship. Your training like this isn't very effective. If you're willing, how about I teach you how to train? Betty had signed a contract with a powerful frost dragon, and she saw at a glance that Reina was not an ordinary lizard man, but he is a hybrid with dragon blood. In addition to sharing life with the powerful frost dragon, she also learned some dragon spells and heritage. It seemed appropriate to teach Reina what he was saying. Really, Reina didn't think much about it. For Lena, becoming stronger to repay Lin Wei's kindness has almost become her obsession. Certainly. Betty smiled and nodded, waving towards Reina. Come closer. Facing the harmless Bitey, her blood instinct made her a little wary. But since they are all Lin Wei's people, they shouldn't do anything to her, right? Coming to Bitey's side, Bitey's tender white hand touched her forehead. Then, a vast energy swept over. Reina only felt that many images seemed to flash before her eyes, and some strange things appeared in her mind. This image-like thing kept circling in her mind, sometimes crossing the majestic mountains, sometimes flying over the vast ocean. A force seemed to surge in his blood. Every cell in my body is singing. With Betty's gentle finger movement, 2 shiny white horns grew on Lena's forehead, which originally had only a small bulge. This should be Bitey's dragon horn. With the inheritance of the dragon's memory, Lena will make great progress in a short period of time. Frost dragons and white dragons are similar races, and their habits are even more similar. Betty had some time to rest in Luiska County recently, which allowed her to eliminate the curse in her body. Now the curse is half lifted, helping Lena awaken the power of the Dragon Clan faster. It can be considered as repaying Lin Wei a small favor. Chapter 41 Teacher's Advice. Weiss was very efficient. Not long after he got the recipe from Lin Wei, he started working overtime to make it. In just 1 week, he had produced more than 10,000 cans of cream. According to Lin Wei, adding different sugars will change the flavor of the cream. However, honey is the most effective. Weiss also agreed deeply. Honey-flavored butter is the best flavor. According to the contract with Lin Wei, he should sell each can of cream at the price of 10 gold coins. And these 10 gold coins are almost equivalent to pure profit. The cost of less than a silver coin is almost negligible. However, what gave Weiss a headache was the source of eggs and milk. He has almost bought up all the raw materials in the vicinity. If someone is interested, they may be able to guess the recipe of the cream. So he bought a lot of unnecessary things, such as a lot of vegetables and fruits. Although the possibility of guessing the production method was almost non-existent, the cautious Weiss did not leave any loopholes. Because of the cream that Lin Wei had served at the banquet before, the nobles were all obsessed with this delicacy. And those nobles who had never eaten cream were also very interested. Because the nobles who tasted it all gave the cream extremely high praise. You can doubt the character of the nobles, but you can never doubt their taste. Soon, all the 10,000 cans of cream he produced were sold out. a total of 100,000 gold coins. Excluding the money he had to give to Lin Wei, he could earn nearly 50,000 gold coins. It only took a week. Although the Far East Chamber of Commerce is huge, its annual transaction volume is only close to 1 million gold coins. In just this week, 1/10 of the Far East Chamber of Commerce's annual quota had been completed, which made Weiss feel like he was in a dream. He now understood why Lin Wei dared to offer 1 million gold coins. With Cream's ruthless money-making speed, a buyout price of 1 million is more than enough. However, he did not regret not buying it out directly from Lin Wei at that time. Now that he could split the money with Lin Wei, he was already very satisfied. For a businessman who wants to stay in business for a long time, it is sometimes necessary to take risks. But some risks are unnecessary. At least he is satisfied now. At the Magic Academy, Alia was enjoying afternoon tea in the manner of the Magic Academy. The cream that has become popular in the royal city recently was made into various desserts and placed in her basket. Cream bread topped with strawberries and blueberries, pudding with cream, and a cup of black tea filled with tea fragrance. She rested for a while, feeling the warmth of the sun on her body. After a while, I heard a slight sound of footsteps. "Teacher, are you calling me?" Alia then turned lazily and smiled at Zaluka. "How's everything going with your little baron this time?" "Oh, now I should call him the little Viscount." Faced with the teasing of Teacher Alia, Zaluka felt a little embarrassed. Compared to high-level magic, the magician's imperial magic is obviously much more difficult to learn. Even Zaluka, who has great talent, needs to spend more time studying before he can gain some understanding. "Teacher, please stop making fun of me." Alia didn't say anything, but poured a cup of black tea for Zaluka and said, "Come, how about having afternoon tea with the teacher?" Zaluka sat down obediently, facing her teacher with more respect in her heart. If it weren't for Alia, how could Zaluka unbridled her talent? Try it. It's a specialty of Luiska, although it has been entrusted to the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that it was a specialty of Luiska territory, Zaluka was a little confused. This pure white foam-like object is indeed the first time I have seen it. The sweetness that melted in the mouth made Zaluka's eyes light up. I have to say, no girl who likes desserts can resist the taste of cream. Paired with soft bread, it's simply perfect. Neither Alia nor Silka could refuse. "Teacher, why didn't I know that Luiska had such a specialty?" Alia reached out a finger and dipped it in the cream. "It's a new product, right? Your Lin Wei must be making a lot of money now. You're quite capable. No wonder I can afford your tuition." Alia took another bite. Although she has lived for hundreds of years, she has never had a love history and actually behaves more like a little girl. Who says a girl who is hundreds of years old is not a girl anymore? "Teacher, please don't." Alia shook her head. Studying magic requires a lot of energy. When Alia was as old as Silka, she studied magic very seriously. Not to mention that she had a bastard in her heart. All the magic formulas filled her mind. Alia was quite amazed that her disciple could think about Lin Wei while having such excellent learning ability. Could it be that she was the one who made the mistake? There were countless men who confessed their love to Arya back then. Even the founding emperor of Nolans had implicitly expressed his love to Arya. Of course, Alia refused mercilessly. For Arya, making close friends with a race like humans, who have a very short lifespan, is a huge test of her soul. Arya hardly has much emotional connection with the short-lived species. Even though he was once her most talented human student, Alia had almost no contact with him outside of class except for teaching. Except for Zaluka. Because Zaluka was the second female student she accepted, and although the lifespan of the orcs was not as long as that of the elves, they could still live for hundreds of years. If one can reach the level of a great magician, one can even preserve one's thoughts permanently. However, it is almost impossible to achieve physical immortality. At least so far, no great magician has done it. Zaluka, what's wrong, teacher? There's one thing you should understand. You're a very talented mage, and I don't want you to go astray in the future. If you really go astray one day in the future, I, the teacher, will not let you off easily. Alia's words, though smiling, seemed to carry a hint of seriousness for some reason. Teacher, how could I have gone astray? I haven't touched any of the forbidden magic you mentioned. Alia just smiled. Of course I believe you. I'm just telling you in advance. Just consider it a little advice from the teacher. Alia said, picking up the black tea in front of her. Looking at Zaluka, who still didn't understand her words, her heart sank. Humans don't live as long as beastmen. If one day in the future, Lin Wei faces the end of old age, I hope this silly student of mine doesn't go astray. She had already done a house cleaning once. Alia never wants to do this a second time in her life. Chapter 42. Lena is willing. Reina, you've grown horns? Lin Wei looked at Lena's newly grown white dragon horns with great interest and was obviously very interested. No one knows why, but little dragon lady suddenly grew horns. This crystal white dragon horn is about 1 finger long and is slightly raised, a bit like a cow's horn. The already cool and handsome face, coupled with the dragon horns, finally gave her the feeling of little dragon girl. Reina's voice was low. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Wei would dislike him if he grew horns. It's irrational for a lizard man to have horns, isn't it? She already had scales that symbolized uncleanness, and with these horns suddenly growing, Reina felt very uneasy. However, Lin Wei just asked curiously, "Can I touch it?" The dragon horn feels warm to the touch. Unlike the common deer horns and cow horns, Reina's dragon horn feels hot to the touch. It's like putting your hand into a warm pool of water. It was spring, and the weather was still a little cold, but Lin Wei was reluctant to leave because of the touch of the dragon horn. It was not until the scales of the little dragon girl in front of him began to emit steam and her face turned as red as an apple that Lin Wei reluctantly let go of his stroking hand. Lena felt her heart beating faster. She didn't know why she felt a strange heat coming from her body when Lin Wei stroked her dragon horn. My heartbeat was so fast that even my scales began to move unconsciously. It was a bit like the feeling of entering a battle, but there was a big difference. Reina couldn't understand this feeling at all, but she didn't hate it because it made her as excited as fighting. Reina. Bravery, 148. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. White Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Scale Hardening, Dragon Spirit Blessing, Frost Dragon Heritage. Rating S. Reina's attributes at this moment have undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did his bravery increase by 40 points, but his strategy also increased by 20 points. In the special talent column, there is an additional inheritance of the Frost Dragon. Although the White Dragon and the Frost Dragon are close relatives, why did the White Dragon's Reina awaken the Frost Dragon's heritage? Lin Wei was very confused. But at the moment, this isn't a bad thing. So he didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something. Reina, are you willing to become a knight of Luiska County? Lin Wei held her hand eagerly with a sincere expression. Become a knight? Reina thought there was something wrong with her ears. But since Lin Wei trusts her so much, she will certainly not let Lin Wei down. Reina, I'm willing. Reina, the reason we're making you a knight is so you can participate in the gladiator competition in a month. Are you willing? If you don't want to, I won't force you. This is just a small request from me as a member of the Luca family. Reina is willing. Seeing Lin Wei's somewhat self-blaming expression, Lena did not hesitate. If it weren't for Lin Wei, she might have been sold somewhere else long ago. The maids had learned a lot about how the nobles treated their slaves through what they had seen and heard over the past few days. During the time when Elialu was teaching her the work of a maid, she also learned that Luiskar County was once just a ruined barony. It was all thanks to Lin Wei selling the gladiator badge that things gradually got better thanks to Lin Wei's efforts. She also understood what kind of glory Nolan's gladiator badge represented. Now she is asked to take back the glory that should have belonged to the Luca family for Lin Wei, and she is naturally very willing to do so. Half a month later, Lin Wei received the first batch of profit sharing from the Far East Chamber of Commerce. According to the contract, income will be settled once a month. There were 20 gold coin boxes neatly placed in front of Lin Wei. Each box contained 10,000 Nolan's gold coins. With this income, Lin Wei can finally expand his own guard corps. For the time being, Biglin no longer has to work hard to make weapons for sale. The two brothers Akshin and Ankro were entrusted with the task of increasing the size of the guards. Spend 200,000 gold coins to expand the team to 5,000 people, and purchase more than 700 northern horses to bring the size of the cavalry to 1,000. The individual selling price of the northern steed is 300 Norlands gold coins, but if you purchase it from the Far East Chamber of Commerce, you can save about 100 Norlands gold coins. Because of the cream, the Far East Chamber of Commerce gave such a favorable price. The remaining gold coins are used to purchase plate armor, chain armor, and horse armor. After all, if we rely solely on Biglin to build a team of 5,000 people, it will be quite time-consuming. With 5,000 elite soldiers, Lin Wei can be said to have truly become an earl. It is even stronger than some marquises. He even has magical talents like Narancel by his side. Lin Wei sent him several more strategic subjects and asked Narancel whether they had magical talent, and he got a positive answer. Although training a magician is very expensive, but Lin Wei was not worried. At this moment, his creamy money tree was producing 100,000 gold coins a week, providing him with a steady stream of funds. Lin Wei even suspected that this speed of making money would increase in the future. After all, cream is only popular within the territory of Nolans. In the future, it will be sold to merchants in Rima and Yade, and I believe it will soon become popular there too. Linwei was already looking forward to it more and more. In a secluded room, Betty was looking at something in front of her called Louisa Cream. To be honest, she quite likes the taste of cream, because it would bring back hundreds of years of memories for her. It was like returning to that breezy afternoon many years ago when she was just an ordinary college student. In a blink of an eye, I have been struggling in this world for so many years. From an ignorant succubus, she transformed into the succubus queen admired by everyone. She was betrayed again and again, and she lived a very legendary life. During this period, her hands were stained with the blood of countless lives. But she did not regret it. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If she was not strong enough, she would be the one to be slaughtered. But this cream, it really surprised her. During the time that cream was invented, she always missed the chance to meet cream because she had to eliminate the curse in her body. Until noon today, when Elialu asked her if she wanted to eat butterbread, she agreed for some unknown reason. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met such a familiar taste again. Could it be that Lin Wei is a time traveler? Such a ridiculous thought suddenly came to my mind. Or was the creation of cream just a coincidence? None of the people gathered around Lin Wei were ordinary. The advent of cream made her more suspicious. Deep down, she longed to be from the same place as Lin Wei. But I'm afraid of getting a negative answer. Forget it, let's not ask. Even if we knew that Lin Wei was a time traveler, so what? Chapter 43, The Socially Anxious Dragon Girl. The Eagle Gladiator badge is quite difficult to obtain. Participants must go through many levels of advancement and defeat all opponents before they can finally obtain this badge awarded by the king himself. Anyone who is a legal citizen of Nolans can participate in the Eagle Gladiator badge competition. Even if it doesn't represent the nobility, it's fine. Since the founding of Nolans, the day of the gladiatorial contest has always been the busiest day in Nolans. However, although both commoners and nobles could participate in this event, it was often the nobles or the royal family who won. The nobles have more resources at their disposal and can train more powerful warriors. This is a stage where magic is not allowed, but whoever wins will surely gain the favor of the royal family. Some people attend to gain the royal family's appreciation, while others just want to become famous. Enjoy the feeling of being admired by others. Lin Wei and Lina, who were sitting in the carriage, were now on their way to the royal city. Lin Wei would not miss this event. In fact, many nobles knew that he had sold an eagle emblem to the royal family. Therefore, although he captured 2 members of the royal family of Remo alive, he was still only a viscount. Logically speaking, his achievements should be enough to reach the rank of earl. And if Lina can stand out in this competition this time, then Lin Wei has a great chance of becoming a count. Reina, it doesn't matter whether you can win glory in this gladiatorial contest or not. Your safety must come first. Lina was a little moved when she heard this. Looking at Lin Wei's sincere eyes, she guessed that what Lin Wei said was from his heart. Naturally, she would not let down this sincere emotion. In fact, even if Lin Wei was really just using her, she would probably be willing to do it. If it weren't for Lin Wei, how could she have the life she has today? She must regain the glory of the lucky family for Lin Wei. Master, I will definitely not let you down. Looking at Lina's sincere look, Lin Wei actually felt a little guilty. He is not as great as he seems. On the contrary, although he was from Blue Star, he had learned the hypocrisy of the nobles clearly. Grandpa Edward once told Lin Wei, "Powerful nobles enslave their servants with emotions. Only useless nobles resort to violence. Emotions are always a more terrifying weapon than violence." Lin Wei asked himself. It seemed that except for Elialu, most of his subordinates wanted to take advantage of him. But what's wrong with taking advantage? If there were no Lin Wei, their talents would not be tapped. Would their lives be better than they are now? The vast Nolans Arena is next to the largest castle in the royal city. Before the competition started, this was the most prosperous street in the royal city, and the headquarters of countless large chambers of commerce were set up here. The people who could live near the Colosseum were either commoner nobles or knights, or they could be some powerful adventurers who have made a lot of money through adventures. In addition, there are a large number of priests who are ready to treat injured gladiators. Of course, such treatment is not free. After all, the archbishop's faith cannot be maintained by daily prayers alone. Facing the crowds coming and going, it was not the first time that Lin Wei had seen such a lively scene. But the timid Lina was obviously here for the first time. Facing so many people's gazes, she reached out and grabbed the corner of Lin Wei's clothes. Lin Wei smiled and reached out to hold Lina's fair and tender hand. Feeling the warmth from Lin Wei, she felt much more at ease. She is clearly a dragon girl with a bravery value of 168. but I have some social anxiety. The two elite guards who were accompanying him took the initiative to clear the way for Lin Wei. After walking for about half an hour and passing through layers of people, he finally arrived at the entrance of the gladiator arena. "Respected Viscount, please come in." Lin Wei's family emblem had long been replaced with the Viscount's emblem, and the flag was also larger than that of the Baron. Those who are responsible for the entrance to the gladiatorial arena are of course very familiar with the emblem of nobility. As soon as Lin Wei entered the venue, he met Weiss, who was chatting with another Baron. Weiss gave Lin Wei a hug with an eager smile. "Viscount Lin Wei, I'm glad to see you at last. I miss you so much." "President Weiss, I missed you too." Generally, a direct handshake among nobles is considered a very warm way of greeting. Weiss came up and gave Lin Wei a hug, which showed that the relationship between the two families was quite close. This kind of relationship usually only occurs when the two families have a marriage alliance. However, the reason why Weiss had such an extraordinary closeness was, of course, because he and Lin Wei had both made a lot of money recently. Many nobles noticed the commotion here and cast scrutinizing glances. Soon, many people recognized Lin Wei. Needless to say, Weiss is just a baron. But everyone knows that his immediate superior is Duke Simon, so everyone generally gives Baron Weiss some face. But Lin Wei is different. As a rising star in the Kingdom of Nolans, he is a living legend. The capture of two members of the Rima royal family and the cream bread that is now popular throughout the royal city are said to be the work of this Viscount. Looking at Lin Wei's overly young face, they probably couldn't imagine how an ordinary Baron Ryan could give birth to a talented son like Lin Wei. If Lin Wei also participated in this gladiator event, it might be quite exciting. Many nobles wanted to see whether Lin Wei could really show his legendary side in the gladiatorial arena. Faced with the gazes of so many nobles, Lin Wei just smiled. The Colosseum was a huge oval in shape, with many stone benches densely packed around it, stacked layer upon layer like a honeycomb. The nobles' seats were specially made with soft blankets. Although civilians can also come in to visit, they can only sit further away, and the stone benches are quite hard. It is definitely not as comfortable to sit on as with a blanket. A baron can only hold one position at most, a viscount 2, and an earl 3. A marquis can have 5. As for the dukes and royal family, there are basically as many seats as there are people. Lena sat next to Lin Wei feeling a little nervous. She could feel some strange looks from people around her. Although the XP of nobles is different, but there are indeed only a few people like Lin Wei who like lizard men. But I have to say that Lin Wei's little lizard girl is indeed quite cute. It looks like a mutated lizard man, and its white scales have a strange beauty. Viscount Lin Wei's hobby is truly unique. Some nobles expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Wei's behavior. Although everyone has a lot of fun in private, there are people like Lin Wei who bring it to the table. It seems that they don't care about the dignity of the nobility. Lin Wei didn't explain. He looked towards the duke's seat, searching for something. Soon, he found Zaluka looking at him in the crowd. Zaluka was wearing a white wizard robe today. When she met Lin Wei's eyes, she gave a shy smile. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Michel, who had been pursuing Zaluka to no avail. He narrowed his eyes, like a poisonous snake ready to strike. Chapter 44. Miss Zaluka, you don't wanna. Lin Wei has already withdrawn his gaze. Because it is not appropriate for the two of them to have too much interaction in such occasions. Although Lin Wei has become much stronger, it is not enough now. He must at least become a real earl, and his reputation and military strength must reach the level of an earl. Or maybe Zaluka reaches the level of a magician. Only then will they have the power to no longer care about what others think. Even though Lin Wei had already looked away, Zaluka would still secretly glance in Lin Wei's direction. Seeing this, Alia couldn't help but nod her student's head. Alia whispered, "Zaluka, you don't want others to know about your relationship with Lin Wei, right?" Only then did Zaluka come to her senses. She kept looking at the Viscount, which had obviously attracted a lot of people's attention, including Michel, who had been pursuing him without success. Although Michel is only the third prince, he is of royal blood after all. Exposing her relationship with Lin Wei now will only bring harm and no benefit to Lin Wei. "I understand, teacher. You are right." Alia just shook her head slightly. She didn't quite understand what was going on between young people. It would be better to say that she was missing that part when she was young. So I can't understand it. After taking your seat, the process of registering for the gladiator conference begins. The clerk in charge of the register glanced at Reina, seemingly puzzled as to why a person dressed as a maid was standing in front of him. There was no other reason why Reina wore a maid outfit, mainly because she was used to it. Lin Wei did not come along because the registration place was not far away, and he should also train Lena's social skills. "Maid, are you lost? If you want to find your master, please go over there, and the guard will lead you to him." Reina was silent for a moment, Then she said, I'm here to sign up for the Eagle Gladiator Tournament. The clerk was a little surprised. Miss Maid, are you kidding? Reyna nodded. Would you like to attend on your own or on behalf of your family? On behalf of the family. What's the name of your family? Lucca family. I am Reyna, the Knight of Lucca County. The clerk was obviously surprised when he heard Reyna say that she was a knight. The Louisa family. The clerk thought for a while and found that there was indeed a rising viscount recently, whose surname was Louisa. This legendary viscount actually sent a maid to participate in the gladiator convention. The clerk had reason to doubt whether this legendary viscount had lost his mind. Let a maid represent the family? This represents the honor of the family. The Lucca family actually sent out such a weak little maid. Although it seems that he has lizard man blood, even if he is a lizard man, it would be difficult to stand out. Most of the strongest people in Nolan's gather here. Lizard man bloodline is not worth mentioning here at all. This viscount is truly regressing, actually allowing a demi-human maid to participate in a gladiator convention. Little maid, you'd better go back and warm your master's bed. The gladiator arena is no place for a maid. A sturdy swordsman taunted. He didn't hear the other party mention the Lucca family just now, but even if he heard it, he wouldn't care. He is the swordsman under Duke Simon in the entire kingdom of Nolans. Apart from the royal family, the most powerful noble is his boss. What does he have to be afraid of? The left is now in the limelight, and the swordsman is so domineering, but no one dares to say anything. Reyna stood there motionless, her fists clenched. It didn't matter that the swordsman in front of her insulted her, but she insulted Lin Wei. Lin Wei is like Lena's Achilles heel, and the conflict is about to break out. At this moment, a fat nobleman walked over quickly. He looked at the swordsman and said, Yogurt, how dare you insult a noble? Pharos' cold words were like frost falling from a June sky, making him look a little embarrassed. He just mocked a viscount. How did he attract the earl? This Earl of Pharos is from Simon's faction, so shouldn't we speak up for him? Count Pharos, you must be joking. How dare I insult a noble? I'm just kindly reminding this maid not to sign up for the gladiator competition casually. He said, spreading his hands. I'm doing this for her own good, right? Pharos snorted coldly. Do your own thing. You are just a dog of the Simon family. Don't do anything that will damage the reputation of the Simon family. Otherwise, you should know tonight that the honor of the Simon family cannot be dishonored. Although he worked for Duke Simon, as Pharos said, he was just a dog of the Simon family. If something really happened, his body would probably appear in the moat the next day. The swordsman's eyebrows twitched, but he said nothing more. After the clerk finished registering Reyna, he whispered to her, Little maid, pray that you don't run into me for a while, or I'll make you regret coming into this world. I swear. Reyna didn't say anything. She didn't even look at the swordsman named Yogurt. The complete neglect made Yug a little angry and embarrassed. She looked at Pharos with gratitude, then headed towards the gladiator lounge. Each gladiator had a huge common lounge before going into battle. The gladiators who fought for the nobles even had their own separate lounge. Seeing Lena leave, Pharos finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it was a bit risky for him to speak for Lin Wei here. Even though he is an earl, if he really offends the Duke Simon who is at the peak of his power, I am afraid nothing good will happen to him. But no one knew that standing behind Lin Wei was the giant Alia. Knowing the inside story, he certainly wanted to avoid a premature conflict between Lin Wei and Simon. After all, it is impossible for Lin Wei to become a left-wing aristocrat. The future will almost certainly see another new force in the kingdom of Nolans. If you please Lin Wei now, you will naturally benefit from him in the future. Weiss, who had been watching from the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected that Lin Wei would actually send a maid to participate in the gladiator conference. There was almost a conflict with Duke Simon's men. Fortunately, Earl Pharos came to the rescue. Could it be that this little maid really has some extraordinary qualities? Weiss is one of the nobles who has the most contact with Lin Wei. Lin Wei left a deep impression on him. He was an aristocrat who was good at political tactics and had considerable scheming and courage. Since he dared to let the maid participate, he must have his reasons. Because of previous successful transactions, Weiss almost blindly trusted Lin Wei's ability. After all, he had earned a lot of gold coins for the Far East Chamber of Commerce recently due to his recent transactions with Lin Wei. After Duke Simon learned about it, he secretly sent someone to convey the message to him. If he continues to run his business like this, he will most likely become a commoner viscount. Although he is a commoner aristocrat, but the treatment of barons and viscounts is of course very different. So he was looking forward to working with Lin Wei even more. Chapter 45, Blasphemy? No, it is the power of dominance. There are two favorites to win this round. One is the royal family. The king has a very powerful dragon man under his command. He is a very rare hybrid of dragon and human. He has won the Gladiator badge for 3 consecutive years, earning a lot of face for Ziluk 13. The second one is a powerful adventurer under Duke Rice. This ghostly assassin was once the main fighter of the S-Class team. Later he pledged allegiance to the Duke of Rice. Legend has it that he has an enchanted dagger that can even cause considerable damage to dragon scales. Many strong people appear in this event every year. Some do it to prove that they are strong enough. Some do it to gain the appreciation of the royal family or the nobility. Even if you don't win the championship, as long as you perform well enough in the arena, there will be nobles who will extend an olive branch to you. The sun was high in the sky and the gladiator arena officially opened. The first person to enter the venue was an adventurer, armed with a sword and a shield. The other one was Yogurt, who had just had a conflict with Reyna. Yogurt. Bravery, 102. Strategy, 30. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. One-handed sword mastery, shield mastery, brute force. Rating, A. I have to say that this swordsman named Yogurt is indeed quite capable. Just talking about bravery, he is even better than Noller. Of course, she was still far behind Reyna. The adventurer's bravery was no more than 60, and he had no special talents. Unless a miracle happens, Lin Wei already knows the result without even looking. Sure enough, relying on his advantage in physique and strength, the adventurer was beheaded by him after only 2 rounds of confrontation. A huge head rolled to the ground, and the spray of bright red splashed all over him. Yogurt killed the adventurer, and no one blamed him. Instead, it caused cheers from the stands. Just like blood can stimulate everyone's nerves, the martial-minded Nolans has a perverted yearning for power and blood. This is your fate in the arena. If you don't admit defeat in time, this will be your outcome. However, Reyna's bravery was high enough that he wasn't worried. Even if he really encountered an opponent he could not defeat, he could voluntarily admit defeat before the fight to ensure Reyna's safety. Yogurt showed a bloodthirsty smile and glanced provocatively at where Lin Wei was sitting. It's like saying, if Reyna meets him, this will be the end. Because Lin Wei did not go with Lina, he did not know that he had a conflict with Lina. I just know that the look in the man's eyes in the venue really makes people feel a little uncomfortable. The Viscounts on the side have begun to praise Yogurt's bravery. This is Duke Simon's night, right? Judging from his performance, he should be in the top 3 at least. I was wondering where this powerful swordsman came from. It turns out he's from Duke Simon. Lin Wei heard the sounds of people talking in groups of 3 or 2, all praising Yogurt. Duke Simon stroked his beard with satisfaction. He was a little thin, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Yogurt's performance. Although Yogurt certainly cannot defeat His Majesty's Dragon Warriors, it is enough to be in the top 3. At least this way the Simon family didn't lose face. As a warrior, even if Yogurt couldn't gain the upper hand against the Dragon Man, he still had certain advantages in dealing with the assassin of Duke Rice. The first round of promotions continues. Most of them were killed in the arena. Only a few who surrendered quickly managed to survive. Although blood and death have become commonplace. But Lin Wei actually doesn't like Nolan's somewhat bloody tradition. Soon, it was Reyna's turn. In her hands, Lina held the standard long sword given to her by Lin Wei and an ordinary iron round shield. These are the standard weapons of Louis Cardinal. Although it is not as good as magic weapons, it is better than the equipment of most soldiers. Reyna's opponent is a knight from the Earl's family. Yang Wu is only in his early 70s, has no outstanding special talents, and his rating is only B. Lin Wei was completely relieved. A knight of this level could not pose any threat to Lina at all. Reyna's appearance stunned all the nobles, including the royal family. Are you kidding? This is so serious and solemn. On the stage where we fight for honor, a girl in a maid outfit suddenly appears? Many people were talking about it, and there were even some abusive voices coming from the seats for civilians. They believed that Reyna had desecrated this sacred stage. Ziluk 13 didn't say anything. He didn't know which family this demi-human maid came from. But you can ask the registration clerk later. He also detested the desecration of the sacred stage. Miss Maid, if I were you, I would surrender immediately. This is no place to joke around. The Earl's knight was quite polite. He seemed unable to bear to see a lovely demi-human maid die in the gladiatorial arena. Thank you for your concern. Please give it your all, and don't leave yourself with any regrets. Reyna's voice was cold. The smell of rust around her filled her sense of smell. A lot of the land soaked with blood has even turned dark black. Countless soldiers died on this cold land. She hates fighting, but she must take back the glory that belongs to Lin Wei. Even if it means getting blood on my hands, I will do it. Come on, then. The knight drew his sword. The knight rushed towards Lina with his shield raised, and his speed was not slow. If Lena didn't raise her shield to block or dodge, she would be pierced directly by this sharp knight's sword. Reyna stood there without any movement, nor did she show the panic expression that the audience wanted to see. Her red eyes were extremely cold. When the knight rushed to her, she suddenly raised the shield in her hand. The knight seemed to have anticipated that the maid would raise her shield to block. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that a weak maid could withstand his full-strength attack, even if the other party is a lizard man. Bump. Reyna didn't use her shield to block the knight's attack. She dodged to the side of the knight with extreme agility, then raised the shield in her hand and hit the opponent. The knight was wearing iron armor, but he felt as if he had been trampled by an elephant. A huge impact force directly knocked him away. When the knight's body suddenly hit the wall of the arena, he lost consciousness instantly. Reyna raised the sword in her hand, declaring victory in this fight. The already noisy audience seats fell silent for a moment. Then there was a roar like a tsunami. A demi-human maid actually knocked a sturdy knight away with a shield raised in one hand. This refreshed the cognition of all the audience. The abuse and doubts from the previous moment now turned into praise for Reyna's extraordinary strength. Chapter 46, But today, I will kill you. After round of competition, it was finally time to reach the qualifying round of the top 16. At this moment, the moon had already changed from hanging high in the sky to two blood moons rising in the sky. It was as if announcing the cruelty of this gladiatorial contest. Huge bonfires were lit at both ends of the gladiatorial arena, and rows of bright torches made the entire arena exceptionally bright. The competition will continue into the night until the winner of the gladiator lifts the trophy and takes home the glory of the year. Reyna easily defeated 4 knights in a row and qualified for the top 16. She killed all 5 knights with one strike, which gave the audience a new understanding of Reyna. It's so scary. Reyna is like a dark horse that suddenly appears, bringing new fun to the entire arena. It's a pity that the gladiatorial games are extremely sacred to the people of Nolans, and no monetary transactions are allowed in this sacred game. Otherwise, they would be subject to the sacred judgment of all citizens, and even if a noble tainted the game with gold coins, he would be hanged. Otherwise, many gamblers would definitely lose everything tonight. With the sound of a heavy horn, the game finally reached its climax. 16 contestants of different physiques were seen standing in the center of the venue, enjoying the cheers and honors from the audience. Some adventurers without families seem to have noticed the gazes of the nobles. As long as they can get the appreciation of the nobles, even if they fail this time, they will still have gained something. Many people have a clear understanding of their own strengths. Every gladiator who entered the finals knew very well how powerful the Dragon Man was, as he had won for 3 consecutive years. Not to mention that this year there's also Duke Rice's assassin and an invincible maid. Reyna stood out in the arena. Although she was the smallest in stature, her record was indeed the most impressive. Apart from the Royal Dragons, no one had won as easily as she had. Some viewers even speculated that perhaps Lena could fight this Dragon Man. More nobles were wondering which family this petite, yet strong maid came from. When people learned that Reyna was from the Luca family, many were amazed. Lin Wei is now in the limelight as a rising star in the Nolans Empire. Now there are almost no nobles who don't know him. After a short break, the draw to determine the opponents began. What was a bit surprising was that Yogurt actually drew Reyna in the first round. Yogurt also performed very well in this gladiator. Although not as gorgeous as Reyna's one-hit kill, he still defeated his opponent in just a few moves. Compared to Reyna's simple attack, his arena always spurted blood. Bloodthirsty Yogurt always elicits more screams from the audience. So when Yogurt faced the Dark Horse Reyna, they were all quite excited. Either the Dark Horse Reyna will create another miracle, or she will be ruthlessly torn apart by Yogurt. Standing in the arena, Yug smiled coldly. Little maid, I told you not to let me meet you. I didn't expect those trash could actually let you get into the top 16. Honestly, you didn't secretly sleep with them and let them give you a leg up in the competition, did you? Go back and tell your master that he is a coward for letting his maids serve others. Ha! Yogurt's unpleasant laughter did not irritate Reyna. The scales on Reyna's arms moved slightly, and it seemed as if gas was seeping out of them. Her already red eyes seemed to become even redder at this moment. It doesn't matter how others insult her, but if someone insults Lin Wei, then you must die. She had already developed murderous intentions when she met the clerk today. I have never killed anyone. But today, I will kill you. Reyna's cold voice seemed to announce Yogurt's death. Although Yogurt, who was still laughing loudly, made sarcastic remarks, he never put down the shield in his hand from beginning to end. He was wary of the little maid in front of him. How can anyone who can truly make it to the top 16 be a weakling? While he was still thinking about how to deal with the shield attack that the maid was good at, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and two blood moons suddenly appeared in his sight for some reason. He clearly didn't look up. Then the world began to spin in front of him, and he lost all consciousness below his head. Lena shook off the blood on the sword coldly. It was just one round of confrontation. She chopped off Yogurt's head with incredible speed. His wide-open eyes gradually became blurred, as if he had no idea what had happened before he died. Silence. Deathly silence. Compared with the previous rounds, it was obvious that Reina's move this time shocked everyone. No one saw how she did it. She seemed to appear in front of Yogurt suddenly, and then Yogurt's head flew out. Some even suspected she used magic. However, the royal magicians sitting in the venue did not notice the fluctuation of magic, which means that this is Reina's speed. Did she use magic? Someone in the crowd raised questions. Before the royal mage could speak, Duke Alia suddenly said, "She didn't use any magic. Arya is the great magician," and with her fair and impartial speech, those questioning voices finally disappeared. Then there was thunderous cheers and whistles. No wonder Lin Wei sent this maid to participate in the gladiator competition. The strength shown by this maid is no weaker than that of the Dragon Man. The Dragon Man and the assassin narrowed their eyes slightly. Unexpectedly, this seemingly fragile maid would become their biggest opponent. Before going on the field, the assassin and the Dragon Man regarded each other as the most difficult opponent, until Lena appeared, and this delicate balance was broken. During their break, they also watched Reina and Yogurt's respective matches, and they all felt that Reina and Yogurt were of similar level. Even if Reina was stronger, she would not be much stronger. But the fighting power that Lena showed today greatly refreshed their cognition. This speed is so fast that it is weird. Even if the assassin exerts his physical strength to the limit, it is impossible to achieve it. The Dragon Man was wondering if his dragon scales could block her iron sword. What is certain is that the weapon in Reina's hand is not a magic weapon, but just a long sword of better quality. As long as there is no magical enchantment, resisting it should not be a problem. He has enough confidence in the scales on his body. Although Lena is powerful, the red dragon blood in her bones seems to be boiling at this moment. Defeat Reina, take her head, and bring glory to the king. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, as if he had already cut off Reina's head. Chapter 47. Victory belongs to Bai Long, glory belongs to Luca. The Dragon Man defeated Duke Rice's assassin. This man, who was once the best assassin in the S-level team, has now lost his right arm, with a hideous wound covering it with blood and flesh. The Dragon Man seemed a little unsatisfied and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the pungent smell of rust entering my nostrils. The assassin was quite fast, but his so-called enchanted dagger was unable to harm the Dragon Man at all. The Dragon Man's status bar at this time also caught Lin Wei's attention. Guardland. Bravery, 148. Strategy, 20. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. Dragon Scale Hardening, Red Dragon Power. Rating, A+. The overall level of this Dragon Man, named Gadlan, is weaker than Lena. However, this Dragon Man also possesses special talents, so it may not be easy for Lena to win as easily as before. It seems that Reina's special talents, except for the inheritance of the Frost Dragon, have hardly ever been triggered. Although Lin Wei has confidence in Lena, this battle is by no means an easy victory for Lena. The smell of White Dragon. Little White Dragon, tell me your name. At this moment, Gadlan and Lena were already standing in the center of the arena. Even though the battle was not over yet, Reina had already become famous. Reina, I am a lizard man. Are the characteristics you have also those of a lizard man? I've never seen a red lizard man before. Have you also mutated? The naive Reina thought that the other party was also a lizard man like her. Reina's answer left Gadlan stunned. He stared at Reina with his dragon eyes, and his scary vertical pupils seemed to want to read mockery from Reina's eyes. Although he is a red dragon with impure blood, it does not mean that he is willing to be mixed up with those lizard men, because the impure-blooded dragons and lizard men are indeed very similar. Before he showed his true strength, he was also mistaken for a lizard man. He suffered many insults before he became strong enough. If he had not been close to Reina, he would not have smelled the same scent on Reina. Little White Dragon, you have succeeded in irritating me. I will tear you apart and devour your flesh. The Dragon Man growled and raised the sword given to him by the king. Gadlan's body shape changed suddenly, and he rushed in front of Lena at an extremely fast speed, even leaving an afterimage where he was standing before. Bump. Reina's red eyes suddenly narrowed, and she raised the shield in her hand to block Gadlan's attack. There was a sharp sound of metal clashing, and a flash of fire burst out from where the shield and weapon collided. After just one round of fighting, A huge hole was cut in the round shield in Reyna's hand. The shield was dented, and it was obvious that it would break in two if hit again, so it could no longer be used. She felt a slight numbness in the base of her palm. Gadlin's strength, due to inertia, was almost as strong as hers. Reyna discarded her shield. Compared to simple defense, speed was obviously her advantage. She burst out with a speed faster than Gadlin, and turned into a shadow and rushed behind Gadlin. Even though Gadlin was nervous, he didn't expect Lena's speed to be so fast. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again, and the long sword in Reyna's hand had already cut a huge gash. If this sword had not been made by Biglin, an ordinary sword would have broken by now upon colliding with the dragon scales. Gadlin's defense was beyond Reyna's imagination. Because even so, the dragon scales on his back were only slightly scratched. Roar! Gadlin let out a roar and slashed at the back like a madman. But Reyna dodged them all swiftly. In a flash, the two men staged a fierce chase. The two men fighting each other caused cheers from the audience. It was the first time they had seen someone who could fight the Dragon Man Gadlin for so many rounds without being at a disadvantage. Gadlin is indeed very powerful, otherwise he would not have won the gladiator competition for 3 consecutive years. However, Reyna is equally powerful, which makes many nobles tempted. The royal family, including King Louis XIII, also turned their gazes towards Reyna in the venue. Compared to the ugly Gadlin, the demi-human made Reyna is obviously more in line with the noble's aesthetic taste. Not only can he fight, but he might even be able to warm the bed. Isn't this much more fragrant than Guardland? After fighting for more than 10 rounds, Reyna felt hot all over. It was like a power rising from the bottom of my heart. The shadow of a white dragon seemed to be hovering faintly behind her. Blessing from the dragon spirit. It was the first time that Lin Wei saw Lena's special talent activated. The shadow flashed by, and white scales grew on Reyna's arms and face at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dragon horns on her head also lengthened a little. A burning desire to fight burned in her heart, and she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Gadlin's heart was shocked, and the dragon scales all over his body stood up as if sensing danger. The blood of the red dragon told him that Reyna, who had suddenly changed before him, was someone he could never defeat. However, before he could react, Reyna had already plunged the broken sword into his chest. The originally fragile broken sword seemed to have been amplified countless times under the absolute power bonus. The dragon scales he was so proud of were like a piece of glass that could not withstand the pressure and had completely shattered. Then, Reyna punched him in the face again. After a brief period of numbness and pain, Guardland completely lost consciousness. Although the victor Reyna's made outfit was torn in many places, the exposed arms and back were covered by dragon scales. The onlookers could not see the beautiful spring scenery. Reyna wins. Amidst cheers and screams, Reyna won the fight. This also declared that the glory of the gladiator this time belonged to the Lucca family. Gadlin just fainted, and Lena did not kill him. To be precise, apart from killing Yogurt, she didn't kill anyone in this arena. Because her home was invaded by soldiers, she understood the preciousness of life better than anyone else. Those standing in the gladiator arena are all prepared warriors. But whose fathers, whose sons, or whose husbands are they? Reyna knew that her thoughts were childish. But a strong person should have his own beliefs in order to better utilize his power. This was told to her by her grandmother, who disappeared 3 years ago. No matter what, she finally got back the glory that should have belonged to Lin Wei. Lena looked in the direction of Lin Wei, only to see Lin Wei waving at her. Suddenly, Reyna felt her body lighten. It seemed as if all the fatigue accumulated from the battle had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 48 Greed. Lin Wei hung the brand new Eagle Gladiator badge in his study. Lin Wei specially found a huge display stand so that everyone could see the pure gold gladiator emblem the first time they entered the study. Unlike the badge that Grandpa Edward obtained, this is a gladiator's emblem belonging to him and Lena. It also means that he has regained the glory of the Lucca family. Just as Lin Wei was admiring the new gladiator emblem, Elialu walked in holding Lena's hand. Unlike Reyna on the field at that time, the scales that originally appeared on her cheeks and back have faded away, leaving only a few scales on her hands and abdomen. Compared to when I first met Reyna, it seemed that there were even fewer scales. Of course, if you don't enter combat mode. The dragon horns also returned to their original appearance, and the petite and cute dragon horns were still white and translucent. Lin Wei waved towards Lena and said, "White Enchantress, you are a great contributor to the Luisca territory." When Lena heard Lin Wei call her White Rose, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The reason why she is called White Rose is, of course, because Reina left a deep impression on everyone in this gladiatorial competition. This is the nickname given to Reina by the people of Nolans based on her characteristics. The Gadlan that Reina defeated was once known as the Gladiator Destroyer. Reina didn't get this nickname because she got the badge. It was because Reina left such a deep impression on everyone that she got this nickname. Master, I hope Reina didn't disappoint you. Lina looked at Lin Wei with her bright red eyes, a strange emotion flickering in her eyes. Of course, Reina. Even if you don't get this badge back for me, I won't be disappointed in you either. After hearing this, Reina's thick dragon tail began to swing unconsciously, which meant that Reina was in a good mood. Just like the little cat girl Silka, it seems that whenever these creatures with tails are happy, their tails can always express their emotions in advance on behalf of their owners. In the cold royal palace, Ziluk 13 sat on the throne with a scepter in his hand. Beneath the throne, Gadlan's huge body was crawling on the ground. He didn't dare look up because he failed to regain the honor for Ziluk 13. In fact, even Ziluk didn't understand why Gadlan lost. A broken sword could actually pierce the dragon scales that Gadlan was so proud of. It was just an ordinary iron sword, without any magic added to it. He was able to penetrate the dragon's armor with ordinary weapons simply by relying on brute force. Could it be that the opponent was also a hybrid dragon? It's no wonder that Ziluk has such thoughts, because all this is really too ridiculous. Then his majestic voice sounded. Gadlan, look up. Upon hearing this, although Gadlan was still crawling on the ground, he obediently raised his head. Tell me, White Fairy Reina, is she a dragon person? Gadlan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he finally said, Yes, Your Majesty, she has a stronger dragon bloodline than I do. Because when she defeated me in the end, I felt the aura of the dragon spirit. Gadlan's dragon bloodline only accounts for about 1/3. The higher the concentration of dragon blood, the greater the chance of gaining the favor of the dragon spirit. His father is a hybrid red dragon with a red dragon spirit. His mother was just an ordinary Norlands woman, so by his generation the bloodline had become quite thin. Reina, who fought with him, had a very strong bloodline and might be a direct descendant of a pure-blooded dragon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such powerful strength and speed. Oh, Ziluk's eyes narrowed slightly. A dragon with a stronger bloodline, and a dragon girl. If I could recruit him, not only can she serve as a concubine in the harem, but she can also be a powerful fighter. There is no shortage of mixed-race royals in the royal family, but such princes or princesses often have no inheritance rights unless their mother has the same family background as Ziluk 13. For example, she could be the daughter of the chief of a large tribe, or a direct royal family member of the Elven Kingdom. Only in this way can the offspring born have a chance to have status. However, if one wants to compete for the throne, the possibility is very slim unless there is a legitimate prince with Nolan's bloodline. I don't blame you this time. Go down and have a good rest. Ziluk waved. In any case, Gadlan also won him 3 victories in the gladiatorial arena. You can't punish the other party for 1 defeat. Otherwise, it would be too inhumane. After Gadlan left, Ziluk 13, who was sitting on the throne, narrowed his eyes. This little maid had obviously entered his sight. However, because of the existence of the gladiator arena, Lina also appeared in the vision of all nobles and the people of Nolans. Everyone knows that Reina is loyal to the Luca family. If Reina were to be taken away by force, it would probably cause a huge reaction. Only wealth and power could make Reina surrender. Ziluk believes that there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved with gold coins. If there is, resolve it with power and force. A month has passed since the gladiator games. Lin Wei still had not received the fief from King Ziluk 13. Logically speaking, after winning this gladiatorial contest, Lin Wei's accumulated reputation would be enough. According to Lin Wei's idea, the Earl's appointment should have arrived as well. But during this month, he didn't hear anything. It was as if he had won not the Nolan's gladiator match, but an unimportant match. But even so, Lin Wei didn't care too much. Although he is still a Viscount, due to the popularity of Cream, he has not only expanded his guard to 5,000 people. He even had 1,000 fully armed heavy cavalry. Even among the many Earls of Nolans, his strength is definitely among the top ones. In addition to the 200,000 Nolans gold coins spent on the guards, Lin Wei also received a share of the Cream sales from the Far East Chamber of Commerce during this month. A total of 300,000 Nolans gold coins. Compared to the enthusiasm when Cream was first promoted, the demand for Cream among the nobles has become much more saturated. Weiss wrote in the letter that he was preparing to sell the Cream to Yade and Rima. If this matter can go smoothly, Lin Wei's income will increase several times. 300,000 Nolans gold coins sounded like a lot, but in fact, only Lin Wei understood that this money was far from enough. Because once you get on the front battlefield, in addition to fighting with ordinary teams, you cannot avoid collisions with special forces. If we were to say which type is the most common, it would naturally be magicians. Lin Wei had to buy some anti-magic materials to make appropriate protective gear for Biglin, just when Lin Wei was busy with various things. Instead, the butler brought a letter from King Ziluk 13. Chapter 49. Reina only wants to stay with her master. The butler handed the letter to Reina. Lin Wei is handling affairs within the territory. Although the new Louis Cardinal is larger than the old Louis Cardinal, it has more people and supplies. But correspondingly, government affairs have become more numerous. In addition to daily training, Lina always likes to hang out with Lin Wei whenever she has time. Elialu also generously gave some of her time to Lina. When Reina came over, she went to look for Inchiona. When the king delivered the letter, Lina was with Lin Wei. Lina obediently placed the letter on Lin Wei's desk. Lin Wei said without even looking up, "Please read the contents of the letter to me. I guess it's just the title of Earl that was given, and it shouldn't be anything important." Reina nodded obediently and opened the red clay with the royal emblem on it. Just when Lin Wei was complaining about the slow efficiency of the royal family, the well-behaved Lina suddenly fell silent. Lin Wei looked at Lina with some confusion, whose arms were trembling slightly. I saw Xiaolongying like a frightened deer, with grievances in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Lin Wei took the letter from Lina's hand. The letter began with some meaningless greetings. The letter was filled with praise for Reina. Then, it was Ziluk Xii's blatant wolfish ambition. In the letter, he directly asked Lin Wei how much gold coins or status he wanted before he was willing to contribute Lina to the royal family. Seeing this, Lin Wei finally understood why Xiaolongyang had become like this. She was afraid that Lin Wei would sell her to the royal family. "Owner, Reina will become even stronger. How about letting Reina stay by your side forever?" Reina's tail drooped due to her low mood. In fact, she understood better than anyone what this letter meant. This means that the most powerful noble in the Kingdom of Norlands is asking Lin Weisoa for Reina. Even Lin Wei was unmoved and rejected the king's request. Then what Lin Wei faces is a career that ends at Viscount. Once the king's wishes are disobeyed, there is no need for Ziluk 13 to intervene. He only needs to send out a few signals, and those nobles who originally wanted to make friends with Lin Wei will begin to exclude Lin Wei. This illusory reputation and title would all collapse in a moment's thought by King Ziluk 13. Choosing between Lina and the future became the choice before Lin Wei. Lina looked at Lin Wei, who was lost in thought, without saying a word, and her heart seemed to fall into an endless abyss. This was a royal test. In fact, whether Lin Wei surrenders or not, he will inevitably lose. Once Lin Wei offers Reina to Ziluk 13, will the royal family have the final say on whether he will give her what he promised? At that time, he would pretend that nothing had happened, and it was not impossible that he would even think that Lin Wei was easy to bully and not promote him to Earl. And if Lin Wei did not give Reina to Ziluk 13, there would be no doubt that such an action would definitely anger the king. His aristocratic career in Norlands was over. As for rebellion and independence from the Kingdom of Norlands, that would be a dead end. Once Lin Wei declares the independence of Luiska territory, it is not certain whether the people in the territory will agree. Even the nobles in the surrounding areas were probably eager to capture Lin Wei alive and present him to Ziluk 13. This is a fatal question, and there is no answer at all. Whether angering the king or being a weak noble would have a huge impact on his current reputation. Although he already had more than 5,000 guards, it was still far from enough to face the royal legion of more than 200,000. Not to mention the Nolan's noble legion with a total number of over 1 million. "Reina, do you want to go to the royal city?" Although Lina's loyalty was full, Lin Wei still asked. Reina's head shook like a rattle. "Don't worry, I won't give you to anyone. As long as you want to stay in Luiska territory will always be your home." Lin Wei reached out and held Lina's warm little hand. The warmth from Lin Wei made the little dragon girl feel a lot more at ease. Lin Wei had never lied to her. As long as Lin Wei promised to keep her by his side, she believed that Lin Wei would definitely do it. Lina has almost blind trust in Lin Wei. She didn't want to go to Ziluk's side. They were only interested in her formidable strength. Only Lin Wei gave her everything when she had nothing. Gave her warmth and light. If I want to leave Lin Wei and be loyal to someone else, she would rather die. Lin Wei did not choose to reply immediately. He took Reina and set off again for the royal city overnight. Only by asking for help from Alia may there be a glimmer of hope. Alia possesses an extraordinary status and strength, and even Ziluk 13 does not dare to offend her easily. But the only thing that Lin Wei was a little worried about was, will the other party help him for Ziluk's sake? If Alia is unwilling to help Lin Wei, Is there really only one way out? A fight to the bitter end? Lin Wei only hated that he was not strong enough yet, so Ziluk dared to bare his fangs at him. The Magic Academy is quite large and is located in a fairly prosperous area. Through the door, you can see groups of students discussing magic inside. After a brief contact with the guard at the door, he asked her to wait there. Reina was standing behind Lin Wei today, wearing an oversized cape. White Rose's reputation is already quite famous. She had to avoid being recognized. Soon, the guards left and returned. He said respectfully to Lin Wei, "Respected Viscount, Dean Alia invites you to rest in the courtyard." Lin Wei nodded. Walking through the elegant front yard, Lin Wei tried his best to avoid the crowd and avoid being noticed. It was not until the two of them arrived at the huge pavilion in the manor that the guard bowed to Lin Wei and then left. Soon, the cute cat girl appeared in Lin Wei's sight. She ran towards Lin Wei happily, her little tail wagging back and forth. Last time in the arena, I just looked at Lin Wei from a distance and didn't get to say a word. With this close contact, Zaluka was finally able to replenish Lin Wei's energy. Lin Wei's energy plus 100. Zaluka rubbed Lin Wei for a long time before letting go of Lin Wei reluctantly. "Master, the teacher will be here soon. I came here as soon as I heard the news." At that time, Alia was teaching students, and Zaluka skipped class and came here. Lin Wei patted Zaluka's head and said, "Thank you for your hard work lately. Are you taking good care of yourself?" Zaluka nodded and looked at Reina, who was standing behind Lin Wei in a cloak, and said, "Master, this is." "Reina, take off your cloak." Reina obediently took off her cloak and looked at the cute cat girl, feeling a sense of crisis in her heart. I have to say that Zaluka is really good looking, and he is a cat man who is more popular among humans. He has so many more advantages than her. In addition, Zaluka also called Lin Wei master, so she already had some guesses in her mind and felt a little jealous. "Hello, dear Miss Zaluka." Reina's tone was a little unfamiliar because it was her first time meeting Zaluka. "I know you. You are the White Rose who has won glory for your master. You are so powerful. Zaluka also wants to be like you, to be able to stand beside the master openly." The envy in her tone didn't seem fake. It seems that studying in the royal city has brought about some small changes in Zaluka's personality. Originally a gentle, yet somewhat timid personality. I don't know why I became a little lively. Or maybe she only shows this lovely side of her when she is with Lin Wei. The two quickly became close. When he learned that the king wanted Lin Wei to contribute Lina, Zaluka also showed an indignant expression. But at this moment, Alia's voice suddenly rang out. "So, this is why you came to see me?" Chapter 50. It's the survival of the fittest. Lin Wei was a little embarrassed by the sudden appearance of Alia. I saw that this legendary great magician, who rarely appeared in public, was looking at me with a scrutinizing gaze. During the gladiatorial arena, some people suspected that Reina had used magic. It was Alia who spoke up to help. "Greetings, respected Duke Alia." Alia waved her hand nonchalantly. "I don't like being called the Duke. You can call me Dean. Zaluka is also my favorite student. We don't need to be so distant," Alia said, stroking Silka's cat ears. Zaluka immediately dodged like a frightened deer. "I am a good teacher in every way, except that I sometimes like to touch my ears and tail. These are very sensitive areas for cat girls. Except when Lin Wei touches them, she will have a more intense reaction." "Teacher." Alia didn't care about Zaluka's resentment, but sat down by herself. Her snow-white hair fluttered gently in the breeze. The white hair did not turn white because of old age, but because white elves have white hair. The whiter the hair, the purer the blood in the body. It has to be said that although Arya is hundreds of years old, her charming beauty has not been lost in the long time. The elves are famous for their longevity and beauty. Alia is the best among them. If she wasn't powerful enough, who knows how many nobles would want to take her into their harem. "So, Dean Alia, do you have any way to get His Majesty to retract his order?" Alia shook her head and did not answer Lin Wei. She looked at the somewhat reserved Reina and said, "It is indeed very beautiful. The concentration of white dragon blood is also very high. No wonder that kid Ziluk is interested." After saying this, she spread her hands and said, "As you can see, although I am an honorary duke, I cannot influence His Majesty's wishes. Either you hand this little dragon girl over to His Majesty, or you choose to end your noble career. You are a man of means and intelligence. Although the white dragon is precious, you don't need me to help you make a choice, right?" Alia's words were clear. She had no way to help Lin Wei. Although he had already made this plan in his heart, Lin Wei's heart still sank when he heard the bad news. Of course, he was unwilling to give up Reina. Putting aside Reina's talent, if he gave up on Reina today, what if His Majesty finds out about his relationship with Zaluka and asks him for Zaluka? At that time, would he also give up Zaluka? Will anyone still be willing to be loyal to him in the future? Alia looked at Lin Wei's solemn expression with interest. In fact, she was also very interested in what choice Lin Wei would make. Over the long years, she has met many interesting people, and Lin Wei is one of the more interesting ones. Lena stood aside cautiously. She didn't say anything. But she was not afraid that Lin Wei's thoughts would change because of this. Because Lin Wei promised her that he would not offer her to the royal family. I will fight to the end, even if it means being an enemy of your majesty. He can't deprive others of their freedom so arbitrarily. Although I bought Reyna from the slave trader, I already took off her slave collar. She's not a slave, she's my family. I believe that both humans and demi-humans have the right to live freely. So, I will protect Reyna, even if it means fighting against His Majesty. Alia suddenly smiled, and her beautiful smile made the carefully trimmed flowers in the manor seem a little dim. So, for Reyna alone, you're so foolish as to give up your own future and the lives of so many innocent people in your territory? Lin Wei said calmly. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. I will lead them in the fight, and we may not lose. Alia shook her head. In fact, no matter what choice Lin Wei made, they are all wrong. She said to Reyna, Little white dragon, come to me. Lena looked at the other person warily, and when she saw Lin Wei nodded, she walked towards Alia. Alia's tender white little hand touched Lena's head, and a strange light lit up. The dragon horns, which were already quite long, quickly disappeared, leaving only the smooth forehead. The scales on her body also disappeared at an extremely fast speed, and she completely turned into an ordinary human girl. This is... Lin Wei was a little surprised. Not only did Lena lose her dragon features, but even her face had changed. Reyna. Bravery, 148. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. White dragon blood, dragon scale hardening, dragon spirit blessing, frost dragon inheritance, hidden in the blood. Rating S. There is an additional word hidden in blood in the special talent. Alright. From now on, if she doesn't appear in front of the nobles again, everything should be fine. This magic will last for at least 10 years. When the time is up, bring her to me. Just find a reason to tell that kid Ziluk that the dragon lady has defected and invite him to come to Luka territory to help search. I don't need to teach you the politics of these nobles, do I? After doing all this, Alia picked up the black tea in front of her and took a sip. Also, your cream is great. I love it. Lin Wei was a little overjoyed. He bowed to Arya. Thank you, Dean Alia. Lin Wei will always remember your kindness. Alia said indifferently. I'm not doing this for you. I just don't want to see my lovely students cry. Zaluka showed a coquettish expression. Teacher, how could I be a crybaby? No. I remember when you first came to the academy, you were always hiding in bed wiping away your tears because you were not familiar with the new environment. Zaluka blushed immediately. Teacher, how do you know? Who knows? Perhaps the god of light told me secretly. In a cheerful atmosphere, Lin Wei bid farewell to Zaluka, who was reluctant to leave. Zaluka has not yet become a magician, so for the time being, he can only stay with Alia to learn magic. On the way back, Lena held Lin Wei's clothes tightly. It was not until they were on the carriage that Reyna took the initiative to say, I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry to bother you, Reyna. Reyna is really insecure. Although she knew that Lin Wei would not hand her over to the royal family, she still couldn't help feeling scared. Lin Wei gently consoled him. How could that be? I was the one who asked you to participate in the gladiator competition. Even if there really is a mistake, it's my fault. Reyna, you've done a great job. Reyna shook her head. The master can do no wrong. If Reyna is strong enough, no one will dare to threaten the master. Lin Wei didn't say anything else. He looked at the changing scenery outside the carriage. Yes, he has to get stronger. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. There is no logic at all. Chapter 51. You don't just rely on your fists to get away. What? Lin Wei said white enchantress defected. Ziluk 13, who was sitting on the throne, widened his eyes. Of course, his first reaction was not that Long Nyang had defected, but that Lin Wei was unwilling to give the white rose to him. He looked at the envoys below the stage with a gloomy face and a changing expression. Yes, your majesty. Viscount Lin Wei also said that the dragon lady escaped to the beast tribe. Because White Enchantress is so powerful, he can't stop her. He also said that if he caught White Rose, he would give her to her with both hands. Even Viscount Lin Wei took the initiative to say that due to a shortage of manpower, he hoped your majesty could send some soldiers to help with the search. Although he guessed that Lin Wei might refuse, Ziluk 13 did not expect that Lin Wei would refuse in such a lame way. But he actually volunteered to help with the search. Was this a true defection, or was it due to his extreme confidence in himself, making sure that Reyna wouldn't be found by him? Gadlan, you will go to Luiska territory as an envoy to help search for the White Enchantress. Besides sending envoys to station in Luiska territory, send another 1,000 royal guards to help with the search. Since Lin Wei wants to hide Lina, Ziluk 13 will not give up so easily. As a dragon man, Gadlan's blood is mutually responsive, as long as Gadlan can feel Lina's breath. The thousands of royal guards launched a carpet search, and not even a fly could hide in Luiska's territory. He wanted to see whether Lin Wei's story of defection was true or not. Ziluk Xii's reaction was within Lin Wei's expectations. Even if they really sent thousands of guards, they would not be able to find Reyna, because Reyna now looks completely like a human girl. Grand Mage Alia's magic has completely hidden Reyna's bloodline. Now she has changed her name to Izixi. Even if Reyna is right in front of the guards, they cannot recognize her. After all, Reyna's Dragonman characteristics have all been hidden. The nobles had different speculations about why King Ziluk 13 suddenly sent the guards to Luisgar. Some people said that Lin Wei had angered His Majesty, so His Majesty was going to send thousands of guards to monitor him. Others said that Lin Wei was appreciated by His Majesty, and these 1,000 soldiers were to help Lin Wei garrison his territory. No matter what, as long as Lin Wei and Ziluk 13 don't say anything, this matter will remain a secret forever. Lin Wei wouldn't take the initiative to say it, and Ziluk would be even less likely to do so. This is not a glorious thing for either of them. Before the royal guards entered Luisgar, Lin Wei transferred 3,000 soldiers to Old Luisgar. Firstly, the defense force of Old Luiska's territory is weak. It is probably impossible to defend the territory with only Noller and the less than 500 guards. Secondly, Lin Wei was afraid that Luiska's overly powerful military force would arouse the king's vigilance. So he sent 1,000 heavy cavalry and 2,000 fully armed guards to the territory of Old Luis Cardinal. Leaving 2,000 as guards is enough. After the storm died down, Ziluk 13 stopped worrying about Reyna's problem and started a new round of recruitment. Only his power is strong enough. Only in this way can we prevent what happened to Reyna from happening again. Michel had just returned from Fedra. He asked many nobles along the way, and many of them said that they had seen Zaluka's carriage enter Luiska's territory. After being let out by Luiska, he went straight back to the royal city. All these intricate connections told Michel that Zaluka might indeed have some relationship with Lin Wei. Thinking of Lin Wei's inexplicably missing dragon girl, everything seemed to make sense. To be honest, Lin Wei is really weak. A viscount who had just been promoted from baron, even if he was lucky enough to capture 2 royal family members of the Rema kingdom, his own strength and foundation were definitely far inferior to those of the prominent nobles. Nobility is hereditary, and the longer the inheritance, the deeper the foundation. The reason why Lin Wei was able to gather hundreds of fairly powerful elite soldiers was definitely due to the savings left by his grandfather Edward, who was once known as the Sword Saint. You said Lin Wei made his fortune by selling that golden eagle gladiator emblem? That's probably just an excuse. Although Edward was only a baron, his military force was the most powerful in the entire Nolans at that time. So Michel believed that Lin Wei made his fortune with those 1,000 gold coins. He would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree. However, knowing that Lin Wei had some relationship with Zaluka, he did not plan to take any action. Firstly, it is uncertain what the relationship between Lin Wei and Zaluka is. Secondly, his father, King Ziluk 13, has been keeping a close eye on Luis Cardinal recently, so it would be somewhat conspicuous if he went there again. He has obtained permission to inherit Blackrock Keep, and at this critical juncture when he is about to join forces with the orcs, he cannot make any mistakes. How could Lin Wei's small earldom possibly stop the attack of the orc army? The orcs have not launched an invasion against the Kingdom of Nolans for many years. Every time they fought with the Kingdom of Nolans, they swept through the borders of Nolans and retreated to Blackstone Castle, which was enough to resist the orcs. But next year will be different. Next year, this extremely strong fortress will lower the drawbridge to welcome the invasion of the orcs. By then, the warlike and bellicose Kingdom of Nolans. There will also be a major reshuffle. Lina and Elialu followed behind Lin Wei. As the hosts, they naturally had to welcome the royal guards and envoys. Leading the group were Garland and a commoner viscount. Both of them are envoys sent by Ziluk 13. The viscount came up first to greet Lin Wei. Hello, Viscount Lin Wei. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kong Nuo. Viscount Lin Wei, I'm sorry to bother you during this period. Lin Wei smiled slightly. I have long heard of your name, Viscount Connor. I will treat you with the best butter bread. After we catch that traitor Reyna, please speak a few good words for me in front of His Majesty. Lin Wei said as he calmly placed a bag of gold coins into Connor's hand. The heavy feel and the clinking sound of Nolan's gold coins immediately made him smile. Then I'll be grateful for your hospitality. Connor accepted the gold coins calmly, even though His Majesty asked him to find the rebellious White Rose. But whether or not a thorough search was conducted was not up to him. As long as the Dragon Man Gadlin doesn't notice anything unusual, perhaps this mission can be completed quickly. Earning so many gold coins in just one trip was beyond Connor's expectations. Now look at Lin Wei's handsome face. No matter how you look at it, it's pleasing to the eye. Chapter 52, Farewell Gift. Connor, who received the bribe, has been in a bad state for the past week. Lin Wei was very generous and gave out 2,000 Nolan's gold coins at once. For Viscount Connor, who had no territory and no taxes, these 2,000 gold coins were enough for him to live a life of luxury for a while. So apart from eating and sleeping on time every day, he would only occasionally show up in front of Gadlin to show that he was also working. The guards who were searching did not stop for a moment. It's a pity that even if they turned Luiska upside down, they couldn't find Reina. Because little Lena has become Izixi now, she stays with Lin Wei intensively every day. Even training was put on hold. Once this storm is over, Reina's life will return to normal. But seeing Lin Wei concentrating on handling official business doesn't seem so bad. She didn't know why, but just by staying by Lin Wei's side, she could already feel her heart beating faster as she became stronger. Such a completely different experience. Reina didn't hate it. On the other hand, Gadlin, who had been searching for more than a week, was also a little discouraged. When I first arrived in Luiska territory, I could still feel the strong breath of the white dragon. But for some reason, the smell has become weaker and weaker over the past week. Could it be that Reina really escaped from Luisa territory? It's no wonder that he had such thoughts in his mind. It rained heavily 2 days ago, and there was no trace of the white dragon in Luiska collar anymore. Considering Lin Wei's cooperative attitude. Or maybe Reina really defected. Or Lin Wei sent Lena out of Luiska territory. No matter which one it was, he would never be able to find Reina again. Thinking of this, he felt a little discouraged. The dragon race is proud, even if Gadlin is a half-blood. After being defeated in the gladiatorial arena, Gadlin acknowledged Reina's bravery and believed that if he could mate with her, he might be able to give birth to a powerful offspring. He had originally planned to ask His Majesty to give Reina to him after finding her. Because in Gadlin's eyes, His Majesty only sent people to search for Reina because he had lost face. And considering that I have won the gladiator badge for His Majesty for 3 consecutive years, as long as I ask His Majesty for Reina as a reward, I believe His Majesty will not refuse. After all, if we really have children, won't they continue to serve His Majesty? Unfortunately, Reina had already escaped. All of this has become completely empty talk. Lord Lin Wei, I'm sorry for bothering you lately. Viscount Connor was glad that he had accepted such a comfortable task. In the past half-month, he was treated to delicious food and drinks every day, and there were maids to take care of his daily life. As a commoner noble, apart from a little bit of noble glory, when had he ever enjoyed such a comfortable life? Lord Connor, please forgive me if our hospitality is inadequate, Lin Wei said as he placed another bag of gold coins into the other person's hand. Seeing that the other person's eyes were narrowed into slits with laughter, it was obvious that the heavy gold coin hit Viscount Connor's heart again. Viscount Lin Wei, you are so polite. Don't worry, we all see your loyalty to the Empire. When I return, I will definitely tell His Majesty that you have worked hard to develop the territory and govern the country, and that you have not had an affair with White Enchantress. I suspect that the White Fairy must have secretly crossed the Rima River long ago and fled to the territory of the Naze tribe. Lin Wei sighed. Then I'll trouble you. Gadlin, who was standing behind, did not notice the dirty deal between the two, because the angle at which Lin Wei gave the bag of gold coins was very secretive, and Connor put it away at an incredible speed. To be honest, the searches these days have also caused some complaints from the royal guards. It's because Lin Wei doesn't provide good food for these royal guards. Every meal was only given some inedible black bread. The royal guards saw with their own eyes that the soldiers in Lin Wei's training camp were eating wheat cakes. Not only was potato soup with salt provided every day, but meat was also occasionally available. This made the royal guards very envious. Even though they were the royal guards, they could only eat bran cakes. Aren't wheat cakes only eaten by knights? Then the knights of Luiska's territory must eat white bread like the nobles, right? Originally, they thought that such a marginal territory would not receive any good treatment. Now it seems that as royal guards, they are at least not as well treated as Lin Wei's guards. Not to mention the armor worn and weapons held by the soldiers trained by Lin Wei. It's even more luxurious than theirs. If there were domesticated horses in the territory, They would believe you if you said Lin Wei could mobilize thousands of heavy cavalry. Of course, Lin Wei did have thousands of heavy cavalry, but they were all moved to Old Luiska. Master, why did you give this noble so many gold coins? In response to Lina's question, Lin Wei just touched her head. The King of Hell is easy to deal with, but little devils are hard to deal with. 2,000 gold coins are nothing to Louis Cardinal now, but if we can get Kanad to say a few good words and ask him not to focus too much on Louis Cardinal, we can develop with peace of mind. Lina seemed to be lost in thought. Although she didn't understand Lin Wei's first sentence, she understood the second. After all, Lin Wei paid so much just to keep her by his side. Thinking of this, she felt even more moved. Master, thank you for everything you have done for Reina. Lin Wei shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. Without you, how could there be Lin Wei and Louis Kaling today? Early this morning, Bai Di came to find Lin Wei. Bai Di sat quietly beside Lin Wei, watching him do government affairs all morning. Occasionally his eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Betty. Bravery, 223. Strategy, 482. Favorability, 35. Special talents, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Slayer, Queen, Traveler. Rating, SS+. Well, actually, when Lin Wei saw that Bai Di's status bar had returned to normal, he had already guessed that she was going to leave. However, what he didn't expect was that the succubus queen actually sat with him quietly for the entire morning. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by someone all morning, Lin Wei didn't say anything. After all, this exaggerated and somewhat outrageous attribute was enough to leave Lin Wei speechless. After the last piece of government affairs was dealt with, Lin Wei looked at Bai Di and asked, Are you leaving? Bai Di didn't seem surprised that Lin Wei knew she was leaving. It would be better to say that Lin Wei seemed to have known from the beginning that she would leave. Betty nodded. She took out a white pendant from her bosom and handed it to him. The pendant features a lifelike dragon. Although it is small, it exudes a strange warmth. A parting gift. Thank you for taking care of me during this period. Lin Wei did not refuse. When Betty saw him put on the pendant, a smile appeared on her lips. I think we'll meet again. Bai Di stood up and walked towards the door, gently waving at Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't say anything, but just watched Bai Di disappear from his sight silently. Chapter 53, Feast of Dividing the Land. After Connor left, Lin Wei put recruiting soldiers back on the agenda. These days, relying on the share given by the Far East Chamber of Commerce, he has accumulated more than 1 million Nolan's gold coins in less than 2 months. This is a huge sum of money for the Duke. Lin Wei's achievement at his age is enough to make most nobles far behind. 1 million gold coins can be used to expand his guards, which can directly increase the strength to 10,000. Among this 10,000 strong organization, there are 1,000 heavy cavalry. Including the 3,000 soldiers sent to Old Luiska, Lin Wei's family fortune was actually quite substantial. However, what Lin Wei found a bit regretful was that there were no talented people with outstanding numerical skills among these recruited subjects, which made him a little disappointed. However, with the help of the 2 generals Akshin and Ankaro, there is no need to worry about not having talented people to lead the troops. With the chirping of summer cicadas, Lin Wei's first summer as the new lord of Luiska finally arrived. The morning sun was scorching, and the heat wave distorted the air. In such hot weather, there seems to be a sense of laziness in the mood. He didn't even have the mood to handle government affairs. The main reason was that there were no trustworthy government officials, and the mountain of affairs almost tied up most of Lin Wei's time. Even Lin Wei, who thought he was working hard to govern the country, felt a little slack. Fortunately, the pendant Bai Di gave him seemed to have a refreshing effect, otherwise Lin Wei was really afraid that he would not be able to hold on. Although the life of a nobleman is comfortable, the responsibilities he bears have not decreased at all. Farmers would worry about tomorrow's bread, and as the local lord, Lin Wei would naturally worry about the bread of more farmers. Master, have some iced tea. Elialu brought a glass of ice water and placed it on Lin Wei's desk. Lin Wei was a little stunned. Where did the ice come from in the hot summer? The cool iced tea brought a brief sense of refreshment, and Lin Wei couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Lulu, where does ice come from? It's Reina. I don't know what's wrong with Reina lately. She just touched the well water with her hand, and it froze. Oh, is Reina okay? Reina is fine, but the temperature around her has been very low lately. I don't know why. Lina has the blood of a white dragon, and for some unknown reason she awakened the inheritance of the frost dragon, so it is normal for her to have such a temperature. However, Lin Wei still decided to go and take a look, just in case there was really something wrong with Lina. There are 3 huge wells in Lin Wei's manor, in addition to a small artificial lake, which was originally used by the Earl to raise fish. However, at this moment, A thick layer of frost had condensed on the surface of the small lake, giving Lin Wei the illusion that he was spending the winter. Reina. Bravery, 168. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. White Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Scale Hardening, Dragon Spirit Blessing, Frost Dragon Heritage in effect. Rating S. Reina's bravery has grown again, and now it has reached 168 points. Apart from Baidi's exaggerated faceplate, Lina is the most powerful person Lin Wei has ever seen. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Lina, Lin Wei was about to leave. However, Lina, who had been immersed in the lake, seemed to sense Lin Wei's arrival. She opened her eyes, and her pupils had changed slightly, becoming vertical pupils like a dragon. The already bright red eyes seemed to have become a bit darker. But this strange scene only lasted for a moment before she turned back into the image of a human girl. It seems that Arya's magic is still in effect. As Lina stood up, the frozen lake began to crack, and she ran towards Lin Wei excitedly. Reina still has the face of a human girl, which is not bad either. But it's still a little worse than Reina's original appearance. Rather, those white scales actually add a unique beauty. Lin Wei felt that his XP was somewhat strange. Master, why are you here? Lin Wei touched Lina's head. Reina's head didn't feel as cold as she had imagined, but rather very warm. Nothing, just checking on you. Hearing Lin Wei's gentle words, Lina's pretty face seemed to turn even redder. It's a pity that the tail has been hidden by magic. Lin Wei was destined not to be able to see the scene of the dragon's tail swinging. In the hot summer, the kingdom of Nolans is bustling with activity. Many nobles were granted new territories, which were ceded to the kingdom of Nolans by Rima as compensation. King Ziluk, 13, chose the most fertile forest, which was once the largest town in Rema. He announced that this was a new area directly under his jurisdiction, in addition to the royal city. With that piece of land as the radiation range, the surrounding relatively good lands were divided up by the dukes. As the current popular leftist, Duke Simon naturally got the richest land except for Ziluk 13. The royal family and nobles directly initiated the migration, and a large number of subjects and craftsmen left their homes, because they need to build a brand new town on this land. Although the vast majority of people expressed that they did not want to leave their hometown, they obviously could not disobey the orders of the royal family and the nobles. Fortunately, before the people migrated, a full 150,000 royal guards were sent here to prevent Rima from launching a sudden attack and to clear out the bandits and wild beasts stationed nearby. Originally, Ziluk 13 did not plan to send so many guards, but his third son Michel inherited Blackstone Castle. There were originally 50,000 defenders in Blackstone Castle, and with the addition of some guards raised by his son, it was more than enough to guard Blackstone Castle. However, if he wanted to expand the territory, 100,000 guards were obviously not enough, so Ziluk 13 took some risks and sent out a full 150,000. Apart from the thousands of Griffin legions, there were only 50,000 guards left in the royal city. Not only the royal family, but also the nearby nobles did not leave many troops in the territory. From dukes to barons, everyone was caught up in the frenzy of dividing up the land. The only person who didn't join in on the fun was one person. That's Lin Wei. This is of course what Ziluk 13 meant. Although Lin Wei said that Lina had defected, Ziluk never believed it. Even with Lin Wei's active cooperation, Ziluk still hadn't completely gotten rid of the grudge in his heart. In addition, Viscount Connor came back and said a lot of good things about Lin Wei, which instead aroused the king's dissatisfaction. Therefore, Lin Wei didn't get anything from this event. But even if Lin Wei knew, he didn't care. Although those lands were good, he no longer had the energy to explore new territories. The resources and gold coins spent on opening up the new land were more than he had imagined, and the returns would come later. It would be better to focus on the present and develop 2 Lewis card leaders. Chapter 54, Archer Preparation. Before distributing the newly acquired land, Fedra actually felt quite regretful. Because Lin Wei was indeed the rich son-in-law he let go because he had misjudged him. However, ever since His Majesty's royal guards were let out from Luiska last time, Lin Wei seemed to have fallen out of favor overnight. Not only are there fewer rumors about Lin Wei didn't even get a share in this land division. You know, the reason why Lin Wei was able to obtain so much land as compensation from Rima was all because he captured 2 members of the royal family. Even he was allocated a small piece of uncultivated forest. He originally thought that even if Lin Wei's land was not as good as those dukes, he could at least be on par with the earls, right? In the end, Lin Wei didn't get a single cent. It seems that something big must have happened recently that he doesn't know about. Thinking of His Royal Highness Michelle's inquiry a while ago, he had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps Lin Wei did something to anger His Majesty. So he was treated coldly? It is even possible that this trouble is quite serious, but there is no legitimate reason to deprive Lin Wei of his noble title, and expanding the territory requires a lot of energy and time. So that's why Lin Wei escaped? Fortunately, Lina came back a long time ago. Fedra stroked his mustache with satisfaction. Fortunately, when he tried to mend the relationship with Lin Wei, he was rejected by him. Otherwise, the two families would have really reconciled. I'm afraid that the Fedra family will also be implicated. Fedra thought she finally understood, so she spoke to her daughter in a better tone. Lina, you don't have to go to Luiska to get it from now on. Since Viscount Lin Wei looks down on us, let's just leave it at that. You can get in touch with Viscount Marriott more often. Although he's a bit older, he still doesn't have a wife. Lina's face darkened, and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Her father always treated her like this, just as a tool. I never treated her as my daughter. Although this is the nature of the nobility, deep down she also expected her father to be a little different. Even if it's just out of a little bit of family affection. Lin Wei was fine. After all, they were childhood sweethearts and had some feelings for each other. The Viscount Marriott that Fedra mentioned was a greasy fat man in his 40s. Rumor has it that his private life is extremely decadent. Isn't this just pushing yourself into the fire? I understand, father. Her eyes flickered, as if she finally saw through her father's actions. Since this family has never treated her as a family member, then what's the point of me staying here? The identity of this baron's daughter is better off not having it. Lin Wei spent a lot of effort to train a group of magic soldiers. First, he spent tens of thousands of gold coins to buy one of each of the basic magic books from the magic bookstore. He also purchased a lot of advanced magic theories. If he has the qualifications, he can become a magician apprentice who can reach the level of an intermediate magician or even higher. As long as the other party's loyalty is high enough, Lin Wei will definitely not hesitate to send the other party to the Magic Academy. As for why Lin Wei wanted to buy one copy of all the basic magic books, it was of course because the magic elements that everyone could sense were different. Some people are good at fire magic, but may know nothing about water magic. Someone may be good at multiple elements of magic, but their magic power may not be naturally high. It is extremely difficult to find a second super magic genius like Zaluka. Nelancel watched as the guards in front of him carried batch after batch of magic books into his room. The high piles of magic books were a disguised demonstration of Lin Wei's ability to make money. For an ordinary viscount, it would be difficult to train magical troops, let alone arm his own guards. Although he had long known that the cream sold jointly by Lin Wei and the Far East Chamber of Commerce was quite popular, Nelancel obviously underestimated the huge profits of the cream. Nelancel, these practice staffs and primary magic wands are also given to you. Lin Wei kicked a heavy box at his feet, which contained 100 practice wands and 10 primary magic wands. There are only 20 talented subjects assigned to Nelancel, and these resources are already more than enough. Master, I will definitely not let you down. Since Nelancel joined Lin Wei, he rarely appears in the manor. He often stays at home and rarely goes out. Apart from teaching magic, he spends most of his remaining time meditating. Nerancel, Bravery, 20. Strategy, 109. Loyalty, 90. Special talents, a little elemental affinity, advanced magician. Rating, A+. Compared to when he first came to Luiska territory, Nelancel's overall strength has improved significantly, and his strategy has increased a few points. Loyalty also increased from 80 to 90, although Lin Wei still hasn't figured out what exactly he likes about him. However, as long as their loyalty is high enough, they can be entrusted with important tasks. He patted Nerancel's shoulder and said, I will find a way to get you some powerful spellbooks to help you get further on the road to becoming a mage. Nelancel showed a surprised expression, his elf's pointed ears trembled slightly, and he was obviously very happy. As a high-level magician, his greatest wish in life is, of course, to become a mage in his lifetime. If Lin Wei could really help him find some powerful magic books, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his path to advancement. As a young man who has suffered from the harm of capital, Lin Wei has learned the big promises made by his previous boss very clearly. Seeing that Nelancel looked like he was willing to die for Lin Wei thought that he should try his best to help this silly and cute male elf wizard find the magic book. On this continent, the most powerful are the special troops, followed by a considerable number of heavy cavalry charges. Then came the fully armed guards. In fact, archers don't play such a big role in this world. It is mainly effective against leather armor units. Against those fully armed legions, the effect of archers was minimal. Moreover, if you want to become an archer, in addition to having extraordinary arm strength, you also need to use a large amount of fine iron to make arrows. If you're more extravagant, you can even use arrows with magic attached to them. Refined iron is a luxury item. It is a higher quality iron extracted from iron ore and is even purer than the iron used to make ordinary chainmail. This indirectly increases the cost of training archers. Therefore, apart from a small number of archers trained by the royal family, the nobles hardly trained archers. Even on the city walls, crossbows or kerosene were installed. The lethality of the bed crossbow can penetrate iron armor. Even if it fails to penetrate the armor, the huge impact force is enough to cause the internal organs of a well-trained soldier to be dislocated on the spot. Although they did not plan to train archers, Lin Wei, who had already started training magic soldiers, did not think so. For him, as long as it can improve combat effectiveness, he will try it. There's nothing else to it. He just has more gold coins than others. Chapter 55 I'm not a Lolita complex. Sally. Of the 10,000 guards in training, 1,000 were assigned to serve as archers. Most of these people were hunters before joining the army, so playing with bows and arrows can be considered a return to their old profession. Even without much training, everyone can hit the target. After all, hunters without accuracy would have starved to death in the Norlands winter. Although Lin Wei has been busy with the affairs of the new Lewis Card territory, he has not neglected the development progress of the barony on the other side. He wrote to Norrell asking for help in recruiting some blacksmiths to assist Biglin. Because if Biglin relies on himself to build equipment, the progress will be too slow. Lin Wei felt it was a pity that he had not met any talented blacksmiths yet. After all, blacksmiths, who are like cash cows, mostly come from the dwarf race. This race has strong limbs, but is only half the height of humans. They always have a morbid pursuit of making equipment and drinking strong liquor. It's a pity that I haven't heard that the slave traders in the territory have purchased goods recently, otherwise Lin Wei would definitely buy some. It just so happened that the territory was lacking an outstanding political official, so Lin Wei decided to go and see the slave trader again. After all, only those who have become slaves would yearn to be free again. This makes it easier for Lin Wei to control it. Especially those talents who are involved in important affairs within the territory need to be carefully selected. Lord Lin Wei, what brings you here? Come in. Lin Wei had just walked to the door of the Slave Chamber of Commerce when he saw the fat man coming towards him from a distance. Although he was just counting the goods, his flattering expression at this moment was as if he had seen his biological father. He did not call Lin Wei by his title, but directly addressed him as Sir, which invisibly brought the two closer together. Lin Wei just waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so enthusiastic. Are there any new products recently? Lin Wei asked casually as he walked towards the Chamber of Commerce. The fat man immediately perked up. Of course I have. Although I don't have any rare subhuman species, I just bought a few elves that look good. These white elves took a lot of effort to obtain. Lord Lin Wei, would you like to go and take a look? He said this with a mysterious expression on his face. Guaranteed to be original. Lin Wei nodded slightly, agreeing. Following the fat man's footsteps, Lin Wei soon arrived in front of the carriages holding the white elves. I saw a few elf Lolas hugging each other tightly like frightened deer. The white hair color is somewhat similar to Arya's, but it is not as transparent silver as Arya's, but has a little gray. This means that the white elf bloodline of these elf Lolas is not as pure as Arya's. Sally. Bravery 4. Strategy 88. Loyalty 0. Special talents, photographic memory, strong logical ability, and mastery of ancient languages. Nausea. Bravery 7. Strategy 79. Loyalty 0. Special talent, alchemy mastery. Among the 5 elf Lolas, there are actually 2 characters with very good strategy values. This made Lin Wei feel a little overjoyed. Although the other 3 have a stat value of only around 40, they can be trained into pretty good maids based on their appearance. Is this the original product that Fatty mentioned? Why does it feel so different from what I imagined? Ahem. Lin Wei definitely doesn't mean to dislike Elialu and Rina. The main reason is that the maids work so hard, so they want to help recruit more future pillars of society. You say I'm a pervert for recruiting Lolita? Impossible. Lin Wei said that he was absolutely a gentleman. How many gold coins? When the fat man heard Lin Wei speak, he knew that the deal was done. The person in front of me is definitely not short of money. After all, the cream that is now popular throughout Nolands was produced by this person in cooperation with the Far East Chamber of Commerce. The price per piece is 10,000 Norlands gold coins. After all, as you can see, this white elf's bloodline is quite pure. He might very well be a descendant of the royal family. If you buy it together, I'll only charge you 40,000 Norlands gold coins. The fat man stretched out his 4 fat fingers as he spoke, his face full of flattery. Okay, I'll have someone send the gold coins over later. The fat man quickly called on his guards to send these Lolas to Lin Wei's manor. Finally, He eagerly stated that as long as he collected any rare species, he would inform Lin Wei as soon as possible. Master, what are you doing? Isn't what Elialu and Reina did good enough? The 5 timid elf Lolas huddled in the corner in fear at the gazes of Elialu and Reina. They seem really shy. Although she has the body of a 7 or 8-year-old loli, her actual age may be older than Lin Wei. After all, elves have a long lifespan, and 30 years old is barely considered to have reached the level of youth. Reina felt uneasy, but she didn't say anything. Elialu, who was standing next to Reina, only felt that the temperature around her seemed to have dropped slightly. Elialu, what are you talking about? Lin Wei was speechless, but Elialu continued talking to herself. Master, are you finally going to take action against these poor children? Elialu said this with a sad expression. He seemed to not understand why his C+ qualifications were not as good as these children who had not yet developed. Lin Wei's face was filled with black lines. You scumbag maid, do you want to listen to what you were saying? I'm only a 17-year-old kid. Elialu, in your eyes, is your master such a shameless nobleman? I just couldn't bear to see them wandering around outside, so I just wanted to give them a home. Is that wrong? Reina and Elialu thought for a moment and nodded slowly. It seems to make sense. Looking at the 2 girls who were tricked by him, Lin Wei felt that their strategy was a bit frivolous. Although he couldn't see his own panel, could it be that he was really a genius, possessing strategies far beyond those of 73? Otherwise, why would these 2 people believe in their own words so firmly? The master is indeed a great sage. This is as magnanimous as that of an archbishop, and as merciful as the god of light. Facing Elialu's flattery, Lin Wei didn't respond. Instead, he said, from now on, these 5 white elves will follow you too, and the head made to learn the etiquette of maids. The food should be prepared according to the maid's standards. Yes, master. Elialu responded crisply. Although she doubted whether these 5 Lolas wearing slave collars were really capable of doing the job of maids. But since Lin Wei has said so, she will of course carry out Lin Wei's orders unswervingly. Seeing Lin Wei turn around and leave, the 5 nervous little girls finally relaxed a little. In their inherent impression, only men would look at them with a covetous look. And these 2 good-looking older sisters would obviously not do anything excessive to her. Chapter 56. Please don't touch your ears anymore. Sorry, Sister Elialu's sister. Could you please stop touching Sally's ears? Poor Sally is having her ears touched by Elialu, and the little maid seems to enjoy the feeling of bullying the lowly. Only after Sally's pretty face turned red and her pointed ears became extremely hot did she reluctantly let go of her fingers. After Elialu let go of her hand, Sally collapsed on the ground with an expression that looked like she had been played with. Several little elf Lolas have changed into tailor-made maid outfits, and the white transparent tights complement the absolute domain. Perhaps it was because she was captured by the slave traders not long ago, the stockings still showed her flesh. This unbreakable absolute domain, let alone Lin Wei. Even Elialu couldn't help but want to bully them. Poor Sally's had a pitiful look on her face. I thought the sisters would be good people. As a result, he kept touching his ears, but Sally's ears were sensitive enough. Reina didn't do the same things as Elialu. She counted on her fingers as if she was calculating something, and the expression on her face changed. After instructing several reserve maids on how to fold clothes beautifully, Elialu walked towards Reina. Reina, what are you calculating? Reina looked at Elialu. Complex emotions flashed in his eyes. I'm counting the days in a week. Elialu asked doubtfully, isn't it 7 days? What's the point of calculating it? Based on 1 person per day, it seems the master's harem is growing. I have to try to get at least 1 day a week. Elialu seemed to understand what Reina said. It seems like I didn't understand again. Lin Wei decided to wait until the 5 newly purchased white elves became familiar with the environment, and then slowly assign them corresponding tasks based on their talents. First of all, it must be the most important political official. Without an outstanding civil servant, Lin Wei suspected that he would be tied up in government affairs for most of the day. He also wants to be a salted fish. The special talents possessed by the white elf named Sally's made her very suitable to be Lin Wei's political officer. And Nashia even has the talent of alchemy mastery, which is a very valuable talent. On this continent, a powerful alchemist can also have a status similar to that of a magician. It is rumored that alchemists can create some terrifying alchemical creatures, with destructive power even greater than that of a great magician. There are also some alchemy masters who are proficient in potions that can enhance physical fitness. Ordinary people can even gain strength comparable to that of a giant bear after drinking them. Of course, this kind of alchemical potion often has huge side effects. However, the alchemy technology in Nolan's is not well developed, and Rima is naturally not to be mentioned. Only the kingdom of Yad is proficient in this craft. If you want to buy books related to alchemy, you can only go to the Kingdom of Yad. It's a pity that the Kingdom of Yade does not welcome outsiders very much. Even traveling merchants have to face extremely high commercial taxes before they can enter the Kingdom of Yade to trade. Nobles from Norlan like Lin Wei are the objects of hatred for the other party. After all, Nolans has to go to the border of Yade and Rima to collect money every year. Yade deeply detests this kind of banditry. Before finding the right channels to obtain books related to alchemy, Lin Wei had no choice but to give up the idea of alchemy for the time being. The sales of cream have been getting better and better recently. Although Lin Wei has also made a lot of money, he feels a little bit painful when he thinks that half of his money has to be given to the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Maybe I should create a caravan to ensure that all the profits belong to me. However, there is no trustworthy candidate at the moment, so Lin Wei can only keep this matter in mind. Now that midsummer is already halfway through, Lin Wei must speed up the storage of food to ensure that when winter came, his warehouses were filled with wheat for making bread. After all, due to excessive hunting last year, there are fewer prey in the jungle. Under the escort of hundreds of guards, Lin Wei's carriage arrived at the gate of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Recently, many nobles have joined the frenzy of dividing up the land. As Lin Wei walked along the way, he actually felt a bit desolate. Most of the young and middle-aged people were transferred away, and the defense of the territory became much weaker. President Weiss. Lin Wei took the initiative to greet Weiss, because Weiss was holding a roll of parchment and checking the bills with his back to him. Hearing Lin Wei's voice, Weiss turned around with a somewhat surprised expression. "It's you, Viscount Lin Wei. How do you find time to come here?" He seemed a little surprised. "Shouldn't you be busy clearing the land you were allocated?" Weiss didn't know about Lin Wei's affairs because he was just a commoner noble and did not have the right to divide the territory. He didn't even know that Lin Wei had been sanctioned by Ziluk 13. No one talked about it. Commoner nobles like Weiss are usually busy with the affairs of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, so naturally they have no channels to get information. In Weiss's impression, a popular noble like Lin Wei must have received a good amount of land. "I've been pretty free lately. I want to ask if you have enough wheat to sell." Lin Wei didn't think much about this issue. "Of course I have. If you need it, I have plenty of wheat to sell to you. Of course, some of it is stored from last year, and I can't guarantee that it's all this year's new wheat. It is halfway through summer, and although most of the wheat is newly harvested spring wheat, there is also a lot of it that is last year's stock." Although Weiss is a businessman, he is quite honest with Lin Wei. Food has always been important, and no one can have too much of something like wheat. Not to mention that Lin Wei has more than 10,000 soldiers. "I want them all." "Do you want them all?" Weiss was a little surprised, but he quickly said, "Okay, I'll transport all the wheat to your territory right away." There are 100 carts of wheat in total, and each cart of wheat is sold for 1,000 gold coins. "Will you pay me directly in gold coins or deduct it from next month's cream commission?" "Then deduct it from next month's commission." Lin Wei didn't bring that many gold coins with him. A cart of wheat weighs about 10 tons, plus there is already a lot of storage. At least we should have no problem getting through this winter. By the way, President Weiss, do you have any channels to get anything related to alchemy? As a large chamber of commerce, the Far East Chamber of Commerce should have a solution. Although he didn't hold any hope in his heart, Lin Wei still asked. Weiss shook his head. "I've come across it before, but because sales were poor, I didn't buy it. If you need it, I'll keep an eye out for it for you." Lin Wei nodded. Things related to alchemy have never been popular in Nolans. He looked up the street. I don't know why, but the Kingdom of Nolans looked quite depressed. Lin Wei always had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 57 Good wishes inspire people to move forward. On the cold steps, a row of succubus heads were placed like a pyramid. Some of these succubi died with their eyes wide open. Some of them showed terrified expressions, as if they felt great fear before dying. After Betty lifted the curse, the first thing she did was to wipe out all the rebels with thunder and lightning. The heads of these succubi are the ones who betrayed her. With the help of the Frost Dragon and the guards who were sworn to be loyal to the Queen, they quickly put down the rebellion. If Bidey hadn't been careless and cursed by a great mage, and if the Frost Dragon hadn't been dormant in the ice cave, how could these people have achieved such a great result? Fortunately, the guards were sworn to be loyal to Betty until death. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. After covering Bidey's rear, the guards went to look for the Frost Dragon. This was the order Bidey gave them. After Betty lifted the curse, she immediately went to settle accounts with these succubi. The cold and noble succubus queen looked down at these losers as they prostrated themselves on the ground in submission. Your masterminds are already here. If you dare betray us in the future, they will be your fate. The succubi kneeling on the ground were silent as a mouse, as if there was an extremely powerful aura around Baidi that suppressed them fiercely. Get lost. When the succubi heard Betty tell them to get out, they felt as if they had been pardoned. Of course, she couldn't kill all the mid-level and high-level succubi. Without the leadership of these succubi, the many succubus people might cause great unrest. Succubi are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The purer the bloodline of a succubus, the stronger its power. Because of her race, a succubus can recover and gain a slight increase in strength by having intercourse with any male. Therefore, the succubus clan has always been a fairly open race. As long as you are physically strong enough, you will be welcomed by any succubus. The children born from a succubus and any race will only be succubi, whether male or female. But Betty was an exception. For hundreds of years, she had never had any male favorites. I do have a female favorite, but there is only one. However, since I said goodbye to her 10 years ago and said I was going to study alchemy, I have not heard from her since. Perhaps many succubi had never imagined that a succubus who didn't even have a man could be so powerful that she could suppress all high-level succubi. Become their queen. She sat on the cold throne, looking coldly at the white clouds floating outside the castle. Back here, she became the succubus queen above everyone else. I don't know why, but in my heart, I miss the peaceful days in Luiska. It's autumn now. The autumn wind was blowing, and Lin Wei looked at the guards, which had grown to a considerable size, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. There were tens of thousands of soldiers, including 8,000 fully armed guards, 1,000 archers, and 1,000 heavy cavalry. These archers all used special arrows made by Biglin and his men, which were made of fine iron. Even an iron shield can be penetrated by a fine iron arrow as long as the force is strong enough. 50 powerful heavy crossbows were installed on the top of the city wall. A lot of city defense equipment such as stone piles and rolling logs were prepared. In order to be on the safe side, Lin Wei also established many small outposts along the Rima River. These small outposts are staffed 24 hours a day. It can be used to monitor the movements of the beastmen on the other side of the river at any time, as long as there is any unusual movement on the other side of the river. The wolf smoke will rise, and then the scouts will pass the message back as quickly as possible. Although the beastmen have been silent for many years, I heard from traveling merchants that the Naze tribe has been fighting for the throne of the Beast King. They have been fighting for decades and still haven't decided who is the king. In the short term, the new Lewis card should be quite safe. But no one can guarantee that they will not suddenly cross the Ruema River to launch a surprise attack. Lin Wei did not completely believe the intelligence. After all, he did not see the beastmen fighting to the death with his own eyes. Therefore, if Lin Wei wants to protect his territory, he must make all necessary preparations. He would not hope for mercy from the orcs like the Count of St. Martin before him. Those savage races show no mercy to anyone. Once they penetrate his territory, women, men, and all property will become their spoils. Lin Wei's earldom is close to the Rema River and is one of the main roads into the royal city. Right next to Luiska's territory is the territory of another left-wing earl, but getting there requires a longer detour. Generally speaking, whenever the beastmen cross the river, they must pass by Lin Wei, because the road on Lin Wei's side is wider. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, Lin Wei prepared to strengthen the city defenses before winter. Just as Lin Wei was thinking about whether to increase the number of giant crossbows, Akshin trotted towards him. Greetings, sir. Akshin and Ankro have been working very hard recently, and Lin Wei is very pleased. Thanks to these two talented generals, the army's training was maintained even when Norrell was not around. What's wrong? Akshin's face has become a little dark due to long-term sun exposure, but he is still slightly taller than Lin Wei. I wonder if it is due to nutritional reasons. Master, I haven't seen Baidi for a long time. What has she been busy with recently? Lin Wei was a little surprised to hear Akshin mention Baidi. Looking at the boy's evasive eyes, Lin Wei seemed to understand something. He just patted Akshin on the shoulder. He casually pointed to the surging Rima River in the distance outside the city wall. Some said earnestly, Captain Akshin, do you see the rushing Rima River outside? Akshin nodded and looked at Lin Wei with some confusion, not understanding what the master wanted to express. On the other side of the river, there are countless military exploits. Perhaps one day in the future, those beastmen will cross the river and threaten our territory and our loved ones. You must become stronger, strong enough to protect everything and gain more military merits. Only then can you marry the woman you love. Lin Wei hinted at something, and Akshin's eyes flashed with light. Yes, he only needs to become more powerful, become a knight, or even a commoner noble. Only with gold coins and glory can he stand in front of Baidi openly. Will he have the courage to express his love then? Master, I understand. Akshin bowed deeply to Lin Wei, with burning emotions in his eyes. He didn't ask where Bai Di had gone. He understood that he had to become stronger. Looking at Akshin's back as he left, Lin Wei sighed silently in his heart. Even if Akshin is strong enough, become a knight, or even a commoner noble, how could Bai Di possibly like him? But this answer is a bit too cruel to this honest and lovely boy. Chapter 58. The young mage has learned successfully. Winter seems to have come particularly early this year. Although it was still the end of autumn, it started to rain lightly with snow. The continuous rainy weather is extremely cold. Lin Wei wrapped his coat tightly around him. Even in such weather, the servants and maids were still busy in the manor. Even in such weather, they are responsible for keeping the castle clean and trimming the flowers and plants. He sighed softly, and the white mist drifted away. In fact, Lin Wei had thought that if he trained with the knights, he might be able to improve his physical strength. But his inherent laziness kept him quitting. He was an otaku before he traveled through time, and had received an aristocratic education and lifestyle since childhood. Because his father Ryan didn't like practicing martial arts, he didn't inherit his grandfather Edward's bravery, so Lin Wei just followed Ryan to learn. Well, that's it. When people get used to a life of wealth and luxury, they always seem to be more prone to depravity. Lin Wei believed that as long as his soldiers were strong enough, they could protect the territory and himself. But in fact, under Lin Wei's leadership, everyone's lives have indeed gradually become more prosperous. Because Lin Wei was good at making money, he reduced everyone's heavy tax burden. The people in the territory were very grateful for the new life that the new Viscount brought them. Therefore, when he was recruiting soldiers, the young and strong men in the families of these subjects were proud to be able to join Lin Wei's guards. When Count St. Martin ruled here, people often went hungry and could only eat one meal a day, or even less. But since Lin Wei came, everyone's life has been guaranteed. Not only did it reduce the Earl of St. Martin's original tax by 50%, but it also provided a large number of jobs for the subjects. From feeding horses to cooking for soldiers and maintaining weapons, all these jobs brought a lot of income to the people. Don't underestimate the income from these few silver coins. A large loaf of black bread cost only 1 copper coin, and a few silver coins could even allow farmers to eat bran cakes or even wheat cakes. There are guards who have joined the army and receive monthly military pay from Lin Wei. You can even go to the pub for a few drinks and a big plate of rabbit meat. Because such a sumptuous lunch only costs 1 silver coin, Lin Wei would give them 3 every month, so it wasn't too much to indulge in a meal occasionally. As the saying goes, a strong people wins the hearts of the people. Lin Wei could completely exempt them from all taxes. In fact, those 100 or so gold coins were nothing to him. But he didn't want his subjects to think that this kind of life was the right thing to do. He will make his subjects live a good life, but there is a threshold in his heart for this happiness. He will grasp the degree very well and will not let them cross the line in their hearts. With enough kindness, Lin Wei gained a reputation for bravery and benevolence. No matter what choice Lin Wei makes in the future, I believe the people will follow him. This is exactly what Lin Wei needs. Master, today's government affairs have been handled. The cute Sally stood timidly behind Lin Wei, her tone soft and cute. Lin Wei reached out and touched her head. He could see that her pointed ears were trembling slightly. It was obvious that the little girl was enjoying the feeling of having her head patted. Well done, Sally's. Sally started helping Lin Wei with government affairs a month ago. She is really talented. Not only is he very efficient, but sometimes he can even come up with better solutions than Lin Wei. It seems that she was born to be a political official. If I hadn't seen that there were no words like royal family on the panel, Lin Wei almost thought that the other party was an elf princess in distress. Sally's and the other 4 elf Lolas probably didn't expect that Lin Wei would be so kind to them. Not only did they provide them with food, they also took great care of them. They thought that after being caught by slave traders, they would face only an endless abyss. Sally. Bravery, 4. Strategy, 88. Loyalty, 90. Special talents, photographic memory, strong logical ability, and mastery of ancient languages. There is no change in Sally's stats. The only change is that her loyalty has increased to 90 points. In fact, after living in Luiska for a period of time, her loyalty had reached 80. Lin Wei appointed her as a political officer, which made her loyalty reach 90. The little girl also enjoys this kind of life and is always conscientious when it comes to work. However, Lin Wei has not yet taken off their slave collars. It's definitely not because of some weird XP. Simply because the time has not come yet. Inside the manor, there were slogans from soldiers training. Outside the manor is a newly built square where the cheerful voices of children playing can be heard. Looking at this quiet and peaceful scene, I just hope this peace will not be broken. Inside the Magic Academy, in Duke Alia's spacious manor, The magic wand in Zaluka's hand condensed into a ball of brilliant light, and as the air fluctuated, a powerful fireball suddenly appeared out of thin air. The huge fireball was 1/10 the size of the manor. With her cry, the fireball flew out. Bump! The fireball hit a huge rock with a deafening sound. The destructive force visible to the naked eye completely annihilated the stone, and the flying debris seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Arya simply waved the wand in her hand lightly to offset the fluctuations caused by the explosion. When Zaluka's magic power dissipated, she elegantly picked up the black tea in her hand. Zaluka, well done. Although it was just a small compliment, it made Zaluka so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. She hugged Alia's arm and acted coquettishly. Alia smiled and touched the kitten's ear. But this time Zaluka didn't dodge. Teacher, I have lived up to your expectations. I have finally become a magician. Alia chuckled and said, I really didn't expect that liking someone would become the motivation for someone to work hard. Humph, didn't the teacher have many suitors before? Why didn't you like anyone? Alia hits her head. You have to take care of the teacher's affairs too. Zaluka covered his head in pain. This was a serious blow. There are some personal grudges involved. Although Alia did not have anyone she liked back then. At that time, she just thought magic was much more interesting than men. But when she became strong enough, those men became too boring for her. So much so that she is single till now. But even so, it is not something that little cat girl can laugh at her. It's great to have someone you like. Winter is coming soon. Do you want to spend the winter at the academy, or go back to your young viscount now? Silka smiled and put his arm around Alia's shoulders. I want to stay with the teacher for a while longer. Anyway, now that she has become a magician, she can return to Lin Wei at any time. Now that she has no worries, she still wants to learn more magic from Alia this winter. Since he is already a magician, then the Grand Mage must also make an effort. You still have some conscience. Chapter 59 Daily Life and Anti-Magic Shield. This winter, a grand bonfire party was held at Lin Wei's manor. There were roasted turkeys, wild boars, cattle, and sheep on the racks. The staple food is toasted fluffy and soft white bread. Of course, there will be no shortage of cream. Lin Wei prepared to reward the soldiers who had worked hard in training. He was seen standing on a huge wooden box, looking at the soldiers gathered there with a smile on his face. I think everyone must be curious why I prepared so many delicious dishes. I think you may have forgotten that today is the day when the God of Light will shine his light upon the world. After a rather long speech, Lin Wei raised his glass to everyone. Cheers to Nolans. Cheers to Louis Cardinal. After Lin Wei toasted, the soldiers also raised their bowls filled with fresh fruit wine. Then he joined in eating and drinking. This was an extremely luxurious dinner. Even in a tavern, one would have to pay a considerable price to eat so much delicious food. Now Lin Wei provides it to them for free. It really makes them grateful. Although most of the soldiers are already here, there are still some soldiers on patrol. Of course, those on patrol did not gain nothing. Because they did not attend Lin Wei's bonfire party, each of them received 3 extra silver coins from Lin Wei. The reason for organizing this bonfire party was actually Lin Wei's temporary interest. Just because the little maid told him this morning that today is Thanksgiving Day for the Goddess of Light. Anyway, there was a lot of food stored, so Lin Wei waved his hand and indulged himself. It can also be regarded as a disguised way to improve the loyalty of the soldiers. When he had no money before, Lin Wei was timid. Now that he has money, of course he doesn't care about such a small thing. The lowest loyalty value of the soldiers is around 50, and the highest has reached 100. With the benefits from Lin Wei, they have grown to varying degrees. In the future, when they fight for Lord Louis, even if there are heavy casualties, it will surely not shake their will to fight. The bonfire party was lively all night. After eating and drinking, the soldiers began to dance around the campfire. Some soldiers who thought they were good at singing volunteered to show off their singing skills. The cheerful atmosphere infected everyone, and they laughed out loud. Akshin and Ankro were even more competitive with each other, drinking glass after glass of fruit wine, as if they were venting the fatigue of daily training. While the soldiers were still having fun, Lin Wei had already quietly left. Training is important, but occasional relaxation is also necessary. He learned some aristocratic tactics from his father, but also added some of his own understanding. If it were Father Ryan, he probably wouldn't waste the money. Master, you are here. Nelancel bowed to Lin Wei, his face full of respect. Well, I came to see you guys. Nelancel understood that Lin Wei wanted to see how the students he taught were doing. A total of 20 subjects with some magical talent were sent to him. Master, the 20 magic apprentices you sent here have all successfully learned elementary magic. 10 of them specialize in fire, 5 in earth, 3 in water, and 2 are mages proficient in both fire and water. After hearing Nelancel introduce himself to Lin Wei, More than 20 magician apprentices also bowed to Lin Wei. They understood that it was Lin Wei who gave them the opportunity to change their destiny. If it weren't for Lin Wei, how could they have become mages respected by the vast majority of people on this continent? Lin Wei nodded. Train them well. One day in the future, the peace of Luiska territory will depend on them. Naren Sir bowed again. Of course, we are all willing to fight for Louis Cardinal. The strategies of these 20-odd magic apprentices are all around 60. However, they all have a talent, which is the perception of trace magic power or the perception of a small amount of magic power. Only those with these talents have the possibility of becoming a magician. Lin Wei searched the entire territory and only found about 20 of them. After bidding farewell to Nalancer, Lin Wei came to the blacksmith shop. Biglin has been taken over from Old Luiska, which saves transportation time and risk. Anyway, Old Luiska has Norrell and more than 3,000 soldiers, so there won't be any problems. I saw the dwarf Biglin concentrating on making a shield that was glowing blue. This is a high-end product that is infused with anti-magic material insulating steel. He must concentrate fully to ensure that the forging will not fail. The insulating steel is produced from Louis Cardinal, where the ore is rare and has a bright blue color. Over the past 2 years, Lin Wei has saved a lot of money day and night. It was useless before, but now it finally comes in handy. Biglin. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 55. Rating, A. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. Heir of the Forge of Courage, Ingenuity, Blacksmith. Biglin's data has added some bravery and strategy compared to before. It can be seen that the continuous work in the past 2 years has also brought him considerable improvement. When he struck the shield with the final blow of the hammer, the shield glowing with blue light was officially created. These shields made of insulated steel can withstand the attacks of most magicians. He showed an excited expression, raised the half-man-high shield, and touched it lovingly. This is the first anti-magic weapon he has created. When he saw Lin Wei, he was obviously startled. He hurriedly bowed to Lin Wei and said, "Master, why are you here?" Lin Wei waved his hand indifferently. Has the magic weapon been successfully forged? Hearing Lin Wei mention the weapon, he proudly introduced it. Master, as long as our soldiers are equipped with this shield, mid-level magicians, and those below, it will not be able to cause any harm to them. Even for high-level magicians, this shield can save their lives. This is indeed a very powerful weapon. It not only has defensive power against bows and arrows, swords and guns, but can even resist magic. You know, a magician's magic energy is limited. Once he encounters a soldier equipped with anti-magic weapons, he will become a lamb to be slaughtered. After all, magicians don't have heavy armor on them. Without magic, their proud weapon, they are no different from ordinary weak people. How many such shields can be made this winter? Lin Wei's idea was to give such shields to some people first, then gradually replace it. With enough insulating steel, I could make about 1,000 of them. Hearing Biglin's answer, Lin Wei patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Work hard, build a shield, and I'll give you 2 silver coins. When he heard that Lin Wei was going to give him a raise, he was obviously more motivated than green. Life in Louis Galland over the past 2 years can be said to be extremely comfortable. There was work every day, as well as food and cider. The only pity is that there are no female dwarfs here. Poor Biglin hadn't tasted a woman in so long. He completely looked down upon human women who were much taller than him. Don't ask. The answer is it's not high enough. Chapter 60, A Restless Morning. A calm morning after the snow melted. A smoke signal was lit at the outpost by the Rema River. Lin Wei got up in a hurry and quickly put on his clothes with the help of Elialu. The scout knelt on one knee on the ground, waiting for Lin Wei to arrive. What happened? Lin Wei's deep voice rang out, and the sentry said, "Master, the beastmen are attacking." Those beastmen have already lowered their large canoes into the Rema River and are about to cross it, towed by water rhinos. The Rema River has a fast flow and is inhabited by piranhas, but the beastmen are not without ways to deal with it. They domesticated a group of water rhinos with tough skin and flesh. These tall water rhinos can withstand the turbulent rivers, and piranhas are helpless against their thick cuticles. With these water rhinos dragging the large canoes unique to the beast tribe, the natural barrier of the Rema River naturally became useless. How many people are there? Lin Wei's heart sank. As long as it is a large army of beastmen, I am afraid they will be in a tough battle. Although we can rely on the city walls to deal with the orcs, these savage gnolls are not so easy to deal with. I don't know, they're all filled with orcs. I understand. Please leave. Yes. Lin Wei immediately asked the butler to summon Action and Ankro over. When Norrell is away, these two are his most capable commanders. Not long after, the The heavy footsteps of Ukshin and Ankro, who were wearing armor, and the friction sound of armor could be clearly heard from the aisle. Their faces were solemn. Seeing the rising smoke, they obviously understood what was happening. Master! Master! The two men placed one hand on their chest and waited for Lin Wei's order. Ukshin, you will immediately lead 1,000 heavy cavalry to attack the orcs who have not yet gained a foothold. Remember, charge and then retreat immediately. Yes. After receiving Lin Wei's order, Ukshin immediately walked out quickly. Ankro, lead 5,000 soldiers to set traps and dig trenches in the jungle, and place Chevaux de Frise in front of the city walls. Yes. After Ankro left, Lin Wei also walked out the door. He had to go to the city wall to observe the situation. As a nobleman, he could also greatly boost the morale of the soldiers on the front line. Only on the front line can he command the complex battle situation at any time. Standing on the city wall, you can see the usually yellow Rema River in the distance, and many orcs are landing at this moment. A group of beastmen holding shields were already standing on the shore. The huge shields and shining scimitars in their hands showed that they were not good people. It's a pity that they are too far away and Lin Wei cannot see their specific panels. Thousands of heavy cavalry led by Ukshin have already set out from the city and will soon launch a fatal attack on these orcs who have not yet gained a foothold. Monlead came down with the first group of people. He and Michelle agreed to attack in April this year. But news came from Yade and Rima that there were only 50,000 guards in the royal city. So as soon as winter was over, he couldn't wait to set off. Before leaving, he exchanged letters with Michelle, who said that he had inherited Blackstone Castle. So Lamon was happy. As long as they quickly break into Blackrock Castle and cooperate with Michelle from inside and outside, they can successfully reach the Imperial City. I'm afraid that the 50,000 guards will lose their heads before they even realize what's happening. As for cooperating with this foolish third prince, it is only a temporary measure. Could he be so naive as to think that an army of 200,000 orcs would help him capture Nolans and then make him their king? Unfortunately, stupid Michel actually thought that the beastmen were his good friends. That was what he had planned, until the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. The trampling of thousands of heavy cavalrymen caused the earth to shake slightly. Before Raymond could react to what was happening, he saw many heavy cavalry appear in his field of vision. Quick! Gun formation! Shield soldiers, take the lead! However, he had no time to think. The dog-headed people who had just stood on the solid ground had no idea what was happening and could only hurriedly raise their shields. They didn't even have time to extend their spears to attack the cavalry. Damn it! Monrad obviously knew that he could not resist at all, so he retreated directly to the river and used the thousands of gnolls who landed first as shields. Phew! Thousands of heavy cavalry were like tigers rushing into a sheepfold. They wielded sharp swords and ruthlessly hacked at the dog-headed people. This group of well-equipped cavalrymen were obviously well prepared. In just a moment, thousands of gnolls on the shore were slaughtered. The kobolds, unable to organize a defense, couldn't even kill a single heavy cavalryman. After a successful attack, Ukshin led his soldiers to retreat towards the city wall of Luiska. He did not seek merit or act rashly, because the order Lin Wei gave him was only to lead a heavy cavalry charge. Obviously, this attack caught the opponent off guard. Only after the heavy cavalry left did Raymond wipe the cold sweat from his head. His first reaction was that Michelle had betrayed them. But on second thought, it seems not right. Because the news came from Rima and Yade, and according to the scouts sent out, most of Nolans's warriors were indeed on Rima's side. So what happened to this sudden appearance of heavy cavalry? Judging from the level of their sophisticated equipment, the shield shining with blue light and the long sword of excellent quality, they are obviously the elite among the elite. This blue shield even looks a bit like a magical weapon. Such an elite team. Perhaps only the personal guards of King Zeluk 13 have such equipment? Just as he was thinking, more gnolls and orc soldiers came down from the canoe. This time they learned their lesson. In order to prevent the heavy cavalry from launching another sneak attack, they assembled a shield formation in advance and even prepared their spears. As long as those heavy cavalry dare to appear again, they will definitely be dealt a heavy blow. Raymond looked around and found many empty outposts on the shore. There was still smoke rising from the jungle. I'm afraid these outposts discovered them. That's why we were attacked suddenly. The commander of this battle must be a knight with considerable experience and courage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to send thousands of heavy cavalry to charge in front of an army of 200,000 orcs. They were smart enough to know that they could only fight once and then retreat. Otherwise, the orcs that landed would surround and eat these heavy cavalry. Damn it! When did that old fat Count of St. Martin recruit such a powerful knight? Raymond spat on the ground as he spoke. That's not right. Can that fat guy afford so many heavy cavalry? You even knew to set up sentry posts on the shore to issue smoke signals? Raymond only knew that Nolans had gone through a purge before. Little did they know that the original owner of this territory had been eliminated by Zluk 13. Chapter 61. You still say it's not a trap. High Priest Raymond, is there something wrong with your intelligence? A dog-headed man covered in muscles and over 2 meters tall looked at Raymond and asked. He was wearing heavy armor and holding a huge axe. He looked at the mess on the ground with some anger between his brows. How could there be a problem? Nasus, are you questioning my loyalty to the tribe? Nasus forced an ugly smile on his face, revealing several fangs. How could that be? I'm just a little confused as to why we were charged by the human heavy cavalry before we even landed. These dog-headed men who died in the battle are all our compatriots, aren't they? Raymond pointed at the nearby outpost and the signal smoke in a sullen manner and said, General Nasus, military prowess alone doesn't make you a qualified general. I'm afraid the Lord of Fort St. Martin has already discovered us while we're still on the other side of the river. It was not until this moment that Raymond was convinced. St. Martinburg must have a new lord. The fat man St. Martin was arbitrary and short-sighted. Even if he recruited powerful knights, he would never be given such great power to set up an outpost for early warning. I'm afraid there may even be many traps in the jungle ahead. Nasus said nothing more. He liked fighting but didn't like thinking, and he had no idea about Fort St. Martin. In his eyes, the human nobles were nothing but dirty and corrupt fools. He just wanted to embarrass the high priest on purpose. Seeing these outposts, he naturally understood what had happened. Now about 50,000 of the Beastman's troops have landed, and 150,000 have not yet arrived. Then, Your Excellency the High Priest, what should we do now? The king has given you full command of this battle. Raymond frowned. To be honest, although thousands of heavy cavalry had just charged, he did not think the defense of Fort St. Martin would be very strong. This is the closest passage to Blackstone Castle. If they want to bypass Fort St. Martin, they will have to climb over an extra mountain and waste an extra day. Time is what the orcs lack the most. The faster he can reach Blackrock Fort, the more he can catch the other side off guard. First, send out 1,000 kobolds to explore the way, and the wolf cavalry will provide support. Send a few more scouts around Fort St. Martin to see what the situation is like at Fort Lancer. Raymond made 2 preparations. If the defense of Fort St. Martin was really too strong, in order to complete the task of cooperating with Michel, he would have to go around to Fort Lancer. Although it will take a little longer. But after all, there are still so many guards in the Imperial City. Once the other party reacts, if Nolans returns to defend, they will probably have a hard time. Although they had already agreed with Yad and Rima that as long as Nolans showed signs of returning to defend, they would immediately send a large army to hold back Zluk Excise Army. But how credible it is remains to be seen. Raymond didn't want to entrust the life and death of the army to the human race. Although it was the king's intention to agree to cooperate with humans, it did not mean that he trusted humans. Nasus sneered. High Priest, you are very cautious. Okay, let me and the wolf riders lead the way. I don't believe there are any traps in this small jungle that can stop the beast warriors. He laughed loudly and was about to ride on a giant wolf brought by his subordinates. Then he flipped over and mounted the giant wolf, holding his axe high in his hand and shouting loudly. Warriors of the beast tribe. The human territory is just ahead. Charge in and grab the women. Oh. Nasus gave the order and thousands of wolf riders responded, rushing towards the jungle with a lot of dust. Raymond just smiled coldly. It would be better if this brainless dog-headed man died in there. Linway stood on the city wall and saw many wolf cavalrymen running towards the jungle from afar. The vulnerable parts of these giant wolves are covered with iron armor. Although it is not as good as the horse armor of heavy cavalry, the explosive power of these giant wolves is very terrifying. In a short period of time, it can even instantly surpass the speed of a horse. However, the durability is much worse. He frowned, and the dense army of orcs in the distance made him realize that these wolf riders were just an appetizer. Time was short, and although some traps were hastily set up in the jungle, it was obviously impossible to stop them. A row of chevaux de frise was set up below the city wall, and Ancro had already commanded the guards to raise their shields and form a battle formation. However, there were very few spears, and they could only be used by the hundreds of guards at the front. Most of the guards were equipped with long swords made by Biglin. He has no plans to use the 50 heavy crossbows for the time being. These heavy crossbows have a limited number of arrows, which must be used to attack the enemy's key troops or siege equipment. Archers ready. Fortunately, Linway trained thousands of archers using fine iron arrows. Although the giant wolf has armor protection on key parts of its body, most of it is exposed, so his archers can deal them heavy blows. Rows of serious-looking archers drew their bows and arrows. They also saw the wolf cavalry charging towards Lord Louis. Once the city wall is lost, Lord Louis will face the orcs' ruthless slaughter. Most of the men will be killed, and the women will be taken away as trophies. They did this to be loyal to Lin Wei and to protect their families. The traps in the jungle were quickly triggered, and the howling of wolves came from the jungle, but it did not seem to pose much of a hindrance to them. Soon, the first group of giant wolves appeared in their sight. The 5,000 guards standing under the city wall also had solemn expressions. They had to resist the first wave of attacks first. When thousands of wolf cavalry finally entered the attack range, Lin Wei waved his hand. Shoot! The archers, with their nerves tense, immediately began shooting. They shot arcs into the air. At this distance, the fine iron arrows would cause great damage to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of thousands of archers drawing their bows and shooting was endless. This indiscriminate fire coverage directly caused hundreds of wolf cavalrymen to die on the spot. A few wolf cavalrymen managed to break out, but were quickly stabbed to death with swords and spears by the guards guarding the city walls. In just a moment, the wolf cavalry, who had been so vigorous just now, lost their fighting spirit and began to retreat. He withdrew from the attack range of Lin Wei's archers at an extremely fast speed. They never dreamed that a border territory of Nolan's would have archers using fine iron arrows. Nasus bared his fangs, his face full of anger, and his two dog eyes seemed to be spitting fire. After only a few dozen minutes of fighting, nearly 1/3 of the thousands of wolf cavalry were lost. Lamont, you're still saying this isn't a trap? His roar echoed through the jungle. Chapter 62, bringing the news to Duke Alia. General Nasus, I truly hope your prowess is as sound as your intelligence. Nasus insisted on staying out of Lin Wei's attack range and finally waited for Raymond to come with his army. Raymond immediately began to taunt Nasus. The hot-tempered Nasus was about to explode with his axe raised, but suddenly remembered that the other party was a mage, and he calmed down a lot. High Priest Raymond, it was you who said that the third prince of Nolan's, Michel, would cooperate with us from inside and outside. Then can you tell me why the human army prepared so early? Just after landing, they were defeated twice in a row. Nasus was very angry in his heart. He believed that the news coming from the human race was all false, and its purpose was to deceive the brave beast warriors and weaken their strength. Raymond did not explain. He just squinted his eyes and looked at the city defense of Louisca County. The tall city walls had obviously been reinforced. The intensity of the archers' firepower just now indicated that there were at least thousands of archers on the walls. Outside the city walls were thousands of fully armed guards, as well as chevaux de frise and trenches. The heavy cavalry just now may have returned to the city wall. Although there is no moat here, it is obviously a tough nut to crack. Given the combat effectiveness currently displayed by this territory, it is absolutely not suitable to continue attacking here. If the situation is the same even at Lancer Fortress, then we have truly been betrayed. Then Raymond is likely to be blamed by the king, because it was he who fully led the invasion of Nolan's. At this point, he had to attack with all his might before the scouts reported back. Let's see if this is a tough nut to crack. General Nasus, send the giant shield soldiers forward. Those arrows are made of fine iron. Only a giant shield can stop them. The battering ram is right behind the giant shield soldiers. Once it gets close, it will entangle the guards guarding the city. The orcs were not like the elite human beings in front of them, who were all wearing full body armor. Most of their armor only covered some vital parts, because it was very difficult to equip an extremely powerful ironclad army. There are indeed 50,000 elite soldiers wearing iron armor, but they have not yet crossed the Roma River. It took a whole day for the elite troops to arrive. Okay, as you say, High Priest Raymond, you will lead your magic team to attack the rats on the city wall with magic. Take some of the pressure off us. Raymond nodded. He was not sure whether the other party also had a mage, so we need to observe it again. There are some giant crossbows on the city wall, but there are not many of them. Since there are few of them, their firepower is naturally limited, and they cannot cause much damage to tens of thousands of giant shield gnolls. Once we get close, we will find that the guards are outnumbered by the gnolls, so we should be able to defeat them. The only thing to watch out for is the heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry is a powerful unit among the human race, second only to the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. Even if magic is used, it should be used to attack these heavy cavalry first. Lin Wei looked at the dog-headed man outside the city wall and saw that he was making another move. Those 2 or 3 dog-headed men formed a square formation, holding a huge shield, and began to advance slowly. These giant shields are made of iron and look very heavy. I'm afraid that archers will not be able to cause effective damage. There are also battering rams mixed in with these giant shield soldiers. Once the battering rams break through the city gate, the wolf cavalry will probably make a comeback while the guards and the ogres are fighting below the city. To break the deadlock, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Master, let me take my brothers to disperse those newborns. Ukshin immediately asked for a fight, as he saw that the situation was difficult to resolve. Only by relying on heavy cavalry to break up the formation of these giant shield soldiers can the battering rams be prevented from reaching the city wall. Go ahead. For the glory of Luiska. This charge is different from the first one. Even the fully armed heavy cavalry will probably suffer heavy casualties. Because those dog-headed men holding huge shields were holding shiny spears and scimitars in their hands. It's obvious that he came prepared. Looking at Ukshin walking towards the city, Lin Wei's face was solemn. I didn't expect that the first battle after forming the team would be such a huge one. He has sent scouts to inform the royal city that the orcs have begun to invade again. However, as far as he knew, most of the Nolan's warriors were not in the royal city. I don't know when the reinforcements will arrive. He could only do his best to hold on for a few more days. I must never let my hard work be destroyed. The battle lasted all day, from morning to afternoon. The heavy cavalry's back and forth charges dealt a huge blow to the tens of thousands of shield soldiers. Although the battering rams were nearly driven into the city several times, they were each repelled without any danger. After a day of fighting, more than half of Lin Wei's heavy cavalry were killed, and almost all of the remaining hundreds of heavy cavalry were injured. Thousands of elite guards at the foot of the city were also killed in the battle. The only result was about 5,000 orc casualties. In terms of the battle loss ratio, Lin Wei has already won a great victory. But the number of beastmen was far beyond Lin Wei's imagination. Many soldiers showed tired expressions, although a day of high-intensity fighting was also a heavy burden for them. The smell of rust permeated the entire Lewis Cardinal Collar. The wailing of the soldiers and the crying of the people. It was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Wei's heart. The war was more brutal than he had imagined. The images of them dancing in front of the bonfire and the sounds of their laughter still seemed to be ringing in my ears. The next moment, countless people turned into cold corpses. But his eyes gradually became firm and sharp. In order to protect the territory, sacrifice is inevitable. He is a nobleman, and as a nobleman, he has the obligation to protect his territory. This was a scout who came to the royal city with urgent news from Lord Lewis. He galloped all the way and killed a northern horse. We barely reached the royal city in the evening. But when he brought the news to the royal city, the guards ruthlessly drove him out. They said that His Majesty was not at home and that even the most urgent news would have to wait a few days. Isu had no idea that Master Lin Wei was being ignored on purpose. He also had no way of knowing the grudge between Lin Wei and Ziluk 13. He stood anxiously at the door until a count noticed him. Lord Faros recognized the family crest on the scout. He had just returned from reclaiming some wasteland and was going back to get some resources to reclaim new land. Who are you looking for, soldier? Because it was Lin Wei's family emblem, Count Faros came up and asked a question. Seeing a noble asking, he hurriedly told the other party what happened in Luiska County. When he learned that the orcs had launched a large-scale attack on Luiska's territory, Faros was a little shocked. Go and take this news to the Magic Academy. Tell Duke Alia that only she has a chance to save Lord Louisa. Faros is different from Weiss. He knew some rumors about Lin Wei. Although he is a leftist, his relationship with Lin Wei has always been pretty good. So he showed the scout a clear path. Because in the eyes of Earl Faros, even if Luiska territory was breached, there was still Blackstone Castle guarding it. It is highly likely that Ziluk 13 does not care about Lin Wei's life or death. Rather, it could be said that Ziluk 13 hoped that Lin Wei would die at the hands of the Beastmen. Chapter 63 Tatakai. Isu met Alia smoothly. The little scout was extremely anxious. Seeing the legendary Duke, he was a little incoherent, but he finally expressed the current predicament of Lord Luiska clearly. Alia frowned when she heard this, and Zaluka, who had been standing beside her without saying a word, dropped the cup in his hand to the ground. Lin Wei is in danger. If it is really a large-scale invasion by the Beastmen, the number would be at least over 100,000. It would be difficult to resist with just a few troops in Lin Wei's territory. Based on her understanding of Lin Wei, even for the hundreds of thousands of innocent people behind him, Lin Wei would definitely fight to the last moment. She must stay by Lin Wei's side. A powerful magician can bring great help to Lin Wei. Just as she was about to say goodbye to Arya, Arya suddenly said, "Stop." Zaluka's eyes were red, and she said anxiously, "Teacher, he is in danger. I must return to him." Alia shook her head slightly. I didn't say I couldn't let you go. As she spoke, she reached under the table and pulled out a crimson wooden box. Inside the box was a magic wand and a folded magic cloak. This wand is the one I used when I was young. There's a crystal ball on it that can store magic. It can help you save magic, and it can also store magic. As a magician, how can you not have your own weapon? And this magician's cloak can help you gather the magic energy floating in the air, and it can also greatly save the time of casting spells. Zaluka took Alia's gift with both hands. She bowed low to Arya. This elven wizard gave Zaluka the deepest love. He is the best person to her in this world except Lin Wei. Teacher, if Zaluka can come back alive, Before she could finish her words, a force sealed her mouth. Alia looked at her apprentice with a smile and said, Go quickly. The fastest carriage in the academy is mine. Take my carriage. Looking at Zaluka's receding back, Alia picked up the freshly brewed black tea in her hand. It was Zaluka who made it. I don't know why, but she always makes it just the way I want. But now, it seems to have become a little unpalatable. Although she did not participate in the factional struggles in the Kingdom of Nolans. But Lin Wei scouts have come here for help, so it's easy to guess what choice Ziluk 13 has made. Her calm eyes looked at the peaceful scene in the Magic Academy. Nolans seems decayed. She had clearly promised her eldest disciple to always watch this country prosper. She broke her promise. 2 blood moons were in the sky. The pale moonlight sprinkled on every corner of Luiska's territory. The walls of Luiska were brightly lit, with countless torches stuck on the tops of the walls. The orcs' attack finally subsided a little. With the repeated charges of the cavalry led by Akshan, thousands of battering rams were finally defeated. Without the battering ram, the orcs naturally posed much less threat to the city gates and walls. The guards who were originally guarding the city walls were finally able to return to the walls. The prepared stones and rolling logs can finally be put to use. The beastmen's attack during the day was quite fierce, and only 100 of Lin Wei's 1,000 heavy cavalrymen were left. The rest were all injured, and some cavalrymen lost their legs or arms in the battle. They gritted their teeth and leaned against the city wall, the gauze soaked in blood and turned red. It's not that there are no priests in Luiska's territory, but there are only about 10 priests here, and the priest's magic power is limited, so they are simply unable to heal every injured soldier. Therefore, they could only select some soldiers who were seriously injured but not fatally injured for treatment. For example, the priests were powerless to help some soldiers who were fatally wounded because they were all low-level priests, and it would only be a waste of magic to treat such wounds. During the charge today, some magicians launched magical attacks on Akshan and his men. Fortunately, the insulated steel shields in their hands saved them. The hundreds of magicians seemed to realize that they were holding anti-magic weapons. So it never appeared again. So much so that the archers and crossbows on the city walls had no way of locking onto them. The archers suffered no losses in this battle. 2,000 guards were killed in the battle, and more than 1,000 were wounded. There are only more than 6,000 people left who can fight. But their record is also quite dazzling. More than 2,000 wolf riders and more than 5,000 giant shield soldiers were killed. More than 1,000 battering rams were destroyed. After the battle, the orc army suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Although Lin Wei didn't know why the other party was determined to attack Louis Cardinal like crazy. But if this continues, they probably won't be able to hold on for a few more days. He knew Blackstone Castle, and given Ziluk Xi's temper, he would most likely have no support. But it is absolutely impossible for him to escape. Luiska territory was the territory he had worked so hard to build, and he was being asked to give up hundreds of thousands of people. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will not give up. Lin Wei has a fallback plan. If he can't defeat him, he can escape back to his original barony. But the people of New Luiska had no way out. Once Lin Wei escapes, the people will only face the ruthless butcher knives of the beastmen. Outside the city wall were piles of corpses and weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. Neither Lin Wei's side nor the beast tribe dared to clean up the battlefield. The air was filled with the smell of rust. The solemn atmosphere weighed on every soldier's heart like a huge rock. It also weighed on Lin Wei's mind. Damn it, why are these human guards so tenacious? High Priest Raymond, didn't I ask you to use magic to support us? Why did you and the magic guard only appear for a moment and not use magic to support us anymore? Nasus plunged the blood-soaked axe into the ground, clearly furious. If he could defeat Raymond, he would definitely use an axe to cut open his head to see what was inside. Raymond took a look at this dog-headed general who only had strength but no intelligence. He explained impatiently, "The cavalry charging today are equipped with anti-magic shields. If we continue to use magic attacks, the magic soldiers will only become targets for the archers and crossbows on the city walls. The hundreds of magicians brought were all mid-level or low-level magicians. Their magic had no effect at all on the shields of the heavy cavalry. This is quite advanced equipment, which can be equipped to thousands of heavy cavalry. He has reason to suspect that the other party has more powerful cards that have not been brought out. So he didn't take any action the whole day today, and kept observing Lewis Cardinal's situation from a distance. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but the number of soldiers on the city walls did not decrease. This battle killed at least 3,000 enemy soldiers, but the defense force did not weaken at all. Without knowing the opponent's specific strength, Raymond felt there was no need to continue the attack. Chapter 64 Cavalry Regiment, Attack. Calculating the time, the scouts who went to explore Lancer Fortress will be back soon. Just as Raymond was considering whether to retreat or not, a wolf howl was heard in the distance. The scouts who went to explore Fort Lancer have returned. The kobold scout rolled off the giant wolf and knelt on one knee in front of Raymond and Nasus. High Priest, the situation at Lancer Fortress has been investigated. The defense there is not strong. There are only 2 crossbows on the city wall and no sentry towers. The garrison cannot exceed 2,000 men. Hearing the scout's words, Raymond showed an expression of as expected. Although it would take more time to go around Lancer Fortress now, it would probably take even longer to continue fighting here. Not only will it cause a large number of casualties among the beast men, it may also give the 50,000 guards in the Imperial City a chance to react. Assemble the army immediately and set out for Fort Lancer. Raymond gave the order immediately, but Nasus on the side was unhappy. He said in a voice that was almost a roar, "Lamont, I won't allow you to abandon the honor of an orc warrior. Nearly 10,000 of our brothers have died in battle here. Are you just going to let it go like this?" Raymond's eyes darkened. He stretched out his withered arm and pointed his wand at Nasus. "The king has appointed me to command the army. If you disobey, I will kill you." Raymond is not only the high priest of the orcs, but also a magician. His scepter was surging with magic power, and he was obviously angry at Nasus for not obeying his orders. Nasus bared his fangs and had a ferocious expression. After a while, facing the threat from Grand Magister Raymond, Nasus decided to spare him temporarily. "You can take the main force, but leave 20,000 elite troops for me. We will meet at Blackstone Castle. You may be the high priest, but I am also the great general of the tribe. I have the right to question you and deploy elite troops." It looked like Nasus wouldn't go with him. Raymond's eyes flickered. He snorted coldly. "You'd better join me." After saying this, he no longer looked at Nasus and began to command the large army to march towards Fort Lancer. Speed is of the essence in war, and he has already wasted too much time in Lewis Cardinal. It's not impossible to let this idiot Nasus stay here to attract no one's attention. There were only 20,000 elite armored soldiers, and 10,000 of them had died today. I hope this idiot, whose brain is no bigger than a mung bean, dies here. After Raymond left, Nasus couldn't wait to launch another round of attack. He didn't believe that there would be more than 10,000 soldiers in the city. Once he broke through the city gate of Lewiska, he could reach Blackstone Castle faster. By then the king will understand who is the most powerful general under his command. 20,000 orc gnolls wearing iron armor clenched their shields and swords. Under the leadership of more than 5,000 giant shield soldiers, he decided to use ladders to directly climb the city walls of Lewiska. The howling of the dog-headed men echoed in Lewiska's territory, and the soldiers who had been on high alert on the city walls were ready. The enemy had no battering rams and could only rely on ladders. Since there were no heavy cavalry capable of charging the battle, the fully armed guards took over the archers' place. In the darkness of night, countless gnolls began to attack the city walls of Lewiska. The crossbows fired one armor-piercing arrow after another, but the gaps left by the attacks of only 50 heavy crossbows were quickly filled by new ogres. Many ladders have been set up on the city walls. And Keluo said to Linwei, "Master, please go to a safe place quickly. It's too dangerous here." Linwei shook his head. The soldiers had been fighting for more than 12 hours now. The gnolls' attack tonight was obviously more fierce. If he, as a lord, stood here, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the soldiers' combat confidence. So he couldn't leave. Just as Ankro was about to continue persuading, several catapults appeared in their sight in the distance. Catapult. Damn it. Ankro's pupils shrank. If these huge catapults were not dealt with quickly, they would cause huge casualties to the defenders on the city wall. But there were less than 100 heavy cavalry left. Outside were densely packed armored ogres, wearing more luxurious equipment than the ogres this morning. "Master, let me go." The flames of the torches on the city wall were reflected in Ukshin's eyes. It was unclear whether it was the flames or the anger in his eyes. If those catapults were not dealt with, Lord Lewis, who was already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, would have been able to capture the city even faster. Master, I will lead the guards to clear a path for our heavy cavalry brothers. And Kelluo also asked for orders on the spot. It seems that because of the appearance of the catapult, the ogre's ladder attack has slowed down a lot. Lin Wei was silent for a while. Then he patted Uxin on the shoulder. Go ahead. For the glory of Luiska. Uxin placed one hand on his chest and said, For the glory of Luiska. The two of them walked quickly towards the city wall. Lin Wei understood that the chances of Akshang coming back were slim. Almost all the cavalrymen were already injured, and with so many ogre-headed men outside, it would be very difficult to rush to the catapult even if the guards helped to tear open a gap. Because there are still dog-headed people advancing behind the catapult. The densely packed dog-headed men seemed endless. Suddenly, a soft little hand grabbed him. Master, I am here to protect you. Reina's soft voice sounded in her ears, and she held a shield and sword in her hands. Lin Wei didn't say anything, but just silently looked at the heavy cavalry rushing out of the city. The city gates opened, and Ankro led thousands of guards to fight with the surrounding gnolls. The sound of metal clashing and roaring was endless. When the time came, Uxin led hundreds of heavy cavalry to charge forward. The merciless iron hooves trampled the dog-headed people underfoot. Uxin raised the iron sword in his hand and shouted loudly, Cavalry regiment, attack! Under the cover of heavy crossbows and archers, the cavalry rushed straight towards the catapults. In the darkness of night, the cavalry turned into ruthless knives, stabbing towards the enemy's chest. Several beastmen who were operating the catapults were chopped down by the ruthless swords. Uxin took the lead and slashed directly at the support and rope of the catapult with the long sword in his hand. In just a moment, a catapult collapsed. However, before Uxin had time to be happy, the surrounding gnolls had already surrounded him. Without the inertia of charging, the cavalry's advantage was greatly reduced. There was no way for him to go back. His eyes were red and he roared loudly. Brothers, fight them! Click! As the catapults collapsed, only more than 30 of the hundreds of heavy cavalry were left. Nasus looked at these thin humans with ferocious eyes. He pushed away the dog-headed soldier beside him and charged towards the cavalry like a humanoid monster. Bump! The tall northern horse was hit by him as if it was hit by a meteorite. It fell to the ground after letting out a roar. He casually killed the heavy cavalryman lying on the ground with an axe. The force generated by the huge axe cut the soldier's armor and flesh in half. Damn humans! You're going to have to pay for this. He looked at the leader Uxin and rushed towards Uxin with an axe in his hand. Chapter 65. Fight for Louis Cardinal. Before Uxin could react to what was happening, he saw a burly dog-headed man rushing towards him. The huge axe flew towards him with a sound of breaking through the air. If he didn't resist, he would probably be cut in half. He raised the insulated steel shield in his hand, and the huge force knocked him directly off the northern horse. An extremely powerful force came from the shield, and Uxin felt like a giant dragon's claw hit him. He fell off his horse, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and the strong smell of blood filled his mouth. Just from this one blow, he felt like all his internal organs were dislocated. He gritted his teeth and raised the sword in his hand by willpower. Because Nasus was already rushing towards him. Bump! Without any fancy moves, Nasus punched him directly in the chest. His sword didn't even cut through Nasus's armor. In a trance, an axe was swung towards him again. In his blurred consciousness, he smiled. The first time he saw Betty was one early morning. He fell to the ground while doing morning exercises, and Baidi's voice rang in his ears. A very gentle voice asked him if he was okay. Uxin raised his head and saw Baidi's beautiful face. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that love at first sight would happen to him. After that, he often looked forward to seeing Betty again, even though he hadn't seen her many times in a year. Later on, Betty was nowhere to be seen. However, Baidi was a maid bought by the master. Logically speaking, as a small team leader, he had no right to express his love for Baidi to Lin Wei. Baidi is Lin Wei's asset, and he said that he shouldn't tell anyone. If he were an ordinary noble, he would not express it, let alone express it. He knew better than anyone the absolute power held by the nobles. But Lin Wei is really a good lord. Living in New Luiska territory, he clearly understands that he is a truly kind person and cares about all the people of Luiska territory in his heart. Whether it is exempting most taxes or providing jobs to the people, they can safely get through the winter. These are things that ordinary lords cannot do. Since Lin Wei came, no citizen of Luiska territory has died of cold or starvation in the winter of Nolans. He is also very kind to the soldiers and always encourages them during training. Therefore, in his heart, he not only regarded Lin Wei as a master, but also as a friend with whom he could confide. He thought that if he expressed his thoughts to Lin Wei, he might gain Lin Wei's understanding, although he himself knew that this was a very disrespectful behavior. Of course, Lin Wei did not blame him, and even asked him to work hard. Only with honor and gold coins could he stand in front of Baidi with confidence. His consciousness was already a little fuzzy. The axe was getting closer and closer to him, and everything around him seemed to slow down. The ferocious dog-headed army and the shouts of the brothers became increasingly blurred. Looking at Louis Cardinal, who was still fighting in the firelight, that became the place he could never return to. For Louis Cardinal. Fighting. When the last Luisca heavy cavalryman was annihilated in the crowd of dog-headed people, Lin Wei's eyes were a little red. Uxin is a very talented captain. This battle achievement is enough for him to become a knight. If I had known, I should have knighted him earlier. The city gates were closed again, and the attacks with ladders became more intense. More and more gnolls climbed up the city walls, but were all beaten back by the tenacious guards. Lina stayed by Lin Wei's side and killed all the dog-headed men who tried to get close to him. At this moment, the scales on her body slowly emerged again, and frost spread on the soles of her feet. She transformed into the invincible White Rose. Like a fortress that never retreats, it stands by Lin Wei. The battle lasted all night, and the gnolls' offensive finally slowed down. A horn sounded, and the dog-headed people finally called off their troops. Because there were no weapons such as catapults and battering rams, it was very difficult to take down the city wall with ladders alone. The deaths of more than 5,000 soldiers that night also made him understand completely. Standing on the opposite city wall were also the elite of the Kingdom of Nolans. At least they are as elite as the royal guards. Nasus didn't understand why such a monster appeared in such a remote territory. He began to regret why he didn't follow that bastard Raymond to Fort Lancer. But the soldiers were exhausted after fighting for a day and a night. The long-term efforts have not yielded any results. In addition, the extremely high casualty ratio has shaken the morale of the army. If this continues, I am afraid the morale of the team will be out of control. I can only take a break for a while. Lin Wei stood on the city wall, looking at the resting dog-headed men in the distance. It seems that this day and night of fighting is also a big burden for the dog-headed people. More than 2,000 guards were killed in the melee last night. In just one day and one night of fighting, he lost 5,000 soldiers. Many of the remaining people were injured. The dog-headed people suffered even greater losses. The piles of dog-headed man corpses below the city wall far exceeded those of the guards. These physically strong gnolls are even slightly braver than their own legions. Fortunately, thanks to the advantages of equipment and terrain, the enemy's casualty ratio is higher. I don't know if it was Lin Wei's illusion, but the number of dog-headed men seemed to have decreased a lot. There are only two options to enter the border of Nolans from the Rema River. One is Luisca territory where the road is flat, and the other is Lancer Fortress, which takes an extra day to walk. That was the territory of a left-wing earl. Could it be that those kobolds were heading in that direction? Such doubts arose in Lin Wei's heart. If the large army heads towards Fort Lancer, I'm afraid Fort Lancer simply doesn't have a force as powerful as his own. If more people go there, I'm afraid they will go straight to Blackstone Castle, the heart of Nolans. There was Nolan's strongest line of defense against the orcs. Although most of the Nolan's warriors were sent out to expand the territory, relying on the terrain of Blackstone Castle and the city defense weapons, there should be no problems. Enough to hold off until the main force returns. Lin Wei shook his head, throwing away the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. What does Nolan's life or death have to do with him? This is something that Zeluk 13 should consider. If the orcs had not attacked his territory and went directly to Fort Lancer, he would not have interfered. But if the orcs wanted to step on Luisca's territory and enter Nolan's, it would be absolutely impossible. If you want to fight, then fight to the end. Chapter 66 Lin Wei's Death 1. It was already dawn, and Noller felt an unusual atmosphere during his morning training this morning. He didn't see a single mineral merchant today. There are long queues on weekdays. It has been some time since Lin Wei handed over the management of Louis Cardinal. Compared to when Lin Wei first inherited Louis Cardinal, the current Louis Cardinal has developed to a considerable extent. Lin Wei took out a portion of the gold coins from selling butter to vigorously develop the mining industry in Luisca County. Most of the mining industries that had been contracted out were also taken back. With the funds, Louis Cardinal is like flowing living water. At least self-sufficiency is no longer a problem. With the addition of the 3,000 newly armed elite soldiers sent by the Master, the defense of Lord Luisca has reached an unprecedented level of strength. Mr. Merchant. I finally met a traveling merchant who seemed to be in a hurry. Norrell called out to the other party. Dear Knight, what can I do for you? The merchant was packing up his empty packages and putting them on his horse, apparently preparing to leave. Norrell gave a kind smile. Aren't you collecting iron, or today? The merchant shook his head. Mr. Knight, you don't know yet. The orc army has broken through Lancer Fortress and is now heading towards Blackstone Fortress. As he spoke, he whispered, you should also tell your master to run for his life. Who knows if those orcs will attack us here? Of course, it's not that I don't believe in your bravery. It's mainly because the number of orcs is simply too large. There's news that the invading orcs number over 100,000, all of them elite warriors from the Achuo tribe. Noller frowned and bowed to the merchant. Thank you for telling me such important news. The merchant said nothing more, but just led the slow horse away. Norrell suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. If it is really the orc tribe that crosses the Rema River, then Master Lin Wei's territory will directly face the attack of the orcs. I'm afraid we're already in a tough battle, otherwise those orcs wouldn't be willing to take an extra day's detour. Thinking of this, he decided to take 3,000 soldiers and rush to the aid of New Luisgar. It is enough to leave only 500 old guards to guard the territory. If the orc army really exceeds 100,000, then they will definitely head for Blackrock Fortress. Territories like Luisgar, which are on the edge and not rich, will not be in trouble. Lin Wei was also very kind to him. Now he must lead the soldiers to rescue Lin Wei as soon as possible. Nasus led his 20,000 soldiers to attack for 3 consecutive days, but failed to capture the territory of Luisgar. During the battle, the casualties exceeded 10,000, but the losses of the defenders became smaller and smaller. There was no other reason. Without the assistance of battering rams and catapults, it would be extremely difficult to break through the city wall with ladders alone. In addition, they also have a very powerful half-elf magician. This high-level magician also poses a huge obstacle to their charge. His superb wind magic always managed to blow large numbers of kobold soldiers off the walls. Fortunately, he doesn't always have sufficient magic energy. The wizard is not here today. Apparently, he went back to recover his magic power. Nasus observed the city walls for 2 days and found that the morale of the defenders remained high for some reason. It is clear that the other side has suffered thousands of casualties in these 3 days. Now that a wave of attack is over, he observes the opponent's wall, as usual. Many of those crossbows had been damaged, and the remaining firepower had also been greatly weakened. At the beginning, the bow and arrow support was quite intensive, but it has become much less in the past 2 days. Suddenly, he saw a very powerful woman on the top of the city. Although they were far away, Reyna's powerful and clean methods killed countless ogre warriors who wanted to climb the wall in an instant. Nasus narrowed his eyes and noticed Lin Wei behind Lina. The handsome man in aristocratic clothes was looking calmly at their phalanx of dog-headed people. From time to time, he would give orders to the soldiers around him. He suddenly understood why the morale of these humans remained so high. It turned out that their lord was fighting on the front line with them. Nasus licked his fangs with his long tongue, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. As long as this noble is killed, the morale of the remaining human guards will collapse, and the threat will not be so great at that time. He would be able to capture Luiska County smoothly, and maybe even reach Blackstone Castle faster than that idiot Raymond. He directly said to the several dog-headed adjutants beside him, You, and you guys, go and hold that woman back. Yes, General. Nasus followed behind several lieutenants, holding a picked-up kobold battle axe in his hand. As long as the woman's attention was diverted, he would launch a fatal attack on the nobles on the city wall. Amaruo. Bravery, 90. Strategy, 20. Rating, A. Special talents, Power Burst, Scimitar Mastery. Several gnolls, dressed completely differently from the other gnolls, rushed towards Lin Wei. Most of them had a bravery of around 90, and they resisted the defense of all the guards like gods of war. They climbed the ladder in a few steps, obviously heading for Lin Wei. Lin Wei had expected that the other party would discover his presence. Lina stood in front of Lin Wei. The battles in the past few days made the warlike blood in her bones boil. Her eyes were red, and her dangerous vertical pupils were locked on the dog-headed men coming towards Lin Wei. Although these dog-headed men look quite powerful, they are still far from enough in front of Reyna, who has a bravery of 168. Phew. She moved like a ghost, going around behind the dog-headed man and thrusting her sword into his body in an instant. The long sword made a dull sound as it tore through the dog-headed man's body. After taking care of the other two, she can return to Lin Wei again. Nasus narrowed his eyes. Several lieutenants had bought him time. He raised the giant axe in his hand towards Lin Wei and threw it in Lin Wei's direction with all his strength. Lin Wei was originally paying attention to the attack of the gnolls under the city wall and did not notice that a powerful existence in the gnoll team had locked onto him. When he reacted, a rapidly spinning axe was already flying towards him. Am I going to die? I watched the axe grow bigger and bigger in my sight with incredible force. This was Lin Wei's first reaction. He had no way to resist such a powerful force. Bump. There was a loud noise as the giant axe hit him. The imagined scene of blood and flesh splattering did not seem to happen. The pendant in his pocket emitted a bright light, and a barrier appeared to block the fatal blow for him. Then Lin Wei felt as if his body was hit by a cannonball and fell directly towards the top of the city wall. There was a whistling sound of wind in my ears. Lin Wei's body fell heavily from the tall city wall. The huge impact force made him lose consciousness instantly. Chapter 67. Please, don't leave Reina alone. Owner. Reina let out a heart-wrenching roar, and an extremely strong cold energy burst out from her body. A terrifying frost force spread from the soles of her feet. The terrifying power of frost spread uncontrollably, and salt-like snowflakes suddenly floated in the sky. Lin Wei fell off the city wall and stopped breathing. Lina could no longer sense Lin Wei's presence. Her mind went blank. His eyes quickly locked onto Nasu's in the Knoll army. It was this treacherous kobold who killed her master. He must die? Call out. The ghostly figure suddenly disappeared on the city wall, and Nasu's, who was originally feeling complacent, felt his hair stand on end. Lina was like an extremely terrifying beast, cutting all the gnolls that stood in her way in half. Her crimson eyes now only held Nasu's. For Reina, the distance of several hundred meters seemed to be enough in just one breath. By the time Nasu's reacted, a long sword appeared before him. He extended his massive axe to block. Bang! The sound of metal clashing against metal. The axe in his hand is a powerful magic weapon. Under the extremely strong force, Reina's sword instantly broke into countless flying fragments. The fragments of the iron sword scratched Reina's cheek, but it only made the rage in her heart even stronger. Blessing from the dragon spirit. The dragon horns grew at an extremely fast speed, and the dragon tail also emerged. Her petite body burst out with incredible strength. Taking advantage of the numbness in Nasu's palm, he punched him on his armor. A fist-sized dent appeared on his chest. Nasu's felt as if he had been struck by the claws of a dragon. His eyes were full of disbelief as he flew backwards. This is armor made of super strong and tough steel. Even the crossbow arrows couldn't penetrate it. This dragon-like girl before me was pierced through with just one punch? Escape. Must escape. Nasu's, who puts the glory of orc warriors first, had such a thought in his mind for the first time. The woman in front of him seemed to have entered some kind of blessed state, and with his current strength, it would be difficult for her to match him. But he quickly suppressed this thought. How could a proud beast warrior retreat when faced with a powerful enemy? Even if this woman is a good fighter, can she defeat his army of tens of thousands? Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. The dense sound of horse hooves made the earth tremble slightly, and countless fully armed heavy cavalry were seen charging towards their rear. Kill! Noller raised the long sword in his hand and led thousands of heavy cavalry to arrive at the battlefield first. Looking at the densely packed gnolls, he joined the battle without any hesitation. The sudden attack from the rear by the heavy cavalry broke up the already chaotic ogre formation. With swords and knives swung, countless ogres died under the iron cavalry. However, this is not the end. A huge fireball suddenly condensed on the city wall, and the vast magical power was like a horn of destruction. Boom. The fireball bombarded the area where the gnolls were most concentrated. The explosion sent countless clods of earth and gnoll fragments flying. Just one spell killed at least several hundred elite gnolls. The iron armor they wore might protect them from swords, but it was powerless against the magic of the mage. Mage. The other side actually has a magician who has never taken action. Nasu's no longer had any desire to fight, because Lina started looking for him among the gnolls again. He picked up the axe in his hand and fled towards a place where the heavy cavalry was not surrounding him. Damn it. I am the general of the beast tribe. I absolutely cannot die here. The sudden support shocked the defenders. As Zaluka released magic one after another, the exploding fireballs seemed to be endless, crushing their last bit of morale. General Nasu's has escaped. Someone among the gnolls shouted, and the remaining gnolls instantly lost their will to fight, because they really hadn't received orders from General Nasu's for a long time. This move completely crushed their last bit of fighting spirit. They began to scurry around like rats. Although there were still more than 5,000 gnolls, they had become a defeated army with no fighting power. Noller directly commanded the heavy cavalry to chase these gnolls all the way. Looking at the dog-headed people around him, they all scattered like birds and beasts. The scene of corpses piling up like a hell on earth did not calm Reina down. But Nasu's had disappeared. Owner. My lord. After the anger dissipated, she was left with only helplessness and panic. She ran towards the direction where Lin Wei fell like a madman. She couldn't believe what she would do without Lin Wei, the son that I finally found. It seems lost forever. Reina. Zaluka saw Reina, but at this moment Reina's Dragonman characteristics had completely emerged. Arya's magic seemed to have worn off. Lina ignored Zaluka's call and went straight to the bushes where Lin Wei fell. Owner! Owner! Seeing that Reina ignored him, Zaluka suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Something that could make Reina so confused. Could it be? Although she did not see Lin Wei on the battlefield, she joined the battlefield immediately instead of looking for Lin Wei. Her first reaction was that Lin Wei was not on the battlefield. So when she saw Reina so confused, her eyes also turned red. When she followed Reina and saw Lin Wei lying in a pool of blood, the cat girl Zaluka suddenly knelt on the ground. It was as if the faith that supported me suddenly collapsed. Endless darkness spread. Lin Wei just lay there quietly, without a trace of breath. No. Master, Master, he will be fine. Zaluka hurriedly crawled to Lin Wei, no longer caring about his image. Lina held the breathless Lin Wei in her arms, as if feeling his pulse. There is also a faint beat. If there were a pastor now, there is a pastor who can definitely save Lin Wei. Zaluka, quickly go find the priest. Please, Zaluka, please find a priest. As Reina spoke, blood-red tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She is no longer the strong dragon girl. Reina, your blood might be able to save him. Zaluka suddenly realized something that Alia had told her. Dragons can sign a symbiotic contract with humans. Although Reina is not a pure-blooded dragon, her blood also has great activity. This activity can save Lin Wei's life for a short time. Without any hesitation, Lina bit her finger and bright red blood flowed out instantly. She fed the blood into Lin Wei's mouth with a sad expression on her face. Master, nothing must happen to you. Please, don't leave Reina alone. Chapter 68 Saint Yelena. Yelena Kesha is the saint of Nolan's church. Not only does he have an extraordinary status in the church, but he is also treated with courtesy among the three major countries. The lowest-ranking people in the cathedral are the lower and middle priests from various places, followed by senior priests and bishops. Every kingdom with a church had an archbishop, but there is only one saint. When kings from various countries met this saint, they would treat her with the highest standards of state guest etiquette. Even the beastmen in the far south continent, the elves in the east continent, and the water tribes in the west continent would give certain courtesy to a behemoth like the church. They will hardly take the initiative to provoke this neutral force. Because all church priests in the human kingdom, including Nolans, Yade, and Rima, can be directly commanded by her. Her great-grandfather, Helen Kesa, was once the greatest magician on the continent and studied under Duke Alia. My mother was a great pastor who preached the doctrine of fraternity in the world, and she was also the previous saint. Yelena inherited her great-grandfather's powerful magic, as well as her mother's kindness and superb healing skills. She excels at large-scale magical healing and has mastered the art of major healing, even allowing her to regenerate severed limbs. Even if she has one breath left, she can heal her. Of course, resurrection is not possible. The priest profession is different from the wild magicians and alchemists. Pastors do not devote themselves to the state like other professions. No matter how fierce the fighting between the three countries is, in the civil war among the three human kingdoms, priests are tacitly regarded as an existence that cannot be provoked. After all, accidents happen to everyone. If you offend a priest, relying on the current underdeveloped medical technology is no different from waiting to die. However, this is only one of the reasons. Therefore, due to their superior status, they were able to freely build cathedrals in the three countries. It is also the only profession in the three countries that will not be excluded. Today, Yelena received a letter from Alia. In fact, she was very surprised because her great-grandfather's teacher had not contacted her for a long time since her great-grandfather Helen died. Well, actually, when she was a child, she was quite attached to her great-grandfather's teacher. When she was young, her family sent her to learn magic from Arya, hoping that she would become a great magician. Although she became a saint by accident, it was different from her original goal. They also developed a good relationship, but Yelena could feel that this extremely beautiful and powerful great magician seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from her. But even so, she didn't care. It's a pity that after becoming a saint, she was busy with miscellaneous tasks and the two of them rarely contacted each other. However, the relationship between the two did not diminish in the slightest, at least that's what she felt. So she read Alia's letter with great joy. The letter asked her to go to Louisgar to rescue a viscount who was in danger. Lin Wei Luca. I heard about this viscount a while ago. After all, his feat of capturing 2 members of the Rema royal family alive is still praised today. And her new favorite recently, Cream, also seems to be the work of this Viscount. Since Alia had already spoken, she naturally would not refuse. After carefully putting Alia's letter into the drawer, she adjusted her clothes and skirt in front of the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong, then slowly walked out of the cathedral. As a saint, she must always ensure that her noble image is meticulous. After leaving the cathedral, she nodded to several guards in white armor. These are several extremely powerful swordsmen who have been trained in the church since childhood. After all, if there is only benevolence, there will definitely be people who covet it. Therefore, the priests who are world famous for their healing skills always have more than 1 million white armor guards at their disposal. Anyone, of any race, dares to disrespect the saint, they will face the wrath of the white armor guards directly. Therefore, even though the orcs have now captured the royal city of Nolans, the cathedral is still a peaceful scene. In order to avoid the war, some ordinary citizens of the kingdom of Nolans could only hide near the church, because only here you won't be slaughtered by the beasts. As long as they are within the sight of the white armor guards, these beastmen will leave. Many people, seeing the saint's carriage, knelt beside it and begged bitterly, hoping that this kind saint could save them from the dire situation. After all, everything was going well the day before, but today the orcs suddenly came to our house. Without even any warning from the sturdy Blackrock fort, they faced the brutal orc army directly. In the royal city, which was almost deserted, the remaining several thousand soldiers were still fighting fiercely with the orcs. The roar of griffins was heard in the sky, and thousands of griffin riders flew into the air to fight to the death with these beasts. But the noise was getting quieter and quieter, and I didn't know if it was about to end. The smell of blood filled the air outside the carriage, and dozens of white-armored guards riding tall northern horses led the way for her. Whenever they see the beastmen of the white armor guards, they will avoid them. It's as if 2 completely different worlds have been formed, not in the same dimension. The smell of blood filled the air, and Yeluna lowered the curtain of the carriage. They are absolutely neutral, just like the Magic Academy and the Alchemist Guild. We will never participate in wars between races or countries. The orcs won a great victory. It was only a matter of time before the Achuo tribe attacked Huanglong and defeated the defenses of the royal city. Zeluk 13, who went out to expand the territory, was held back by the sudden appearance of troops from Rima and Yad, and the fall of the royal city was inevitable. Along the way, Yeluna could see refugees fleeing everywhere. Whenever there is a war, these poor people are the victims. Most of them will flee their native places, and some lucky ones may be able to get protection from neutral forces. But most of them could not escape the fate of being massacred or enslaved. She played with a light gray ring on her hand, which was left to her by her mother. Yeluna always stays by my side. I heard that when my mother met my father, the ring lit up with a bright light and transformed into a blue dreamy ring. Not only can it store a huge amount of magic, it also helps her cast spells faster. When I saw this ring as a child, it was indeed blue. However, since his father's death, the ring has lost its original appearance. The ring was passed down to her by her mother after she passed away. In her mother's words, as long as she meets her destined person, the ring will return to its original appearance. Although Yeluna always kept the ring with her, she had never seen it light up. However, she was used to seeing outstanding men, and she had not met anyone who could make her heart beat. How many outstanding men, princes, genius magicians, genius alchemists, all of them wanted to win her favor. But Yeluna thought there was nothing special about them. It seems like the emotions in my heart can be clearly seen just by observing my eyes. She felt dull. Your Highness, the saint is Luiska County ahead. A knight in white armor rode his horse to the side of her carriage and said. Yeluna simply replied, I understand. Chapter 69. Is he married? Lin Wei has been in a coma for 5 days. He was barely breathing during this period, and if they hadn't been able to feel a weak pulse, they would have thought Lin Wei was dead. Elialu, Reina and Silka stayed by Lin Wei's side without leaving for a moment. Reina is fine, at least the dragon man is physically strong. Elialu and Silka, who were relatively weak, both looked pale. They ate very little these days, their eyes were red, and they stayed by Lin Wei's bedside. Although dragon blood can temporarily keep Lin Wei alive, but dragon blood is not omnipotent. If this continues, Lin Wei will almost certainly die. Fortunately, Alia knew about this and invited the church's Saint Yeluna to help them. This saint is the best and most powerful priest in the entire continent. It is said that as long as the person is not dead, even if he is still breathing, she can save him. Otherwise, these people would have lost all hope and might have followed Lin Wei. Eat something and take a rest. and Shiona felt a little distressed about Zaluka's current condition. Their relationship has become very good now, so she cares about Zaluka very much. Seeing in Shiona, Zaluka, who had been accumulating emotions, threw himself into her arms and sobbed softly. Wow. I'm so worried that the master won't wake up. And Shiona gently touched her head. No, master will be fine. In the future, we will continue to move towards a better life under his leadership. And Shiona was also very sad because Lin Wei was a very good master to her. If Lin Wei was gone, Zaluka could still return to the Magic Academy, but where would she go? Before she knew it, Luiska seemed to have become her home. Become a place that can accommodate her lonely soul. Because here are her new friends and family. At this moment, the butler's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Miss Zaluka, the saint is here. Hearing that the saint was coming, the women all forced themselves to cheer up. Yeluna's arrival also means that Lin Wei is saved. Not long after the butler's voice fell, clear footsteps were heard in the corridor. With the creaking sound of the door opening, Yeluna appeared in the room. She gave an apologetic smile. Am I late? As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Zaluka. Is this the new disciple that Sister Alia accepted? I didn't expect that she was actually a cat girl. She looked like a member of the Nays tribe. The Achuo tribe is mostly composed of dog-headed people, while the Nans tribe is mostly composed of cat people. Zaluka shook her head and came forward. Welcome, Her Majesty the Saint. Thank you for your help. Zaluka's tone was gentle and a little cautious. If the person in front of me said that there was nothing he could do to Lin Wei, then they might lose Lin Wei forever. Only then did Yeluna turn her attention to Lin Wei lying on the hospital bed. Lin Wei has been in a coma for several days, and his face is as pale as paper. She walked slowly to Lin Wei's window and looked at the Viscount carefully. He is very handsome. Even Yeluna, who has seen many good-looking men, has to admit that Lin Wei is very handsome even in this extremely weak look. She slowly stretched out her hand and felt Lin Wei's vitality. Lin Wei's vitality was already very weak, as if he was being held on by a very powerful drug. She frowned slightly. If some alchemical potion with serious side effects was used, she was afraid that even if the patient was saved, there would still be serious side effects. She was afraid that the alchemical potion would react strangely after she released the magic. Her holy magic has the power to dispel and heal. But this does not mean that the side effects of alchemical potions can be dispelled. Did you give him any alchemical potion? Facing Yeluna's question, Reina was the first to answer. I gave the master some of my blood. Dragon blood. The knowledgeable Yeluna seemed to understand after seeing Lena's dragon horns and tail. The one in front of him was a dragon lady with very pure blood. It was also thanks to her blood that Lin Wei was able to hold on until now and wait for her to come. If it is dragon blood, it won't have much impact. Fortunately, she is not a pure-blooded dragon. Otherwise, the effect of the dragon blood alone would be too much for Lin Wei's frail body to bear. As long as she was sure it wasn't an alchemical potion, she could cast the spell with confidence. She took out white gloves from her pocket as usual, and a white light spread from the palm of her hand. After a flash of light, Lin Wei's originally pale face finally changed. But the pulse is still very weak. It seems that the effect is not enough. A higher level of healing magic must be released. When performing high-level healing spells, Yeluna has a habit of wearing the ring given to her by her mother on her hand. She put the gray ring on her index finger as usual, and then an even brighter light came on. The surging white, dazzling magic made it difficult for everyone present to open their eyes. As the magic energy surged, some cold sweat began to seep out of Yeluna's smooth forehead. Even for someone as powerful as her, releasing such an extraordinary healing technique would consume a considerable amount of magic. Fortunately, as the magic energy surged, Lin Wei's pulse gradually returned to normal, and he even had a weak breath. Call. Yeluna stopped releasing magic, and the Viscount's life was saved. She was about to take the ring back and put it in her pocket when she found that the ring had changed color. Blue? For some reason, the originally gray ring turned blue. The ring glows slightly, giving off a warm touch. Just like the amazement Yeluna felt when she first saw it, the deep blue light was fascinating. No way. The people of Yeluna were confused. Looking at Lin Wei lying on the bed and still unconscious, a complicated emotion surged in my heart. What does this mean? Is he the destined one? Although I have heard some rumors about Lin Wei. However, although Lin Wei is excellent, he is still far inferior to Yeluna, who comes from a wealthy family. But in terms of appearance, it is indeed acceptable. Don't know what his character is like. She was a little flustered. After a while, facing the expectant eyes of several girls, she asked, Your Lord Viscount, is he married? When this question was asked, several girls were confused. It was Elyulu who reacted first. The young master is not married. and he has no wife or concubines. Because I just turned 18. Yelena was relieved to hear that Lin Wei had no wife. She looked at the pretty girls with a strange look in her eyes. This Viscount seems to have quite a few beautiful girls around him. Take good care of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should wake up soon. She just said this lightly and walked out the door. The butler, who had been waiting for a long time, bent down and stretched out his hand to show Yelena the way. Please come this way, Your Highness. Chapter 70. How about having dinner with a lady? Lin Wei felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, I was in a deep and invisible darkness. He seemed to have been wandering in the darkness for a long time, until he finally stopped when he felt warmth. He opened his eyes, but his body couldn't move smoothly. It took a lot of effort to move my arms. He felt a warm touch on his palm. It was Elialu, who had been holding his hand tightly. Reina and Silka fell asleep together on the bed. Elialu also closed her eyes. It was obvious that they were all exhausted these days. What happened? I remembered that an axe was flying towards me. Thanks to the giant dragon pendant that Baidi gave him before leaving, which suddenly emitted white light, it saved his life. However, falling from the city wall that was more than 10 meters high almost brought him to the brink of death. He stretched out his other hand, and his wrist, which was excessively pale due to long-term lack of blood, was still a little numb. A set of data came into his sight. Lin Wei. Bravery, 5. Strategy, 80. Special talents, extraordinary personality, transmigrator, high purity, white dragon blood, continuously improves recovery and bravery. Rating, B. Lin Wei's first reaction was that he was dazzled. He had never seen his own panel before and thought that this panel was ineffective on him alone. But after almost dying this time, he suddenly became able to see. Lin Wei never thought that this system-like thing was really a system. For him, the existence of the panel is more like his special talent. After this close brush with death, Lin Wei finally understood that he couldn't afford to slack off any longer. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, it is also very important to have a certain ability to protect yourself. With a bravery level of 5, Lin Wei even thought he was going insane. 5 o'clock, isn't this a scumbag? He must exercise more in the future. Elialu, who was standing by, seemed to notice Lin Wei's movements, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The first thing she did after waking up was to look at Lin Wei lying on the bed. Seeing Lin Wei also looking at her, she showed an expression of joy and tears. Master, you are finally awake. Wow. Elialu is so scared. Although she wanted to throw herself into Lin Wei's arms right now. But considering that Lin Wei was still very weak, she still controlled her emotions well. Silka and Reina also woke up when they heard the sound. They also looked at Lin Wei, who had woken up with tears in their eyes. It was like the sun that had disappeared suddenly reappeared in their lives. The originally gloomy life became bright again. Yelena stayed in Lucca for several days. From the time she treated Lin Wei until he was able to walk smoothly, she had been observing with great interest the earldom that he governed in an orderly manner. Yelena is 19 years old this year and became a saint at the age of 16. Before this, apart from studying with Duke Alia in his childhood, what he did most often after growing up was to follow his mother to spread the teachings in the territories of various nobles. Whether it is the kingdom of Nolans or Yade and Rema, she had seen many territories ruled by nobles. Only in Lin Wei's territory do the people seem to have the best living conditions. They did not look pale and thin due to hunger, and one could even occasionally see smiles on their faces. Those bright eyes seemed to be filled with a desire for an unknown life. She couldn't believe that such a lively place actually came from an earldom. Even in the major royal cities, it is not easy to get enough to eat. But it seems to be easy to do in Luiska. Occasionally, he asked the people in the territory what they thought of Lin Wei, and they all praised him highly. Yelena came to the top of the city wall, and the wind blowing towards her carried a strong stench. This was the first territory attacked by the orcs, but the orcs seemed to be frustrated here and chose the more distant fortress of Lancer instead. Outside the city wall, corpses piled up like mountains. Although people were cleaning up the battlefield, a foul stench still filled the air. Judging from the tragic situation on the battlefield, the orcs suffered a great loss here. With Yelena's knowledge, she couldn't imagine how these tens of thousands of troops could stop the 200,000-strong army of the orcs. This was a battle that will go down in history. Although Nolans was defeated, his achievements were real. If Zeluk 13 could come back, he would definitely commend Lin Wei, right? However, Luiska also had many wounded soldiers, and the injuries of many soldiers had worsened. It was impossible to treat so many soldiers with just a dozen low-level priests. To the best of her ability, Yelena provided a certain degree of treatment to these injured soldiers to ensure that they would not die from the worsening of their wounds. It can also be considered as accumulating some favorability with Lin Wei in advance. There was one thing she had never figured out. There is no doubt that Luisca County experienced a great battle, but why did the royal city not react? I heard from Lord Luisca's steward that they had indeed sent scouts to deliver the message. How was Blackstone Fort breached? After thinking for a while, she seemed to understand. But she didn't care whether Prince Michel of Nolens really betrayed Nolens. She doesn't care. Yelena had just come down from the city wall. Although she wanted to enjoy the fresh air for a while, the stench of corpses that came towards her was really unbearable. Unexpectedly, she met Lin Wei just after coming down from the city wall. Lin Wei was still a little weak, as if he had been specially summoned. He bowed to Yelena and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness." Yelena chuckled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. She was very beautiful, with golden hair straight like a waterfall, and her brown eyes were staring straight at Lin Wei. She has a perfect figure, and even the loose white robe of the saint cannot hide her beautiful figure. Very typical characteristics of the Nolens people. Lin Wei also has very typical characteristics of the Nolens people. The two of them standing together are quite a good match. Viscount Lin Wei, you are very interesting. You shouldn't thank me. You should thank Duke Alia. If Duke Alia hadn't asked me to come to Luisca, I don't think I would have come. What Yelena said was true. If it weren't for the relationship with Alia, she would never come to Louis Cardinal. Lin Wei shook his head. Duke Alia has to thank you, and I can't thank you less. No matter who invited you here, you saved my life. Lin Wei's tone was sincere, and he was really grateful to Yelena for saving him. Yelena restrained her smile and showed a serious expression. Then how are you going to thank me? Lin Wei was stunned. She didn't expect that the holy lady in front of her would actually ask him for a reward. This is totally wrong. Shouldn't we just say a few pleasantries and be done with it? You are a saint. How could you possibly be lacking anything? What do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely meet your needs. But since the other party had already spoken, Lin Wei answered seriously. I heard that building a church costs a lot of gold coins. Although he had earned a lot recently, he was seriously injured in this battle, and he had originally planned to expand his army. Yelena stretched out her fair and tender little hand and touched her pretty face. How about treating me to a meal? Isn't it a good idea to have dinner with a lady? Chapter 71 Proposal. Lin Wei was stunned. He was prepared for the other party to make a huge demand. But I didn't expect that he would just treat her to a meal. He quickly said, "It is my honor to invite a lady to dinner." He bowed to Yelena in a gentlemanly manner, which brought another burst of silver bell-like laughter. For some reason, Lin Wei always felt that the girl in front of him looked at him with a strange look. I feel like I've been getting this kind of gaze quite often lately. Although there is no malice, there is always a strange sense of aggression. The dinner was prepared by Lin Wei's cook and the head maid. The main course was a golden roasted suckling pig, brightly pan-fried foie gras, and a glass of wine of considerable vintage. There are some particular requirements for suckling pigs. These pigs are special breeds raised by special people. They usually eat wheat and wild mushrooms. Their meat is delicious, and one is sold for more than 200 Nolens gold coins. Even so, the annual share of this type of pig is pitifully small. The same goes for foie gras. They use extremely fat geese and kill them, but only take the most delicious part. Wine is even more of a luxury. Unlike the fruit wine we usually drink, a bottle of vintage wine costs as much as 1,000 Nolens gold coins, which is an absolute luxury. Including the soft toasted white bread and a variety of jams and creams, Lin Wei spent more than 3,000 Nolens gold coins on this meal. Although 3 bottles of wine accounted for the majority of the purchase, Lin Wei still felt a little heartbroken. It's really luxurious. It was the most luxurious meal he had ever had in his life. Only Lin Wei and Yelena were present at the dinner, and they were served by maids the entire time. Yelena eats very elegantly, using a fork to put small bites of food into her mouth, very politely. Then he sipped the wine. Although Lin Wei had tried his best to keep his attention away from the other person, for some reason, he was still attracted to her unconsciously. It's strange, because she is obviously very resistant to beautiful women. What's going on today? After eating and drinking, Lin Wei picked up the wine glass again. Thank you again for saving my life. From now on, as long as you need me, Lin Wei will definitely help you without hesitation. Yelena smiled and said, But Viscount Lin Wei, you still call me you. And using such an unfamiliar title as Her Majesty the Saint, does it seem so disrespectful to me? Lin Wei was a little confused. Your Highness, what do you mean? Yelena put down the wine glass, and there seemed to be a hint of drunkenness in her beautiful eyes. My name is Yelena Kesha. I would be very happy if you could call me Yelena from now on. Lin Wei was confused. Is this saint in front of him extending an olive branch to him? If Lord Louisa could have some relationship with the church, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to the development of the territory. Of course, beautiful Miss Yelena. Yelena smiled a bit drunkenly. Then can I call you Lin Wei? It's Lin Wei's honor. Yelena seemed a little drunk, and she stretched out her fair and tender hand to touch her forehead. Before Lin Wei could offer his condolences, she pretended to be indifferent and said, Mr. Lin Wei, the maid and the demi-human lady beside you seem to be very beautiful. Lin Wei was a little confused, but still said honestly, they are all working for Louis Cardinal. My relationship with them is just an ordinary employment relationship. There is really no other relationship. The woman would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. After hearing Lin Wei's explanation, Yelena suddenly laughed. Of course she believed what Lin Wei said. If Lin Wei had a bad lifestyle, she would definitely hear the maids talking about it in Lin Wei's manner these days. But every time the maids talked about Lin Wei, they said that the young master seemed too upright and had never had a woman at the age of 18. The people in the territory have an extremely high opinion of Lin Wei. The maids and the people in the territory will not lie. So Yelena was just asking the question even though she knew the answer. Lin Wei. Yelena suddenly straightened her expression. Her eyes were clear, and she seemed to have lost the drunkenness she had just felt. What happened? What do you think if I became your wife? Lin Wei's mind went blank for a moment. It was as if 10,000 dragons were trampling over his head, and he suddenly became unable to think. This? Ms. Yelena, isn't this a little too sudden? Looking at the panic in Lin Wei's eyes, she seemed quite satisfied with Lin Wei's reaction. She wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully. If you're willing, we can get engaged now, and after 2 years of being together and getting to know each other better, we can get married. How about that? Of course, I'm not forcing you to make a decision right now. I'll be back tomorrow. Please write me back when you've made up your mind. Nolan's is in chaos right now, but I assure you that those orcs won't have any ideas about your territory. As she spoke, Yelena stood up and glanced at Lin Wei with seductive eyes. This one glance contains endless charm. After Yelena left, Lin Wei still sat in his seat. My mind went blank. He just got proposed to? Or was he proposed to by the saint in the church? He didn't quite understand. He really didn't understand. With her status, she could have any man she wanted, but why did she only fall for him? Is it because I'm handsome? Lin Wei was silent. Although it is said that women will affect the speed of drawing the sword. But the rich woman wouldn't. She would buy him a better sword. Yelena is definitely a rich woman. He has more than 1 million white armored guards under his command. If they have a child, if it is a girl, she will almost certainly be the next generation saint. But, is there really such a good thing that falls from the sky? Lin Wei was a little confused for a moment. Is she trying to cut off my kidneys? Before leaving, Yelena said a few words to the senior priest of Luiska. The pastor nodded and bowed hurriedly, as if he was making a promise. So when Lin Wei sent Yelena to the city gate, Yelena stood in front of the carriage with a gentle smile on her face. Mr. Lin Wei, my proposal is valid for a long time. But don't keep a lady waiting too long. That's not gentlemanly. If yesterday's events could be considered as just drunken talk by Yelena. So today, Lin Wei can be sure that the saint in front of him is serious. Does she really want to be his wife? Lin Wei nodded. I will seriously consider your proposal, Miss Yelena. I wish you a safe journey. Yelena smiled and gently hugged Lin Wei in front of countless people. Both Lin Wei's guards and the white armor guards were obviously stunned. Even the butler following behind Lin Wei was shocked, as if he had seen something incredible. Then I'll be leaving. Yelena has a pleasant fragrance, which is the unique scent of a saint. Even after the carriage left, Lin Wei was still in shock for a long time. Chapter 72, Breaking the Promise. After Yelena left, Lin Wei suddenly realized something. How come I forgot to look at her panel just now? I always feel like I'm being influenced by something that doesn't exist when I'm with her. This feeling persisted from the dinner table until Yelena left. Although it was the first time the two met, he didn't know why the girl in front of him felt inexplicably familiar. Lin Wei shook his head. Next time, they will see each other again anyway. Yelena, sitting in the carriage, curled up the corners of her mouth slightly. In fact, when Louis Kaling and Lin Wei met, she had been secretly using magic to influence his subjective consciousness. This subtle influence will make it easier for Lin Wei to discover her strengths, and then the emotion of liking her will be more likely to arise. It's a harmless little trick in itself, and even those with a strong will can be completely immune to it. This trick was taught to her by her mother. Yelena has always been influenced by her mother's education, and she almost never doubts her mother's words. This is also the reason why she did not hide her admiration for Lin Wei after the ring turned blue. In my mother's words, when you meet a boy you like, you should take advantage of your strengths, and it's okay to use some despicable means. However, Lin Wei didn't seem to be affected by him at all. He was obviously afraid that Lin Wei would be too affected by magic because he had no magic essence. She has already restrained herself. See you later then. Anyway, we will meet again after many years, so it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. In a trance, she recalled the scene of her first meeting with Lin Wei one afternoon many years ago. Has that much time passed? The little boy back then has also grown into a lord who can stand on his own. In the city of King Nolans, the orcs are doing the final cleanup of the battlefield. The wailing of men and women, the roar of beasts. Occasionally, women's screams and the wild laughter of beasts could be heard from some houses. If nothing unexpected happens, after today, there should be a lot of hybrids of Nolans and Gnolls. Although Michelle was an insider and Raymond and his men were working together, the combat effectiveness of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment was still beyond the orcs' imagination. Thousands of brave Griffin Knights were killed in the battle, causing more than tens of thousands of casualties to the elite orcs. These are all elite Gnolls, with large areas of their bodies covered in heavy armor. Even so, the casualty ratio is as high as 10 to 1. This shows how powerful Nolans's Griffin Cavalry is. It's a pity that the number of Griffin Knights is too small. Michel narrowed his eyes and looked at the royal city. His brother had escaped, leaving him with this empty royal city. According to the agreement with the Beastmen, they can plunder the resources in the city at will, but after the plunder, they must hand over the royal city to him. It should be like this. Your Highness Michel, are you kidding me? This is the territory that the Beast Tribe worked so hard to conquer. It will belong to the Beast Tribe from now on. Raymond sat on Nolan's throne, feeling the comfort brought by the throne. The gilded material also had a cold metallic feel. Is this what it feels like to be a king? He ignored Michelle, who was glaring at him from the audience, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Archpriest Raymond, this is different from what we agreed on, right? You promised me that as long as the Beastman army entered the royal city, you would only take the wealth and some people, and then leave. Michel led more than 30,000 guards under his command to become rebels, but he did not expect that the orcs would actually go back on their word. Of course, Your Highness Michel, I am definitely not the kind of person who goes back on my word. Before Michel's expression eased, Raymond continued, but our king has ordered us to capture the capital of Nolans. How can the agreement between you and me override the king's authority? Or, Your Highness Michel, do you want to challenge our hundreds of thousands of beastmen? His goal had been achieved, and he looked at Michelle as if she were a clown. He seemed to understand why the old man, Ziluk 13, had designated the throne to be passed on to the eldest prince. This third prince clearly has a problem with his brain. Did he really think he could reap the benefits by relying on the few people under his command? Michel's face was gloomy. He originally thought that even if the orcs sent out hundreds of thousands of troops, there would not be many left after this battle. He still has more than 30,000 guards, enough to intimidate this group of orcs. Unexpectedly, they had an army of 200,000. Even though this battle caused them to suffer more than 70,000 casualties, they still had an army of over 100,000. The 30,000 yuan in his hand was not enough to fill the gaps in people's teeth. This time, we have lost both the wife and the army. He used such despicable means, but failed to achieve his goal. Once his despicable behavior is known to the people of Nolans, he will immediately become a pariah. All the people of Nolans wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. The orcs took over the city defense of Nolans, and now there are more than 100,000 orc troops relying on the tall city walls to defend the city. Even if the 150,000 Nolans troops outside come back, they can't expect to gain any benefits from them. Next, all we need to do is use the royal city as the center to launch an attack on the surrounding noble territories. Within a year or two, the entire Nolans will be annexed by the Gnoll tribe. They captured hundreds of thousands of civilians in the royal city. Except for some powerful neutral forces, all ordinary people were enslaved. A large number of Nolan's citizens would lose their identities and become running dogs of the orcs. Raymond looked at the scene outside with great pride. It was all thanks to his planning that the territory of the orcs was expanded again. However, although the rulers of the royal city change, there are some forces that must not be provoked. For example, the church has an army of over 1 million and countless believers in the God of Light. This is the first thing you should not mess with. The second is the Magicians Association and the Alchemists Association. These neutral disciples are spread all over the world, not just in Nolans. It is rumored that there is a great magician in Nolans's Magic Academy, who is also the honorary Duke of Nolans. This elven wizard, who had lived for who knows how many hundreds of years, was also listed by him as someone who must not be provoked. He lay on the throne somewhat comfortably, enjoying the same comfort as King Ziluk 13. Before the king arrives, he can enjoy this rare tranquility for a while longer. But he has already been in town for a week. Why is there still no news about Nasus? Could it be that that stupid dog-headed man really died in battle? He felt a little puzzled. Could it be that more than 20,000 elite kobolds had all been defeated by Luiska? Chapter 73, Granting You a Glorious Surname. What the Gnolls did after entering the royal city included burning, killing, and looting. That is, a large number of nobles and their descendants were executed. These nobles usually look arrogant, but when faced with the scimitars and spears of the Gnolls, they all showed expressions of fear. It's a pity that the Gnolls treat all nobles equally. The man was killed without any strength. Ugly women were enslaved for the soldiers' enjoyment. Those with better looks were kept and waited for the king's decision. In just 1 week, all the powerful nobles' manors, including Duke Simon's, were slaughtered. The number of hanged bodies of nobles was even more than that of commoners in the royal city of Nolans. Because civilians can at least be used as slaves, these noble lords who are fat or weak are completely useless. It may even become a hidden danger to the beast tribe, so it is resolved on the spot to avoid any worries. Raymond began to enjoy the smell of blood. These foolish nobles finally paid the price for their corruption and arrogance. An army of more than 30,000 ogre men began to advance in all directions with the royal city as the center. Although the richest parts had been eaten, the nobles' territories were still quite good. Today, he received a letter from Wong. The king praised him in his letter, and he promised to reward him with a large and rich territory of Nolans after this battle. This was good news, for although he was the high priest, he did not yet own his own land. After today, he could also follow the example of human nobles and become the lord of some place. The letter said that the king had sent another 100,000 troops to help clear the territories of the major nobles, and specifically mentioned Luiscard at the end. Never mess with Louis Cardinal. This is what Wong wrote on the letterhead, and Raymond was a little confused. When he opened Nolan's map to check the location of Luiska's territory, he broke out in a cold sweat. Because their former Fort St. Martin is now the territory of Lord Louis. That idiot Nasus might still be fighting to the death with Lord Luigi. By the time he circled the 2 Luiska collars on the map with a feather pen, he had already made up his mind. These 2 territories are actually nothing to the vast territory of Nolans. Since the king said not to provoke him, then just don't provoke him. As for the reason, he is not interested. Not interested either. And the previous battle with Louis Cardinal can be completely blamed on that idiot Nasus. What does what Nasus did have to do with him, Raymond? We won a great victory this time, and I want to give half of the credit to this brainless ogre. To be honest, he really didn't want to share the credit, but he had to give it to the general. After all, he was the general who went to the battle. So the best outcome is that Nasus occupied the territory of Luigi and angered the king. Or maybe he simply died there in battle. For Raymond, this is the best outcome. Inside the Gnoll tribe, in a palace built of earth and stones, the dog-headed King Cash, wearing a crown, is reading 2 letters. One letter came from the Succubus King City, and the other came from the Human Church. Both letters mentioned Louis Cardinal, asking him not to touch Louis Cardinal for the sake of friendship between the 2 forces. This is a blatant threat. Whether it is the Holy See or the Succubus King City, they are forces that the Gnoll tribe is absolutely unwilling to provoke. Needless to say, the Succubus Queen is extremely powerful and has even tamed an extremely powerful frost dragon. If they really fight, it is still unknown who will win or lose. Not to mention the power of the Human Church. The Human Church has over 1 million white-armored soldiers and countless believers. If they really come into conflict with these 2 forces, even the Gnoll tribe will not be able to withstand it. Although he won a great victory this time, he still had to be vigilant against other beast tribes at all times to prevent them from competing for territory. Both the cat people and the lizard people were eyeing them covetously. Once you come into conflict with these 2 forces, there is a high probability that you will be kicked when you are down. Just like Nolans in the Human Kingdom. So he immediately wrote a letter asking Raymond not to provoke Louis Cardinal. Just then, a kobold guard hurried in from outside the palace. He fell to his knees. King, General Nasus has returned. Oh, my hero is back. Nasus was the only general sent out this time, so Kashgar was still very happy. How could he not be happy when 2 generals captured the Nolans' capital without any casualties? Nasus was badly wounded. He limped to Cash, with a terrible hole in his chest armor. Through the hole you could see his bloody chest. Nasus, are you all right? To your majesty, I am incompetent. Cash came to Nasus warmly and helped him up. My great general, what are you talking about? Didn't you win a great victory? Nasus was stunned. He returned in defeat and was prepared to be punished. So the king told him that he was a great hero? Is this the legendary honor in defeat? Thinking of this, his eyes were already filled with tears, and he couldn't help but loudly praise the king's wisdom. Thank you for your generosity, king. Nasuz will be willing to sacrifice his life for you, no matter what. Kashgar patted his shoulder and could tell that the battle in the royal city must have been extremely brutal, because there was such a big hole in Nasuz's armor. From today on, I grant you a glorious surname. From now on, you will be called Nasuz Jean Frost. The surname Jean Frost is only used among the orcs to honor orc generals who have made great contributions. Even now, there are no more than 5 people who bear this noble surname. Nasuz was honored to become one of them. Nasuz Jean Frost. Nasuz thought there was something wrong with his ears. Even after a defeat, he still received honor? Could it be that the idiot Raymond really took over the royal city? Then isn't it only natural that I get my share of the credit? After all, he held back so many of Nolan's elite troops, so it was an honor to be defeated. The news of Nolan's fall naturally reached Betty's ears. Needless to say, the fate of this fallen kingdom was inevitable. The surrounding countries were plotting against it, and its decline was a foregone conclusion. She asked the political officer to write a letter to protect Lin Wei. It can be considered as repaying Lin Wei's favor. Now that the succubus kingdom has just settled down, there are still many things waiting for her to deal with. If Lin Wei really died in this war, perhaps this would be his fate. The pendant she gave to Lin Wei could block a fatal attack for him. Anyway, she has a clear conscience. Chapter 74, Kindness and Severity. Lin Wei has felt much better recently. You can always check your dashboard at your fingertips. Lin Wei. Bravery, 7. Strategy, 80. Special talents. Extraordinary personality, charisma, traveler, dragon blood, continuously improves recovery and bravery. He learned from Reyna that it was Reyna's dragon blood that kept him alive. Otherwise, he would have no way of holding on until Yelena arrived. Bravery has increased by 2 points under the continuous transformation of dragon blood. This surprised Lin Wei a little. This is 2 o'clock. His original value was only 5 points, but this almost increased his strength by half. If I could only kill 1 chicken before, maybe now I can kill 2.5. Yelena has been gone for a week. Just as Yelena said, he hadn't seen any trace of the orcs in this week. A few days ago, Noller had returned to Old Lewisgar with his army. In the past few days, we always encounter a large number of people fleeing from various places. At first, Lin Wei accepted some of it. However, as more and more Norland's civilians fled, even Lord Louisa was unable to accept such a large number of refugees. In the past few days, more than 50,000 refugees have arrived in Lewiska. Most of them escaped from the royal city or the territories near the royal city. Not to mention the limited territory, these refugees themselves are also a destabilizing factor. They are not like the original people of Lewiska. Most of them have lost their families and their places of survival, which makes it easy for them to have criminal thoughts. Originally, the security in Lewiska territory was quite good, but it has become somewhat chaotic recently due to the arrival of refugees. When there are more people, there will be more things to do. The pressure of government affairs made the elf Lowly Sallies feel dizzy. However, even Lin Wei no longer accepts refugees. The refugees also gathered around the city walls of Lewiska's territory and were unwilling to leave. Most of them sat directly on the ground, built a fire, and survived by digging wild vegetables and stealing crops from Lewiska. The wheat fields and orchards outside the city walls have been frequently visited in recent days. If this trend continues, Lewiska's territory will probably be surrounded by enemies. Lin Wei had a headache for a moment. The war had just ended, and the people in the territory were already in a bad mood. After this incident, they were even more complaining. If Lin Wei's reputation wasn't high enough and he wasn't really nice enough to his subjects, a riot might have broken out. With a slight headache, he picked up the black tea in front of him. The aroma of the black tea calmed his tired brain a little. He must deal with the problem of these refugees as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine what the scene would be like with so many people eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating outside the city. Apart from anything else, although Lewiscard County is not short of food for the time being, but it couldn't withstand being tortured like this. To be honest, as the number of these refugees increases, it will definitely become a pretty scary wave. If not handled properly, there will definitely be big problems. However, if these refugees can be properly resettled, it will undoubtedly be a good opportunity for Lin Wei to increase his territory. It's not that Lewiska County can't accommodate so many people, but it's mainly because they are worried about finding accommodation for these refugees. In fact, the town of Lewiska territory is not very large. At least the open space from the castle to the Rema River is about the size of Lewiska territory. It might be a good idea to settle the generals and people in that land. The only thing to note is that the orcs may cross the river at any time and pose a threat to these innocent refugees. Lin Wei was actually unwilling to give up the tall city walls to protect these refugees. It was already a very fierce battle, and even the cavalry was wiped out. There were less than 4,000 guards left. Wanting to defend the Ruema River is no different from giving it away for free. Lin Wei came to the city wall and looked at the refugees. He coughed first. Some refugees were attracted by it. Zaluka released a small wind magic around him to ensure that Lin Wei's voice could be heard from far away, so that most refugees can hear it. I know it's not easy for everyone to escape from where they originally lived, but this doesn't mean you can steal the crops and fruits from Luiska. Ankro. Lin Wei said this and called out to Ankro, who had been waiting at the foot of the city wall. Ankro led dozens of fully armed guards to open the city gate, and the sound of armor rubbing against each other could be heard. They walked straight into the crowd of refugees, which immediately made the atmosphere a little tense. Several people who stole crops from Luiska were caught by Ankro and had their hands and feet broken. Many refugees who did not steal anything swallowed their saliva. The refugees roared in pain, but faced with the fully armed guards, they dared not resist. If they were really that brave, they would not have been driven out by the beastmen. But as Lin Wei said, stealing the property of nobles is a serious crime. Breaking their hands and feet was already considered a lenient punishment. Lin Wei could have dealt with them according to Nolan's laws and made these thieves slaves. The laws of Nolan serve the royal family and the nobles. I can give you space to survive, but if you dare to violate the rules I set, I will make you understand what it means that the dignity of a noble cannot be trampled upon. Lin Wei's killing stick obviously worked, and many people showed frightened expressions. Lin Wei had ignored them before, and they had become somewhat arrogant. As soon as Lin Wei appeared, he broke the hands and feet of the thieves, which made the refugees understand that the dignity of the nobleman in front of them could not be trampled upon. Of course, I am not such an unkind lord. I allow you to freely cultivate land and build houses between the Rema River and Luiska territory. The premise is that you must work for me 8 hours every day to build walls and fortifications for me. In return, I will provide you with 2 full meals a day. As soon as Lin Wei finished speaking, many refugees below shouted loudly, praising Lin Wei. Master Lin Wei, you are so kind. I'm willing to work for Master Lin Wei. 2 full meals and the right to live in Luiska territory are benefits that the refugees could never dream of. Although they didn't know yet, the place Lin Wei promised to give them was actually quite dangerous. Once the orcs launch an attack, these innocent refugees will become a natural barrier for Luiska's territory. At least before the new city wall was built, it was impossible for Lin Wei to send troops out to guard these refugees. Providing 2 full meals is already an extraordinary treatment. They will never be able to obtain the same power as the residents of Luisgar County. Chapter 75, Furious. Nolan's conditions seemed to be even worse than Lin Wei had imagined, because there seemed to be more and more refugees fleeing recently. From the initial 10,000 to 20,000 people, it gradually increased to 40,000 to 50,000 people. And now there are hundreds of thousands of people. Even this number is still increasing as the days go by. This is quite scary. This means that Nolan's front line has been completely defeated, otherwise there wouldn't be so many refugees. More civilians must have been captured, enslaved, or killed by the orcs, and only a few were able to escape. For Louis Cardinal, although population growth is a good thing, the disadvantages are also not small. Because the original population of Luiska was only 60,000 to 70,000, the number of these refugees has exceeded the number of original residents. He hasn't received any share of the profits from the Far East Chamber of Commerce in the past few days. It seems that the Far East Chamber of Commerce was unable to survive this chaotic war. I don't know what happened to President Weiss. He was a commoner nobleman with whom he had a good relationship and was about to be promoted to Viscount. But because of this sudden war, everything became a mirage. If the formula is leaked due to war, Weiss will even have to compensate him with 1 million Nolan's gold coins. Of course, that's assuming Weiss survives. What gave Lin Wei the most headache was the food problem. Although we had stored a lot before, there were too many people. Since we have promised to provide these refugees with 2 meals a day, we have to provide them even if we have to use black bread. Otherwise, it would be a breach of trust with the people. The refugees have begun cutting down trees and building wooden houses between the Rema River and the city walls of Luiska. Fortunately, the jungle here is dense enough and the tree resources are relatively abundant. The only thing that Lin Wei felt sorry about was that this jungle was transformed into a temporary residence for these refugees. The original hunters in Luiska were officially unemployed. What happens is that meat will increase in the market for a while and then disappear. He must reclaim more land as soon as possible so that these refugees can be self-sufficient. Fortunately, this land close to the Ruima River is quite fertile, otherwise Lin Wei would really have a headache. All we can do now is pray that there is enough food to last until the harvest. Biglin has been very busy these days. After cleaning up the battlefield, a large amount of steel and refined iron equipment scraps were harvested. These things are recycled by Biglin and can be used to create new equipment. The number of people in the blacksmith shop has expanded to hundreds. Several old blacksmiths from Nolan's, led by Biglin, all worked honestly with Biglin. Although their iron smelting technology is quite good, it is still inferior to that of Biglin, who has special attributes. Biglin's technology seems to have improved a lot. The weapons he originally created were already top-notch, and the ones he created recently even had additional effects. For example, there are special properties such as armor breaking and blade breaking. This is a special attribute that only appears on magic equipment and can cause devastating damage to ordinary iron armor and iron swords. Biglin did it simply by adding some rare metals. Previously, a weapon could only be sold for 50 gold coins. Then such an iron sword with armor-piercing effect can be sold for at least 500 gold coins. This is the minimum threshold for magic equipment. But there are also higher requirements for those who use weapons. For example, a longsword that originally only required 40 points of bravery to equip now requires at least 50 points to swing freely. Although others cannot see the panel, Lin Wei can clearly see the attributes of those who use the weapons. After a fierce battle, the bravery of the guards was greatly improved. Not only are the vast majority of them in their 50s, but a few are even in their 60s or 70s. Compared with the royal guards, Lin Wei's guards are even more powerful. Lin Wei promoted several outstanding guards as squad leaders, which filled the vacancies of generals. It's a pity that Ixin died in battle, otherwise more than just Ankro would have been knighted. Damn it! These damn dog-headed people. The furious Ziluk 13 overturned the table, and the map and sand table on the table rolled all over the floor. He never dreamed that while he was occupying the grassland and forest, those damn orcs would actually break through Blackstone Fort. He wanted to get back on defense. But the coalition forces of Yade and Rima kept attacking them, forcing them to watch the fall of their country. No one knew what his son Michel was doing. He couldn't even defend such a big Blackstone castle with tens of thousands of people under his command. The eldest son disappeared after the city was broken. It goes without saying that the 50,000 guards must have died heroically along with the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. The scouts who went to explore the way came back and told Ziluk 13 that the city walls were densely packed with orc soldiers. There are at least 100,000 of them. Many great nobles, led by Duke Simon, were also silent. Although new city-states and castles were built in the forest, no one would be happy because their hometown was lost. Even with the addition of the 150,000 royal guards and the 150,000 private armies of the nobles, they still had 300,000 troops, enough to protect themselves. But it is almost impossible to take the city back. Not to mention that the two hyenas, Rima and Yade, were always watching Nolan's every move. As long as they dare to turn back and attack the royal city of Nolan's, they will definitely be attacked from both sides. On the contrary, the plains and forests they now occupy can give them some breathing space. Fortunately, there were quite a few Nolan's people brought out to open up the wasteland, although they became stray dogs. But there is still a chance of making a comeback. Ziluk had a gloomy face and a ferocious expression, as if he was trying hard to calm his breath. His chest heaved, and despite his grim expression, he suppressed the surging anger in his tone and asked, "Do you think Michelle has defected?" When Michelle suddenly said that she wanted to take over Blackstone Castle, we should have seen some clues. But Ziluk 13 never expected that his son would actually be able to act as an accomplice of the orcs. He also thought that his third son wanted the castle as a bargaining chip to compete with his eldest son in the future. Considering that the dukes on the right who were close to him were all dead, the fortress was given to him. Now it seems that those right-wing dukes who were close to Michel rebelled because they listened to Michel's words. It's a pity that as a king, Ziluk 13 was too foolish. Duke Simon and others are not fools. In fact, His Majesty knows it very well in his heart. But I just want to hear a negative answer. He was unwilling to believe that his son had betrayed him and the kingdom of Nolans. His Highness Michel must have died in battle, or there must be a traitor among his personal guards who has taken him hostage. Why else would he betray his country? Duke Simon's comfort calmed Ziluk 13 down a bit. He still has 300,000 troops at his disposal. As long as he is here, Nolans will not perish. Although he was backstabbed this time, without Nolans's restraint, I believe it won't be long before the two kingdoms of Yade and Rima will fight. Unequal distribution of benefits is the main reason. Because in this war, Both Nolans and Rima suffered great losses. Only the orcs benefited from this, and the only one who gained nothing and suffered no loss was Yad. Chapter 76. Mary the Rich Sister. Summer is here again, and the cicadas are chirping. The refugees have settled down recently. Although most of them don't have their own houses yet, some have settled down in the jungle in Luca's territory. The city wall was being built every day, and the orcs no longer appeared on the other side of the Rima River. To be precise, it did not disappear. Instead, he headed towards the original Lancer fortress. At first, Lin Wei was a little nervous, fearing that the other party would rush towards the unfinished city wall. At that time, we will have no choice but to abandon these refugees. But what surprised Lin Wei was that the beast soldiers seemed to have not seen Lin Wei and went in the other direction of the river. It made him feel relieved. Although Yelena said before leaving that no beast men would come to disturb him. But Lin Wei did not let down his guard, but secretly thought that this person's words were so effective. The beast men really won't come. In the past few months, Yelena occasionally sent him a few letters, mostly asking about Lin Wei's recent situation or sharing some daily trivial matters. There was no mention of what Lin Wei was thinking, and the frequency of his letters was not frequent. It was as if the two were just ordinary friends chatting. This strikes a perfect balance between the two of them. Not too frequent to be annoying, but not too long without contact to make Lin Wei feel invisible. Lin Wei has not given up on physical exercise recently. I used to think that as long as my subordinates were strong enough, it didn't matter if I was weaker myself. But after he almost died last time, he finally understood. As a lord, you must have some ability to protect yourself. He had not practiced magic before because he had no talent for magic, and he didn't want to train his body. But now it's different. Lin Wei has to train with the soldiers almost every morning. During this period of time, the bravery value has also increased significantly. Lin Wei. Bravery, 20. Strategy, 80. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, time traveler. The bravery value increased by a full 13 points, and the special attribute of dragon blood disappeared. It seemed that the blood Reyna fed him had been completely absorbed. Although he is still powerless, he is much stronger than before. After another year or two of training, Lin Wei might be able to become a qualified soldier. Of course, this is also thanks to the cute little lowly Sally who has been helping him share the government affairs. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have that much time to exercise. Today, he was sitting in the study when he heard the butler's footsteps outside the door. The butler knocked on the door. Come in. After getting Lin Wei's permission, the butler respectfully placed several letters on Lin Wei's desk. Master, you have letters from Fedra County and some nearby baronies. I see. Lin Wei didn't open the letter. He knew what was written in it without even reading it. The butler bowed respectfully and closed the door when he left. These letters all contained proposals for Lord Louis to join the new alliance of the Nolans nobles. Although most of the nobles were trapped in that forest and plain. However, after experiencing the first wave of attacks from the orcs, some marginal forces of the other minor nobles of Nolans have spontaneously formed an alliance to resist the invasion of the orcs. Lin Wei, as the most powerful noble in the vicinity, has been invited more than once. Of course, Lin Wei rejected them all. At first he replied, but later he simply stopped replying. Even if these rabble gathered together, how could they unite to fight against the beastmen? When the time comes to charge into battle, they may be afraid that too many of their own soldiers will die, so they will wait for others to go first, causing chaos in their formation. Rather than working with them, it is better to go it alone. But these are all minor matters. The important thing is that Lin Wei is running out of food. Most of the wheat originally purchased from the Far East Chamber of Commerce has been consumed. Even if we can hold on until the autumn to harvest a wave of crops, there is no guarantee that everyone will have food to survive the winter. A winter without food is extremely deadly, but the big Chamber of Commerce within Nolans has almost collapsed, and it is impossible to buy food. The only way is to buy some food from the two kingdoms of Rima or Yad. However, as the Norlands War was raging, most merchants had already stayed at home to avoid being affected by the war. Even if we want to make money, we probably have to wait until Nolan's situation stabilizes. The main reason is that Lin Wei does not have his own caravan. Otherwise, he could sell the second-level longsword to Rima or Yade. Ever since Biglin began to forge iron swords with armor-piercing properties, the guards have replaced their weapons. These obsolete weapons can also be exported to other countries. Weapons are always the hottest-selling items on this continent, with high consumption and great demand. So as long as Lin Wei has his own caravan, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to sell weapons. Just as Lin Wei was about to go among the refugees to look for suitable candidates to be businessmen, the butler's voice was heard outside the door again. Master, Saint Yelena is visiting. I see. Lin Wei responded. Why is Yelena here today? Today, Yelena was not wearing the saint's pure white dress, but a light purple tassel dress. This slim-fitting long dress can bring out her beautiful figure. Compared with the holy saint's attire, this one obviously has its own charm. Although she is a saint, she is quite evil. The white calves under the skirt were shaking restlessly, as if showing that the owner was in a relatively happy mood. You're here, Lin Wei. Seeing Lin Wei walking towards her, she smiled gently and peacefully, revealing her shallow dimples. Ms. Yelena, Lin Wei is deeply honored by your presence. She showed a reproachful expression, and Lin Wei felt that the strange feeling from before came back. This time, because I increased my physical exercise, I could feel this sense of incongruity a little more obviously. He wondered if the young lady in front of him had secretly used some mind-affecting magic on him. Considering the other person's identity, it seems that there is nothing about me that would make him worry about me. Didn't I tell you that we don't have to be so formal? I've brought a surprise for you this time. Well, Lin Wei felt that even if the other party used magic on him, it was not unforgivable. Because Yelena's smile is really sweet. What surprise? Lin Wei asked casually. I brought you a great deal of wheat and some priests. With this wheat, you should be able to get through the winter safely. In addition to wheat, I have also prepared a set of magic weapons for you. A few griffin cubs. Lin Wei. Just now, an impulse suddenly emerged in my heart. Or maybe marrying this charming rich lady in front of me is not impossible. Chapter 77 Bad Woman, but Rich Woman. How can Lin Wei repay your kindness? Needless to say, wheat is what Lin Wei lacks most at the moment. Yelena's wheat is a timely help. Not to mention a complete set of magic weapons and griffin cubs. A single griffin has long been sold at a sky-high price in the market, and the last time a griffin cub was sold was at an auction 10 years ago. The transaction price was 100,000 Nolan's gold coins. If it is a pair of griffins, both male and female, it can be sold for more than 200,000 Nolan's gold coins. The conditions for griffin reproduction are very harsh, and so far only the royal family of Nolans can breed them on a large scale. These ones of Yelena were sent by the Norlands royal family to please her. No need to repay me. What's mine will be yours from now on. Oh. Lin Wei felt that he could not withstand the rich woman's offensive. As a noble, how can you bow down for a few pieces of silver? You're joking. Honestly, if there's anything I can do for Lin Wei in the future, I'll definitely not refuse. Putting aside the rich woman's feeding, Lin Wei must accept this favor. Yelena just smiled. Just as Lin Wei was about to say something else, the door suddenly opened. Silka and Elyelina walked in, each holding a butter bread with a thin candle on it. The candlelight flickered, and the girl's expressions became a little subtle. Happy birthday, Master. Happy birthday, Master. Happy birthday, Master. All three of them gave their blessings, and before they knew it, Lin Wei was already 18 years old. Yelena also showed a surprised expression. So today is Lin Wei's birthday. Happy birthday to you, Lin Wei. The girls holding the butter bread had different expressions as they looked at the uninvited guest. They never expected that the surprise they had carefully prepared would be encountered by Yelena. Looking at her smile, I always feel like I've been tricked by a bad woman. Because Yelena was there too, Lin Wei invited Yelena to taste the cream bread together. I have to say, it was fun watching the girls happily eating their desserts. It did make Lin Wei feel a little happy. After finishing his dessert, Lin Wei went to see the griffin cubs. As a time traveler, he has never seen what the griffins in this world look like. Although there were some in the royal city, they were all hidden well by Ziluk 13. Now that he has the opportunity to observe closely, Lin Wei will certainly not let it go. Reina and Elyelu also followed, leaving only Silka and Yelena in the room. Yelena looked at Zaluka with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she was trying to see whether this new magician was really that good. Zaluka felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, but he still glared back, unwilling to be outdone. Unfortunately, it only elicited a slight laugh from Yelena. Saruka, sister, can I call you that? The cat girl snorted pleasantly. She knew that Yelena was worried about Lin Wei. Because when Yelena confessed her love that day, Zaluka was outside the door. How dare you propose to your master directly? I was obviously here first. Seeing that Zaluka didn't say anything, she didn't care. Sister Zaluka, you are learning magic from Sister Alia, right? Such a young magician is really amazing. Unlike me, just an ordinary little priest. I learned magic from Sister Alia in my early years, but I was too stupid to learn it at all. Zaluka was confused. It sounds weird, but I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with it. It's obviously a compliment. And she also said that she was stupid. Where is that? It's not that powerful. Zaluka was a little incoherent. Facing an opponent who was much higher in rank than her, she was obviously no match at all. Yelena came to Zaluka and held Zaluka with her white and tender hands. He looked at Zaluka with sincere eyes and said, "Sister Zaluka, you like Lin Wei too, right?" The straight ball attack stunned Zaluka. Her cat eyes widened, her tail shook like a helicopter, and she almost took off on the spot. I like. Zaluka's cat ears began to vibrate at an extremely fast frequency. Then why don't we marry Lin Wei together? Is this still possible? Zaluka suddenly realized. Yes. Zaluka seemed to have found a comrade in arms at once, and she nodded to the sincere Yeluna. We're together. Yeluna smiled again. But Sister Zaluka hasn't become a great magician yet. Only by becoming a grand mage can I help Lin Wei overcome all possible dangers. Otherwise, it would be bad if something as dangerous as last time happened again. Zaluka felt that what Yeluna said made sense. This time was indeed thrilling. She had to become a more powerful grand magician in order to stay with Lin Wei. She nodded. You are right. I must become stronger. Then come back to the royal city with me tomorrow. I'll take you to Sister Alia. Once Sister Zaluka becomes a grand mage, no one will be able to threaten Lin Wei anymore. Good. After a few words, the poor little cat girl seemed to have been fooled and lost her direction. In Yeluna's opinion, only Alia's student Zaluka is the most likely to compete with her for the position of wife. Trick Zaluka into going back to learn magic. By then, her and Lin Wei's children will be old enough to help out. She didn't use her tricks when talking to Zaluka. Because Zaluka is a magician, he can only deceive people with words. Magic is useless. Lin Wei still underestimated the rich woman's financial resources. A total of 500 trucks, each truck weighing 10 tons. This wheat is enough to feed the people in Lin Wei's territory for several years. Following a knight in white armor, he finally arrived at the cage where the griffin was held. There were 8 young griffins in the cage, for each of males and females. Although it is still a griffin cub, it is already larger than a normal-sized dog. These young griffins have golden feathers and fur. The hindquarters of its lion-like body are covered with golden-brown lion hair, and its eagle beak and sturdy forelimbs are all covered with white eagle feathers. Feathers are very hard, comparable to steel. When they saw Lin Wei coming, they flapped their wings as if to intimidate Lin Wei. It makes a crisp sound, but unfortunately it has no deterrent effect. It just highlights a bit of cuteness. The feeding of griffins is quite particular. They must eat live meat, such as long-eared rabbits or short-tailed feathered chickens, which are their favorite foods. People who tame griffins must train them because griffins are naturally unruly. It must be tamed by enduring it like taming an eagle. Of course, this is assuming that you don't have the talent for taming animals. And in Lin Wei's territory, there happened to be a little cat girl who was good at taming animals. And Xiona's talent is actually a bit of a waste when used to train northern horses. Horse training can exist as an independent talent. And Xiona is an animal trainer. As long as it is an animal, she is in charge. Chapter 78 Everything is in the rich woman's plan. The little griffin is cute, isn't it? Just as Lin Wei was teasing these griffins, Yeluna's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lin Wei turned around and bowed slightly to her. Yeluna helped Lin Wei a lot, especially in such a special period. Without Yeluna, it would be a question whether Luiska territory could exist. After all, the orcs really never came to him again, just because of Yeluna's words. I really appreciate your help. Yeluna just smiled and didn't respond. This is exactly the effect she wants. When Lin Wei feels more and more indebted to her, it will be time to make things a done deal. Everything has a gradual process, and Yeluna is very patient. At this moment, a panel also came into Lin Wei's field of vision. Yeluna. Bravery, 80. Strategy, 198. Favorability, 80. Special talent. Healing super sense. Release any healing spell with half the effort. The benchmark of faith, the saint who is admired by many people is slowly increasing her magic power every day. Magic source, possessing a ring that can store a large amount of magic, already activated. This. Lin Wei finally saw the faceplate of the smiling girl in front of him. This somewhat exaggerated attribute made him doubt whether the person standing in front of him was really a quiet and lovely girl, whose girl's bravery value is as high as 80 points. With this bravery value, even Ankro wouldn't be able to defeat her even if he stood in front of her, right? Isn't he a priest? Such a high bravery value is totally unreasonable, right? There is also this long panel explanation, which seems to be afraid that the panel will not understand it, so it is very considerate to provide annotations. I have to say that these 3 special talents are quite exaggerated, judging from the literal description. She seems to be a priest with low mana cost and high mana pool. Abbreviation, Moving Spring. Thinking that he only had a pitiful 20 points, Lin Wei subconsciously took a half step back. Good. A pastor who can lift a sledgehammer. He has learned something new. Seeing that Lin Wei looked a little strange, Yelena thought there was something on her face. Lin Wei, what's wrong with you? She took a step towards Lin Wei, and Lin Wei felt as if his feet were filled with lead and he couldn't move. I'm fine. He swallowed. He didn't expect that the delicate-looking girl in front of him was actually better at fighting than one of his knights. Ankro's bravery value is only 75 points. Plus, she is a priest and can continuously restore herself. If a fight really breaks out, Ankro will be completely defeated. If Lin Wei wasn't strong enough, he would probably be the one on the bottom forever if he really got together with Yelena. By the way, can I stay at Luca's place tonight? Yelena asked cautiously, as if she was afraid that Lin Wei would not agree. Lin Wei nodded, let alone staying for one night. You can stay 2 more nights. Of course, Miss Yelena, you can stay as long as you want. You are always welcome in Luiskaling. I saw with my own eyes the Vatican's transport carriage enter Luiska territory. No wonder Lin Wei doesn't want to ally with us. It turns out he's backed by the Vatican. Damn it. A baron cursed and spat on the ground, not behaving like a baron at all. There were more than 10 barons and 2 viscounts present. They had temporarily formed a new aristocratic alliance, nominally to resist the orcs. In fact, there is suspicion of setting up an independent business. Their expressions were different, and it was obvious that they were not of one mind. Among them are nobles who want to establish their own families, nobles who are truly loyal to the royal family, and nobles who want to take advantage of the situation. Everyone knows that the King of Nolans is now trapped in the forests and plains. Now the capital of the Kingdom of Nolans has long been occupied and is in a state of disunity. Although the nobles were under the banner of alliance, there were really not many nobles who responded. Firstly, it was because all the great nobles followed Zaluk 13, and secondly, it was because the slightly wealthier territories had long been plundered by the orcs. There is almost no oil in these marginal territories, so the orcs choose to plunder the wealthy ones first. That's why they are safe for the time being. If Viscount Lin Wei is really a member of the Holy See, we should recruit him into our group. Baron Orson, it's not nice of you to insult Viscount Lin Wei like this. Do you think we can stop the Beast Tribe's 100,000-strong army by ourselves? Baron Orson, who had just been shouting, suddenly fell silent. It would be difficult for the dozen or so nobles present to gather even 5,000 men, let alone an army of 100,000. Not to mention the equipment gap. If they really collide, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. The Baron who had just spoken looked at Baron Fedra beside him and said, Baron Fedra, I remember that you have a good relationship with the Luca family. Didn't you persuade Viscount Lin Wei to join us? Fedra laughed dryly and said, I forgot. I'll write it when I get back. But I can only say that I tried my best. I had a good relationship with his father, Ryan. But as you know, Ryan has been dead for several years. Lin Wei is the boss of Luca County now. I don't know how much influence my former uncle's words have on me. Of course, what he said was not true. Anyway, no one present knew that his relationship with Lin Wei had deteriorated. It's not easy to save face. The last sentence is full of traps. What if Lin Wei doesn't reply? That means he has become very successful and no longer looks down on his uncle. I don't think Viscount Lin Wei is that kind of person. I'll visit him in person and implore him to join our new alliance. Writing a letter is somewhat insincere. When the time comes, we will lead Viscount Lin Wei and jointly resist the Beastman army. Baron Bonner spoke in a sincere tone. They have been nobles of Nolans for generations and are very loyal to Nolans. Now that Nolans is in trouble, he is the first noble to respond to the alliance. No one present spoke. It would be the best if Lin Wei could come. With Lin Wei's joining, their force would have the support of the Holy See. What kind of power is the human race church? An existence that serves the God of light and is a superpower that countless people look up to. Theocracy has always been above imperial power. Not to mention that such a huge force is deeply intertwined, not only in Nolans, but also in the 2 major kingdoms of Rema and Yade. Baron Fedra, without further ado, let's go find Viscount Lin Wei now. I believe he will not refuse to see your uncle. Baron Orson knew that Ryan and Fedra had a very good relationship. Almost whenever they appear together. Logically speaking, the 2 families should have married. Because this is common sense. Good. Fedra cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to agree. If I show my weakness now, I'm done for. Chapter 79, The Crazy Husband Protector. Baron Orson brought Baron Fedra straight to the new Louisa territory. Several people rode on fine horses, accompanied by a dozen guards. Baron Orson was thinking all the way about how they should organize the Legion to resist the orcs after Lin Wei joined the alliance. I heard that Viscount Lin Wei's guards are elite and are on par with the royal guards. But after all, they are all nobles of Nolans, so it shouldn't be too difficult to talk to them, right? So when they were stopped outside by the guards led by Luiska, they still put on an aristocratic tone. Do you know who I am? How dare you block the way of a noble? Let us in and inform your master. Although Orson is a baron, he is not polite at all to Lin Wei's guards. He could be respectful to Lin Wei, but that didn't mean he would be nice to Lin Wei's soldiers. Several guards frowned, but when they saw the other party's family emblem, it was obviously the emblem of the Nolans nobility. It is indeed an existence that they cannot afford to provoke. Please wait a moment. I will go and inform Knight Ankro. The words were quite polite, but there was no intention of letting them in. Soon, Ankro appeared at the city gate. He looked at the nobles riding on their horses with arrogant expressions, and Keluo said calmly, "My lords, our master is not seeing any guests today." This sentence immediately ignited Phedra's anger. Well, Viscount Lin Wei has really become something. He doesn't even want to see his uncle? Our Federla County and Luiska County once had such a close relationship. Does it mean that it no longer exists just because Baron Ryan passed away? He spoke with tears in his eyes, and the expressions of the guards except Ankro were a little relaxed. If this is really Lin Wei's uncle, will the master punish them for neglecting his uncle like this? Although Lin Wei said that he would not meet any of the nobles, there was no special explanation about Baron Fedra. So for a moment, even Ankro was a little troubled. Seeing that Ankro was no longer able to handle the situation, he prepared to go back and report to Lin Wei. Just then, the voices of Lin Wei and Yeluna were heard. Lin Wei is going to send Yeluna back today. Although I don't know why Zaluka suddenly seemed to be full of energy. He said he wanted to go back and study magic with Duke Alia. When they met several barons, the atmosphere froze for a moment. Fedra's expression turned ugly first, just like the face changing in Sichuan opera. Instead, Baron Orson dismounted warmly and bowed to Lin Wei. Viscount Lin Wei, I am glad to see you. Lin Wei felt a little uncomfortable with this warm and familiar welcome. He frowned and nodded. Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm Baron Orson, a member of the New Noble Alliance. I came here today to invite you to join the new alliance. As nobles of Norlands, the Empire needs us right now. Before he could finish, Lin Wei waved his hand. I think I've already rejected you, haven't I? I'm sorry, but Luiska will not join the New Noble Alliance. Lin Wei tried his best to keep his tone polite. He didn't have a good face when facing these nobles. Corrupt and arrogant at heart. If it weren't for the arrogance of these nobles and the royal family, how could Nolans become what he is today? Orson's smile froze on his face, and he subconsciously looked at Baron Fedra, as if asking for help. It's a pity that Baron Fedra, who was talking incessantly just now lowered his head, as if he was afraid of being recognized. Orson didn't care about that. He said directly, But, Viscount Lin Wei, your uncle has come to invite you. Don't you even give me this little courtesy? Uncle? Which uncle? What's his name? Is it Luca? Lin Wei thought that one of his father's brothers had news. It's Baron Fedra. By the time Baron Orson mentioned Baron Fedra's name, the Baron's face was already flushed. Fedra never dreamed that Lin Wei would appear by chance. Oh, Baron Fedra. Yeluna, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. She stood beside Lin Wei and asked, Is this Baron Fedra who broke off Lin Wei's engagement? I heard Yeluna suddenly speak up and expose the truth. Orson, standing next to him, opened his mouth so wide that it looked like an egg could fit in it. Are you, Her Highness the Saint of the Holy See? This is a real big shot, and the reason why he wants Lan Wei to join the alliance. It's because Lin Wei has this relationship. Unexpectedly, the relationship between Lin Wei and the Saint was even closer than they imagined. They all appeared together in Louis Cardinal, and it seemed that they had a very close relationship. It's me. Yeluna lost her gentleness and caution when facing other nobles. Instead, he revealed a kind of condescending indifference. This indifference was like a powerful aura, which made Baron Orson subconsciously take half a step back. What do you mean by breaking off the engagement? I don't understand. Yeluna said coldly. Why don't you ask Baron Fedra? Since he dares to call himself Lin Wei's uncle, doesn't he know what happened? Baron Fedra, whose name was called, could no longer play the ostrich. He dismounted awkwardly and came up to them. I didn't say I wouldn't fulfill the marriage contract between our two families. It's just that my daughter Lena is nowhere to be found, so there's nothing I can do. Yeluna shook her head. Baron Fedra, do you really want me to tell you about your unilateral breaking of the engagement between the two families? Although the Kingdom of Norlands is in imminent danger, Baron Fedra is still a nobleman after all. You are not someone who doesn't care about face, right? Fedra looked extremely unhappy. The Holy See is famous for its omnipotence. Yeluna had even investigated the matter, so no matter how much she tried to argue, she could produce evidence. Although he had long regretted losing Lin Wei, his wealthy son-in-law. But I didn't regret it so much before. Now seeing Lin Wei becoming more and more powerful, he regretted it to the extreme. It would have been fine if my daughter had married him as a concubine. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine available. Viscount Lin Wei has the protection of our Holy See. Even if he doesn't join your alliance, nothing will happen to him. As soon as Yelena opened her mouth, she started protecting her husband, and the barons were speechless. Baron Orson's expectant expression also turned a little ugly. He never dreamed that this person who claimed to be Viscount Lin Wei's uncle. He even broke off the engagement with Viscount Lin Wei. Their relationship was not harmonious to begin with. No wonder Lin Wei ignored their letters. He glared at Baron Fedra, thinking that this nobleman who made his fortune as a businessman could not have made such a mistake. Then, we'll leave first. Several nobles left in disgrace, no longer showing their previous arrogant attitude. Only after they left did Yelena look apologetic. The cold aura just now disappeared, and she turned into a gentle and lovely girl again. He felt very guilty when he spoke, and his tone was a little depressed. I'm sorry, Lin Wei, I didn't mean to say that. I just can't stand them always trying to take advantage of you. Lin Wei shook his head. Anyway, there's nothing to hide about this matter. After my father Ryan died, he did break off the engagement. It's not like I don't know what kind of character this baron has. Thank you for speaking up for me. Yelena showed a satisfied smile. Of course. No matter whether you do the right thing or the wrong thing, Yelena will always stand by you and support you. You can rely on me more. Chapter 80. Eating free food. Lin Wei nodded. This is considered as agreeing with Yelena's statement. By the way, Lin Wei, this is for you. Before leaving, Yelena put a box in Lin Wei's hand. Here is the emblem of the Holy See. With this emblem, your caravan can freely enter and exit Rima and Ye to trade. Lin Wei was stunned at first, but soon showed an expression of surprise. This is really good stuff. Now that Nolans is engulfed in war, it is certainly impossible to do business. However, Rima and Yade are relatively stable. If Lin Wei can do business with these two big countries, he won't have to worry about the gold coins. The power of the Holy See is very great, and it also has its own caravans. Under the banner of the Holy See, other countries will hardly take the initiative to provoke it, and may even provide a lot of conveniences. Thank you, Yelena. After eating so much free food, Lin Wei felt that he had become a little bolder. He hugged Yelena gently, and Lin Wei's initiative made Yelena's mouth curl up unconsciously. Obviously, his offensive has worked. Next, we will strive to have a successor emerge within a year. The man will inherit the title of Louis Card, and the woman will become the new saint. Lin Wei didn't know yet that with this little hug, Yelena had almost thought of what to name the child. After hugging Yelena, Zaluka also came over. Master, I want one too. Lin Wei also gave the little cat girl a light hug. After seeing off the reluctant Zaluka and Yelena, Lin Wei sighed. If this continues, I'm afraid he will really fall into the arms of the rich sister. He didn't want this to happen, but Yelena was really gentle. He is so rich and takes care of his emotions and face. He really likes it. Even with the emblem of the Holy See, business has been unimpeded. But Lin Wei still needs to find a talent suitable for doing business. He had checked the territory before, but found nothing suitable. However, when he went to see the refugees working today, he found a good candidate. Fury. Bravery, 18. Strategy, 79. Loyalty, 40. Special talents. Negotiation skills, businessman's intuition. Judging from the panel, this man named Fury is undoubtedly a good candidate. It's just that loyalty seems a little lower. Lin Wei's caravan is a very important part. If the leader is not loyal enough, Lin Wei will not be able to entrust him with important tasks. However, this does not mean that he has no way to increase the other party's loyalty. The next day, Lin Wei arranged for several guards to beat Fury up. The blow was not light, and Fury was beaten black and blue. Lin Wei's guards were all very well behaved before, but now for some reason they suddenly started targeting him. This left everyone in Fury confused. The main thing was that these guards seemed to be targeting him, and sometimes they would specifically come to his cabin to beat him up. This beating lasted for a week. Fury could bear it at first, but later he couldn't stand it anymore. Several neighbors advised Fury to tell Knight Ankro about this. That knight was Lin Wei's confidant, and could report the matter directly to Lin Wei. At first, Fury didn't think this matter was that simple, but what he didn't expect was, when he found Ankro immediately beat up the guards who bullied him in front of him. The blow was not light, and the whip made a dull sound when it hit the guards. Blood soon began to seep from the backs of these punished guards. Judging from Ankro's posture, if he didn't say forget it, he would have continued to fight like this. Well, Fury is not stupid. If he really offends a few guards, he will have a hard time in the future. After Wolf Fury's repeated persuasion, Ankro finally put down the whip in his hand. As the royal guards of Lord Luiska, they were at fault. He gave an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I didn't manage my people well. Wolf Fury was a little flattered. You are joking, Sir Knight. Master, I am very grateful that you can give me a meal. What he said was indeed what was in his heart. If it weren't for Lin Wei, he would have starved to death even if he hadn't died at the hands of the orcs while fleeing. Ankro showed a subtle expression. By the way, the master said he wanted to see you and express his apology in person. When willfully heard that Lin Wei wanted to apologize to him, he was dumbfounded. A nobleman wants to apologize to a refugee? Is he crazy or am I crazy? He doesn't want to kill me. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I absolutely have no intention of humiliating Master Lin Wei. I am very grateful to Master Lin Wei for giving me the life I have now. He kowtowed repeatedly, reached out and grabbed Ankro's whip, and said, Sir Knight, whip me too. After all, I am also at fault. I must have done something wrong, so these guards came to teach me a lesson. Ankro's mouth twitched. This was to let him know that these guards were deliberately sent by Lin Wei to teach him a lesson. I don't know what he would think, but as of now, he is indeed a smart man. Master Lin Wei always has a unique vision and can discover talents. Ankro still admires this very much. But Ankro still took him to see Lin Wei. When he saw Lin Wei, Wolf Fury was shaking like a sieve. When he saw Lin Wei put down the tea in his hand and walk towards him, he immediately knelt on the ground. Master Lin Wei, I was wrong about this. Lin Wei's expression became a little subtle. What's wrong with you? Weren't those soldiers bullying you? Wolf Fury kowtowed frantically. I must not have worked hard enough, so those guards wanted to teach me a lesson. I will definitely work harder in the future. Lin Wei signaled Ankro with his eyes to stop him from kowtowing. There's no way to talk properly like this. It can be seen that Wolf Fury really wants to survive. His head is swollen from the impact. It's a pity that Lin Wei is neither Buddha nor God, and kowtowing to him will not fulfill your wish. Your name is? Willfully. Master. Oh, willfully, don't worry. I'm not that kind of unreasonable nobleman. If it was indeed the fault of those soldiers, I will definitely not let them off easily. Whether you're a new resident or a former resident of Luiska territory, I treat everyone equally as long as they settle down in Luiska territory. Looking at Lin Wei's sincere expression, it doesn't seem fake. Wolfert finally felt relieved. Loyalty also increased to 60. Elyulu, give him a few silver coins as medical expenses. Wolf Fury's eyes widened, and he thought he was hallucinating. Lin Wei said he would give him a few silver coins for medical expenses? Could the person before me really be God? As long as you kowtow, you will get silver coins. Is it too late to take 2 more knocks now? His loyalty also reached 80. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Wei put the silver coin handed to him by Elyulu into his hand. I think you're pretty good. Come and do something for me. Chapter 81. Luiskard territory is developing rapidly. Wolf Fury probably didn't expect it himself. Why was he, who was being bullied a few days ago, suddenly became the president of the Luiska Chamber of Commerce? Lin Wei gave him considerable power. He could freely recruit people to become his subordinates under the banner of the Luiska family. In addition, whenever he went out on business, he could request no more than 1,000 guards to escort the caravan. Before he forms his own Chamber of Commerce guards, Lin Wei's guards will temporarily serve as his guards. Make sure he is not harassed by bandits or other forces while transporting goods to Rema and Yade. What he wanted to sell was also very simple, a large number of standard long swords eliminated from Lin Wei's frontline team. These swords were originally quite good, but as Biglin created weapons with special properties, they gradually became less impressive. Exporting to Ruema and Yade can bring profits to Lin Wei. Then, Lin Wei asked the maids in the manor to work hard to produce tens of thousands of cans of cream. The cream can be exported as a luxury product to Rema and Yad. President Weiss of the Far East Chamber of Commerce had been preparing to export cream, but unfortunately, accidents always come too suddenly. Lin Wei didn't get to hear his good news. Lin Wei hasn't heard from Weiss for a long time, and doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Of course, Lin Wei couldn't just leave a golden hen that laid eggs and used, even though its output was certainly not as good as that of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. However, tens of thousands of cans of cream, even if each can is sold for 10 gold coins, can bring Lin Wei more than 100,000 in profits. Because the cost of making cream is really low, so low that it is almost negligible compared to the profit of cream. Willfully, when we get to Yade and Rema, go and buy the items according to the list. Lin Wei handed him a roll of parchment filled with materials, and willfully accepted it respectfully. This time I go to Rema and Yade. I must buy alchemical materials. Wolfury will definitely not disappoint the master's expectations, please rest assured. Wolfury can see the current situation of Nolans clearly. There were rampant orcs and wars everywhere. But here in Luiska County, it was unexpectedly peaceful, without even the slightest sign of war. You know, Luiskar territory is the closest route to the royal city. The orcs did not dare to cause trouble and chose the farther Fort Lancer. This shows how capable this master of mine is. He came from a merchant family, and his father was the vice president of a large chamber of commerce. I also learned a lot about the Chamber of Commerce through observation and observation. Unfortunately, his father later lost his position in the struggle for power, and their family gradually declined. In the end, he became a farmer and barely lived in Nolans. Because of the war, he fled to Luiskar. Now, thanks to Lin Wei's kindness, he finally has the opportunity to return to his old job. Lin Wei's list mostly contained alchemical tools and materials. These things are only sold in the Kingdom of Yad. The Kingdom of Yad has always been quite xenophobic. Any merchant who could go to the Kingdom of Yad to do business had to bear high export taxes and made almost no profit. Therefore, merchants from other countries rarely go to Yad. The taxes on things used for alchemy are terribly high. It's just that Lin Wei has a trading pass from the Holy See of Light. This is a good thing, which means that he will be able to do business smoothly no matter which human kingdom he is in. They will be labeled as members of the Vatican and will be given more conveniences. Even if someone is jealous of their money, they have to consider whether they can afford to offend the Holy See behind them. Wolfry walked out of Lin Wei's study with his head held high and his chest puffed out, and even his walk had a sense of momentum. This is the confidence given to him by his old club. With the financial support of his wealthy sister, Lin Wei also had the confidence to expand the guards. Although it is not possible to form new cavalry due to the war, the organization of the guards must be established first. There are still too few available guards on hand. Compared with the peak period of more than 10,000 people, it is now difficult for them to even defend themselves. Another 17,000 strong young men were selected from the refugees and the voluntary Luka people to join the team. It was obviously not enough for Ankro to be in charge of the team's training. So Lin Wei promoted 4 guards from the old guards with a bravery value of around 70 as squad leaders. In the future, they will directly train this group of new guards. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed, and Louis Cardinal slowly got back on track. Although the number of refugees is still increasing, it has obviously passed its peak and the number is beginning to decrease slowly. This means that the situation in Nolans is gradually stabilizing. I haven't received any news from the new Noble Alliance recently. However, Lin Wei didn't care whether their alliance could fight against the orcs. Anyway, he had no good feelings towards the Kingdom of Nolans and Zluk 13. Taking advantage of leaving all the affairs of the day to the elf Loli, Lin Wei came to the backyard of the manor, a place specially used for taming griffins. The 8 little griffins that Yelena gave him have become very familiar with Ankiuna recently. The griffin, which was originally the size of an ordinary pastoral dog, has grown a lot and is now at least as big as a large golden retriever. These little guys are really big eaters and can eat at least 2.5 short-tailed chickens in one meal. Eat 3 or even 4 meals a day. If Lin Wei didn't have more than 2,000 short-tailed chickens raised in his manor, even he would not be able to bear such a large consumption. Even so, he bought more short-tailed chickens from his subjects. Because these little guys are really picky eaters and will hardly eat anything other than short-tailed chickens. Occasionally, I eat long-eared rabbits as snacks. Master, you are here. Seeing Lin Wei coming over, Inshona rode a little griffin to Lin Wei's side. It can be seen that Inshona gets along very well with these griffins. Seeing Lin Wei coming, he even stretched out his eagle head for Lin Wei to touch. Feeling the griffin's rough and warm touch, Lin Wei found it surprisingly good. Can they fly now? Griffins have to enter adolescence before they can fly freely, and Lin Wei's griffins are obviously approaching the corresponding age. Inshona pointed at the one below her and 2 nearby, and said, "These 3 griffins can already fly. There are 5 more, probably coming soon." Inshona rolled down from the griffin, patted its neck, and said, "Fly one." With a clear eagle cry, the little griffin flew into the air. It flapped its wings and flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. These griffins are very strong and will not become exhausted even if they fly for a whole day. If they could wear anti-magic weapons and be equipped with fully armed elite knights. In the future, he will become Lin Wei's absolute trump card on the front battlefield. This is much more lethal than heavy cavalry. After all, heavy cavalry can be stopped by spear formations. But once the griffin is fully armed, there is no way to stop the griffin's actions unless you shoot through its wings head-on. The wings of an adult griffin are very strong, and ordinary bows and arrows can hardly cause effective damage. After all, unlike a warhorse, the Griffin's own combat effectiveness cannot be ignored. Chapter 82. Our Role Model. Amul had just come out of Rema's Magic Academy. As the most outstanding talent of the Rema royal family, she had obtained the certificate of senior magician at the age of only 20, able to skillfully use magic of more than 3 different attributes. 2 years ago, she was just an intermediate magician. In fact, she had been complacent about her achievements before, but after the incident at Fort George, she became more strict with herself. She would never forget the humiliation inflicted upon her by the Baron. She had never been taught a lesson by her father, but was taught a lesson by a little Baron from the border. She also said that her touch was very good. This made her remember it for several years. Although Nolans is currently engulfed in war, for some reason, Einwell feels that Lin Wei will definitely survive this war, and it will become even more powerful. Therefore, for the sake of her revenge, she dared not relax for a moment. In addition to learning magic, she also practices swordsmanship. He invited the most powerful swordsman in the Kingdom of Rema to be his teacher to guide his skills. What's even more exaggerated is that she also has considerable attainments in alchemy. There is a succubus alchemist master as her enlightenment mentor, who carefully teaches her everything about alchemy. It's just that her talent in magic is too high. Even the magicians and grand magicians in Rema said that they were unable to teach Einwell. Someone recommended to her the great magician Duke Alia, who was far away in Norlands. With Ainville's talent, it seems that it is enough to become this person's student. Everyone knows that Duke Arya only considers talent and not background when accepting students, so almost everyone thinks that she has a 100% chance of becoming Arya's student. Being Alia's student represents an extraordinary achievement. After all, Arya has only accepted 3 students so far, 2 of whom have become great magicians, and the other is even hailed as a rare genius that Nolans has seen once in 1,000 years. It is said that he was already a high-level magician a year ago, but now that Nolans is at war, the Gnolls have taken over most of the area. Even though there was a truce between Rema and the Gnoll tribe, Charlie did not dare to send his daughter to Nolans for further studies. Learn from the legendary Great Magician. But in order to achieve greater success, Einwell decided to visit the Great Magician. Today she had just come out of the royal city and said goodbye to the eldest Prince Einries and the second Prince Einpeter. Ever since the second prince stopped competing for Rise's position as heir, the relationship between the 3 of them has surprisingly improved a lot. She had been planning to go directly to the Magic Academy to start today's classes. But when she passed by the Imperial City Avenue, she saw a family emblem that she was very familiar with. A flying bluebird flutters with the flag. This is the noble flag of Nolans, a nightmare that she will never forget in her life. It's actually him. Nolans is in dire straits, yet he still sends a caravan to do business? Ainvril felt like her brain wasn't enough. She walked a few steps blankly and came straight to the door of the Chamber of Commerce. Wolfuri was seen smiling and trying to sell the cream in his hand to the president of the Chamber of Commerce. The 2 of them were chatting happily and didn't even notice Einwell came in. It was not until the president of the Rema Winter Chamber of Commerce saw Einwell that the expression on his face was as wonderful as the face-changing performance in Sichuan opera. "Your Highness, why are you here? Hurry up and serve tea to Her Royal Highness, the best." When Wilfuli heard that the princess had come, a look of surprise crossed his face. He bowed slightly to Einwell as a greeting. The reason why he did not perform a grand ceremony was because he represented the face of Luigi and the Holy See. Although the other party was a princess, he was just here to do normal business. There is no conflict between the 2. Einweir waved her hand, signaling the president of the Winter Chamber of Commerce to leave it at that. He looked at Wilfred, with a barely perceptible coldness in his eyes. Wolfuri was also a little confused. He had only been here for a short time and had only just visited the Second Chamber of Commerce. How could he be targeted? As a businessman, he was very sensitive to other people's gazes. Although Einwell hid it well, he still sensed a hint of murderous intent. "Is your master called Lin Wei?" Finally, when Wolfuri was about to be unable to bear it, Einwell took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness, do you know my master?" For some reason, Wolfuli suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at the look in the girl's eyes, could it be that her own master had abandoned her? While thinking this, I began to admire the master. I didn't expect that he could even get the princess of the neighboring country. "You are worthy of being my boss." "Yes, of course I know him." Ainvril snorted coldly and turned her pretty face to President Winter. "President Winter, what kind of business did you do with him?" "Your Highness, this merchant sold me something called Louisa cream. This is a dessert that was all the rage in Nolans a while ago. Would you like to try it?" As President Winter spoke, he opened a can of cream and handed it to Einwell. looking at the white, yet slightly yellowish cream. For some reason, Einwell seemed to have thought of something strange. Her pretty face flushed. No, President Winter could only say with regret. Okay, but Your Highness, this is indeed a good thing. Although the price is a little expensive. Hearing that the price was a bit high, Ainwire said, then let's charge the highest tax rate. After hearing what Einwell said, Wulfule became more convinced of his own thoughts. It must be that my own master abandoned me after having an affair with me. Otherwise, why was he targeted as soon as he arrived? Looking at the princess' pretty face and her light gray hair straight like a waterfall, I have to say that the master's aesthetic taste is really good. President Winter showed an embarrassed expression and said, Your Highness, this is against the rules. Ainwire's pretty face immediately turned cold. Is there any rule in Rema that I can't say? President Winter broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, It's not like that. The main reason is that the president is doing business on behalf of the Holy See. According to the laws of Rema, they can enjoy the lowest discounts and tariffs. Is it related to the Vatican? No wonder Lin Wei's Chamber of Commerce can come here. As President Winter said, even if she is Princess Rima. But we can't offend the Holy See easily. What's more, the caravan holding the Vatican's pass must not be offended. In that case, let's follow the rules. Seeing that Einwell did not continue to dwell on this issue, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wulfure secretly gave Lin Wei a thumbs up. He is worthy of being my master. Not only did he have an affair with the Holy Lady of the Vatican, but even the princess was jealous of him. He is truly a role model for our generation. Chapter 83, A Feeling of Peace of Mind. Although war was raging in Nolans, Luiska territory was like a paradise on earth, a scene of peace and tranquility. Now the strength of Luiscard's guards has reached 20,000 people. In addition to the more than 3,000 veterans remaining from the last battle, there are more than 16,000 new recruits in training. Ankro is one of the 2 current knights of New Luiska. There are so many things to do every day. So much so that there is no time to drink in the pub. There is no time to take care of the homeless young woman. Ukshin was later posthumously named a Knight of Luiska by Lin Wei. But Ukshin was a lonely man, and such reputation meant nothing to him except that the words on his tombstone looked better. There wasn't even a single descendant who came to pay his respects to him. Occasionally, only his old comrade in Keluo would come to the tombstone to see him. After a busy day, Ankro poured the fruit wine in front of his tombstone alone, as if Ukshin could drink it. After a while, he sighed silently and left the bottle in front of the tombstone. He turned and left without a trace of nostalgia, because the heroic figure of his old comrade Ukshin will always be fresh in his memory. Master, please have some tea. Lena placed a cup of black tea she had brewed herself on Lin Wei's desk. She wondered if it was because Lin Wei had been exercising frequently recently. She always felt that Lin Wei seemed to be becoming more and more attractive. Every time I think of this, the scales on my body begin to move in a strange rhythm and even emit steam. The magic Arya had cast on her had worn off during their last battle with Nasus. However, he did not go to look for Alia again, because Ziluk 13, who was eyeing Reyna, was probably not in the mood to look for Reyna now. Lin Wei took a deep breath. The panel then appeared in front of him. Lin Wei. Bravery, 25. Strategy, 80. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, time traveler. The bravery value has reached 25 points. If I continue to train like this, it will probably reach 30 in no time. He glanced at Reyna and wished he could have some more dragon blood. That's really good stuff. It not only increases endurance, but also bravery. It is the best material for improving strength. Unfortunately, he was too embarrassed to let little dragon lady bleed without a legitimate reason. Just when Lena couldn't stand Lin Wei's scrutinizing gaze and was about to pounce on him, there was a knock on the door. The housekeeper's voice came clearly from outside the door, which instantly dispelled Xiao Longyang's restless thoughts. Master, there is a letter for you. Come in. The butler opened the door, walked quickly to Lin Wei, and respectfully placed the letter with the noble emblem on it on the table. The word Simon was written in neat handwriting on the letterhead. Duke Simon. Lin Wei still had a deep impression of this left-wing aristocrat who was once extremely powerful in Nolans. But shouldn't he be trapped in the plains and forests like Ziluk 13? Why did you suddenly write to him? This letter is written to Lin Wei, but not entirely to Lin Wei. He wrote down his admiration for Lin Wei with great pride in his heart, and inadvertently mentioned Ziluk Xi's admiration for Lin Wei. It seemed as if he hoped Lin Wei could stand on the side of the Kingdom of Nolans and help recover the lost territory. Well, it seems that his close relationship with the Holy See has been discovered by them. In addition to Lin Wei, the letter also specifically mentioned the little maid Elialu. Duke Simon proposed to let Elialu return to the Simon family and give her the glorious surname Simon. Seeing this, Lin Wei almost laughed out loud. Although I have long known that Elialu's father is a great nobleman from the left, but I didn't expect that this scumbag father was actually Duke Simon. His shamelessness far exceeded Lin Wei's expectations. Elialu's mother was indeed taken in by Baron Ryan. I thought Duke Simon had long forgotten this ordinary maid he had kicked out of the house, but I didn't expect him to remember her again today. Judging from the meaning of the letter, he seems to want to make her Simon's heir. He said that as long as Lin Wei married Elialu, their children would have the full support of the Norlands royal family and the left-wing nobles. The letter even said at the end that it didn't matter even if Elialu was just a concubine. Lin Wei's wife could be someone else. Lin Wei knew who the others here were without having to think about it. After reading the letter, Lin Wei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He thought that Duke Simon had forgotten about this matter long ago, but he didn't expect that he just didn't care, not really forgot about it. Now that the orcs have occupied the royal city and the richest territories nearby, the nobles and their descendants who remain behind know what will happen to them. The reason why Elialu was made the new heir of Simon was probably because all his sons and daughters were dead, right? What a good calculation. Lin Wei could hear Duke Simon calculating on the abacus even in Luiska territory. Lin Wei was not surprised by the change in attitude of Duke Simon or the royal family. After all, the new aristocratic alliance has been established, and Saint Aluna was seen entering and leaving Luiska territory that day. Anyone with an eye can guess some of his relationship with Aluna. It was not surprising that the news reached Ziluk 13 from the mouths of those nobles. Whatever the relationship is, it is an indisputable fact that Luiska is so safe at the throat. Lin Wei himself would not believe that there was no shadow of the human race church behind this. Not to mention the cunning Norlands royal family and nobles. Now they are in a desperate situation. If they can get the support of the human church, they will definitely be able to turn the tide. Lin Wei is the Viscount of Norlands, and his territory was also granted by the king. He also hoped that Lin Wei would remember their old friendship, but unfortunately, Ziluk 13 had offended Lin Wei to death a while ago. Naturally, Lin Wei couldn't give them a good look. Reina, call Elialu. Yes, master. No matter what, this matter still needs to be told to Elialu. These past 2 days, apart from staying with Lin Wei, Elialu either worked with a few elf maids, or went to the manor to play with the griffins within Shiona. Master, you called me? There were still traces of dust on Elialu's maid uniform. Obviously, she had just been working with the elf Lolis. Lin Wei nodded and motioned for Elialu to come to him. After Elialu stood obediently beside Lin Wei, he slowly spoke. Elialu, your father has been found. Elialu showed a puzzled expression. Oh. For Elialu, she didn't care that an insignificant father suddenly appeared. Lin Wei is enough for her world. Aren't you curious about who he is? Even though you already know he's a big leftist. Elialu shook her head. I'm not curious. No matter who he is, my home will always be Louis Cardinal. I also want to stay with the young master forever. Lin Wei sighed. Throw the letter into the trash can. Okay, then you'll stay with me forever. Looking at the sparkling smile in the girl's eyes, Lin Wei felt an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 80 for the girl's feelings were rejected. The royal city has been occupied by orcs for some time. A large number of Nolan's people were enslaved and became tools of the dog-headed people. Both men and women live in dire straits. The royal city is now in a dire state, with the population reduced by 2/3. But no matter what, it has finally stabilized. Except for the noble priests, magicians, and alchemists, the common people were living in dire straits. Occasionally, there would be adventurers who attempted to fight against the orcs, but they would always end up with their heads and bodies separated. The ruthless scimitars in the hands of the orcs are also warning everyone that if you dare to resist, you will die. Zaluka has been back with Alia for a while. I always feel that the teacher seems to be in a bad mood recently, because she had picked up and put down the tea in her hand several times. Although I tried my best to control my gaze, I couldn't help but look outside. The Magic Academy was peaceful and tranquil. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves and fell onto the ground. The students were discussing the mysteries of magic. And outside the door, the wails of the civilians hit Arya's heart like a hammer. As a great mage and a white elf, she had no obligation to save the civilians of Nolans. Because her former student only wanted her to witness the rise and fall of Nolans, and did not require her to save Nolans. All she could do was provide shelter to some civilians who fled to the Magic Academy. Besides, what would happen even if he was saved? Could she, a white elf, lead the people of Norlands in rebellion and become their leader? And she also saw the corruption of the Nolans nobility. The kingship of Nolans can indeed be replaced. Teacher. Zaluka originally wanted to go back to his room to study magic, but he was very worried about his teacher's mental state. After a while, she finally sighed. It was as if all the sorrows were blown away by the wind with this breath. Just then, a tutor from the academy came from the main gate, her steps brisk. There seemed to be some happiness between his eyebrows. Coming to Alia's side, the mentor said respectfully, "Dean, a senior magician expressed his wish to become your student." Alia was a little uninterested, but she still said casually, "Let her in." When Einwil first saw the legendary great magician, she was still a little shocked by her beauty. Although I have long known that Alia is a great magician who has lived for hundreds of years and is also a white elf, I have also heard that this great magician is a super beauty who has been beautiful for hundreds of years. But even Einwil was shocked by such beauty. Seeing that Alia looked a little strange, she came back to her senses. "Greetings, Dean Alia. I am a senior magician from the Kingdom of Rema. I just turned 20 this year. I hope to pass your assessment and become your student." Alia stood up. Although her tall figure was hidden by the magic robe, she was still half a head taller than Einwil. She walked towards Einwil slowly. Einwil is actually very beautiful, but her beauty lacks the ethereal temperament and sense of space compared to Alia. This is the natural racial advantage of the elves. 20 years old. Senior magician. Are you the youngest daughter of the Ein family? Although Einwil did not introduce herself, Alia obviously recognized her identity. After all, it is impossible for a young magician to be unknown, and there are only a handful of people who are qualified to be her students. 2 years ago, when Einwil was able to use intermediate magic proficiently, she had actually entered Alia's sight. However, compared to Zaluka, Einwil's talent is obviously much worse. After all, Zaluka is younger than her and has achieved more. Even in terms of lifespan, Zaluka has a greater advantage. So she had no intention of accepting the little girl from the Ein family. Moreover, she also knew about the affair between the little girl from the Ein family and Lin Wei. There is no doubt that Lin Wei humiliated her. For a strong-willed girl, this is something worth remembering for a lifetime. If she wants to seek revenge on Lin Wei in the future, she will definitely confront Zaluka. She doesn't want her two students to fight to the death in the future. Although if a fight really breaks out, Einwil will most likely die. Yes, I hope to become your student and learn magic knowledge from you. Alia didn't say anything. She just stretched out her white arm and lifted Einwil's arm. Einwil's arms were a healthy wheat color, but her knuckles had some calluses from sword practice, making them look a little rough. I can see that you haven't slacked off on your swordsmanship training lately. But learning magic is a long and demanding process. Even a genius cannot reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, alchemy, and magic at the same time. If you continue like this, you might reach the level of mage in 20 years, but you'll never reach the level of grand mage in your lifetime. Your skills in alchemy and swordsmanship will be even better. So go back. You are not fit to be my student. Alia said and turned away, leaving Einwil frozen in place. She never imagined that she would be rejected so decisively just after meeting the legendary great magician. The other party actually said that she would only be able to become a mage within 20 years and would never reach the level of a grand mage in her lifetime. She refused to accept. The stubbornness in her bones made her stand there and refuse to leave. Zaluka felt a little sorry for him, so he stepped forward and said, "Teacher is usually a very gentle person. But when it comes to magic, she becomes extremely strict. It's just a decision made by the teacher, and it rarely changes." Einwil looked at the gentle little cat girl and felt the surging magic energy in her body. Apparently, she is already a magician, because the amount of magic in her body is far greater than his. This should be her third student, the most talented magical girl in the legendary Nolans. I thought it was a Nolans. I didn't expect that she was a girl from the cat tribe. I won't give up. I must become stronger. I will stay here until Dean Alia changes her mind. There was a burning fighting spirit in her determined eyes. How could she, who has been strong since childhood, give up so easily? It's a pity that the two girls didn't know that each other was related to someone. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to get along so well. Chapter 85 Strength Alchemy Potion. Wolfuri completed a business trip even faster than he had imagined. It takes more than 2 months to travel from Luiska to Yade and Rema and back. Wilfred set out in the summer, but he was able to return in the last month of autumn, which was really beyond Lin Wei's expectations. Of course, Wilfred could trade between the two great powers so easily. It is also closely related to the strong relationship with the Holy See. Not only do they enjoy the lowest discounts and tariffs, but Lin Wei's caravan will not be stopped at almost any city gate. Only 10,000 cans of cream were taken out, and because scarcity makes things valuable, each can was sold at a sky-high price of 100 gold coins. There is even a shortage of supply. Of course, this is only a temporary market expansion. As cream production increases in the future, the price will gradually decrease. Although the gold coins of Rima and Yade have different patterns, their spending power is basically the same. The profit from this trip exceeded 1 million. I have to say that Wolfuri is quite capable. Master, except for the butter, all our weapons have been sold. A long sword costs 70 gold coins, and all 5,200 have been sold. According to your request, 50 gold coins would be enough for one, but I think a higher price would be better. Also, I also gave away over 200 weapons as a gift as you requested. They all spoke highly of our Chamber of Commerce. I also bought the 3,000 war horses you specifically requested. Lin Wei nodded. Wolfuri's efficiency was indeed good. It was Lin Wei who asked him to give some weapons away so that others would have the impression that the Lin Wei Chamber of Commerce was very generous. They will be more willing to do business with the Lin Wei Chamber of Commerce, rather than just considering the Vatican's emblem. Compared to the terrifying profits from cream, the income from selling weapons is nothing. Therefore, Lin Wei decided not to sell weapons in the future and to keep these lower-level weapons as training weapons. Butler, please help me count out 1,000 gold coins. Yes, sir. The butler quickly put 1,000 gold coins into his pocket and placed them respectfully in front of Lin Wei. The heavy bag jingled. It was a considerable fortune. Lin Wei took it and put the bag full of gold coins in Wolfuri's hand. You've worked hard along the way. These gold coins are your reward. Wolfuri quickly took it with both hands and knelt on the ground respectfully to salute Lin Wei. Thank you for your generosity, sir. He thought Lin Wei would give him gold coins, but he didn't expect Lin Wei to give him so much. The loyalty level, which was already as high as 80, also increased to 100. With this money, he can successfully own his own house and family in Luiska territory and officially settle down in Luiska territory. You ask how to get a wife. How can you be rich but not have a wife? Wolfuri also bought the alchemical equipment. There are also a large number of alchemical materials and bottles and jars, which are essential materials for alchemy. The alchemy books also cost a lot. Although I earned more than 1 million on this trip, after deducting the customs duties, there were still purchase expenses. There is also the cost of purchasing a horse, and there is only 500,000 left. As the things accumulated, Lin Wei felt that his originally spacious manor seemed smaller. Therefore, Lin Wei put the construction of a stable on the agenda. After all, more than 1,000 northern horses were free-range before. But the original stable capacity for more than 3,000 horses was definitely not enough. Expansion is also certain. Lin Wei ordered a group of craftsmen to start building an independent alchemy room in the manor. It's not that he didn't want to set up the alchemy room in the castle. After all, alchemy is risky, and he doesn't want any accidents to happen during his alchemy experiments. Otherwise, he won't even have a place to live. After having an alchemy room, Nashia almost always stayed in the alchemy laboratory doing experiments. The cute elf Loli is obsessed with this. Most of the alchemical experiments she did were to refine some alchemical potions. According to the alchemy books she bought, Nashia's alchemy success rate was ridiculously high. She seemed like a natural alchemist and hardly ever wasted any alchemical materials. And today, thanks to her unremitting efforts, the first batch of strength potions has been successfully developed. Master, these 100 alchemical potions can theoretically temporarily double one's strength. Of course, the stronger the user's original strength, the weaker the potion's effect will be. As for the side effects, we're still unclear. Although the mice used in the experiment died, the impact on humans shouldn't be that significant. Most likely, you'll experience vomiting, diarrhea, and loss of appetite for 3 days. Looking at the innocent eyes of the little girl, Lin Wei felt a little numb. How do you say such horrible words without any expression? All the mice used for the experiment died. Is this really reliable? Nashia's pointed ears trembled slightly, obviously waiting for Lin Wei's praise. Lin Wei touched the little Lolita's head, and she happily hugged Lin Wei's thighs. Several other elf Lolas who served as assistants to Nashia also looked at him with expectant expressions. After using the pat-the-head kill on everyone one by one, Lin Wei decided to find some people to test whether the side effects of this batch of potions were as Nashia said. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. After Lin Wei offered the exorbitant price of 5 silver coins, several people from Luiska County volunteered to participate in Lin Wei's alchemy experiment. Among them were several old men over 50 years old, and one was a hunter who had lost a leg in a hunting accident. Don't worry, if there are any accidents during this drug trial, your family will all receive 50 gold coins as compensation. Lin Wei was very generous. After all, it was a drug trial, so there were risks involved. When they heard that Lin Wei offered 50 gold coins as compensation, many people showed expressions as if they were ready to die. As an ordinary person, except for professions like hunters, a farmer may not be able to earn 50 gold coins in his entire life. They are either old or disabled. If the death was really due to an accident, these 50 gold coins would undoubtedly greatly improve the family's living standards. As a burden, they have contributed their last bit of strength. The first person to drink the alchemical potion was the hunter without legs, and then several old men followed suit. Soon, the hunter's face turned red, and he felt a domineering power sweeping through his body. Under the incredulous gazes of Lin Wei and many others, he actually threw away the crutches in his hand and had no problem standing on one leg. Several old men also had red faces and ears, as if they had endless energy. Of course, this is just the beginning. The specific effect still depends on the effects of their medicine after it takes effect. Is it really as Nausea said? At least from the current situation, this batch of medicines definitely has the effect of increasing strength. Chapter 86. There is a reward for answering correctly. The alchemical experiment went smoothly, and no one died from Nashia's newly concocted alchemical potion. After 3 days of verification, it was proven that this new strength potion was quite reliable. Alchemists are not like magicians and priests who need to obtain certification. As long as an alchemist has a famous work that is well known in the market, he can be hailed as a great alchemist. The effects of the alchemical potions made by Naxiao were just as Naxiao said. The vomiting and diarrhea lasted for a few days, but then he was fine. Lin Wei gave them 5 silver coins and asked his guards to visit them every day. If there is any special situation, report it to him immediately. It wasn't until winter that the first snowflakes fell. Those who used the drug experienced no side effects. This also means that the alchemical potions produced by Naxia can be used in wars. Lin Wei had observed that a bottle of alchemical potion could increase bravery by about 20 points. On the front battlefield, the guards will be able to exert even more powerful combat power after using this alchemical potion. The battle loss ratio will be greatly reduced. However, the effect of the drug only lasts for 1 day, after which there will be huge side effects. If it weren't for the last resort, Lin Wei would certainly not let them take this alchemical potion to fight. The day after the snow fell, Luca brought in an unexpected guest. The luxurious Vatican carriage stopped at Luiska's territory. This winter seems to be colder than in previous years. So Yelena wore a very thick white coat. But when she saw Lin Wei for the first time, she couldn't hide the joy that flickered in her eyes. After not seeing him for a while, Lin Wei seemed to look stronger. Lin Wei used to look a little thin, but lately he looks much more muscular and his face has become more angular. Golden hair, high nose bridge, brown eyes. Yelena admitted that she was a little moved. Therefore, when getting off the carriage, she pretended to stumble, and before Lin Wei could react, she fell into his arms. Wearing a thick coat, Lin Wei seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat quickening. The white armored guards and Lin Wei's guards standing by turned their heads away tactfully. After a while, feeling the warmth and softness of the jade in his arms, Lin Wei said a little embarrassedly, "Ms. Yelena, are you okay?" Yelena shook her head, revealing a pitiful expression. "Thanks to Mr. Lin Wei, otherwise I might have made a fool of myself today." After separating, both of them were reluctant to let go of each other's body temperature. But there are still so many people watching. I must be too embarrassed to continue. Winter has arrived. Is there something urgent that has brought Miss Aluna's sudden visit? Yelena nodded. Didn't I give you a few griffins last time? I've specially sent you some more griffin armor. These armors are made of insulating steel and thunder meteorite iron. It has extremely strong defense against both magic and steel. Ah, the rich sister is here to deliver equipment again. But wouldn't it be better if these things were delivered? Do I need to come in person? Plus, it's winter now, so maybe you want to stay in Lucca for the whole winter? In fact, Lin Wei's idea was right. As soon as she got off the carriage, Yelena demonstrated her superb tea-making skills. How could a brave girl who was 80 years old accidentally fall down? They were just trying to get closer to Lin Wei. Following Lin Wei all the way, he slowly walked towards the castle. Yelena was looking at the maids around him. It seems that Reina and Elyulu are not here today. Even if these two enter Lin Wei's harem in the future, they will definitely be ranked behind her. So Yelena is not worried at all. Because Zaluka, who was most likely to compete with her for the position of the first wife, had been tricked by her into returning to the Magic Academy. While Zaluka is still studying magic seriously, Yelena will definitely take the initiative this winter. There are soft sofas and a warm fire flickering in the fireplace. Although it was cold outside, it was still quite warm inside Lin Wei's castle. But because it was so warm, Yelena no longer had any reason to get close to Lin Wei. Anyway, it's still early, and some things can wait until tonight. Elyulu brought 2 cups of black tea to Lin Wei and Yelena, although the little maid was a little unhappy that Lin Wei and Yelena were getting too close. But he still left obediently. After all, Yelena can indeed bring great help to Lin Wei. If it is the lady in front of you who is the hostess of Louis Cardinal, then of course it would be great. Even though I felt so sad that I wanted to die. Of course, Yelena noticed Eliulu's little thoughts, but she didn't show anything at the moment. Linwei, do you remember where we first met? The aroma of black tea lingers between lips and teeth, and Eliulu's tea-making skills are getting better and better. I remember, it was the day I was injured. Linwei will never forget your kindness in my life. After hearing Linwei's answer, Yelena just chuckled and shook her head. No. Linwei, think about it again. If you answer correctly, there will be a reward. Linwei was suddenly confused, although he wasn't curious about what the reward was. But he must have met this saint for the first time when he was injured, right? Although I don't quite understand why she has such an alarmingly high opinion of me. The favorability was 80 points before, but after not seeing it for a while, it has increased to 90. Linwei has reason to believe that the next time they meet, the favorability level will definitely be 100. Looking at the girl with a beautiful smile, Linwei was a little moved. But he racked his brains, but couldn't remember when he had met the girl in front of him. The first time we met was probably when he was injured. Can you give me a little hint? But since Yelena said it, there is a high probability that this thing exists. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Yelena was so nice to him. Even though he's very handsome, he's not so handsome that the saint will throw herself at him, right? Well, it seems Linwei has forgotten everything. She looked a little aggrieved, and her eyes became a little red. Linwei was dumbfounded. He felt like he had done something unforgivable. This caused the girl in front of him to suffer a great injustice. Sorry, I'll think about it again. I'm sure I'll remember it. Linwei, who was lost in thought, didn't notice the girl's secretly raised lips. 10 years ago, in front of the Magic Academy. Do you remember? 10 years ago? Linwei suddenly remembered the afternoon when his father Ryan took him to the Magic Academy to study. The teacher at the Magic Academy told Ryan regretfully that his child did not have the talent to learn magic. Chapter 87 The Rich Sister is so hot. The blow suffered by Father Ryan at that time was actually greater than that suffered by Linwei. But Linwei didn't think anything of it. At that time, he had just traveled through time and was quite satisfied with his identity as a noble young master. Don't do anything for a day, read some historical documents, and learn about the history of Nolans. Eliulu and the head may take care of all 3 meals a day. It's a pity that the ability to see through others was only awakened in the past few years. Otherwise, Linwei would not have to wait until he inherited the position of Baron to start showing his strength. Although the memory is a bit long ago, Linwei still has some impression of what happened that day. That was the day he missed out on magic, and he didn't feel particularly good about it. But at that time, he saw a young girl squatting at the door and sobbing, and he felt a little bit sorry for her. He gave her a sparkling pendant, which made the girl smile. It was just a trivial matter. So this is why Yelena treats me so well? Everything seemed to make sense. It was clearly the first time we met, but the level of affection between us was a bit absurd. Yelena took out the pendant from her neck. It was a little old, but still well kept. This is a gem pendant, a birthday gift from his father. Linwei didn't know what was going on at the time, so he gave this thing to Yelena. This gem pendant is as important as the blue ring her mother left her. In fact, Yelena herself did not expect that the boy who left her with beautiful memories would meet him again in this way. Fortunately, she came. If Linwei really died, her ring would probably remain gray forever, right? Do you remember it? The pendant in Yelena's hand was indeed the one Linwei gave her. She held it carefully, with tenderness in her eyes. I remember. Even Linwei's tone became a little gentle. It turns out that this is the beauty that we met many years ago. My mother had just passed away. I inherited her position as saint, so I had to leave the Magic Academy and return to the Holy See. She was a great pastor who died of a sudden illness. He's a pastor, but he can't resist a sudden illness. Don't you think it's a bit ironic? The girl's sadness infected Linwei. Linwei carefully sat down beside her and gently soothed the girl's throbbing emotions. Yelena leaned on Linwei's shoulder. It's okay, it's all in the past, isn't it? Linwei didn't know how to comfort the girl in front of him. It seems that all I need to do is lend her my shoulder? At that time, a little boy told me that I was very pretty and should smile more. No matter what life throws at you, you should always face it with a smile. Linwei's face turned red. He only remembered his encounter with Yelena. The details have almost been forgotten. I only remember that I did comfort a little girl. No one would have thought that an unintentional act would save his life many years later. Maybe everything is arranged by fate. Linwei chatted with Yelena for a while and then left. Although most of the territory's political affairs were handed over to Sally's. But things have become a little more busy recently, and Linwei occasionally helps out to ease Sally's burden. After Linwei left, Yelena came to the hall. Elialu and Lena were washing Lin Wei's bedding. Elialu. Yuluna's voice suddenly sounded behind her, and Elialu was startled. But he quickly bowed to Yuluna and said, "Hello, Your Highness. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lena also stood up and bowed to Yuluna as a greeting. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Yuluna could sense that the two girls in front of her were a little wary of her. This kind of warning is a warning from girl to girl, rather than being caused by identity conflict. Yuluna shook her head. She just smiled at Elialu and said, "I think Lin Wei has already told you about the Simon family, right? Would you like to consider going back to being a duke's daughter?" Elialu shook her head. "I just want to stay with the young master." If the master hadn't taken in Elialu's mother, Elialu would have died long ago. So I don't need Simon's identity. Elialu is just Elialu. Yuluna suddenly realized that Lin Wei was very outstanding. But he could make a young girl stay by his side so devotedly. It seems that she still underestimated Lin Wei's charm in attracting women. "Do you like Lin Wei?" Suddenly, the topic changed abruptly. Elialu was stunned for a moment, but nodded quickly. Compared to Zaluka's panic, Elialu is obviously much calmer. On the contrary, Reina's tail had begun to swing restlessly. "Of course I like you, master. I liked him before, I like him now, and I will still like him the most in the future." Yuluna nodded and said, "If I become the mistress of Luiska territory, I will allow you to become Lin Wei's concubine." Elialu was stunned, but joy soon flashed in his eyes. Marriages among nobles have always been mixed with exchanges of interests, so Elialu didn't hate Lin Wei for having a wife. On the contrary, she had long been prepared for Lin Wei to have a wife. She was just afraid that after Lin Wei got a wife, he would gradually distance himself from her. In fact, she didn't want much at all. As long as she could stay with Lin Wei, it was enough. That's good. And Yuluna is undoubtedly the most popular candidate to become the hostess. Judging from Lin Wei's expression, he seems to like Yuluna quite a bit. "Thank you, Miss Yuluna." This time, Elialu did not call Yuluna Her Highness the Saint. Aluna looked at Reina again. "Are you the White Rose?" Reina blushed. She was obviously less eloquent than Elialu. "It's even worse than Zaluka." She nodded, responding to Yuluna's question. "If I become the mistress of Luiska territory in the future, you can also become Lin Wei's concubine. How about that?" Reina's tail began to swing in a huge arc, and it was obvious that she was very excited. They all understood that in the future Louis Cardinal would definitely have a hostess. With a hostess, the time allocated to them will definitely be less. But with the mistress's permission, she could become Lin Wei's concubine. Then they can appear beside Lin Wei openly. He even has a child with Lin Wei. The three girls completed the transaction in such a tacit understanding. After all, compared to an unknown person, Yuluna in front of him is obviously much more reliable. They couldn't guarantee that if someone else were to take their place, they would be as generous as the one in front of them in giving the concubine the status. Chapter 88 Conspiracy. Griffins seem to be more active in winter. After several months of feeding, the 8 griffins have grown to the size of calves. Their fur is shiny, their beaks are extremely sharp, and the claws on their limbs are becoming increasingly thick. Now that they have entered adolescence, these griffins will officially become adults by next winter. A fully grown griffin is about the size of an elephant and is a very intelligent bird of prey. Griffins have a long lifespan. If nothing unexpected happens, a griffin can live for more than 70 years, just like humans. But the growth cycle is extremely short. It only takes 2 years for a griffin to become a mature one and reproduce. But the prerequisite for reproduction is naturally that the griffins eat a lot at every meal, so that they will have the desire to reproduce. Lin Wei would occasionally ride on a griffin and enjoy the feeling of flying freely in the sky. Because he has a certain level of bravery, Lin Wei is no longer the frail noble lord. There is no need to worry about falling off the griffin. Riding a griffin through the clouds, Lin Wei enjoyed the rare feeling of the wind whistling past his ears. In the sky, you can also observe farther. Therefore, Lin Wei had a clear view of the rushing Rema River, and could even see the rich territory of the orcs looming at the end of the horizon in the distance. In addition to Lancer Fortress, which is close to Luiska's territory, the orcs are on the other side of the river. On the left is a mountain that rises high into the clouds. The top of this mountain is covered with ice and snow that never melts all year round, and the 90-degree super mountain barrier makes all non-flying creatures stay away. Lin Wei patted the griffin under him and signaled it to fly towards the mountain. After all, everyone is curious, and he has actually wanted to know what is on the other side of the mountain for a long time. There is a rumor in the tavern that the other side of the mountain is the territory of the orcs. Others say that a terrifying dragon lives on the mountain, guarding the treasures it has plundered from behind. Under Lin Wei's command, the griffin flew towards the mountains. After crossing this towering mountain, Lin Wei did not find any giant dragon living on the top of the mountain. Behind the mountains, there are winding mountains one after another. After descending a bit, Lin Wei found some tents that looked like yurts and a campfire. These small tribes are like stars, nestled in the mountains. Although it was a bit far away, Lin Wei could still see it clearly. These are all settlements of lizard men. Lin Wei also has more than 200 lizard men, so he has always had the idea of keeping this race, which is not very intelligent, in captivity. However, with such high mountains between them, it was obvious that Lin Wei had no way of sending the guards to conquer them. Not to mention shipbuilding, the Rima River is extremely turbulent. If they didn't have a supergiant ship or water rhinos like the orcs, they would not be able to cross the Rima River. I can only keep these things in mind secretly. When Lord Luiska becomes more powerful, this winding mountain range must belong to Lord Luiska. When he got off the griffin, Lin Wei still felt a little unsatisfied. But Yelena had come at some point and was looking at him with a reproachful look. Lin Wei, are you riding a griffin again? You're flying pretty high, aren't you? Look at the dew on your head. It's all frozen. As Yelena spoke, she reached out and gently brushed off the ice chips on Lin Wei's head. There was anger and worry in his eyes, but more of it was tenderness. This made Lin Wei feel a little embarrassed. Yelena has lived in Luiska for 2 months. Now that winter is halfway over and the ice and snow have melted, Yelena will probably go back. I'm used to Yelena's company, and I feel bad at the thought that she will leave after winter. He actually felt a little reluctant. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. In fact, Lin Wei probably didn't even realize it himself. He already had some affection for Yelena. Yelena held Lin Wei's hands in her own small hands again to warm Lin Wei's already cold hands. Yelena's body temperature warmed Lin Wei's hands. It seemed to warm his heart as well. Throughout the winter, Ziluk 13 and the dignitaries gathered around him were not in a good mood. Even though people in the Ruema forest can get some food by hunting in the winter, they still faced the dilemma of food shortage. Originally, they could rely on transporting food between royal cities for supplies, but now their retreat has been cut off by the ogres. Many of the Nolan's people who followed Ziluk 13 could not avoid going hungry. Even if they can survive this cold winter, I am afraid that countless Nolan's people will sleep forever in this winter. Damn it! Ziluk 13 was so angry that his face turned green. The ruler of a country, the king of Nolan's. He ended up like a stray dog. The nobles' expressions were not good either. A while ago, news came from Nolan's that countless nobles were hanged in the royal city of Nolan's. They knew without a doubt what would happen to their families if they stayed in the royal city of Nolan's and its territory. Most of them were the eldest sons of nobles. No one would be happy if they lost both their sons and their wives. Especially Duke Simon. He never dreamed that the only surviving child would be a girl. I wrote her a letter a few months ago, but she had no intention of paying any attention to him. He is old now, and his body has been drained by alcohol and sex in his early years, and he has long lost his fertility. So he had no choice but to make Elyulu the heir of the Simon family. If Elyulu and Lin Wei give birth to a child in the future, it can be regarded as inheriting the bloodline of the Simon family. But he never expected that Elyulu would rather stay with Lin Wei as a little maid than return to him and become the eldest daughter of the Duke's family. Although returning to Simon would most likely make her a political bargaining chip for Duke Simon. But a disobedient child obviously made this man who called himself a father very worried. We must gain Viscount Lin Wei's loyalty. Finally, Duke Simon spoke first. Ziluk 13, furious like a lion, took a deep breath. Duke Simon, do you have a way to make Viscount Lin Wei return to the royal family? Haven't you tried this before? Ziluk 13 sneered. It would be more accurate to say that he wanted Lin Wei to be loyal to the royal family, rather than to say that he wanted to borrow the power of the Holy See behind Lin Wei to help Nolans overcome the difficulties. Your Majesty, no matter what, Viscount Lin Wei is a noble of Norlands. We just need to send a message to Louis Kaling, spreading rumors that Lin Wei is not loyal to the royal family. I believe that the people of Luiska will soon make Lin Wei understand that only by being loyal to the royal family can they safely possess everything they have now. Many of the people of Nolans are mindlessly loyal to the royal family. This is the result of the imprint of thought. As far as they knew, Lin Wei had only been in possession of that piece of land for a short time. Even if the governance is good, there will definitely be many people who are biased towards the royal family. Ziluk 13 finally nodded. They had no other choice. If we continue like this, we will have no choice but to fight to the death. But it was a bit of a fantasy for them to capture Fort George since they didn't even have siege equipment. Chapter 89 Miss Yelena, will you be my wife? Norl has been helping Lin Wei govern Louisa County for some time. Thanks to his unremitting efforts, all the mines that had been contracted out by Luiska County were bought back. Although so far, he has not yet achieved his wish of becoming a commoner noble, but it's always moving in a good direction. Looking at the war-torn scene in Nolan's, he actually didn't have a good impression of Ziluk 13 in his heart. Such a foolish king brought the once most powerful Nolans to a low point, and even put the country at risk of being destroyed. Once Nolans falls, countless small nobles are likely to declare themselves kings. Don't be fooled by the recent emergence of a new group called the New Noble Alliance, which seems to be very successful. If anything really happens to Ziluk 13, they will definitely be the first to rebel. In his opinion, Lin Wei must be the one who wants to establish himself as king. Lin Wei was very capable, and even he, who had seen many outstanding lords and nobles, had to admit it. Although Lin Wei is not very good at fighting, he has extraordinary insights in discovering talents and developing territories. The reason why Luiskar's territory gradually developed from a poor barony to a powerful border barony is inseparable from Lin Wei's strategic vision. He just handles routine affairs and keeps the territory running. However, recently, there seem to be some discordant voices coming from the territory. Someone is spreading rumors that Lin Wei is not loyal to the royal family. Although there was war outside, the people still recognized their identity as the people of Nolans and had a sense of belonging to Nolans. After all, although Ziluk 13 is in a miserable state, he is not dead. What is certain is that the royal family must have taken some action. After all, Norrell knew that the master had the support of the Holy See. He ordered the guards to capture some troublemakers and break their hands and feet in public. And he shouted loudly in front of all the people, "If you don't trust Master Lin Wei, then Lord Louisa can open the city gate for you. But don't forget that the reason you can have such a prosperous life now is all thanks to the Master's wisdom and long-term vision. You, and you, what good food could you eat before besides black bread? It was the Master who gave you bran and wheat cakes to eat. You go and pledge your loyalty to His Majesty and go to the prairie and the forest to bring His Majesty back. I have no objection. If any of you want to leave, I will never stop you." Nolar's thundering action made all the people in the territory dare not speak out. After all, Ziluk 13 couldn't take their lives now. But Norrell can. Lin Wei did make their lives better. So this rumor was quickly suppressed. On Lin Wei's side, the rumors about the royal family did not spread at all. Even those who were sent to spread rumors were directly caught by the people and taken to Lin Wei's manor. Under Ankro's interrogation, these people quickly confessed their origins. In New Louis Cardinal, Lin Wei's reputation is at its peak. They saw with their own eyes how Lin Wei led the guards to resist the orc army and ensure their safety. The people of the territory love Lin Wei from the bottom of their hearts, so these people appear in front of Lin Wei in such a somewhat funny way. What if their benevolent lord declares himself king? The people in the area don't care at all. It's late at night. Seeing that winter was about to end, Lin Wei looked at the moonlight outside the window, and for some unknown reason, a sense of melancholy arose in his heart. Yelena has always been by his side in the past few months. She even cooks for Lin Wei herself. It has to be said that Yelena not only has a super high talent in learning healing skills. Even when it comes to cuisine, he has a strong talent. After studying for just over a month, he has already gotten a good grasp of Lin Wei's appetite. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Elyulu and Lena seemed to like Yelena very much. You can always see them together, and they seem to have a good relationship. And when Yelena came to see him, these two always seemed to be busy with other things. Just as Lin Wei was lost in thought, a sound of slow footsteps came from the aisle. Lin Wei could tell that it was the sound of Yelena walking. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Lin Wei, are you asleep?" Lin Wei walked to the door and took the initiative to open it for Yelena. Yelena was wearing a thin, tight-fitting pajamas, and her beautiful figure was faintly visible. She held a pair of freshly knitted blue gloves in her hands and handed them to Lin Wei as if showing off a treasure. "This is a new one I knitted. It might not look good. I hope you like it, Lin Wei. Winter is only a month away, and it seems the gloves won't be useful for much longer. But a girl's feelings will never be too late." Lin Wei put on the gloves, which seemed to still have Yelena's body temperature. He felt a little touched. "Thank you, Miss Yelena. I love so much." Hearing that Lin Wei liked it very much, Yelena's eyes curved into crescents. Although he had always secretly used magic to influence Lin Wei before, but in the past few months living in Lin Wei's territory, she has never used magic again. Lin Wei's words at this moment were naturally sincere. "I'm a little thirsty. Could you please let me go to your room for a glass of water?" Lin Wei subconsciously turned sideways and let Yelena enter his dormitory. At this moment, he had no idea that he had fallen into the girl's trap. Yelena poured herself a glass of water, not minding at all that she was using the cup that Lin Wei usually used. She came to Lin Wei's window and looked out at the quiet night outside the manor. The chirping of insects is particularly clear in the night. A strange throbbing surged into Lin Wei's heart. He suddenly had the idea of spending his life with the girl in front of him. The girl suddenly turned around, her eyes hazy with the emotion of liking and surging love. Lin Wei, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight, isn't it? Lin Wei came to Yeluna. Yes, the night is so beautiful tonight. There was silence for a moment. Lin Wei looked at the quiet girl. The girl's gaze fell on Lin Wei's face, and the two of them just stared at each other calmly. Ms. Yeluna, do you still mean what you said before? Yeluna's heartbeat quickened and the corners of her mouth curled up. What? I don't remember. Even though she usually appears to be at a high level, she is actually still a girl who has never been in a relationship. Faced with the sudden atmosphere, her eyes were more of helplessness. Lin Wei walked to the cabinet beside the bed and took out a sparkling ring. This was the only thought his mother left him. He had been keeping it, and it finally came in handy today. He knelt on one knee and kissed the back of Yeluna's hand. Miss Yeluna, will you be my wife? Chapter 90 Engagement. I do. There was sparkle in Yeluna's eyes. Although he usually appears mature and generous, he is also quite scheming. But when her beloved boy proposed to her, she turned back into an ordinary girl. Lin Wei carefully put the ring on Yeluna's left hand, and it felt like a heavy stone suddenly fell from his heart, and the fallen leaves found their home. The girl in front of him smiled like a flower, and her shallow dimples seemed to make Lin Wei drunk. Their eyes met, filled with endless love. The night was perfect, with shooting stars streaking across the window. The two blood moons seemed to overlap, and the moonlight fell quietly on the windowsill. It was quiet outside the window, but there was the sound of insects chirping. In the early morning, Yeluna gently tidied Lin Wei's clothes, with gentleness in her eyes. Some people say that when a boy becomes a man, it is actually a change in the responsibility in his heart. A man is one who is willing to take responsibility and can commit to his future partner's life. Lin Wei deeply agreed. At least after traveling through so many years, he felt a sense of belonging to this world for the first time. While Yeluna was dressing him, Lin Wei held her tender little hand. From now on, you will be the mistress of Luiska territory. The sweet words caused the girl to grumble. When will our relationship be announced? Anytime, Lin Wei said without any thought. Yeluna stretched out a finger and gently tapped Lin Wei's forehead. I'll tell the bishops of the Holy See when I get back to announce our engagement. Once the news of Lin Wei and Yeluna's engagement gets out, it will confirm the rumors that have been circulating for a while. Although countless young talents are trying their best to win the favor of the saint. But Lin Wei secretly got it. If they knew this, Lin Wei would probably be put on the list of people to be killed. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be many people who will cause trouble for Lin Wei for a long time in the future. Good. Lin Wei responded softly. He carefully polished the ring on Yeluna's hand and gently placed it against his face. The engagement of a saint is no small matter. Being engaged to the saint, Lin Wei was completely stamped with the mark of the Holy See. Anyone who wants to cause trouble for Lin Wei in the future must consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the saint. And if Lin Wei and Yeluna have a daughter in the future, she will directly become the new saint. After all, the saint is passed down from generation to generation in this way. But having the protection of the Holy See does not mean that Lin Wei can really do whatever he wants. The Holy See is to maintain absolute neutrality. They are able to establish churches in various countries because of their reputation built over the years. This means that as the husband of the saint, he will not be able to invade other countries at will. The two Lewis card lords will become the focus of attention of the white armor guards and priests, and will definitely develop rapidly in the future. There are pros and cons to this matter. The disadvantage is that Lin Wei can no longer invade others. The good news is that no one dares to touch Lin Wei. Of course, if he is really strong enough, Lin Wei can push out a white glove to do everything for him. It's enough as long as the person in the open is not Lin Wei. One day in the future, when Lin Wei becomes more powerful than the Holy See, he will no longer have to care about anyone's opinion. Lin Wei feels like he is in spring breeze today. Elialu and Lina could both clearly feel that something had changed about Lin Wei. In fact, they probably understood what happened last night. But this was already agreed upon with Yeluna, so they didn't feel unhappy. They were even looking forward to it, that after Yeluna gave birth to her first child and Lin Wei had an heir, it would be their turn. Housekeeper. Looking at the servants and maids busy in the manor, Lin Wei waved to the housekeeper. Master, what do you want? Everyone will be given a silver coin today and have half a day off. And the soldiers, too. The housekeeper's face lit up with joy. This is really good news. After he passed the message on, the manor was filled with cheers from the maids and praise for Lin Wei. When the news reached the training ground, There was a burst of cheers. More than 20,000 silver coins are only more than 2,000 gold coins. Lin Wei is not short of money now, so these are naturally nothing to him. A little favor can make them feel the same joy as Lin Wei. Lin Wei thought it was quite a good deal. Winter passed quickly. During this period, Yelena often attacked Lin Wei at night. When they parted, everyone could see that the relationship between them was already extraordinary. However, everyone was very tactful and did not dwell too much on this issue. When you get back, write to me if you miss me. The Vatican's charity and lectures to be held in the spring of Yelena. Only after summer will I gradually have free time. She hugged Lin Wei gently and whispered in Lin Wei's ear, "If you miss me, you can also write to me." The girl's voice echoed in Lin Wei's ears, and he reached out and touched Yelena's hair. "Be careful on the road." After a brief moment of tenderness, Lin Wei finally sent Yelena away. I believe that after she returns, the news of their engagement will spread. It wasn't until the carriage disappeared from Lin Wei's sight that he finally came to his senses. I don't know why, but I feel a little empty inside. When the news of the engagement between Saint Yelena Casa and Lin Wei Louisa was announced, the people were excited. Countless young men who fell in love with Yelena were heartbroken. They never dreamed that the saint, who was only 19 years old and still in her prime, suddenly had an engagement. He was still a nobleman from a ruined country, and even just the title of Viscount. Many nobles from Rema and Yade are eager to challenge Lin Wei. They hope to express themselves in this way, prove that he is better than Lin Wei in order to win the favor of the saint. It's a pity if they knew that it was actually the saint who was paying for it. I wonder what they will think. There has been a rare period of peace in the Magic Academy recently. Alia picked up the black tea in her hand and took a sip. Naturally, she also heard the news of Lin Wei's engagement. She was a little surprised at first, and then felt a little regretful. Didn't this stupid student of mine go to Lewis Card to get it? Why did someone else get it first? This left her puzzled. Fortunately, Zaluka has been studying magic in the library these 2 days and is not aware of Lin Wei's engagement news yet. If the little cat girl knew about this, she would probably cry and make a fuss, right? In Alia's understanding, the little cat girl could have become Lin Wei's legal wife. Now that's good. Can I just be a concubine? As for the possibility of the cat girl falling in love with someone else, she had never considered it. After all, she could see Zaluka's feelings for Lin Wei. Chapter 91 Suddenly. Damn it! Damn it! The enraged Ziluk 13 overturned the teacup on the table to the ground. Black tea and debris splashed everywhere, and the nobles didn't dare to say a word. They thought that their above-board conspiracy would make Lin Wei surrender, but they didn't expect that Lin Wei's control over the territory would exceed their expectations. They were all starving this winter. Even Ziluk 13 had no meat to eat. I could only barely eat some white bread to fill my stomach. About 40,000 people from Nolan's died of cold this winter. Hundreds of royal guards are buried forever in foreign lands. Because many people do not have enough to eat, many people are quite resentful of these top nobles of Nolan's. If this continues, Ziluk and his men will be completely trapped, especially when the news of Lin Wei and the saint's engagement reached the ears of Ziluk 13. The anger that had been pinned up in my heart had finally reached its peak. If he hadn't had any thoughts about Lin Wei's dragon lady, would Lin Wei still be willing to be loyal to the royal family? Unfortunately, his little trick that cannot be made public cannot be made public. He was even worried that Lin Wei would tell Saint Yelena about this. Whether they will face the unilateral judgment of the human church. He took a deep breath and slowly sat back on the throne. Now that things have come to this, we can only speed up the process of land reclamation during the spring and build the new royal city as soon as possible. The good news is that the land is still relatively rich, as long as the people of Nolan's work day and night. This winter, no one will starve to death, if nothing unexpected happens. In fact, Duke Simon was also in a bad mood. When she thought about how all her children had died and only her daughter was left with someone else as a maid, she was unwilling to return to him. He felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. As a nobleman, he lost his territory and people, which is a disqualification. As a father, he drove away Elialu's mother, and Elialu who was still in her belly just for the sake of face. He was an utter failure. He slumped in his chair. He is a duke, but he seems to have nothing. Ainvril has been in the Magic Academy for some time. Although Alia did not agree to her request to become a student, she also turned a blind eye to Ainvril's studies at the Magic Academy. After all, Ainwil is a high-level magician no matter what. The door of the Magic Academy is open to all magicians who are eager to learn. Naturally, I would not turn Ainwil away. Therefore, Ainwil, who had no way to study, had a much better relationship with Zaluka. The two of them talked about everything and soon became best friends. In Zaluka's heart, apart from Lin Wei, teacher Alia, and Shiona and Lewis Kaling, she is relatively important. Einweir often told Zaluka about the customs of Rema and the customs and habits of Rema nobles, and the little cat girl always listened with great interest. And when Einwil encounters problems with magic, she always asks Silka. Zaluka also knew everything. Because Zaluka is very talented and proficient in many magical attributes, she can teach Einwil all the ones she is good at. Today, Einwil encountered another magical problem. She found Zaluka as usual. Zaluka had just put down the magic book in his hand and was about to go to lunch. Why are you here? Zaluka was actually quite happy to see Einwil. Zaluka, are you going to have lunch? Zaluka nodded. She held Ainvril's arm affectionately and put down the book in her hand. Come on, let's go together. Ainvril didn't refuse because she didn't have lunch either. In addition to asking Zaluka about magic, he also wanted to invite her to have lunch together. The two pretty girls walking side by side were obviously very pleasing to the eye, attracting the attention of many male magic students. Until we arrived at the public cafeteria, which is where the students eat together. Apart from having dinner with teacher Alia, this is the place Zaluka visits most often. The two of them sat down with their meals, and Zaluka picked up a piece of meat and put it into Ainweir's bowl. Look at you, you're so skinny. You should eat more meat. The cat girl Zaluka is a carnivore and can hardly live without meat. But Einwil is different. This royal girl is quite strict about her diet. The daily intake of meat is pitifully small. However, facing Zaluka's enthusiasm, she would not refuse. Firstly, I do have a good impression of this cute cat girl and treat her as a friend. Secondly, even if I can't become Alia's fourth student, it would be great if I could establish a good relationship with her third student. This is beneficial to the future development of Ruema. After all, who wouldn't want the friendship of a magician, a future grand magician? Thank you, Silka. After eating the meat, Ainwil's cheeks bulged. The girl's cuteness made Zaluka couldn't help but chuckle. Ainwil is always like this. Although she is a princess, she does not have the airs of a princess. Just when the two of them were in a harmonious atmosphere, the voices of several students talking next door came clearly to their ears. Have you heard? The Holy Lady of the Holy See is engaged to a nobleman from Nolans. Of course, this is the most explosive news recently. Nolans is in such a state, and the saint can still fall in love with Nolans's nobles. Do you think the situation in Nolan's battle will change because of this? That's impossible. The Holy See has always maintained a neutral attitude towards wars between these countries. Do you know the name of that noble from Nolans? I'm really curious about what kind of outstanding nobleman could win the heart of the saint. If marriages between nobles can be mixed with exchanges of interests. The engagement between Saint Yeluna and the unknown nobleman of Nolans was more like the love story they had longed for in their youth. Yeluna is the holy maiden of the church. She is everything she needs. She can even be called one of the best girls on this continent. My last name seems to be Luca? One of the students had a thoughtful expression on his face, convinced that he was not mistaken. Because the surname Luca caused a lot of controversy some time ago. Although he was treated coldly by Zluk 13, the legend of this legendary Viscount still remained. Are you talking about Luiska Linway? The legendary Viscount who made all the noise a while ago, the one who captured the Rema royal family alive. Yes, it's him. Bang. Zaluka's spoon fell to the ground. At this moment, she thought there was something wrong with her ears. Chapter 92 Sister, you won't blame your younger sister, right? The bishops could clearly feel that Saint Yelena was in a very good mood recently. After being brought back from Luca, the girl's cuteness was gone from her brows. A touch of feminine charm. She hummed softly and prepared to go to the next church to give alms. At this moment, a white armored guard quickly came up to Yelena, clasped his fists and said respectfully, Your Highness, someone is looking for you. Yelena frowned in confusion. Who is it? It's a lady named Zaluka. She's a student of Grand Mage Alia. Oh, well, the day that was supposed to come has finally arrived. She actually guessed that the cat girl would come to find her. Take me to her. Yes. Zaluka was sitting in the reception room inside the church. She was wearing a large gray wizard robe today, with a cat's tail sticking out from the end of the robe, swinging from side to side. It can be seen that the little cat girl's mood is not very stable today. Although her facial expression was calm, Yelena could see that there was a storm brewing in her eyes. Sister Zaluka, why are you here? Yelena looked at Zaluka with a surprised expression, and the joy in her eyes was about to burst out. She gently held Zaluka's hands. Zaluka was a little confused for a moment. She subconsciously forgot what she wanted to do and said foolishly, Ah, Yelena, long time no see. After responding, she realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, Yelena interrupted him. Sister Zaluka, how come you have time to come and see your sister today? Do you know that I miss you? Sister is so nice to me. Faced with Yelena's offensive, Zaluka decided to stick to his beliefs. Be sure to ask clearly. Why after a winter, Yelena suddenly became Lin Wei's fiancée? Yelena, Sister Zaluka, try this first. This black plum is delicious and can also increase your magic power in small amounts. Yelena picked up the fruit on the table and placed it in front of Zaluka. After hearing that it could increase magic power, Zaluka still took a few bites. Sister Zaluka, is it delicious? Tasty? No. I want to say. Yelena showed a happy expression and asked again. Sister Zaluka, when will you marry Lin Wei? Then we can be together forever. How about Sister Zaluka also get engaged to Lin Wei? Before Zaluka could refute, Yelena's series of attacks shocked her. Oh, engaged to the master? Really? If I could marry Lin Wei together with Yelena, it doesn't seem unacceptable. Of course, Sister Zaluka, I love you very much and want to be with you and Lin Wei forever. Yelena's words were like the devil's whisper, and Zaluka was suddenly fooled and couldn't tell east from west. Zaluka was not greedy. She did not want to monopolize Lin Wei. And she didn't hate Yelena. So it doesn't matter. As for the concept of the legal wife, the little cat girl had never thought about it at all. Her tail began to wag briskly, and her mood brightened again. Looking at the girl's ears moving in front of her, Yelena understood that her goal had been achieved. Sister Zaluka, you must become a great magician as soon as possible. Once you become a grand mage, you can stay with Lin Wei forever and never have to leave. Faced with Yelena's old tricks, Zaluka just thought what she said made sense. She really had to become a great magician in order to stay by Lin Wei's side. Although magic is good, she wants to be with Lin Wei more. It would be best if after becoming a great magician, I could bring my teacher Alia to Luca. In this way, the people most important to her will stay by her side. But since Sister Zaluka is here, why don't you come with me to give alms? Faced with Yelena's coquettish tone, Zaluka suddenly felt that he had no resistance at all. Well, okay then. Oh, poor cat lady. I didn't see the smile on my good sister's lips. The winter snow melted, and Wolfuri set out on a journey to a foreign country with the cream brought by Louis Cardinal. This winter, Wolfuri married a wife. He is a citizen of Luisca County. He, who had originally become a refugee, finally found meaning in his life. With the gold coins given by Lin Wei, he hired craftsmen to build a sturdy and fairly beautiful house. Finally, we don't have to live in the area allocated to refugees in Luisca County. Although no matter where you are, it is actually very safe. There was no harassment from orcs either. But it still feels different to live in Luisca territory. Will, be careful on the road. Wolfuri's wife was a young girl with a very Norland-like appearance, and her hair was braided golden, soft and fluffy. He hugged his wife gently. When he returns from Yade this time, he plans to buy some gifts for his wife. Although he and Lin Wei worked very hard to sow seeds this winter. But whether or not she can have her own children remains an unknown. The new city walls of Luisca are wider and stronger than the old ones. The bed crossbow is already under construction, and the strike range of the bed crossbow built at this location can cover the Ruema River. This means that if the orcs have any ideas about Lin Wei's new city wall, they will face saturation firepower attacks. If he didn't go through here and took a long detour, it would give Lin Wei enough time to react. In addition, there are many tall and sturdy arrow towers built. Once archers or magicians occupy the commanding heights, it will cause a devastating blow. Lin Wei watched from the city wall for a while and nodded with satisfaction. Standing on the city wall, you can hear the sound of the rushing Rema River. This newly established territory has already grown to a considerable size. However, because there were so many refugees, it seemed unusually crowded. This made Lin Wei think about going to the next mountain range. There are many lizardman tribes there, and the land is quite fertile. If it can be incorporated into his territory, his influence will be further enhanced in the future. Just wanting to cross the Rema River would be difficult without a talented shipbuilder. We can't let the griffin carry people over one by one. There are only 8 griffins, so that might be too slow. But it's still a good idea. Looking at the many new Luisca people who were farming, Lin Wei suddenly had an idea. With so many people, it shouldn't be difficult to find a few craftsmen who can build ships, right? If it really doesn't work, he will write a letter to tell his fiancée. Anyway, the rich sister can always help him settle everything. He's used to it. As a man, it's not shameful to ask your wife for help. Anyway, all his things in the future will belong to his and Yelena's children. Chapter 93, Pioneering. Jarvan. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 70. Loyalty, 80. Special talent, Construction Mastery. Rating, A. Galen. Bravery, 60. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 80. Special talent, Construction Mastery. Rating, A. The two brothers in front of him were looking at Lin Wei with respect. Although they didn't know why Lin Wei suddenly found them, If any one of them was needed to join Lin Wei's guards, they would definitely do it without hesitation. It was because Lin Wei took in their family that their elderly father and mother were able to survive the war. If their parents were not still alive and had sacrificed their lives for Lin Wei, they would not have thought it was a big deal. After all, if it weren't for Lin Wei, they would have starved to death long ago. As a simple Norlans, they respected the Lord very much. Are you willing to do something for me? After a while, Lin Wei slowly spoke. The loyalty of these two brothers is quite high. For him, it is already possible to be employed. There is no need to use any tricks like we did against Wolf Fury. From Ankro's mouth, he finally understood the truth about why the two brothers were so loyal to him. Garen and Jarvan exchanged a glance, and it was Jarvan, the elder brother, who took the initiative to speak. If the master needs us two brothers to join the guards, we will do it without hesitation. But my mother and father are already old. Can I, as the older brother, join first? After my parents have enjoyed their retirement, I can also serve the master. Lin Wei chuckled and waved his hand. I didn't ask you to join my guards. Seeing the two of them looking puzzled, Lin Wei asked again, can you build a ship? Shipbuilding? Do you mean canoes or large sailing ships, sir? Lin Wei nodded. I need you to build a boat that can sail on the Rema River. Can you do it? Jarvan looked embarrassed and said, My lord, we have no experience in building large ships, let alone ships that can sail on the Rema River. The Rema River is notoriously turbulent, and it is not easy to build such a boat. Although the two brothers had worked in a shipyard for a period of time before, they had no experience in building large ships. Lin Wei just patted his shoulder. I believe in your abilities. No matter what kind of support you need, just tell Ankro directly. I'll have him arrange everything you need. Whether I succeed or not, I won't blame you. After receiving Lin Wei's instructions, the two brothers became more energetic. After all, as long as you are a man, who doesn't yearn to conquer the surging rivers and the sea? The source of this surging Rema River is in the Rema Kingdom, and it runs from the northern continent to the vast ocean of the western continent, stretching over 10,000 miles. That is the territory of the aquatic creatures. We two brothers will definitely not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Lin Wei had the idea of building a ship, which naturally meant that he had to have a dock first. It would definitely not be enough for the two brothers alone. More people were needed to help build the dock frame on the shore. Fortunately, Jarvan and Garen are both experts in construction, and even building a dock on the banks of the turbulent Rema River is not a problem for them. However, even if they worked at the fastest speed, with enough manpower and gold coins, it would still take several years to build the ship. After all, this is a big project. While the two brothers Jarvan and Garen were busy, Lin Wei was not idle either. The dock must be built, but it will take too long to complete. Moreover, the shipyard is only used to ensure that Lin Wei's army has the ability to fight on the sea and river, and is not just used for transportation. With boats, they could even reach Ruema by river, which would make business more efficient and more profitable. Therefore, Lin Wei prepared to use some more stupid methods. He planned to use griffins to send a group of guards to the opposite side first. The distance is not far, and the griffin is very fast, so it takes less than 10 minutes to go back and forth. In just one day, the griffin sent over 800 fully armed guards. There were no lizardmen's tents or wooden houses near the mountain. You have to go quite a distance deep inside to meet them. Since he wanted to conquer these lizard men, Lin Wei had to send at least 10,000 guards over. Anyway, with the existence of the Holy See, he doesn't have to worry about the safety of the territory. If the beastmen wanted to live a few more days of good life, they would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him. The weather on this side of the mountain is much colder, as if this extremely high mountain blocks the wind on this side. So the average temperature in Luiska is at least 10 degrees higher than on this side of the mountain. The weather was cold and damp, and the fertile mountain jungles were densely packed with mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. Judging from the frequency with which birds are startled, there are probably quite a few ferocious beasts here. In fact, Lin Wei was a little worried that their coming here so blatantly would attract the attention of the lizard people. However, this place is far away from the nearest lizard tribe. In addition, the IQ of the lizard tribe is generally not very high, so Lin Wei felt a lot more relieved. Even if they really came over, they would not be able to defeat the fully armed guards. Those lizard men are not regular troops. Most of them are just scattered settlements. Lin Wei even suspected that this place was not under the jurisdiction of the beast tribe, because it belonged to the northern continent and was separated by a large mountain range that was as high as the clouds. There is also the protection of the Rema River. Is it possible that he was the first person to discover this new world? After all, he is the only one who owns a griffin and happens to be here, and has the conditions. The orcs don't like to cultivate the land, they prefer to plunder directly. The lizard tribe here is hidden in the lush mountains. If you don't see it while riding a griffin, you can't see any clues from the outside. What's more, there is the Ruema River in between. Despite the rather harsh environment. But the soldiers didn't complain. Most of them were elite soldiers who had survived the previous battle with Lin Wei, and their bravery values were much higher than those of the new soldiers. Naturally, the combat experience is also richer. After a busy day, they cleared a piece of land near their destination. Sleeping in the wild is quite dangerous as you have to be on guard against attacks from wild animals. However, a fire can be a good warning to the wild beasts. The soldiers brought some simple tents with them and spent a somewhat difficult night here. There were constant roars of wild beasts at night, and some of the roars were even quite loud. They have reason to suspect that there are tigers besides cheetahs. There might be even larger beasts in there. Maybe there were saber-toothed tigers and giant pythons. Chapter 94, New Wer Beast. In fact, according to common sense, Lin Wei cannot invade others at will, to avoid affecting the reputation of the Holy See. But this was also an attempt by Lin Wei, because the lizard men were a sub-race with lower intelligence among the beast men. Except for some smarter lizard men, most of the lizard men are autonomous. Because the lizard men are too stupid, more than 2/3 of them are not recognized by the orcs. The continent is vast, although Adrema and Nolans occupy about a quarter of the explored land. But an extremely steep and huge mountain range spans the border of the three countries. No one knows what lies beyond the mountains. It is named the Northern Continent just based on its geographical location. The beastmen of the Southern Continent, the sea tribes of the Western Continent, and the elves of the Eastern Continent also seem to be blocked by such huge mountains. Although this land is vast, people are also curious about the world beyond the mountains. It's a pity that even griffins, subdragons, or dragons can't. There is no way to fly over this mountain range. There is a strange force that suppresses those creatures that can fly. After flying to a certain height, even the frost dragon cannot resist the sudden cold, and this absolute cold will freeze their wings. Then it fell from a height of 10,000 meters. It's like a cage, imprisoning thousands of races on this land. The New World definitely exists. Because even if we cannot get out of the mountains, there are still many unexplored lands in the existing continents. Lin Wei's behavior is called pioneering. It is legal and reasonable. If he could explore a civilized country, Lin Wei could invade it without the other party knowing about the Holy See. In fact, even if he knew, Lin Wei could just pretend not to know. When they report it to the Vatican, Lin Wei will pretend to be enlightened and stop looting. And he naturally would not give up the land that had already been occupied. After all, this was the new territory he had worked so hard to open up. Is there any reason to return it? Unless you can defeat the Vatican. Otherwise, don't blame Lin Wei for labeling you a heretic and starting a purge. Lin Wei sent 10,000 guards to this side of the mountains. After a period of reclamation, a large area of land has been cleared here and some wooden houses have been built. The nearest lizard tribe is more than 100 miles away. So far, the lizard men have not discovered that Lin Wei and his team have invaded their territory. Lin Wei was not in a hurry to alert the enemy. Instead, it took some time to send nearly 10,000 people over. These subjects all migrated from Luiska territory voluntarily, because Lin Wei promised that the newly migrated subjects would have the right to use the new land. After learning that they were only separated from Luiska territory by a mountain range, the residents readily agreed. Because the dock has taken shape, once the large ships are built, they will be able to travel between the two territories by ship. There is no need to rely on griffins, which is a troublesome and luxurious means of transportation. God knows how the poor griffin managed to transport more than 20,000 people across the mountains to this side under Lin Wei's oppression. However, because of the good food, these griffins are still very obedient. Lin Wei didn't dare to overwork the griffins, so he decided to leave it like this for the time being. Let's send 20,000 people here to test the waters first. After all, the situation here has not been fully explored. There are many tribes of lizard men, but there seem to be some other races as well. On a sunny afternoon, the guards brought Lin Wei a piece of news that was not sure whether it was good or bad. These soldiers who were pioneering on the front line had captured many ferocious beasts and many creatures that Lin Wei had never seen before. Master, we caught a giant birdman. Birdman? Flying beastmen? Lin Wei was a little surprised. Among the known species of orcs, no intelligent orcs that can fly have been discovered. Unexpectedly, he discovered flying beasts in this unknown land, which was somewhat beyond Lin Wei's expectations. This also means that this is a new continent. Take me to see it. Yes, sir. Under the guidance of the guards, Lin Wei finally saw the creature called Birdman. This creature has a human body, bird wings, and oversized, sharp claws. Judging from its physical characteristics, This should be a female. She was wrapped in unsightly strips of cloth, covering her vital parts. It can be seen that the level of civilization of this kind of bird beastman should not be high. In fact, this is normal because they do not have hands like humans, but only bird wings. They are not the kind of race that has wings and arms. A subhuman with obvious beastman characteristics. However, there were hideous bloodstains on the wings of this birdman, and there was a terrible hole that was bleeding continuously. The arrow pierced her wings, and the birdman's face turned pale. Even though he was locked in a cage, he was still wary of Lin Wei. She curled up in the corner like a wounded bird. Timmy. Bravery, 30. Strategy, 30. Loyalty, 0. Special talents, Flight, Nightmare, Transfiguration. Rating, A. Timmy's bravery and strategy are not very high. Compared with Lin Wei's guards whose average value is over 50, 30 is obviously very low. However, the evaluation is A. This was far beyond Lin Wei's expectations. This means that among her special talents, there is a talent that can greatly affect the evaluation. Lin Wei was very concerned about the special talent of Nightmare Transformation. He had to transport this birdman back to Louis Card and observe him for a few days. Where did you catch her? In response to Lin Wei's question, the leading guard immediately replied, the brothers saw her flying in the sky while they were clearing the forest. At first we thought it was a big bird and planned to shoot it for a snack. But when I shot her, I found out it was an orc. Lin Wei nodded and asked, there may be more demi-humans like this nearby, so be careful. Report to me anytime if there is any situation. Yes. Reinforce this cage. I'll have the Griffins transport her back to Yika County later. Yes, sir. The leading guard respectfully performed a knight's salute to Lin Wei. Regardless, this is a good gain. In order to avoid danger, Lin Wei also asked them to reinforce the cage. Soon, the caged orc was transported back to Luiska territory and placed in Lin Wei's manor. Along the way, the birdman stared closely at the griffin trained by Lin Wei. She opened her mouth and seemed to be communicating something weakly with the griffin. Unfortunately, Lin Wei listened for a long time, but still didn't understand what she meant. Chapter 95 Vastaya Tribe. A priest was invited by Lin Wei to heal the birdman. When the pastor lady saw this birdman she had never seen before, her eyes widened. But he still released the healing spell very quickly. Under the priest's treatment, the bird lady's wings quickly scabbed and healed. It's a pity that the bird's feathers cannot grow back where the arrow pierced them. The pink wings are quite cute. Lin Wei paid with gold coins, but the pastor lady refused to accept them no matter what. She bowed to Lin Wei and said, your fiancé is our saint. It's an honor to work for you. Please don't mention the gold coins anymore. Lin Wei felt a little helpless, but he didn't insist on giving the other party gold coins. Look at her respectful look and the fanaticism in her eyes. Lin Wei felt that he didn't seem to know his fiancée very well. After asking the housekeeper to send the pastor away, Lin Wei called Enxiona over. Enxiona has a skill called animal taming, which may allow her to communicate with this new race. In order to avoid danger, Lin Wei also called the little dragon girl Lena. With Lena's fighting power, there is no need to worry about Timmy in the cage suddenly attacking and hurting people. Master, are you looking for me? Enxiona seems to have grown taller recently. Her height used to only reach Lin Wei's shoulders, but now it reaches his chin. Lin Wei nodded and pointed at the birdman in the cage. Enxiona, can you communicate with her? Enxiona's cat tail swayed gently, and she walked cautiously to the edge of the cage. Timmy in the cage was looking at her with vigilant eyes. Hello. Enxiona's words only resulted in Timmy flapping his wings intimidatingly, and it was obvious that there was no way to continue communicating. Soon, Enxiona shook her head. Lin Wei also sighed, even though Enxiona had the skills to tame animals. But it was obvious that the other party was not an animal. Just when Lin Wei was at a loss, Reina beside him said, Master, let Sally come. She understands the languages of many races. Maybe I can communicate with this orc lady. Lena's suggestion made Lin Wei's eyes light up. He had forgotten that in addition to her superb ability in handling government affairs, the little Lolita Sallies also had the skill of mastering ancient languages. When the elf Loli Sallies was called over, she looked like she was still half asleep. It can be seen that her sleep quality has been really poor recently, because handling the affairs of a territory is quite tedious. Although Lin Wei would occasionally help out with some matters, most of the government affairs were left to Sally's. She was still a little confused when she walked up to Reina and bumped into Reina's arms. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Sister Reina. Although she was sleepy, Sally still lifted her skirt and greeted him properly. This actually made Lin Wei feel a little guilty, and he began to wonder if he should give the little Loli a break. However, once she is given a vacation, the tedious affairs of the territory will fall on his head again. So Lin Wei quickly gave up this idea. Sally's, are you fluent in many languages? Sally nodded. Yes, master. Lin Wei pointed at Timmy, who was trapped in the cage. Go and try. Can you communicate with the other party? Only then did Sally look at the cage beside her, and there was a bird-like beast man inside. Her originally lifeless eyes suddenly widened. Lin Wei didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that a hair seemed to stand up on the lowly's head and was shaking gently. Is this from the Vastaya tribe? I thought they were extinct long ago. Sally recognized Timmy's background at a glance, and Lin Wei felt relieved. Sally came to the cage and said a few words to Timmy in the cage. Timmy, who was originally cautious, suddenly became alert after hearing that the other party could speak Vastaya. After a while of communication that Lin Wei couldn't understand, Sally came to Lin Wei. Master, this is a lady from the Vastaya tribe. Her name is Timmy. Lin Wei knew the name Timmy through the panel. She said she ran away from home, but unexpectedly encountered humans, whose traces had long been extinct, and was shot. If we don't release her quickly, her father, the chief of the tribe, will soon mobilize the entire tribe to look for her. According to Miss Timmy, their tribe has over 10,000 elite Vastaya warriors, who can also transform into nightmare warriors who are not afraid of pain. As Sally spoke, she explained to Lin Wei in the continent's common language. According to the records in ancient books, these Vastaya can indeed transform into nightmare warriors. Because after transforming into nightmares, they no longer fear pain, and their combat effectiveness is greatly enhanced. Once, a warrior from the Vastaya tribe even killed a giant dragon. However, these are all recorded in books. Whether they are credible or not remains to be verified. After hearing this, Lin Wei touched the little Lolita's head, and Sally closed her eyes comfortably. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Sally shook her head. She could have her current stable life, thanks to Lin Wei. She felt very satisfied to be able to contribute her own strength to Lin Wei. Master, I will go back first. Sally bowed to Lin Wei and left after receiving Lin Wei's response. After Sally left, Lin Wei looked at Timmy in the cage and frowned. Unexpectedly, the person captured by the soldiers was actually the daughter of the Vastaya chief. Timmy's appearance obviously does not conform to the human aesthetic, because she has many bird feathers on her face and no arms, only wings. There are no jade feet, only claws. Now it is Lin Wei who is having a headache. If it is true as the girl in front of him said, that there are more than 10,000 Vastaya warriors, then it will undoubtedly be a huge threat to Lin Wei's development. As for letting the girl go back, Lin Wei had never even considered it. Not to mention that letting her go back would expose his existence. If she brought Vastaya's people to the door, Lin Wei would be in trouble. Secondly, if a fight really breaks out, the girl in front of him will obviously be a good bargaining chip. At least for Lin Wei, this is a good bargaining chip. Judging from the panel, this girl can also transform into a nightmare warrior. But why didn't she transform into a nightmare warrior even after being shot and even captured alive? In any case, Lin Wei decided to transport a batch of bows and arrows first. At least it ensures that when the Vastaya come, they will have the means to fight back. For these flying races, the lethality of bows and arrows is very high when they are not covered by armor. After 2 days, we will go to the mountains to investigate and see if we can find the exact location of this tribe. Chapter 96: The Fallen God. Another month passed after Timmy was captured. There has been no news from the Vastaya tribe on the other side of the mountains this month. Almost every guard who pioneered here was equipped with a longbow and a quiver filled with a large number of arrows. If the Vastaya tribesmen showed up with hostility, these guards would deal a heavy blow to them. Every day Lin Wei would ride his griffin there to see how the construction of the new territory was progressing. The 10,000 people from Luiska who migrated here have built their own wooden houses. Although there are many mountains here, there is a large open space near the peaks where houses can be built. It is just that clearing weeds and cutting down trees is difficult, and many people have been bitten by poisonous snakes or insects during the land reclamation process. Fortunately, Lin Wei arranged for 2 priests to come and help with treatment and purification. Of course, this is free treatment that Lin Wei provides to his subjects so that they don't have to worry. He can wholeheartedly open up new land for Lin Wei. Although the 2 young pastor ladies were unwilling to accept Lin Wei's gold coins no matter what Lin Wei said, Lin Wei still forced them to give each of them 100 coins. And he said that if they didn't accept it, he would be angry. The 2 lovely pastor ladies accepted it with great reluctance. Although Lin Wei thinks there is nothing wrong with being a gigolo, but he still wanted to do his best to maintain the image of his fiancée. It would be bad to give the impression that he was a stingy aristocrat. Timmy was kept very close to the griffin. Although Timmy tried her best to communicate with these griffins, They seemed to have no intention of paying any attention to her. As a member of the Vastaya tribe, Timmy's tribe naturally also tamed a lot of griffins. However, the griffins here were different from those in the tribe. They were closer to the Catman and ignored her advances. This made Timmy feel frustrated from the bottom of his heart. Although she could clearly communicate with the griffin, all she got was the griffin's disgusted cries or the threatening flapping of its wings. And Xiona saw everything and told Lin Wei about it. This made Lin Wei feel a little wary. Since the people of the Vastaya tribe can communicate with griffins, does this mean they also tame a large number of griffins? If this is true, then the assessment of the Vastaya tribe's combat power needs to be reevaluated. Even without armor, the griffin's combat power and defense capabilities are ridiculously high. Otherwise, they would not have become Nolan's ace troops. The best way to deal with griffins is magic. Recently, under the guidance of Nelancel, there are more than 100 low-level mages in Lin Wei's territory. There are even a dozen who have successfully become intermediate magicians. Once the magic army is formed, Lin Wei's frontal combat effectiveness will be improved more than a little bit. With the magician's frontal fire suppression, Lin Wei's future Griffin cavalry and heavy cavalry will be able to greatly enhance their suppression power on the front battlefield. It's a pity that Zaluka is not by his side. If the little cat girl were here, she should be able to teach better than Narancel, right? Master, why are you here? Nelancel, who was reading a magic book, had sensed Lin Wei's presence before he even stepped into the room. Nelancel, I would like you to help me protect my subjects in the newly developed land. Nelancel naturally knew about Luiska's expedition to explore the other side of the mountain. Without any hesitation, he said respectfully, Master, I can leave at any time. Lin Wei nodded. He still had great trust in this senior magician whose loyalty level was as high as 95. With Nelancel there, Lin Wei can feel much more at ease. With the addition of his magic apprentices, the territory developed by Lin Weixin now has magical defense capabilities. The cat girl Zaluka has been following Yeluna and giving alms these days. To be honest, giving alms is really boring. They were nothing more than a group of believers with pious expressions, whispering prayers to Yeluna and a group of priests, praying for the blessings of the god of light. Then Yeluna released a large-scale purification magic, which could clear away the hidden injuries accumulated by some people due to work. This is a gift to the devout. It also spreads the spirit of universal love of the god of light, which is the doctrine of the Holy See. Legend has it that there are 4 main gods on this continent, namely the god of light, the god of magic, the god of fighting, and the god of the dead. The goddess of light does exist, because priests are the miracles bestowed by her. Magic gods also exist. Although priests and magicians rely on magic elements to release their skills, they cannot release magic smoothly without the blessing of the gods. In addition to these 4 gods that Zillikur is familiar with, there are actually records about many evil gods and some secrets of the church. However, most of the evil gods are not righteous gods, and their power is not as great as that of the 4 main gods of magic. There has been no record of the god of fighting and the god of the dead for a long time. It is rumored that these 2 gods caused a wave of terror on the continent a long time ago. These 2 gods have spawned 2 popular professions, namely the fighting warrior and the mage and warrior of the undead faction. From the fragmentary records in ancient books, we can know that these 2 gods had a battle a long time ago. Then there was no news, and the fighting spirit and the undead also declined. The tall mountains that surround the 4 continents may also be related to these 2 people. But one thing is certain, a long time ago, warriors all had fighting spirit. Fighting chi can be attached to the warriors' bodies to improve their physical fitness. It can also be attached to weapons to greatly increase the toughness or sharpness of the weapons. A powerful fighting spirit warrior can even make an ordinary weapon exert more terrifying killing power than a magic weapon. However, the fighting spirit has long since faded away. There have been no fighting warriors on this continent since thousands of years ago. Therefore, even if this world still retains the title of Sword Saint, it only refers to the existence of someone whose martial arts power has reached the peak of humankind to a certain extent. But in fact, it is mostly just exaggerated praise. Because without fighting spirit, one cannot be called a sword master. As for those fighting sword masters recorded in historical documents, even today's great magicians would have to stay away from them. Sister Zaluka. Just when the little cat girl was lost in thought, she heard Yeluna's call. Ah, Aluna. Don't call me sister. I'm only a few days older than you. Yeluna didn't care at all. Even if she's only 1 day older, Zaluka is still my older sister. But aren't we family? Home, family. Zaluka was a little flustered. Yeluna was right. They were indeed family. Because Lin Wei connected these 2 pretty girls together. A smile appeared on Yeluna's lips, and she reached out to pat the dust off Zaluka's body. Sister Zaluka, My almsgiving is almost finished. You should also hurry back to the Magic Academy. Sister Alia must be waiting anxiously. After being out for so many days, it's time to go back. She must become a great magician quickly. Chapter 97, One Night of Fighting. As spring turns to summer, the newly developed territory on this side of the mountains is much cooler than Luiska territory. Although it is colder than Luiska, it is not as hot in the summer. After all, the soldiers were all wearing iron armor, so cooler weather was naturally a good thing for them. There is strength in numbers, and at least the outline of a new territory has been established. Although the city walls have not been built yet, many watchtowers have been built. This is an unknown world, and the guards must be ready for danger at any time. Since the last time we caught a bird-like orc, we haven't seen any similar orcs appear again. This incident was gradually forgotten by the guards. Before, everything was dominated by a guard leader. Since Naransar came, the affairs of the new territory have been under his control. Although the harsh development environment here is definitely not as good as that of the old territory next door. But once a new territory is established here, they will also have access to better land resources than those who come later. So although development is painful, the benefits are also extremely high. The guards originally thought that this peaceful life would continue for some time, because the discovered territory of the Lizardman tribe is more than 50 kilometers away from here. But today, an early warning came from the watchtower, and wolf smoke rose. In the dark night, many torches were lit in the undeveloped forest ahead. The flying birds were startled because a large number of lizardmen had somehow come close to the guards. These lizardmen wore leather armor, held scimitars in their hands, and were over 2.5 meters tall. Although Nolans is of a northern race, their average height is already very high compared to Yade and Rima. But compared to these lizardmen, it still looks a little petite. The sudden arrival of the lizardmen led to a fierce battle with the guards. The battle lasted for several hours and ended with the lizardmen's embarrassing retreat. There is no way. Although these lizardmen are tall and strong, they are also stronger than these guards. However, these guards are veterans who have experience in fighting against fully armed orcs, and their weapons and equipment are more sophisticated than those of these lizardmen. After several rounds of hacking, the lizardmen's weapons were cut off by the long swords with special effects in the hands of the guards. Even a few lizardman magicians cast spells at these guards, but they were all blocked by the insulated steel shields. The next day, Nelancel began to report to Lin Wei about the battle situation last night. Master, we were attacked by a large number of lizardmen last night. Fortunately, we had sufficient defenses and their attack was defeated by us. Over 1,000 lizardmen were killed last night, and over 500 lizard warriors were captured. They are now being held captive. Our losses were only a few guards killed and a dozen injured. Those who died in the battle were caught in a sudden attack and had not put on their armor properly. Otherwise, with the weapons of these lizardmen, there would be no way to break through the defense of Lin Wei's guards. Those who were injured did not have time to use their shields to block the lizard magician's sneak attack. Now, after the treatment of the priestess, they have almost recovered. Lin Wei nodded. He would certainly have other uses for these captured lizardmen. In the future, he will definitely establish a lizardman city-state. As a lord, he must be tolerant of racial diversity. Although these lizardmen do not have high IQ, their combat effectiveness is not weak. He had already purchased more than 200 lizardmen from slave traders, so he had more experience in taming another batch. Lin Wei bought some slave collars from the president of the Slave Merchants Guild in Luiska County and asked the guards to tie these slave collars around the necks of the newly captured lizardmen. If they make any unusual movement, the collars will take the lives of these lizardmen. The lizardmen didn't behave much better after being collared, and they saw the guards release them from their cages. A few ignorant lizardmen rushed towards Lin Wei, howling. Of course, the end result was that he was blown through the neck before he could run 2 steps. Blood oozed from the lizardmen's necks, and they fell to the ground without a sound. With these previous experiences as lessons learned, these lizardmen have obviously become much more obedient. The smiling noble boy in front of them seemed like a devil crawling out of hell, who could take their lives with just a laugh and a conversation. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Lin Wei smiled slightly and tried to communicate with them using the common language of the mainland. After all, this is an undiscovered new world, and Lin Wei is not sure whether they can understand what he says. If you can understand it, it is actually not a good thing. Not understanding is the best. The lizard people looked at each other. They didn't dare to speak, but their confused eyes told Lin Wei that they obviously didn't understand what Lin Wei was saying. Fortunately, Lin Wei had anticipated this situation and brought Sally over. Lin Wei specially gave this elf little Loli, who is proficient in various languages, a day off today. However, The bloody scene just now obviously scared the little girl a lot. At this moment, Sally was hugging Lin Wei's thighs, and her little head didn't dare to look at the lizard men who were killed by the slave collars. It was not until Lin Wei patted her head that the little loli stood out cautiously. But he still just stayed close to Lin Wei and didn't want to have too much contact with them. Sally's, do you understand lizard language? Sally nodded. Then tell them about their current situation. Looking at the lizard men who had become much more obedient, although their expressions were still a little ferocious, the little girl was not so scared anymore. After a while of chattering, Sally raised her head and said to Lin Wei, Master, they said they will submit to you. Please don't kill them. A few didn't seem to give in. Lin Wei actually saw that several of the lizard men had expressions of dissatisfaction on their faces and were shouting loudly. He winked at the guards beside him, and the guards immediately understood. They walked into the lizard men and executed those who were making a lot of noise on the spot. The original voices of resistance suddenly disappeared. You'd better not have any thoughts of resistance, otherwise I don't mind sending you to see the great god of light. After Sally's conveyed her original message, Lin Wei casually pointed at a few lizard men who looked timid. Tie him, and these 4 lizard men up. I'll interrogate them individually later. Several guards rushed forward, tied them up tightly with strong hemp ropes, and threw them to the ground. Lin Wei must know what exactly happened. And these lizardmen soldiers must know this information. Chapter 98 The lilies of my hometown are blooming. The interrogation of these lizard men soon produced results. Although most of these lizard men were similar clothing, they come from more than 10 different lizard man tribes. Lin Wei interrogated them separately. After confirming that the information of 4 of them matched, he asked Sally's to record the information said by these lizard men. According to them, the lizard man tribe discovered these humans as early as a month ago. The most powerful lizard man tribe sounded the rallying call, and more than 10 lizard man tribes responded. There are quite a lot of them, with the smallest lizard man tribe having more than 10,000 people, and the most powerful thorny lizard tribe having as many as 50,000 people. This is about the same number as Lin Wei expected. He even got some information about the Vastaya tribe from the lizard men. Most of the Vastaya tribe live in caves in the mountains and on some tall trees. They build tree houses or directly build their own nests on some thick tree trunks. So when Lin Wei was riding a griffin in the sky looking for the traces of the Vastaya tribe, he might actually have exposed himself and failed to find any trace of the other party. These proud birdmen tamed a group of griffins and have always been at odds with the lizard men. There are often frictions and fights with the lizard men. Although the warriors of the Vastaya tribe can transform into nightmare warriors and their combat power is stronger than that of ordinary lizard men, the lizard men have the advantage of large numbers and good physical fitness. Therefore, they did not suffer any losses in the long years of fighting. Lin Wei even got some news about goblins and goblins. In this land, the earth is ruled by the lizard men and the Vastaya tribes. There are also goblins and gnomes living underground, and they occasionally come to the surface to hunt the rich wild beasts in the forests and mountains. After learning the general situation, Lin Wei had some plans in mind. At present, the combat effectiveness of his guards is definitely ahead of these indigenous lizard men and Vastaya tribesmen. Even though there is a difference in physical fitness, the weapons and equipment are completely not on the same level. The number of people is not small, so it is no problem to defend this small piece of land. As long as we remain vigilant, even if these lizard men launch another sneak attack, they will end up in defeat. As for attacking, Lin Wei felt that there was no rush for the time being. He planned to wait until this winter was over, then recruit a new group of guards, and then when the number was large enough, he would bring justice to these lizard men. Anwell didn't know what expression she should use to face Zaluka. Zaluka was originally on her list of people to be won over as a kind magician. Even during this period of time, she really regarded Zaluka as a true friend. But recently she heard some rumors about Zaluka and Yelena. Rumor has it that the two seem to be very close. And the fact that Zaluka was not at the Magic Academy some time ago further confirmed the rumor. This made her heart beat faster. Yelena is that damn fiancé, and if Zaluka gets too close to her, when she goes to cause trouble for Lin Wei in the future, can Zaluka still help her for the sake of their friendship? It's a pity that the princess, who was worried, didn't see her feelings. After Zaluka returned from the Vatican, his life had hardly changed. Apart from eating and sleeping, I would chat with her, and more time was spent on learning magic and meditating. While Silka was flipping through the magic book, Anwell decided to test whether her feelings for her could compare to those of Yelena. Sister Zaluka. Einwil is 1 year older than Silka, and the two have long been treating each other like sisters. Zaluka hummed in confusion and looked up at Einwil. Her cat ears trembled slightly. She was quite engrossed in studying magic and was a little unhappy about being interrupted. However, since she was his best friend in the Magic Academy, Zaluka quickly forgave her in his heart. Sister Zaluka, what is your relationship with the saint of the human church? I don't mean anything else. I just think it's amazing that you know such an important person. Einwell pretended to be embarrassed, as if she was afraid that her closest friend would be taken away. The cautious expression on his face made Zaluka feel a little distressed. You're talking about Yelena. She's a very good sister. I like her very much. There is one more thing Zaluka didn't say. That is, they will most likely become a family in the future. In fact, as long as he could stay with Lin Wei, Zaluka never had the idea of monopolizing Lin Wei. Einwell was silent for a while. She was chewing on the meaning of the word good sister in Zaluka's mouth. Zaluka was a little too innocent, so the method she used to observe the nobles seemed to have no effect on Zaluka at all. Even though she was a princess, she felt a sense of frustration at not being able to judge people well. But Einwell did not give up. She changed the angle and continued asking, Sister Zaluka, what do you think of our relationship? Hearing this, Zaluka felt that he seemed to understand. It turned out that her best friend was a little uneasy because she had been away from Einville some time ago. Come to think of it, Einville seems to be the same as himself. They have no other friends outside of this magic academy except each other. When you think that your friend might be very close to others, you will definitely feel a little unhappy. Zaluka felt that he had figured out the key, so he stood up and walked to Einwell's side. Wire, our relationship will not change because of anything. Don't worry. Well, unless it has something to do with Lin Wei. The little cat girl silently added another sentence in her heart. Then I feel relieved. Einweir breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from this, Yelena is probably very close to Zaluka because Zaluka is very talented. The purpose should be roughly the same as hers. If Yelena hadn't suddenly become Lin Wei's fiancée, she would have actually planned to befriend Yelena. No matter what, my relationship with Zaluka is indeed very good right now. Although he approached Zaluka with some utilitarianism, his desire to become Zaluka's close friend was genuine. Because she was a princess, she was faced with almost all admiring gazes. No friends at all. This is the loneliness of being an emperor. But with the appearance of Zaluka, the originally monotonous life finally had a touch of color. Although this friend of mine is a bit simple and cute, but she has the support of Grand Mage Arya, and she is the youngest mage. She can be said to be one of the most beautiful girls on this continent. Einville had thought about it more than once. If only she were a boy, or if Zaluka were a boy. She will definitely pursue Zaluka passionately. She and Zaluka will definitely give birth to a child with great magical talent. Chapter 99. Someone misses his fiancée. Ziluk Xii's situation seemed to be getting worse. The complaints of the subjects grew louder and louder because Ziluk 13 always overloaded them with work. If this continues, Ziluk has reason to suspect that these people would like to hang him from the streetlights. In fact, as a king, Ziluk 13 understood the consequences of overdriving his subjects. But he had no choice. If he didn't harvest a good crop of wheat in the fall, this winter would be the end of them. A large number of soldiers and subjects would starve to death. Last winter they suffered a great loss due to lack of food, so Ziluk wanted to prevent this from happening again. It is undoubtedly a very painful thing to make the subjects work nonstop for more than 12 hours to build and cultivate the land. Although the soldiers also helped with the reclamation, the results were always less effective. Everything has a price. The price of his arrogance was the loss of the royal city and a large area of Nolan's territory, which led to the current disintegration of the country. Between starving to death and rebellion, Ziluk 13 chose the possible rebellion. He had a large army in his hands, so it was naturally very easy for him to exploit these subjects. Faced with the butcher knives of the royal family and nobles, the people of Nolans, who were forced to open up their territory, actually lived no better than when they were invaded by orcs. Even these extremely high working hours are no different from being slaves. Duke Simon was also worried, because he had just received bad news. That is, the third Prince Michael had indeed defected. Although everyone had always tacitly acknowledged Michelle's defection, not speaking it out loud was considered to have saved some face for the Nolan's royal family. But the merchants from Rima and Yade seemed to have brought the news over, and the news quickly spread among the nobles. Simon had reason to believe that King Ziluk 13 already knew about this. But I still pretended not to know. It is ironic to think that his third son brought tens of thousands of guards and orcs to cooperate with each other, open the city gates, and attack the remaining 20,000 to 30,000 guards with the orcs. Even the eldest son of Ziluk 13 was not sure whether he was dead or alive in this battle. Thinking of this, Duke Simon's feeling of distress over the massacre of his entire family seemed to be alleviated a lot. After all, he still has a daughter outside, and it looks like she might even become Lin Wei's concubine. Lin Wei is currently in the limelight, and his close relationship with the Holy See will definitely help him survive this war. No matter what, the bloodline of the Simon family must have been preserved. But Ziluk 13 was different. The third son has betrayed, the eldest son's life and death is uncertain, and now there is a food shortage. The people may riot at any time. This is a lot of bad things piled up together. Thinking of this, Duke Simon unexpectedly felt that his situation seemed to be quite good. The construction of the dock is nearing completion. Even though this extra-large dock was built on the bank of the Roma River, it could remain motionless in the face of the rushing water. Jarvan and Garen are both geniuses in construction, although the speed of construction is inseparable from Lin Wei's unconditional support. But the two brothers' construction talent is obviously also a very important part. Being able to complete the dock before the end of summer also means that the construction of large ships can be put on the agenda. In order to help the two brothers build ships, Lin Wei also asked people to buy some books on shipbuilding from the Chamber of Commerce. There is no doubt that the two brothers are very talented, so Lin Wei is very relieved. Maybe before the next spring, we can build a large ship that can sail on the Roma River. Since acquiring the new territory, Lin Wei had thought more than once that it would be great if he could dig a cave between these towering mountains to lead to both places. It's a pity that in this era there are no steam engines. To accomplish such a great feat without extraordinary powers is obviously a fantasy. However, although Lin Wei was unable to carve through the mountain, he could still do it by building docks on both sides and using ships for navigation. However, such a huge project will obviously take a long time to build. The good news is that the orcs have no ideas about their own territory. Otherwise, Lin Wei would not be able to develop his territory so comfortably. When he becomes strong enough, he will definitely give these stupid orcs a big surprise. Master, 20,000 new guards were added this summer. Brothers, we don't have enough weapons and armor. As Lin Wei's knight, Ankro was mainly responsible for the expansion of the royal guards. Because there were so many refugees running here, otherwise Lin Wei would not be able to form so many guards. I understand. Let's use the discarded armor and weapons first. By the way, how's the team leader selection that you were asked to choose going? Lin Wei put down the sword in his hand and wiped the sweat from his head. He hasn't given up on physical training recently. After all, the affairs of the territory are handled by the little lowly Sallies. I have selected the 10 strongest brothers from the guards. Would you like to go and see them, sir? Lin Wei shook his head slowly. In fact, Lin Wei had already seen it when it was selected. Most of them are soldiers with bravery values between 60 and 70, which are indeed the best. I trust your judgment. He patted Ankro on the shoulder, and Ankro felt an unprecedented sense of pride. Ever since Akshin died in battle, he could feel that his master seemed to value him more and more. And Ankro's current panel is catching up with Norl's. Anklo. Bravery, 90. Strategy, 80. Loyalty, 100. Special talents, Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery, One-Handed Sword Mastery, Shield Efficiency. When we first met, Ankro's fighting power was only in the early 70s, but now it is already 90. There are also 2 special talents, One-Handed Sword Mastery and Efficient Shield Utilization. As a knight, it is already a very powerful panel. Only after Ankro left did Lin Wei look at his own panel. The training during this period was obviously very effective, and his muscles became more obvious. Lin Wei. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 85. Special talents, Extraordinary Charisma, Time Traveler. His bravery is no less than that of most soldiers. He even asked Reyna to teach him a lot of fighting skills. Although the strong physical fitness of the dragon people made Lin Wei feel that some of the skills she taught were not so practical. But fortunately, Lina was very patient, and Lin Wei still learned a lot. Lin Wei was not very clear about how the strategies were increased. It looks like it increases with age, right? After all, Lin Wei doesn't have the bonus of magic elements. It was a hot summer day, and Lin Wei looked at the blue sky in the distance. For some reason, he seemed to miss Yelena. Accustomed to the care of the pretty girl, the days without her around seemed to be a year. Chapter 100 Strange Alchemy Potion increased. The autumn wind blows, and leaves fall. This year's autumn is warmer than in previous years. However, Lin Wei had no time to enjoy the comfortable autumn breeze, because Nashia had made another breakthrough today. Ever since she created the Strength Alchemy Potion last time, Nashia has been busy researching and developing new potions. And today is the day when the new potion she is refining begins to show results. The elf Laurenacia held a sparkling bottle of potion in her hand, her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. You could tell she was very happy because her pointed little ears were trembling gently at a very high frequency. Like most tailed creatures, It seems that ears are the channel for elves to express their emotions. Master, this is the agility potion you asked me to make. I have already made it. Thanks to the alchemy books you bought, Master, Nashia was able to achieve such rapid and successful results. Lin Wei touched Nashia's head and took the blue alchemy potion in her little hand. Is the effect obvious? Are there any obvious side effects? Nashia shook her head. It does significantly increase the speed of the mice, but it's been a week and no side effects have been observed. This time the alchemy potion seemed to be working exceptionally well, without even any side effects. You know, even after being improved, the current strength potion still has huge side effects. Although there are many in stock, Lin Wei will definitely not use it unless it is a life and death situation. This thing is a double-edged sword. And this time, Nashia actually told him that the agility potion has no side effects. He suddenly felt a little unbelievable. Of course, the experiment on mice does not represent everything, and Lin Wei still needs new subjects for drug testing. This time, he found 4 samples for comparison. They were 2 ordinary citizens found from the Luiska territory and 2 lizardman slaves. Lin Wei had given strength potions to the lizardmen before, and the side effects of the strength potions were not so obvious on the lizardmen. Therefore, he decided to directly include lizard people in the experiment this time. These 4 people all volunteered to test the drug for Lin Wei, and their loyalty level reached 80. The agility column should also be counted in the bravery, so as long as the agility is improved, the bravery value will be most intuitively displayed in front of Lin Wei. There are more than 20 bottles of alchemical potions this time, so there is no need to worry about sample bias. After waiting for the 4 people to drink the agility potion, Lin Wei stood behind Lina and observed the physical changes of these people very carefully. The lizardman's bravery was already as high as 65, and after drinking the potion it went straight up to 70. The physical fitness of ordinary human subjects was much worse. It was originally only 25, but after drinking it, it reached 35. It can be seen that potions are more useful to weaker humans. Of course, no clues can be seen on the same day. The efficacy of the medicine needs to be observed for several days to determine whether there are any strong side effects. A few days later, Lin Wei looked at the panels of these 4 people again. He was stunned. The bravery value returned to normal as the effect of the alchemy potion faded. There weren't even any obvious side effects. Only the 2 humans felt a little weak. But gaining power obviously comes at a price, and this is all within a reasonable range. But why has loyalty been raised to 90? Lin Wei was certain that before taking the potion, the loyalty of these 2 lizard men and their subjects was only 80. After only a few days, it reached 90? What happened? What is certain is that he has not done anything in the past few days to increase the loyalty of these 4 people. The only possibility is this alchemical potion. He looked at the alchemical potion in his hand, and suddenly a strange idea came to his mind. Timmy had been locked in a cage for months. She had always longed to fly freely in the air, but now she was looking at the blue sky, but could not breathe freely in the air. This made her feel a little depressed. Because she was afraid of being caught by her father and forced to fulfill her duties as the young clan leader, she ran very far this time. I'm sure no one will find me in a short time. Moreover, she has a criminal record. Last time, she was away for half a year because she was too playful. Her father thought she was dead and had arranged her funeral, but she suddenly appeared again. So, when the disaster really happened, Timmy only felt powerless. Apart from the griffin growling at her, there was only a little cat girl busying around in her field of vision. The little cat girl also takes care of her 3 meals a day, but her life is a bit too monotonous, and it is somewhat inconvenient to defecate. And today, she met the leader-like human and the elf girl who could speak Vastaya again. The dragon lady Lena behind her gave her an even more terrifying feeling, a feeling of oppression that she had never experienced even when facing a griffin. Timmy shuddered subconsciously. Although this gentle boy always looks smiling, for some reason a chill arises in his heart. It was as if the other party was a terrifying demon with countless cultists. The human boy seemed to tell the elf girl something, and the elf girl nodded and came to the cage. The master said that you have worked hard during this period, and he intends to make friends with the Vastaya tribe. This potion for restoring physical strength is a testimony to the friendship between our 2 races. Timmy yelled, I don't accept your apology, and we, the Vastaya tribe, will never surrender. What kind of recovery potion is this? It's poison. Sally frowned and translated this to Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't get angry after hearing this. He just said to Lena beside him, Lena, help me feed this potion to her. Yes, master. Reyna held the alchemy potion in one hand and opened the cage door with one hand. Then Timmy felt a terrifying force locking onto her, and the girl's dangerous vertical pupils brought a terrifying sense of oppression. This is a dragon man, and perhaps his father or mother is a white dragon with pure blood. Timmy suddenly felt a surge of despair. Then, Reyna stuffed the alchemical potion into her mouth. Although she wanted to resist, she was intimidated by an inexplicable pressure. There was no longer any desire to resist in my heart. It's so hot. Something hot entered my mouth. The alchemical potion was not difficult to drink, but tears welled up in Timmy's eyes. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation rose from my heart. She closed her eyes in despair. But after feeding her the alchemical potion, Lena did not take any further action. Instead, put her back in the cage. Lin Wei smiled and nodded. If the alchemical potion is effective, this strange alchemical potion will probably become his absolute trump card. An alchemical potion that can increase loyalty is simply unheard of. Chapter 101. Am I not cute enough? 2 days later, Lin Wei came to the cage where Timmy was imprisoned again. Timmy. Bravery, 30. Strategy, 30. Loyalty, 10. Special talents, flight, nightmare, transfiguration. Rating, A. It actually works. Looking at Timmy, whose loyalty had increased to 10 points, Lin Wei's heart beat faster. This is absolutely good news for him. Feed all the remaining potions to Timmy, and you can ask him more about the Vastaya tribe. In the cage, Timmy looked at the smiling Lin Wei, and for some reason, his resistance to him decreased a lot. This strange change made her panic, as she clearly hated him very much just 2 days ago. How come they're like two different people after just 2 days? Timmy felt a desire to escape back. She couldn't go on any longer. However, today it was the little dragon girl Lena who fed her the strange alchemical potion. After drinking this alchemical potion, Timmy could feel that his body became a lot lighter, but the effect did not last long and disappeared. This vicious human actually used her to test medicine. It's so abominable. But what relieved Timmy was that apart from the human's strange smile after watching him drink the alchemical potion, there was no other change. It is still the little cat girl in Xiona who is responsible for her 3 meals a day. Another half-month passed like this, and Lin Wei came almost every 2 days. It's a familiar process every time. This was the 9th time today. Before Lena could open the cage door, she had already moved to the side of the cage and opened her mouth. Reyna was stunned for a moment, but still opened the cage door and went through the process. After being treated so rudely by Lena, Timmy felt like crying but had no tears. Timmy's loyalty is already quite high as 90 points. And there is only the last bottle left of the batch of alchemical potions made by Nashia. Theoretically, as long as loyalty reaches 100 points, there is no possibility of betrayal. At least so far, Lin Wei has not seen any specific cases of declining loyalty. But since my loyalty is already at 90, there shouldn't be anything wrong with asking some questions, right? Thinking of this, Lin Wei came to the cage and tried his best to make his expression look friendly. Can you tell me, are you really the daughter of the chief of the Thorn tribe? Sally translated Lin Wei's words. Timmy felt very strange. He didn't know why he suddenly lost the desire to resist the man in front of him. A feeling of wanting to submit to him spread within her. Yes. I didn't lie to you. I am still my father's only daughter and the future heir of the tribe. Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction and added, Actually, I don't mean any harm. I'm sorry for the soldier's rude behavior earlier. In 2 days, I will let you go back. I hope we can establish a strong friendship. I promise you that I will never enslave any Vastaya, and you will have equal rights with the people of your land. There is something wrong with what Lin Wei said. While talking about establishing friendship, he treated the Vastaya tribe as his own subjects. It means that the Vastaya tribe must obey Lin Wei as their leader. But Timmy subconsciously ignored these questions and asked blankly, Will you really let me go back? She was so desperate to be free that she didn't even notice that she no longer felt any disgust towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. He reached out and patted the cage gently and said, Of course, Miss Timmy. I really want to establish a good relationship with your Thorn tribe. I hope that when you return, you can bring my wishes back to your tribe. Timmy nodded. At this moment, she felt that Lin Wei was really a good person. After Timmy's loyalty reached 100, Lin Wei really let her go. In Timmy's incredulous eyes, Lin Wei just smiled slightly. He even suggested, How about I have the griffin take you back to the other side of the mountain? Timmy shook his head, not wanting to trouble Lin Wei in his heart. No, thank you, Mr. Lin Wei. The increase in loyalty means that Timmy no longer has the same aversion to Lin Wei as before. He didn't even notice that he was being subtly changed. Looking at Timmy's receding shadow, poor Timmy became an accomplice and didn't notice anything unusual. If the Vastaya tribe is truly defeated in the future, a convincing representative must be elected. Timmy, whose loyalty was changed by the alchemical potion, is undoubtedly a very useful chess piece. However, what made Lin Wei feel a little regretful was that this alchemy potion seemed to be just an accident. Except for the first batch of agility potions produced by Nashia, which had the effect of increasing loyalty, none of the ones produced later had a similar effect. This made Lin Wei feel a little regretful, although he tried his best to let Nashia restore the production method. But nothing was found. This made Lin Wei feel regretful, and he had to put the matter aside for the time being. Because most of the autumn had passed, his Yeluna had already finished all the charity work for the Holy See. I have already arrived at Luiska in advance. Lin Wei. Yeluna was wearing a white saint's robe today. Her skin was as white as jade, and she looked like a gentle and peaceful angel. Yeluna, you're here. Lin Wei hugged her gently, and Yeluna did not refuse, enjoying the warmth in Lin Wei's arms with peace of mind. Lin Wei's scent made her feel at ease. Although she failed to create an heir last year, Yeluna said she will continue to work hard this winter. By the way, I brought you some precious minerals. I hope you like them. As Yeluna spoke, she casually opened a heavy box on the back of the Vatican's carriage. The box is not big, not even as big as the box that can hold 10,000 gold coins. The length is only up to the calf. But this seemingly inconspicuous box required 4 strong guards to lift it down. As the box opened, a piece of silver-white metal appeared in front of Lin Wei. The silver-white metal sparkles in the sun, exuding a luxurious atmosphere. Mithril? It's actually such a big piece of mithril. Mithril, a material extremely compatible with magic, is an extremely rare metal. Just add a little bit to the weapon, and you can create a powerful magic weapon. While increasing the strength of your weapon, you can even unleash some written magic spells while wielding it. The mithril that looks no bigger than a head can be sold at a sky-high price of tens of millions of gold coins, and there is still a shortage of demand. Do you like it? Yeluna's gentle voice sounded, and it sounded a bit soft and coquettish. Like? Lin Wei nodded blankly. He was dumbfounded. Could it be that Yeluna secretly brought the Vatican's most valuable treasure? She showed a coquettish expression. So, you prefer mithril? Is your fiancé not cute enough? Lin Wei quickly shook his head. Even if you give me the entire continent, you can't exchange it for my fiancé. The rich sister is so rich. Woo-woo. Chapter 102 Riding to the Wind. The Vastaya tribe is not actually an orc in the traditional sense. They are all winged birdmen who value the purity of their bloodline and almost never produce offspring with outsiders. Because the purer the bloodline of the offspring, the more powerful the nightmare warrior will become. The Thorn tribe is the most powerful of the Vastaya tribes, with over 50,000 Vastaya. The other Vastaya tribes have a combined population of over 100,000, which is the total number of Vastaya tribes remaining on the entire continent. There are many tribes within the Vastaya tribe, most of which are independent. Take the Thorn tribe where Timmy is from as an example. Although Timmy is the junior chief, he has to fulfill the obligations of the junior chief. That is to reproduce with his younger brother and give birth to nightmare warriors with purer blood. This is because only those with higher status in the Vastaya tribe can transform into nightmare warriors with higher combat effectiveness. And the bloodline with the purest bloodline is the one belonging to one's own family. Although Timmy's younger brother Teal is still young and not yet of childbearing age. But Timmy has been lively since he was a child and prefers reading books. These books have been in the library for a long time and are rarely visited. The book recorded interesting stories about the entire continent and various descriptions with illustrations, allowing her to understand for the first time that there were so many races on this continent besides the lizardmen and Vastaya. After learning about the vast world in the book, she hated the ugly system of the tribe. She believed that Vastaya should not be confined to this small world and should not regard the rushing Rima River as a taboo. Everyone in the tribe believed that it was the Rima River and the tall mountains that protected them. In their perception, the outside world seemed to be full of ferocious beasts that would prey on humans. Therefore, they are afraid to move forward and are hesitant to move forward on this continent. When she escaped, she was about to cross the Roma River, which was considered a taboo by everyone, in order to prove that this was not a scary place. But she never dreamed that she would be shot and captured by Lin Wei's guards. She thought her life was over. But Lin Wei did not make things difficult for her, and even healed her injuries. Although there is no freedom, meals are still provided every day. After getting to know Lin Wei and the others, she became even more determined in her decision. For some reason, she had no aversion to Lin Wei in her heart, and even had a good impression of him. He had locked himself in a cage for so long, yet he subconsciously believed that he could help him liberate his tribe. Yes, Lin Wei promised her that he would become friends with the Vastaya tribe. Timmy believed it. This feeling from the bottom of his heart made Timmy feel that Lin Wei was someone he could trust. Sister, you're back. Brother Teal was obviously very happy to see his sister Timmy come back. Looking at his younger brother, who was only in his early 15 years old, Timmy actually didn't hate him. On the contrary, although his younger brother Teal is still young, he is handsome and is the dream lover of many tribal girls. Countless girls in the tribe envied Timmy for being able to become Tyr's wife. Many people want to replace it, because becoming Tyr's wife not only means having a handsome husband, but also means being able to become the leader of the Thorn tribe. Of course, they had little chance because besides Timmy, she also had a younger sister, Tiz. Timmy responded calmly, saying that if she wanted to liberate the tribe, she would have to become the tribe leader. To inherit the position of patriarch, she must marry her younger brother Tyr. Timmy felt a little bit uncomfortable when he thought about using Tyr. No matter what his father is like, the younger brother cares about him from the bottom of his heart. Sister, are you hurt? Teal noticed a light pink color on his sister's left wing. Although some fine hairs had already grown out, it was still visible at a glance. My sister did it accidentally. Timmy didn't want his brother to know what he had experienced. This would only make him more worried. Teal's expression twitched slightly. Even though he was still young, he couldn't help but understand that his sister was lying. Sister, don't worry. I will go and persuade father not to insist on our marriage. He was afraid that his sister would do something extreme because of him. Teal's eyes were gentle. He was a gentle man like his mother. Although he was still young, he also read the books in the library. So I can understand Timmy's thoughts. But this time, Timmy, who usually reacted strongly, shook his head for the first time. Brother, I want to become the tribe leader, someone who can lead the Vastaya tribe out of the continent. Teal was silent for a while before saying, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. If you want to become the new patriarch, then my sister would have to marry him. Although Teal loved his sister very much, he understood from reading so many books that this was not right. However, as long as my sister can stay with him, he was already very satisfied. Timmy, where did you go to play again? As the young patriarch, you can't always be so playful. Do you understand? Although Father Tewa spoke in a blaming tone, his tone was full of doting for his daughter. He has 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. The youngest daughter was still young, so the duties of the young patriarch fell on Timmy's god. The tribe leader is usually a woman, but because Timmy's mother died of illness, the title of tribe leader temporarily fell on his head. Timmy's personality is very similar to his deceased wife, so he always pampered Timmy too much, making her become what she is now. But the Thorn tribe cannot be without a leader. If Timmy does not take on this responsibility, the responsibility will fall on his sister. As for his son Tyr, he must choose one, whether he chooses a younger sister or an older sister. Father. No. Chief Tewa, I hope to be the next chief. Tewa was stunned, thinking there was something wrong with his ears. Timmy, are you serious? After a while, he looked at his unruly daughter with a serious look. Timmy nodded slowly. The first step she took to lead the Thorn tribe out of the Rema River was to become the leader of the Thorn tribe. Chief Tewa, I am serious. As if sensing her daughter's determination, Tewa smiled with relief. You and Teal will definitely give birth to the most powerful nightmare warrior, just like your mother and I gave birth to you. Teal and Tiz. You have always been my greatest pride. These are the kids I'm proud of. Tewa also married her sister and had 3 children. If his mother had not died early, Timmy had reason to suspect that he would have had another brother or sister. Looking at his father's genuine smile, Timmy actually felt a little guilty. However, in order to lead the tribe out of the mountains and rivers, she had to do this. If the Vastaya's Thorn tribe continues to stand still, they will ultimately be doomed to destruction. Chapter 103 Praise the Great Master. After autumn, the lizard people seemed to be more active. Although the lizard men failed in several sneak attacks, they still enjoyed doing it. In fact, Lin Wei was still quite cautious. After all, he could not invade others that will under the name of the Holy Sea. But development is different. Developing new wasteland is a privilege enjoyed by all races. After being attacked several times, Lin Wei also understood the opponent's tactics. The lizard men he faced were a group of lizard men that had no connection with the Beast Empire. After capturing several batches of prisoners and confirming that these lizard men had no connection with the orcs on the southern continent, Lin Wei became much bolder. There are now more than 2,000 lizard men being held captive by Lin Wei. This was a considerable number of people, forcing Lin Wei to use griffins to transport tens of thousands of guards. I'm just afraid of a shortage of staff. Since Luiska had recruited 20,000 new guards, deploying these 20,000 soldiers to the battlefield would not have any impact on Lin Wei. Including the refugees and the original people in the territory, there are now more than 300,000 people in Lin Wei's territory. And this number is still increasing. In addition to the people of Nolans who flee here every day, there are also new subjects. Because people have a stable and prosperous life, the population has obviously increased. Lin Wei was also preparing to launch a justice judgment against the lizard men after the winter was over. An ordinary afternoon. Lin Wei subconsciously picked up the black tea in the cup, but found that the bottom of the cup was empty. He shook the cup in his hand and was about to call Eliulu when Yeluna came over with a teapot. She stayed by Lin Wei's side and took care of him tenderly. Matters like this that originally belonged to Eliulu would not be done by the maid as long as Yeluna was there. Black tea is poured into the teacup, and a faint tea fragrance fills the air. Lin Wei held Yeluna's soft little hand. Feeling the girl's body temperature, I realized for the first time how lucky I was to have met Yeluna. If it weren't for Yeluna, I'm afraid Luiska County wouldn't be so peaceful right now. The battle with the orcs will definitely be difficult, and there is a high probability that we will have to give up the current Lewis Card territory. Not to mention it is becoming more and more powerful. Lin Wei, what's wrong with you? As if she noticed that Lin Wei was in a strange mood, Yeluna asked gently. No, it's okay. I just feel so good to meet you. Lin Wei's words, which came from the heart, made the girl smile sweetly. You just make me happy. If you are happy, I am happy. Humph. After 2 years of being with Lin Wei, Yeluna finally realized what a good partner she had found. Lin Wei is different from other nobles. He does not have the bad habit of being self-important. He will not look down on his subjects as inferior just because he thinks he is a noble. Even though he was born into aristocracy, he seemed to understand the hardships of the lower classes better and was able to care for his subjects with a philanthropic heart. And such a lord can often become a good husband and a good father. I knew a long time ago that Lin Wei was a gentle person, and even after growing up, Lin Wei did not change much. Besides, Lin Wei seemed to really like her, and she could tell from some of his subtle expressions. Whenever she was with Lin Wei's eyes would always secretly fall on her. Because Yeluna is very sensitive to changes in facial expressions. Facing such a Lin Wei, she did not say anything, but just smiled secretly in her heart. Not to mention, before she came, Lin Wei lived a very disciplined life. I have never heard that he had any unclear relationship with any maid or noble lady. Even the personal maids Eliulu and Lina did not receive Lin Wei's favor. She could even feel that Lin Wei had no intention of taking a concubine. It was as if her shadow was all in his eyes. This made Yeluna happy, but also a little headache. Because it can be clearly felt that Lin Wei seems to have too much energy after exercising. She doesn't hate it though. After the mithril was delivered, it was immediately sent to Biglin. When Biglin saw the silver-white metal, he was completely stunned. When had he ever seen such a big piece of mithril? With so much mithril, if just a little bit is incorporated into a weapon, it can greatly enhance the power of the weapon. Even this mithril can be used to create a piece of armor or weapon made of mithril. This could even become a magical weapon. Although Bai Green wanted to make a weapon out of the mithril, Lin Wei's requirement was to add the mithril to insulating steel and fine steel to create a batch of the most elite weapons. Although he felt a little regretful, Biglin still did it. Biglin worked overtime to make 1,000 sets of armor, shields, and swords out of this head-sized mithril. 1,000 sets of standard weapons. These silver-white armors are made not only of insulating steel and fine steel, but also of rare metals such as mithril. Needless to say, its toughness was such that even the insulating steel weapons Biglin had previously made were unable to leave any scratches on his newly made armor. Even if you use a little more force, the sword will be cut into a gap. And this time, the long sword with mithril added does not even require a very high level of strength to pick up easily, because mithril also adds a lighter feel. Makes weapons easier to use. Just as Lin Weijuan was collecting a long sword, Biglin beside him suddenly said, Master, I took the initiative to make a mithril long sword specifically for you. This is made of 30% mithril and 70% insulating steel. Biglin brought a gorgeous long sword to Lin Wei. The entire sword is snow-white silver, and Biglin even specially made a pure white scabbard for it. A blue gem is inlaid on the hilt of the sword, which is elegantly shaped like flowing water. Lin Wei was somewhat happy. To be honest, he had not expected that after crafting 1,000 sets of equipment, he would still have a weapon with such a high mithril content. The long sword feels cold to the touch, but the hilt does not feel uncomfortable in the hand. Lin Wei's bravery value has reached 40 points, which means that this weapon can be used at will with only 40 points of bravery. Very good. You did a good job, Biglin. Receiving the master's praise, the dwarf smiled with satisfaction. He was a little afraid of being blamed by Lin Wei. After all, he had used precious mithril without authorization to forge a long sword. But judging from the master's expression, he obviously couldn't let go of this weapon. Eliulu, Bring 2 gold coins to Biglin. Yes, master. Hearing that Lin Wei was going to reward him with gold coins, Biglin hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Thank you for your generosity, sir. Praise the great master." Chapter 10 For the cabbage pushed the pig. Where's the saint? Going to see her fiancé again? In the Cathedral of Nolans, an elderly bishop was looking at several bishops in the audience and asking a question. As the oldest bishop in the Church of Light, his status is second only to the saint. He is also the uncle of the current saint's mother. Yes, Bishop Zajabo, the saint has gone to Luiska to receive her again. Hearing this, the old bishop didn't say anything, but just sighed deeply. He had actually guessed it after seeing Yeluna's ring turn blue a while ago. He watched Yeluna grow up, even though he knew that this day would come sooner or later. But when I learned that she had someone she liked, I still felt like a cabbage that had been grown for a long time was eaten by a pig. He had always wanted to find some time to see what the fiancé chosen by the saint looked like, but he never had the time. Yeluna is a saint who is quite scheming but not lacking in kindness. That's what Zigby thinks. He had also heard some rumors about this viscount named Louisa before. It is rumored that he captured 2 royal families of the Kingdom of Rema alive and won first place in the gladiator competition. Although she is still quite good, he racked his brains but still couldn't figure out how his good girl knew Lin Wei. Even if it was a beauty loving a hero, he could understand it. But he thought that the gladiator was not taken down by the viscount himself, right? It is said that the victory was achieved by one of his knights. By the way, didn't His Majesty Charles of Rema pay us a tribute of 1 million gold coins to expand the church? I remember there's still quite a bit of mithril in the warehouse. Let's give some of it to make a holy light necklace for him. When they heard Zajabo mention mithril, the faces of several bishops changed. Their constipated expressions and hesitant manner made Zajabo suspicious. What's wrong? I remember there was a large piece of mithril in the warehouse. Or did you secretly sell the mithril without my knowledge? At this point, Zajabo's aura suddenly became stronger. He is not only a priest of light, but also a great magician. Although it ranks low, it has a great reputation. Several bishops quickly shook their heads. No, Master Tsigbo. Mithril. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Zajabo became angry. Tell me, where's the mithril? The voice of Zajabo is like a huge bell. Several bishops were so scared that they almost wet their pants. If the person in front of me really gets angry, he will be much more terrifying than Her Highness the Saint. But as long as the truth is revealed from their mouths, the saint will not forgive them. But now, no matter how you cut him, he's going to be killed, so there's obviously no way to run away. The mithril was taken away by Her Highness the Saint. It should have been taken to Luiska. Upon hearing this answer, the terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. The old man, who was originally full of energy, suddenly froze for a moment. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Damn, what a rebellious girl. We've just gotten engaged, and you're already starting to act inappropriately. If they really got married, wouldn't the church's warehouse have been emptied out? Otherwise, you can just treat the entire Vatican as your dowry. How dare you take such a big piece of mithril? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After all, old Zajabo still felt a little guilty for neglecting the child over the years, even though a piece of mithril was worth more than 10 million gold coins. But considering that this is someone the child likes, it is not unacceptable. He had just convinced himself, so this was the only way for now. He also remembered that King Yade gave him 100,000 gold coins to buy a pair of griffins. There happened to be 4 pairs of griffins in the Vatican, so let's not worry about it. What about the griffins? King Yade said he wants to buy a pair. We can sell him a pair. King Yade is a stingy old man, and there are not many opportunities like this to plunder. However, the bishop's voice almost made Zajabo faint. The griffin was given to Louisa by the saint last year. Sigbo. It's hard, his fist is hard. When the sun was high in the sky, the lovely saint was still dreaming sweetly in bed. Lin Wei admired the cute sleeping face of the girl for a while, and then left. A morning of exercise made Lin Wei feel much more energetic. He had just put down his practice sword and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The butler walked towards him, looking a little anxious. Sir, the Bishop of the Holy See is here to visit you. Okay, I understand. Please ask the bishop to wait for me in the castle. I will be there soon. Yes, sir. After the housekeeper left, Lin Wei quickly took a shower and changed his clothes. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with his posture, he walked towards the castle. As soon as I entered the castle, the first thing that caught my eye was an old man wearing bishop's robes and 2 middle-aged bishops wearing bishop's robes. The only person sitting there was the old man, and it was obvious that he had a very important status. He had heard Yelena mention it. Yelena has an uncle who is of high status and powerful, and Zajabo's panel has already revealed his identity. Sigbo. Bravery, 50. Strategy, 367. Special talents, Holy Light Magic Mastery, Magical Sense, Great Healing Mastery, Forbidden Magic Practice. Rating, SS. This exaggerated panel is almost second only to Betty's. There was neither favorability nor loyalty, which was within Lin Wei's expectations. To be honest, Lin Wei had long known that he had found a powerful figure. But seeing such a powerful uncle, he still smiled from the bottom of his heart. He walked quickly forward, smiling. My lords, I apologize for your sudden visit and for not welcoming you in person. Please don't blame Lin Wei for being impolite. The two standing there forced out an awkward smile and nodded towards Lin Wei as a greeting. The person sitting there obviously did not have a good look towards Lin Wei. But Lin Wei didn't care. He quietly gestured to Elialu, asking her to wake up Yelena. Elialu had followed Lin Wei for many years, so she naturally understood what Lin Wei meant immediately. Viscount Lin Wei. Zajebo's voice was a little cold, although Lin Wei had no idea how he had offended him. But considering that my great-uncle is a powerful man, it is normal for him to have a bit of temper. So he didn't take it to heart. Your Excellency the Bishop, I don't know how to address you. Although he already knew Zajebo's information through the panel, Lin Wei still pretended not to know and asked. Zigbo. He stood up and looked at Lin Wei beside him. His eyes seemed to be observing him. After noticing that there was no magic energy flowing from Lin Wei's body, he frowned slightly. Lin Wei has no magic element, which means that he cannot learn magic. A child's talents are influenced by both parents. No matter how talented Yelena is, if Lin Wei is not talented enough, there is also a high probability that the child born will not be able to learn magic and healing. Thinking of this, he became even more dissatisfied with Lin Wei. Chapter 105. Why do I dislike this guy? The more Zajebo looked at Lin Wei, the more dissatisfied he became. I wondered what was so special about this young man besides his good looks. Although it looks pleasing to the eye, it cannot be used to make a living. What's your father's name? Subconsciously, Zajebo began to dig into the boy's family situation. Before coming, he didn't even know Lin Wei's last name. My father is Baron Ryan and my grandfather is Baron Edward. Although my father didn't have much to show for himself, my grandfather was once one of the most powerful warriors in Nolans. So Lin Wei brought out his own swordsman grandfather. Edward. Edward Luiska. Zajebo showed a nostalgic look. But this trace of nostalgia was soon filled with a trace of anger. Zajebo was saying that this kid's name sounded familiar. It turned out to be Edward's grandson. In the past, Zigbo competed with Edward for a woman. Although in the end the woman did not marry either of them. The two had a good relationship in their early years, but they rarely contacted each other later. In fact, when Edward died due to the recurrence of his old injury, Zajebo still felt a little sad. If Edward came to him for help, he would definitely help Edward. It's a pity that both old guys care too much about their face. It ended up with such a regrettable ending. If Edward could live a few more years, the Luigi family would never be in this situation. No matter what, the two of them had a bad relationship. What he didn't expect was that he thought he would never have any contact with Edward again in this life. As a result, the child who grew up under his care inexplicably became the fiancé of the Luca family. He had never asked about Lin Wei's last name before. He only knew that his name was Lin Wei. I didn't expect there was such a relationship. For some reason, Lin Wei felt that the man in front of him seemed even angrier after his grandfather's name was mentioned. Zajebo's silence was like a volcano ready to erupt. The two bishops standing behind him also frowned and took 2 steps back. Seeing that the volcano was about to erupt, Lin Wei was thinking about how to escape when Yeluna's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Grandpa Zigbo, why are you here? Yeluna's voice immediately changed the expression of the old man who was about to get angry. Lin Wei widened his eyes, thinking there was something wrong with his eyes. Just now, the old man looked like he was going to eat him alive. So why did the weather clear up when Yelena arrived? Humph, if I don't come soon, you might empty the Vatican's assets. The old man snorted coldly, but everyone could tell that he was not really angry. Lin Wei also pretended to be enlightened at this moment. So you are Grandpa Zajebo. I've heard about you from Yelena a long time ago. Without waiting for Zigbo's response, Yelena affectionately took Zajebo's arm, revealing a pitiful expression, and said, Grandpa Zajebo, didn't you say that everything in the Vatican belongs to Yelena? Louis Cardinal is also Yelena's home. I just moved things from one home to another. The two bishops standing behind were so frightened that their faces turned green. How dare this young lady speak like that? Even Lin Wei was stunned. Oh no, isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? However, Zajebo showed no sign of getting angry, but just had a helpless expression. It's Grandpa Zajebo's fault. He has neglected to care for you over the years. Zajebo has learned some forbidden magic, which is quite energy-consuming. If Yelena hadn't said she was going to get married, he would probably still be busy studying magic. As for the two things mentioned by King Yad and King Rima, he just happened to know them. He had long since stopped caring about the affairs of the Vatican. All were left to Yelena and the bishops. No, Grandpa Zajebo is the best to Yelena. No elder could stand the spoiled behavior of his well-behaved granddaughter. Zajebo, who was about to lose his temper, now lost his temper. He is already strong enough, as long as the children are happy. What does it matter if the bloodline is strong enough? It's enough that Yelena likes it. While my old bones are still healthy, maybe I can hold a younger grandson or granddaughter. The old guy felt like he was about to wake up laughing in his dreams. By the way, let Yelena take Grandpa Zajebo for a walk around the territory. Lewis Card County is prosperous now, all thanks to the efforts of my Lin Wei. As Yelena said this, she took Zajebo's arm and walked towards the gate, praising Lin Wei by the way. He also turned around and gave Lin Wei a reassuring look. Lin Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that only Yelena could cure this old bishop. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had met his parents. Fortunately, his wife is very supportive, otherwise he would really be unable to cope with it. After all, the person in front of him is not only a holy light priest, but also a great magician. Butler, quickly serve these 2 bishops some tea and snacks. Yes, sir. Only after Zajebo left did the 2 bishops and Lin Wei breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from the old guy is really great. Grandpa Tsigbo, try this. Grilled short-tail chicken kebabs. They're delicious. Well, looking around, the whole street is clean and tidy. In addition to the tavern, there are also large buildings such as the Adventurers Guild. There are actually quite a few small vendors selling this kind of meat skewers along the way. Originally, Zajebo came to Luiska territory in anger and had not observed the local customs and practices. Now it seems that Lin Wei still has some skills. The number of small vendors is the most basic criterion for measuring whether a territory is wealthy. He has also been to many territories, such as the royal capitals of the 3 major countries and the territories of dukes or earls. Most small vendors are active in the royal city, and there are very few small vendors active in the duke's territory. Because people are not rich enough, their consumption capacity is relatively weaker. If I have trouble getting 3 meals a day, how can I have extra copper coins to spend on these? Moreover, most of the people living in Luiska territory have rosy complexions, and none of them look pale and thin. This is enough to make Zajebo look at Lin Wei with a higher regard. Only a capable noble can lead his subjects to a better life. The people in the territory all smiled sincerely, and such smiles seemed to infect him as well. Although Lin Wei has no talent for magic, he can still acknowledge his ability to govern the territory. After strolling along the way, Yelena brought Zajebo to Lin Wei's military camp. Here are the guards in training. They are sweating constantly under the leadership of Ankro. Judging from the shining armor on them, these soldiers of Lin Wei are all very powerful soldiers. Looking at the number, it's quite a lot. It should be at least 10,000. Being able to support so many guards is quite a feat. My satisfaction with Lin Wei increased a bit. This kid is much smarter than his grandfather Edward. If Lin Wei was a guy whose brains only consisted of muscles, he would have to worry about whether Yelena would be wronged when she came here. He barely made it through. However, after following Yelena up the city wall, even the knowledgeable Zajebo widened his eyes. Why is there such a huge Lewis Cardinal outside the city wall? Chapter 106. It's great to have you. Zajebo felt like there was only a big question mark in his head. There is a wider city wall near the Ruema River. At first glance, although most of the houses are wooden and look new, it is a prosperous scene. This is obviously a newly established territory. I have to say that Lin Wei is quite capable. Although it is actually somewhat dangerous to build a territory here. After all, the orcs can directly attack Lin Wei's city walls by crossing the river. However, considering the relationship between the Holy See and Lin Wei, those orcs would definitely not dare to touch Lin Wei. Although they were taking advantage of the situation, Zajebo actually looked up to Lin Wei. At least this kid knows how to take advantage of the situation and is not a dull-witted swordsman like his grandfather. He has no fighting spirit yet and is a complete fool. I didn't even come to him when I was hurt. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The people were busy with their own affairs. Some were harvesting crops. Some were busy building houses. It was a prosperous scene. Suddenly, Zajebo seemed to have thought of something. He didn't believe that Luiska had such a large population. There are at least tens of thousands of people outside the city wall. These were probably the people who had escaped from the war in Nolans, and they were all accepted by Lin Wei. It would take a lot of resources to accept so many subjects. Is this kid Lin Wei really that capable? For a while, he looked at his well-behaved granddaughter and began to murmur in his heart. Could it be that my silly girl secretly helped Lin Wei? Yeluna, how does Lin Wei make money? Although he had doubts in his mind, Zajabo did not ask directly. But it's an indirect attack. Yeluna smiled proudly. My Lin Weika is amazing. The cream that was all the rage in Nolan's before was made by him. Now we're even exporting cream to Yade and Rima. A can of cream can be sold for 100 gold coins. Grandpa Zajabo, isn't my Lin Wei awesome? The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Wei. Only then did Zajabo nod. I see. This kid actually has this kind of ability? He had heard of the reputation of cream. He only heard that it was invented by a nobleman from Nolan's and was said to be very profitable. I didn't expect that it was this kid Lin Wei who did it. Not bad. Then this kid is worthy of the investment of Griffin and Mithril. It's a pity that Zajabo didn't know that his cabbage had secretly transported a lot of wheat here. Otherwise, he would have fainted from anger. After that, he went back to Lin Wei's manor and took a walk around. After confirming that the griffin was fat and white, he sighed helplessly. Well, this is fine. At least Lin Wei's reputation and ability to govern the territory are indeed excellent. It can be considered as barely passing. The important thing is that his own child really likes her, and Lin Wei is really good to her. Sigbo stayed in Luiska for 2 days and then prepared to leave. During this period, he gave Lin Wei a lot of cold looks. But Lin Wei was still very respectful to him, which allowed the old man to slightly satisfy his vanity as an elder. Yeluna is indeed living a good life here, and it seems that Lin Wei loves his own child from the bottom of his heart. This made him feel a lot more at ease. After all, Yeluna's father and mother died early. She had taken on the duties of a saint at an early age. Once upon a time, he was worried that his children would not be able to find a partner of their choice. It seems that he was thinking too much. Afterwards, he went to Lin Wei's blacksmith shop again. I saw a dwarf and many assistants busy in the blacksmith shop. These people work very hard, and on the shelves you can see a row of forged swords, armor, and shields. I don't know why, but when Zajabo saw these crafted weapons, he always felt a sense of familiarity. Especially that bright silver luster. Why does it look more and more familiar the more I look at it? Looking at Yeluna beside him, he saw that the girl's eyes were wandering elsewhere, and she didn't dare to look into her great-uncle's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and sighed heavily. Oh, what a sin. Before leaving, he waved to Lin Wei. Lin Wei smiled and walked over to Zajabo, whispering, Grandpa Zajabo, do you have anything else to tell me? Humph, you better be nice to my Yeluna, or I'll let you know what the wrath of a great mage is.